Welcome to the place where dreams come true, where everything you want can be yours, if and only if you're willing to work for them, you're willing to hurt for them, but most of all, you're willing to be first for them. Ha! Look, I'm going straight to the top. I don't know how it would stop, like it or not. I got some goals that I'm hitting. You hear what I'm spitting, it's hot. Look what I got, whole lot of passion and pain. The road to success is insane. Stay out my lane, cause I'm on a mission. I'm getting what stands in my way. Yeah, I'm a beast, I wouldn't play with me, baby. The way that I'm training is crazy and I do it daily. You wanna talk about drive? I got more drive than Mercedes. I've never been lazy. I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete? Well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Ha. Yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt, cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Ha. Yeah, I gotta be first. Look, I don't want anyone's sympathy. I understand what it's meant for me. I give my focus and energy. If it's meant to be, then it's meant to be. But mentally, I'm undefeated. They hear that and say I'm conceited, like there's no reason. Like I don't beat them and come back again just to teach them that when you work under pressure, you reach higher measures. They'll try and bring you down, but you cannot let them, and only get better and focus on cheddar. Eye on the prize and you'll become a legend. Like, when I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete? Well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Ha. Yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt, cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Ha. Yeah, I gotta be first. They don't know what's gotten into me, how'd I turn pain into energy. Through all the struggle and hurt, remember my worth, and that's why I gotta be first.
Look at my shine with the glow. This is my time with it though. This is my time to be way at the top. Me and my guys gon' pay out the block. I don't look like wall. Time's right, and I know the sea is walking in the limelight. Promise you gon' wanna watch like a sci-fi. My guys are high risers, high tide. Might drown if you come to my side. I pledge allegiance for lifetime. My squad connected like Wi-Fi. We grind and you see the highlights. This my life. It ain't a game now. Me and you, we ain't the same now. Lions coming out to play now. Opposition out the way now. Out of the way. You wasn't invited. Say you come to play. I dare you to try it. You don't wanna try me. Then step up to my team. Yeah, out of the way. Yeah, yeah. Out of the way. Yeah, yeah. Out of the way. Game now, me and you, we ain't the same now. Lions coming out to play now. Opposition out the way now. Out of the way, you wasn't invited. Say you come to play, I dare you to try it. You don't wanna try me, then step up to my team. Yeah, out of the way, yeah, yeah. Out of the way, yeah, yeah. Out of the way.
map, get lost now with no extract. Like, look, that's all me. Got my number, don't call me. We eating up, that's all beef. You freezing up, that's y'all's team. Cause we ain't really lose no more. All about heating up, leaving that cold. You can see me heating up, killing that show. I ain't about giving up, no. Nah, cause they don't want it with me. Look, you got a problem with me. Look, cause y'all don't want it with me. If you start a fire with me, then you never gonna stop me. Ayy, sound the alarm. We about to go on. You getting it wrong. Time to go off. Can't hold us back. Truth hurts, you always that. My truth lurks, say y'all collapse. Now scoop first, where your homies at? Come my team with me right now. My team's so mean right now. But what you mean y'all out? It's time to weed y'all out. Okay, we coming back with a vengeance. Time to go start your engines. What is this thing y'all mention? Time for y'all stop pretending, Nah, y'all can't do that. Where your crew at? Y'all can't do that. Nah, where your crew at? Love, man, cause now you alone. Yeah, get out of my zone. Man, cause now you alone. Love, get out of my zone. Nah, cause they don't want it with me. Look, you got a problem with me. Look, cause y'all don't want it with me. If you start a fire with me, then you're never gonna stop me. Nah, cause they don't want it with me. Look, you got a problem with me. Look, cause y'all don't want it with me. If you start a fire with me, then you're never gonna stop me.
Look at my shine with the glow. This is my time with it though. This is my time to be way at the top. Me and my guys gon' pay out the block. I don't look like boss. Time's right, and I know they see us walking in the limelight. Promise you gon' wanna watch like a sci-fi. My guys are high risers, high tide. Might drown if you come to my side. I pledge allegiance for lifetime. My squad connected like Wi-Fi. We grind and you see the highlights. This my life. It ain't a game now. Me and you, we ain't the same now. Lions coming out to play now. Opposition out the way now. Out of the way. You wasn't invited. Say you come to play. I dare you to try it. You don't wanna try me. Then step up to my team. Yeah, out of the way. Yeah, yeah. Out of the way. Yeah, yeah. Out of the way. Game now, me and you, we ain't the same now. Lions coming out to play now. Opposition out the way now. Out of the way, you wasn't invited. Say you come to play. I dare you to try it. You don't wanna try me. Then step up to my team. Yeah, out of the way. Yeah, yeah. Out of the way. Yeah, yeah. Out of the way. stop going till a player on top know it. Rooftop, penthouse suite. If you really want it, gotta own it. Fly through it, we was at the lowest. Blood, sweat, tears, the components. Riding all year, now's the moment. We are not friends, we are opponents. Yeah, I'm coming for mine. Yeah, I'm making a play, the game on the line. Yeah, I've been on the grind. Yeah, I jump in the spot, I made it my time. Yeah, look in the sky. Yeah, the stars align, no shade to shine. Can't stop it already. Emotional work and devotion. We put in this time. Look.
You won't stop my stride. I'll just break your line. I don't tolerate wasted time. Take us down, keep fighting.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming and Monster Energy.
โยนเองกับโยนแอนใช้กันแต่โรครับผมเต็มมาตระหนกของเฟนเดอร์ไรไปของดักบีไม่รอดหุบออกใส่หน้าเลยอันโยนแล้วเข้ามาแล้วแดนมาร์คอาศัยเมเรียวนั้นเก็บตายไปในตัวหวายหวานก็ไม่ไหวเหมือนกันนะดีเอ็มก็ไม่ไรที่เลยตัวสุดท้ายก็เป็นครับผมตอนนี้ฮะเมกาเป็นระบบลงมาครับที่ระบบปาดใส่หน้าไปทีหนึ่งคนที่ฟีดมาโดนชิวดูแรนครับไม่ไหววันนี้เจนเราไม่กันในจังหวะแรกวันนี้ก็ไม่ไหวเหมือนกันแต่มันคิวจากเมเรียวด้านบอลครับเดนมาปาดไปฮะเชนนี่ฮะพยายามอย่างสุดความสามารถแล้วแต่มันไม่พอเป็นแพร่ของสำหรับอีสปอร์ตครับ
ครับแล้วมายกไปก่อน โอ้โห ตายคาคอมโบเลยครับมัดมาสโลว์ให้เพื่อนไม่ทันแล้วบ้างจะแตกเรียบร้อยเกมแรกครับและยังคงรอดชีวิตอยู่พยายามทำตัวเป็นซีไว้และได้ดับเบิลคิวไปแล้วมากันต่อผมจอยเดี๋ยวเซนต์เรียบร้อยไปตายไปหนึ่งเหลือแค่ดับเบิลไก่เท่านั้นไม่เซฟครับแล้วจ่ายเอาไงนะเวฟทางทีมแบบนี้ไม่ดีอะเอลี่เดินมาเจอครับปากวอดไปเห็นจะฮะขอลองหน่อยได้ไหมตะไกลเหลือเกินเพื่อนไปนัสปาร์กมาปะเอาแฟนแบบนี้โดนจะไปหาเจนที่ตามอะไรดึงตัวแล้วคนช่วยต่อเข้ามาเป็นชายอย่างแน่นอนครับผม
แล้วโจนซัมเมอร์ดึงมาจากด้านหลังแต่ว่าบอกเลยว่าถึงเหลือเกินครับผมเดมอนใครไม่ไหวโดนปาเตะไปแล้วยังไงตอนดับเคิลของแมนรอนก็คงจะไม่ไหวเฟรมเบเกอร์ดึงมาก่อนครับผมว่าเดนหมายเจ็บแล้วมังกรฟรีอีกตัวหนึ่งของบุรีรัมย์ยูไนเต็ดสปอร์ตเอ็นโคตรถึงครับเดี๋ยวเราจะเป็นแบบนี้ว่าคนนั้นวิ่งมาจากด้านหลังครับตอนนี้โดนดึงแต่ว่าโดนแต้มสิมันนี่โดนที่เดียวว่าไปทางหลังตายไปเทรนบัตเคิลของคอร์นันเฟนอาจจะได้ต่อเข้ามาที่ตัวจันชิก็ไม่ไหวครับไม่ไหวครับผมรักของขึ้นนะมันแรงเกินไปเรียบร้อยก็เป็นเอสของซิกมากาแล็กซี่ได้ไปต่อ
GG ฮะเกมนี้ดีที่สุดแล้วครับผม
It's the final day for the Snapdragon Pro Series Wild Rift Challenge Finals. 3 teams remain, but by the end of this evening, one team can call themselves Emperors and Kings of Southeast Asia. It's Nigma Galaxy, RRQ, and Cerberus Esports left in the ring. My name is Husky, and alongside me to open up today's show is Pondo.
What's up, everyone? Wait,
That is a...
yeah, so I kind of tuned out for a bit, but yeah.
yeah, I hate to say it, but man, I spent so much energy building up the hype. That's what you give me? Absolutely atrocious.
Well, we had to wake up early for the cast today.
I did 15 hours yesterday.
15, okay.
Yeah,
so
you
a little spry for the... Okay.
You got nothing on me. You got nothing on me, okay?
Jumping in on what Husky has brought to the table, though, we are going to be going into, like you said, to see which comes on top from the 3 teams. We've seen some spectacular lead-up from the entire series as we watch the entire Snapdragon Pro Series, seeing some of these teams like fight their ways and some really, you know, unintended upsets or maybe some unexpected upsets, you know.
Yeah.
I'm no longer the king of the roost when it comes to predictions, but you know, it's been a very, very cool, very interesting Snapdragon series so far, and like you know, me and Husky have been enjoying every single part of it so far.
Yeah, we have a lot of interesting storyline. I think NGX has given us one of the best ones to talk about. But before we delve into all of that, we got to remind you guys, just a quick refresh of how the format works for the Snapdragon Pro Series. We have been through almost every single stage, and here we are at the final leg. We started with the open qualifiers to look for the 8 best teams to proceed into the Open groups. And of course, the top 4 from that group stage proceeds to the Open finals. And from the Open finals, the top 2 teams from each regions will qualify for the challenge groups, where they play in a round-robin format. And after 4 weeks of that, the top 5 teams will proceed into the challenge playoffs. We started with 5 teams yesterday in Bangkok, Thailand, but now we are left with 3. Team Flash and Buriram United Esports are eliminated from the tournament, both of them by Enigma Galaxy, one of the dark horses, one of the miracle workers of this entire playoffs. And to be very honest, this fairy tale could still go on today, but of course they do get a longer break. It was a very arduous journey for them yesterday. We will start off with the upper bracket finals between RRQ and Cerberus Esports, and I say that is quite a big treat, because Cerberus Esports is the last standing non-Philippine team in this tournament.
Yeah, Enigma Galaxy, Cerberus Esports definitely put up a really good play. Enigma Galaxy, like you said, the dark horse coming into this, but I think after watching them throughout the entire tournament, no one can refute the fact that Enigma Galaxy plays some really consistent gameplay, some really great all-around teamwork, and like now at this point, no one can refute the fact that Enigma Galaxy deserves their place at the top 3. And we're going to the prize pool, the Challenge Finals prize pool. As you can see right here, first place will walk away with a stunning amount of 14,625 USD. Second place walking away with 10,575 USD. Third place, 4,680 USD, and the rest of it is as it goes, 3,645 to 2,610 already been given out. Now we're just looking at the top 3. Well, you can already see the disparity between number 2 and number 3, so it's going to be a heated match to see who can get those the prize pool for the top 2, and can't wait to see who's going to be ending up with that factor.
Yeah, and it might be a long day for some of these teams. I mean, when you look at the upper bracket and the journey through that lower bracket, there is a slight chance that either RRQ or Cerberus Esports will have to play 3 series back-to-back just to call themselves champions. But that really comes down to how things unfold in the upper bracket. Of course, I think fan favorites would certainly be RRQ, but who's to say that Cerberus Esports cannot pull out that upset? They have done it yesterday against BRU. They finished them off 3-1 in the upper bracket semifinals to qualify to have a date with RRQ. But that lower bracket run was one of the most miraculous one we have ever witnessed. A reverse sweep by NGX onto Team Flash 3-2, and afterwards they did it another time against Buriram United Esports. So now they get that slot in the lower bracket finals, awaiting the losers of the upper bracket finals.
It's going to be a tough play for them for sure. As you said, RQ is the favorite. Can't wait to see what they be pulling out from their hat. But Cerberus has been going from strength to strength, not really being so far behind in terms of RQ in a way that we can say for sure, all right, definitely 100% going to be RQ's win. I think it's going to be a really good matchup either way. I do think RQ has been what we've always talked about them as being the dominant part of the pool, always been at the top, and always showing people what they're made of. Like, they're always the undisputed kings, but like they always play close to their heart. And let's just see whether they can continue that dominance and like keep the pressure on, or whether or not they might succumb to the other teams that are gnawing at their heels, coming for them to get that top place.
And I think Cerberus Esports is one of the best teams to do that, right, against RRQ. Even in the group stage, we saw how, despite RRQ going 6-1 in terms of overall results, they did have some moments where it felt like they could have dropped that series. And I think Cerberus Esports coming into this with a slightly revamped roster is a huge upgrade. We look at Genza and Dugby in that Dragon Lane. We look at how so far BMM has been putting up an absolute spectacle in yesterday's upper bracket. RQ are in for a ride, and if we want to talk about mech checks, I think Cerberus Esports are up for a challenge.
Yeah, Cerberus Esports has a lot more to prove. I do think RRQ plays what we call a more consistent game. So, like I always say, always jump in with the more unexpected plays or the more unexpected comps. You might have something special in there, which is why I always root for the underdogs, and I see they might have a particular play style which could be detrimental to a team that's so used to playing by the book. But RRQ is not a team that we call playing by the book. They're the type of team that knows how to adapt, and they know how to play around unorthodox comps, which is why you always see them as the king of the roost. even versus other teams which have the tendency to play a little bit off kilter, so to speak, to sort of catch other teams off guard, RQ rarely falters. So it's going to be a big ask of Cerberus. Let's see what they can do versus the Kings of the Roost.
Looking forward to that. All of this made possible by our partners over at Snapdragon Elite Gaming, when winning matters. They've been with us on this journey for multiple titles. It's an honor to be able to work with them and bring this to a reality, right? It manifested in the flesh, allowing these players to have a chance to demonstrate what they're made of, what they are capable of displaying on the competitive setting. And Thailand would not be a possibility without these guys. But no, back to our discussion about RQ. One of the advantages that they got being the first seed out of the challenge group stage is the fact that they did not have to play yesterday. They got all the time to sit down, observe, and prep for whoever that they would have a chance of facing today. And those two teams happen to be Cerberus Esports and possibly Enigma Galaxy if they make it to the finals, or maybe if RQ gets upset in the upper bracket. Either way, they have a lot of time to kind of formulate a strategy for today's matches.
Yeah, there's a lot more to ride on them. I think RQ is usually a step ahead. I do think that looking up to the upcoming matches though, Enigma Galaxy, I do think Enigma Galaxy is, like we talked about before, Enigma Galaxy is one of those teams that play a consistent and sort of by-the-book sort of game, which is one of the keys to their successes, which is why they've managed to pull themselves up so far to get into the top 2 today. But RQ is also another team that can play things really, like pretty much by the book in terms of macro, in terms of micro. So like, I do think that actually, if RQ was to go up against Enigma Galaxy, they might have a harder time of it compared to like going up against Cerberus, because they both play by the book games, but Enigma plays it slightly behind RQ in terms of playing it very much like, optimally. So maybe Cerberus might be the better matchup for them, but that depends on whether Cerberus has the flex to be able to play against RQ and their adaptability so far.
Yeah, I mean, Cerberus Esports have shown us their dominance, but when we look at NGX, it's kind of the story of, I think NGX will struggle and then they end up reverse sweeping, and they did it 2 times in a row yesterday. So a lot of surprises in store. But if you guys are in the Twitch chat right now and you're watching this broadcast, do remember to let us know who you think is gonna not just win the series that is coming up, but maybe the eventual champions of the Snapdragon Pro Series Challenge Finals, because we really want to hear your thoughts. I see a lot of people yesterday kind of supporting Enigma Galaxy when they were fighting that very gruesome lower bracket. They played 2 best-of-5s in a row and both of them went to full series. So that's 10 games back-to-back for the boys at NGX, the boys in blue. And they actually had a pizza party after they eliminated BRU. So definitely a well-deserved celebration. But can they finish that journey today with a championship title? I think that remains to be seen.
Well, if they promise them another pizza party if they win, I think there's plenty of motivation to go around. I'm still kind of salty that we weren't invited, but pizza parties only come around once in a while. Enigma Galaxy, it's a good thing that they are not going to be up first, because they've had so many games. They're definitely going to need a bit more time to reset, a bit more time to rest. But yeah, let's see how it goes in the upcoming matches.
Yeah. I mean, RQ I can see as any initial thoughts going into this.
Ooh, okay. So I think we talked about it at length many times before. We've always, every time we bet against RQ, we've somehow lost, except for the one time. And we don't really have enough teams which are really that far out in terms of like meta, in terms of like a different strategy they can bring to the table that can sort of upend RQ's like adaptability to the format.
Yep, we're just gonna look at the teams first because let's introduce them onto the main stage in Thailand. There you have it, the contenders for the upper bracket semi-finals. RRQ first and Cerberus Esports to follow. Both teams have had a huge repertoire, especially coming into this. RRQ, not just the favorites to win the tournament, but also considered one of the best team, if not the best team right now in the region. Cerberus Esports, they have a lot on their shoulders, not just their home region of Vietnam, but also to carry the torch from Team Flash, a team that has rivaled them for more than a year and has beaten them at every turn, but yesterday fell to the second seed of the Philippines. Both the coaches of respective teams on your stage as well, and now heading towards the respective booth to get ready for this best of 5 to secure the slot into the grand finals.
It's been a tale coming up. It's been a real rise to see these teams get to where they are right now. See if RQ can hold their spot at the top so far and, you know, live up to their name as the favorites to win the championship, or the Cerberus can put a dent in that RQ heavy armor, and whether they can make it out like a bandit and get that get to, you know, the finals here. In terms of what we're expecting, though, kind of hoping the Cerberus has like some sort of strategy lined up, something in their pocket, something in their back foot here to sort of like pull out against RRQ. But so far, RRQ has been the ones that have gotten the most confidence. So we'll be seeing where that play sort of ends up right now.
Yeah, and I think for RRQ, they are an incredibly confident team. You know, when you talk to RRQ, for example, you ask them how are they always so accurate when it comes to objective secure, and Chaz would just say, well, I just do it. You know, I don't think, I just do it. You talk about Helios, and this guy, he is stylish in and out of the game. This guy has swag, this guy has drip, and this guy 100% has skills. And we look at the direct matchup on the side of CES. I think this is an absolute treat, but let's take a look at the Dragon laner of Cerberus Esports first. None other than Genza, very versatile Dragon laner, and yesterday put up an absolute clinic against BRU.
Yeah, that's you know, it's not easy to get like good stats against some of the better teams in the world. That's why you see some of the stats are just like they don't look like the highest I've seen, but you know that against putting up these stats against some of the best teams in the world, that's impressive, especially getting up to something past the 700 gold per minute. That's a higher average than the norm than what we've seen, and a lot more DPM than what we're used to. And you know, it's no slouch from either side. You have really good teams from either side. It's a lot boiled down to the draft, a lot boils down to like what objectives they get, and the clutch moments where, you know, the jungles fight for their objectives. It just goes to show you how close these matches can be.
Yep, and of course we have the hit-to-hit. We looked at Genza just now, and let's take a look at his rival from across the rift. Of course, from RRQ, it is going to be Viper, and I am very, very excited to see how this is going to pan out, because RRQ, they had Viper coming in right after Icons Global Championship, and you know, he has been sharing that spot with Marky, and we did talk to Marky towards the end, I believe, of the challenge group stage, and he did say, you know, Viper, he's willing to give Viper bit more of that exposure, a bit more of that experience, and I'd say Viper delivered on every single front. But right now, on land, it's time for him to face off against one of the greatest bottom laners, Dragon laners that we've seen, and questions marks will rise, right? Can Viper stand up to the test?
I do think Viper is one of the better ones, and he likes to pick a lot of champions that kind of fit in with a more like help the team meta, because I think Dragon Lane is in a spot where it's a bit more difficult for them to contribute as a traditional ADC sort of role. Yeah. See a lot more Ziggs, see a lot more like NASA supports in with like maybe an Ashe or something. But like, you know, it's been a lot more non-traditional. That's why we're not really seeing like crazy damage numbers, but you're seeing a lot more champion picks which kind of support the team in a lot more longer ranges. Ziggs, Senna, all these sort of other things. Wait, Senna? I don't know. But like, yeah, it's been non-traditional, and the stats sort of reflect that. It's been a lot more like distributed across the team at large. It's really interesting to see how this sort of like stacks up against like players who play something a bit more, you know, they have a bit more contribution to themselves, kind of speak.
Yeah. I mean, yesterday when we looked into the crowd, we actually did see, I believe, Marky and Helios just chilling with the audience, just watching the games that CES played against BRU. But at the same time, it's CES, they have a big fan club that headed to Thailand, so huge supporters on both sides. I think CES did feel that supporter buff, but today they need it more than ever. It's against RRQ, and I might sound like a broken record, but you look at the history of the matches that has been played by both teams. It is not easy to just close your eyes, snap your fingers, and say, I think RRQ will win the whole thing.
Yeah.
But we have seen surprises, we've seen upsets. If Cerberus can pull off that one in the upper bracket finals, then I think it would be a great story to tell for months to come.
Yeah, can't underestimate that supporter buff. Like, I think we've heard about Riot employees talking about how the pandemic was some of the hardest times they had to face because they didn't have like the feedback of having a live audience like support their favorite teams, scream like, oh my gosh, or like, oh they're doing it, or they're just like go go go. So yeah, it's the supporter buff definitely comes in handy. Cerberus has good supporters, so let's see if that's going to give them the buff they need to overcome the mountain known as RRQ.
CES on that blue side and RRQ on red. I'd say that it's a very interesting game number one, right? We always take the first game of any series as kind of the icebreaker. See who gets that first dip in terms of just getting momentum, and who gets to show their cards first, who gets the read on their opponents. But so far, the bans, I think, would be pretty generic, right? The Lucian, the Jace, you are just eliminating the strong picks from that champion pool and kind of see where your opponent pivots towards. And yesterday, CS, they're not really too bothered about these standard picks. They have that Gwen jungle that Meliodas showed a couple of times, but if you take that away, he also can go for that Vi and Lee Sin jungle, which has proven to be a big threat during the group stage.
Gonna be seeing if they pull out the Kassadin ban. Is Kassadin ban still a thing past this point now? Like it's only been like a couple of weeks, but yeah. So gonna be see the Renekton and the Zed pulled out here against RQ. Oh, gonna be the Gwen ban. Okay, so gonna be taking that away from Meliodas. No, he's quite good on that Gwen. And a Yone pick. Okay.
Yeah. A lot of respect from RRQ. I think Gwen and Yone has been a very, very popular pick yesterday. We see BRU play both of them in that jungle. Colden Feed had a really positive record, especially on the Yone jungle. But CES has also played both of these champions. In fact, I think the middle lane is where they take that Yone, BMM putting up a show. So either way, there is that flex potential, though only Yone has only been played in the jungle by Bruderam United Esports. I still think that there is a possibility that you look at someone like a team like CS and they might put Meliodas on that champion. We'll just have to find out if that is the case. But even if it's not, I think CS have a plethora of options to go for, and they're not too worried about that jungle champion pool, at least not in that first phase.
Yeah, like you said, still not too worried about it so far. Yone in the jungle would be interesting. Kind of makes up for the fact that I played quite a few games on him to test him out, but it seems like he's really squishy going in. Like he has a lot of tools to be able to go in and like gets max second Q, goes in with a dash, and it deals a lot of as much damage as he can before he like re-triggers his like his thing to get back out. But like if you put him in the jungle, it does remove a lot of that laning pressure and need to that squishiness, so you can get away from that, not potentially feed too much in the early games, because I do think that he scales better, but his early game is a little bit weaker than like some other champions that you see in the pool.
Yeah, I think that's something that we can agree on, right? When we look at early game junglers, Yone doesn't really come to mind. And again, Colden Feed was the only player that made him work in the jungle yesterday. So we'll see how that's gonna pan out. The Galio and the Riven kind of to add it into the composition of Cerberus Esports, whereas for RRQ, a very standard Ashe, Nasus opening, followed by that Fiora. And one thing about RRQ is that they have so many versatile players on the team, especially High, Chess, and Helios respectively. That means that flex picks are a huge threat if it's on RRQ's side. And I think CS kind of recognize that the Renekton ban not only eliminates that solo lane pressure, but also takes away the possibility of RRQ just putting Chaz on this Crocodile and having him go ham in that early game. So it's kind of like a one stone, two bird scenario for CS, but RRQ now targeting that Genza champion pool with the Ziggs ban.
Interesting saying. I like that. One stone, two birds. But like, yeah, looking at it, they're going to be going for that typical Ashe to Nasus combo down at the bot lane. Sorry, Dragon lane. And yeah, going to be taking away some. I believe that's some of. I believe that's some of their more favorite picks for Dragon lane. The Ziggs, Lux. I'm not too sure. Maybe on the support side, but going to be taking away a lot of light bindings to get rid of that pressure from the Ashe and Nasus combos. So that, well, you know, Denza is also like a point and click long range stun champion. So I guess he would kind of fill the void that Lux could leave behind.
Yeah. Definitely a decent approach. I mean, the Twisted Fate is a direct response to the Akali pick. It's with the Destiny you can find her in the Twilight Shroud. The interesting thing about CS is that yesterday they were the only team that to pick the Ezreal, and that was game 1 against Buriram United. They had the Ezreal Nautilus bot lane that got completely demolished, but in this case, they are going to bring out the Tristana, the very first Tristana pick of the playoffs in the hands of Genza. So CS still has some of those ideas that they want to make work. Obviously, we've seen so much AP carries yesterday in the Dragon lane, namely the Lux, the Morgana, and the Ziggs, that this Tristana kind of feels like a forgotten pick. Even in the traditional marksman sense, you see a lot more Ashe and Varus. So I am excited to see what Cerberus Esports can bring. But RRQ, full speed ahead with that Shyvana jungle.
It's going to be tearing up a lot more. It's going to be a lot more skirmishy on the RRQ side. You're seeing some of the trademark of what they like. So the team which basically destroys you decides to go in for initiation or like go in for extended team fights. That is the RRQ way. It looks like CS taking a gamble on that Tristana. The thing about Tristana being that if you don't jump in, you're going to be missing a lot of damage, but she does have good scaling as long as she's not taken out early. So hopefully the disruption from Y1 on the Riven and Galio, Yone, and some long-range stuns can provide for the Tristana, give her the space that she needs to be able to do as much damage as possible as we head into the game.
And RRQ bringing out that Ashe support as well, so both teams having kind of a different idea for game number 1, and that Ashe support was something that I think me and Contra discussed yesterday on the desk, where you would go for the Imperial Mandate, and it's just Imperial Mandate, you probably go for the Font of Life, and it's just spam, spam, spam. You have decent damage, great peel, and low cooldown for that ultimate, right? So I believe it's Imperial Mandate, Black Cleaver, and Trinity Force, something like that. We'll see if that is going to be the path that EXO goes down, because this is a bit more unorthodox, a bit more special for a player like Exosen. He likes to get in the enemy's face, you know, the Set, the Galio, the Nautilus, the Rakan. The Ashe doesn't really do all that, and instead provides those long-range engages, that cross-map global presence with the Enchanted Crystal Arrow. So an interesting look for RRQ in game 1.
Yeah, I still get PTSD from the ridiculously short cooldown on the Ashe arrows. Like every 20 seconds, every 30 seconds, you're seeing like something flying towards you. Engage, 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 engage. It just never stops. Together with the volley that you just kind of spam like towards the bot lane. Imperial Mandate on the Ashe, yeah, it's kind of terrifying.
I want to see how that's going to be. I believe it was 24. I believe if you max it out, the cooldown reduction is around 24 seconds.
24 seconds?
For the ultimates at max level.
Yeah.
It's at 24 second plus minus. So that's basically every minion wave.
So like every death timer you're up, you're shooting an arrow. You're getting fights started.
Like if the game goes late enough, you go down for 50 seconds, so that's 2 arrows. But let's talk about our predictions. We both are looking at RRQ to kind of take the game 3-1. We believe that CS would definitely put up a fight, but yesterday it's kind of the same thing going into Team Flash against Enigma Galaxy. We look at the 3-1 result, and at the end of the day, it was still NGX going out 3-2. So all cards are on the table, right? And you know, we can throw everything out the window. Whether you choose to believe the prediction or not doesn't matter as much as this is the group stage. It's all about Wild Rift. Yeah. Game number 1 between RRQ and CES about to go nuclear, I'd say.
About to see the end result of the draft picks and what goes what. But like RRQ have to maintain their dominance, and Cerberus is something improved this time. A lot more support from their members of the audience. So see what they can come up with this time. Ooh.
Yeah, just typical early poke. Because EXO did go for the Aerie instead of the Font of Life, so that one was taken by Viper. So you still kind of get that healing overall. it's a lot of value from this early game alone. You get a very good shove, decent poke. And CS can't really run into you, even with this Galio. You have that kiting potential. You put that exhaust and Wither on top. It is so painful to deal with. But level 2, Duck B gets the taunt off, and Genza, yeah, he's looking for a kill. Ignite on top of EXO. And that's one of the weaknesses, lack of mobility. First blood for Genza, but Viper, he has the Wither, flashes for an auto, and trace back the kill.
That's a good pickup. That's a good pickup. I'd say that I was expecting like Cerberus to need to give up that early game. Tristana's not going to be that useful in the early part of it, but like Galio is on the pick towards Ashe, getting some free harass, some free like initiation. That's just really good for Cerberus side in general. So now they not necessarily giving it up completely because, you know, the Ashe harassment and the Nasus just pressing his zoning abilities, so it's not too bad. A start.
It's very early maneuvers on CES, and when you're on the Shyvana, generally you go for that full clear. So I think CES getting that read right, knowing Chaz will not come in for the support. But he's forced to do something at top though. Meliodas is also around. You have that so unbound to go for that pickup and RRQ. And responding in this chess match with EXO Hawkshot, just revealing both Duck B and Meliodas. All things considered, CES happy with the state of this Baron lane.
Yeah, I can see the respect that Duck B is giving to Hyde because knows that he still has his riposte up, so going to be very dangerous for him to dash in. But here's another replay on the Ashe. Just enough damage there with the Ignite, and the exhaust not enough to keep things out of it, but Genza already used his jump to get in and gets taken out by Nasus, which is going to be good for Nasus since Nasus is going to be doing tons of damage with his zone. So yeah, things could be pretty dicey with Duck B out of the picture and roaming around to help the rest of his team.
You see the CS Genza is definitely having a decent time in lane despite that death. He did claim the first blood anyways. Destiny used by Taku is about to pay a visit to that top lane.
I like
but
that.
no kills on the Hyde. And one thing to mention right now is CES actually brings in Taku for that mid lane instead of BMM. So a slightly different approach, right? Switching out, kind of playing alternatives with the mid laner.
I like that. I like the fact that he's using his relic shield, moving around, trying to get it procced up as fast as possible, clears up the mid lane as soon as Taku hits level 5, so he can try to go for like a gank. But I think they saw it. Hyde was just kind of hugging the tower there, so not much they could have done about that. And that's a lot of resources wasted now for Cerberus. They tried to make a play happen, but like RQ was already a step ahead of them, knew what was coming. And now they're just back to basically the same old laning phase, getting some gold and potentially setting up for some bigger plays later on at about 5 minutes once the objectives are up.
Very quiet game.
Oh yeah, this is one where I touch you, you touch me, but we're not really.
This is one of those games where, you know, you are just looking at the map and you're like, where is this Shyvana? How far is she in the game?
Is she getting all the camps in time? Is she going to be here when I push up here?
Like in the first dragon, how strong is she going to be? She's going to run us over.
Yeah.
We are less than a minute out for that first objective. Of course, Chaz is going to hit the Triforce timing way before that objective spawns. And you can see that he is already going for that recall, so
yeah,
pretty much on the dot. Actually, he was less than 100 gold away from the Triforce. Not that it matters too much though. You still have all the components available for Chaz to get ready for this fight.
Just such a small goal difference between actually getting your full like Trinity Force and not having it, but like having all the components is pretty similar. Just lacking that extra pizzazz, like, you know, the little bit of spice you add to your food before you serve it. But it's coming up to 5 minutes. RQ did have some wards down there towards that dragon part of the river earlier on to, you know, try and get some vision control. But it looks like CS Cerberus already knew about that, cleared it out, put a deeper ward into the deeper part of the jungle. I'm not sure if Shyvana wants to go for that because, you know, RQ, Dragons, Shyvana, it is going to be the priority, but I think Cerberus already knew that, going for a really early Rift Herald, and RQ is going to make their move down towards Dragon.
Just a trade that RQ would be pleasantly happy with, especially you have that Shyvana, so kind of fast track that passive stack for Chaz. And CES instantly, without any hesitation, drops the Rift Herald top. Just wanted to open up the map for Y1 a bit. And you can see EXO, he's already sending an Enchanted Crystal Arrow. I believe it connected onto Meliodas. Unfortunately, it would not buy much time. That turret will still go down. High uses the Grand Challenge onto Y1, who's going to flash away. And Meliodas misses that ultimate, but the repulse is going to buy High some time. And Chess comes right in. That time would not be enough, though. Heroes enters for Dugby, buying a bit of space for the team, but now he is abandoned. Can Genza at least do some damage? Dugby forced to flash away, and RRQ kind of winning this so far. They still have vision provided by EXO. Genza next on the chopping block, but he does have the flash, and he'll be forced to use it.
So close to Hyde getting away, barely with the red buff just taking him out before he can get away just a little bit more. They're going to be trading that tower for another tower, and this is not quite what they wanted to get out of this. Genza's going to try his best to try to keep things out, like still within range, and that's going to be taken out there underneath the tower. Just about 3 procs out of it. Will Meliodas be able to do anything about this? Not quite far enough, and that's going to be Viper getting away scot-free.
Yeah, EXO basically throwing his life under the turret for the kill. Still a decent trade. They gave it to, I believe, Chaz got it. Yeah. Maybe EXO got it. But either way, they delivered a death to Genza, and Chaz was able to get away from that. So a decent trade in value. But CS definitely have that minor goal advantage thanks to that first blood goal from the turret in the Baron lane. So I think they are also pretty happy with the result. Do find it very interesting that so far Meliodas' first item a Solari charge play on the Yone, and for Genza we saw the Navori quick blaze instantly. So you are trading a bit of that damage for just a bit more of consistent damage output for this Tristana.
A lot more utility coming out, a lot more ultis going to be available on him. And like, you see they just funneling that gold, immediately went for the Rift Herald, knew that the Dragon was going to be the priority. So decided to like immediately put the Rift Herald towards that barrel lane, get that turret which they already kind of chipped down with that early gank from Taku, early gank from basically the Galio just walking up to get like a few more chips on it. And yeah, so they kind of predicted, they kind of saw the writing on the wall. They knew that they would be able to chip down the turret, potentially keep Hyde from getting too fed or anywhere close to his minions, because he can't stay too underneath the turret while like 3 people are underneath him. But his repulse will keep him safe from the Galio. But they do manage to get the turret in the end, funnel all that gold to Meliodas, who needs that extra bit of gold. It's pretty much like a necessity, especially if you're running a very gold-dependent jungler, to, you know, get the early game turret plates using Rift Herald and funnel that gold back into your Baron lane and into your jungle. So like, yeah, can kind of see what they're going for around here with Meliodas on the Yone, and try to funnel as much gold into him as possible to be as fed as possible in the team fights later on.
And this was kind of the approach that Buriram United used yesterday in that match as well with Golden Feet, right? You have Yone be incredibly active early on. He hits that level 5, instantly goes for a gank. And once he gets ahead, you want to utilize that snowball to further solidify your lead. Because despite Yone being your typical late game champion, he does have a lot of limitations, right? The durability being one of it. As the game goes late enough, you can't just so unbound and try to dive into a team fight 1v5. It doesn't work like that. You get you get blown up to smithereens in a blink of an eye.
Yeah, pretty much. Which is why all the utility has become just him using the Soul Unbound, immediately hitting that ultimate button, and pretty much getting all of them. That's pretty much the gank strategy here for Yone, because like now his utility is pretty much him going to be going in really fast and really hard for them to react to, because like the combo of him dashing out there and using his ultimate at the same time is really, really fast. It's really difficult to react to, and it's pretty much like pretty much guaranteed to come up really fast because of Navori's quick blades, a lot of like maybe some CDR, and then you coming in and trying to get everything set up for your team to jump in with the rest of you, you know?
Yeah. Who has the better late game timing though? So we're looking at the Tristana, and on paper is the common consensus is Tristana, you reach that late game, you just outrange everyone, even Caitlyn to a certain right. So is this going to be the case in this game?
Well, looking at it, kind of like the win condition is just going to be the Yone starting fights, right? Just going to be going in with the ult, and then the rest of his team following up, maybe Galio, Destiny. So there's a lot of like, oh look, you're going in while the rest of the team is already ready to go on with you. So like the Destiny's been popped. Then suddenly Yone comes up from the bush from nowhere, ulties the rest of you, and Galio is using his Grand Entrance, comes in, poof, and that's already a team fight on demand. But RRQ can mitigate a lot of that with the simple addition of what we call an Enchanted Crystal Arrow. So
we're looking at the counter engage from.
we're looking at the counter engage.
Looking at the counter
starting
engage,
engage. Yeah.
Right.
If Yones is a consistent engage using his ulti and his dash, then Ash's Enchanted Crystal Arrow is even easier to set up. It's literally point and press.
Point and press with a 24-second cooldown.
Point and press with a 24-second cooldown, and like not a lot of like reactability, because like it's unless you have a deep ward, you're not gonna see it coming, right? It's just gonna come from anywhere, and then you point every 20 seconds.
I think the best part is that, you know, the cooldown is so low that your QSS literally has to wait out 3 arrows before you can use it once.
Oh yeah, so you're gonna be able to like cleanse one, but then like you're gonna get hit again, and your QSS is still on cooldown. Yeah, like you said, it's like you know, it's like you get hit by a water balloon, you're wet, dry yourself off. You get hit by another water balloon, and you're out of dry clothes. That's kind of a weird, like.
It's a decent analogy, right? That is in the event that your hair dryer overheats.
We'll bring a hair dryer into this. Okay, so
we'll.
the hair dryer gets brought into the fray. Your hair dryer is gonna get hit again when you're in the middle of drying yourself off.
Yeah.
And then it fritzes out. You can't use it anymore.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So it's this repeating trend, and of course you see that the players are getting themselves topped up. Monster Energy.
Unleash the beast. With
we have
energy.
a lot. We have a lot in the pantry. Did you get the can cap? I don't know how to describe that, but you know yeah.
Yeah. The thing where you screw it on and then you turn it into a bottle.
Yes, that one.
No, I missed my chance, but yeah, it looked cool. Though I don't need another. Like I've already drank way too much Monster Energy, so like just looking at it, I was like, do I have to take off the cap and then put it on for every new can that I'm gonna drink Monster Energy from? I'm already drinking tons of Monster Energy.
I do Monster Energy, just all the way. that is kind of like the new. So our Baza friends over on the other studio, they were basically surviving on Monster Energy, which is a good thing.
Oh yeah.
Okay, surviving is a really bad word. They were going off. They were absolutely berserk. Like, yeah, like if you do a blood test, it says Monster Energy.
Yeah.
It says energize, which is a good thing. There's just incredibly cool guys. Both. I think So what happened yesterday was that we did have an unfortunate tech pause right early. When CS played against BRU, giving me a bit of that deja vu vibe. But we are gonna wait for updates to see what has happened. But for those who just tune in, I'd like to welcome you all to the episode 3 of the Snapdragon Pro Series Challenge Finals podcast. So yesterday we had my first guest. We had Contra with us for 2 episodes in a row. Yeah, so that was a great time. And I promised that I would look at the chat. I would sift through it. I would bring out some questions. I broke that promise to Contra, but I'm gonna keep that promise right now for our 3rd installment. I see a lot of people asking why are we going more for AP carry in the Dragon lane compared to physical damage carry, like your Tristana, your Ashe, your Varus, your Misfortune. And I want to hear your thoughts on that.
Tough, kind of tough. But like when we see AP champions being picked in the Dragon lane, we're seeing a lot of like long range stuff. We're seeing a lot of stuff with a good AOE clear, right? So we're seeing a lot of Ziggs. We're seeing a lot of what was the other one again?
Lux Morgana.
Lux Morgana, right. And what they all have in common is they all have like AOEs, and they have good wave clear. For one thing, Lux can use her outs to clear waves from a distance if she needs to, but we're rarely going to see that happen. She also provides utility with her shield, especially if you have a sort of scrappy team composition. You have Ziggs who can clear towers. Towers not as easily as before, but he clears waves like no one else's business, and he can dish out a lot of damage. Because right now the issue with playing traditional ADCs is that there's a lot of like different. With the meta as it is right now, a lot of more scrappier champions. A lot of them like to get in on you, and if you're a traditional, what we say ADC, traditional like Dragon Lane champ, you kind of lack a lot of the ability to get away and still deal damage within like a close range.
Yeah, that's a first assessment.
Yeah.
We did have that live venue check-in, and you can see that RRQ are taking that chance to get their impromptu photo shoot going on. Just all smiles on their faces. That's the good thing about them. Even in the worst of situations, even when the series was incredibly close, you still see RRQ somehow, somehow having that expression that it's fine. They got this.
Yeah, but to be fair, RRQ has been kind of lacking in what we call like bad situations as of late.
Oh,
yeah.
Yeah.
If we're talking about other teams, maybe in despair, just like a lot of the faces in despair. RRQ is always smiles because they're always winning.
You're playing too good. It's hard to not smile when you're winning.
It's hard to be on top, as you wipe your face with the money that you've been earning. Like, oh man,
we should call this one suffering from success.
Suffering from success. Life is difficult. Oh man, look at all this prize money I've been winning. Oh man.
Now you have to understand that winning is actually a very tough, a very heavy responsibility.
Yeah. You gotta.
Okay, here's a philosophical question. Actually, just hypothetical. Would you rather take on the weight of having to win all the time, take on the weight of not winning and needing to win?
Wait, the second one is.
The second one is like you have not been winning, like you're just constantly losing, and you feel like you have to win. The first one is that you're winning so much, and you have to keep winning so you don't lose.
So the difference between expectation as the perpetual champion and the expectation of like being like the person who has never won anything and you need to win something.
Yeah,
to
like
prove
not
yourself.
being at the bottom, right? Not being at the very last.
Tough one. But I think honestly, like you gotta be the champion. Because benefits, it just comes with benefits. Like if you're the losing team, like when you do eventually win, the catharsis is there. You can say that you're one of those sports teams that had like 24 seasons worth of losses, and you finally got your first win, and everybody's like, yeah,
Right.
But like, unless you win again, that like moment of catharsis is going to be very short-lived. You lose the next one, and like, oh, they're back to their usual tricks. They're losing again. But if I was the champion, at least I could be like, I'm the champion,
I won 9 in a row, so all good.
I can walk into the bar and all like the very numerous esports ladies would be like, oh, that's the champion, that's the guy. He drinks Monster Energy on the regular. The sponsor's lining up my door. My mom is like, oh, look, it's our son, the champion. He's come down to eat breakfast. Honey, put up the seats for him.
So interesting fact is that I think some of the players' family actually they do watch the broadcast.
Yeah.
I'm not sure if they are at the venue with them, but I do know that they tune in to the broadcast as well. So it's just a very sweet thing.
Yeah. So you have to ask them, like, do they treat their children, the champions, the way that their champions are meant to be treated?
I know my
Did
parents.
they roll out the red carpet?
No. My parents would be like, you only won once?
Oh.
Once is not enough. You need to win twice.
That is true. I forgot to equate for the Asian.
Yeah, you have to win twice. What? You won twice? Well, guess what? You didn't win 3 times, so doesn't matter.
Yeah, it's just like one time. When I was your age, I was winning 3 tournaments every day. I'm just like, there wasn't any video games in your time. It was like, yeah, but I would have won them anyway.
But I would have won them anyway.
Yeah,
technology isn't advanced, but you know what? If we had that, we would have done it.
World chess champion, world checkers champion, you name it. He's the champion of something. Yeah.
We're still waiting for updates on what is happening with the pause. So we appreciate your patience with us. Again, right? If you just like it when people join in the podcast, we we just got an update. Just give it a bit more. We are getting the issue resolved so that the games can go on smoothly, especially when we already had such a great opening right between RRQ and Cerberus Esports. So you do not want to miss any moment. You do not want any hiccups to kind of spoil the mood, I would say.
Yeah, they don't want to get blue balled by the tech pauses cutting into our very rapturous moment of victory here for either team.
Yeah, it feels like it definitely does feel a bit I wouldn't say off, but you get that weird feeling. Like for example, you get first blood and suddenly the pause just comes out and you're like, oh my god.
I was so close.
I was so close.
Yeah.
Depending on which side of the aisle you're on though. If you're the one who gets the first blood, it feels like that moment of gratification, right? You're just like, ha!
Oh yeah.
But if you're one that went down, you're just like, I probably would have gotten out of that. You know,
I love First Bloods, man. I'm always on the prowl for First Bloods. First Bloods are like my favorite, dude.
So Codenfi has one of the highest First Blood rates in playoffs.
Oh.
He does.
We have something in common then, I guess.
Good to know. Honestly, I do not have that luxury. I do not have that luxury of First Blood because it happens in the first 30 seconds. Someone would run it down. So that was never me. I'm never there. So I don't get it.
Yeah. It always hurts the first time, but after you get First Blooded, you learn to enjoy it.
You do.
Yeah. But
if you get First Blooded or if you get First Blood.
you know, either way, I'm suppose it hurts for the guy who gets First Blooded, but
yes, it does. In most First Bloods,
there it is.
Yeah, just cheeky little temp.
So close.
So is the Mana Munis for EXO. It's one of the standards opening, right? Whether it's Imperial Mandate or Mana Moon, I still think that it is equally good.
Yeah.
You still get that damage, right? Just depends on what route EXO wants to go towards, but this item build still leads to your typical CDR for your Enchanted Crystal Arrow. You get immediate enchant for EXO as well. A Repulsor on Viper. So a lot of disruption from the side of RRQ. I think this really pan towards what you were saying early on about the counter engage from RRQ.
Yeah. Oh god. Already.
There it is.
That's the one.
That's less than a minute.
That's the problem.
100%. That's an easy kill for Hyde.
That is ridiculous. Okay.
Can you believe it? It's just, and this is based off of one item, and maybe the Spectral Sickle, right? It's less than a minute, and yeah, he's gonna get punished for that. You can't let that slide.
It's that is ridiculous. Like he already missed the first one, trying to anticipate like the hard push onto the turret to maybe take out the dragon turret from Cerberus. But like we barely saw it, and here again, already being used against Taku, and Taku just straight up getting hit by it, and he can't react to it at all.
I just want to say that if you look at EXO's ultimate cooldown right now, it's back up.
Yeah.
And he just went down, by the way. It came back off cooldown during his death timer.
I thought you said that the max possible cooldown was 24 seconds. Right?
Apparently I was wrong.
It doesn't even feel like 24 seconds.
It doesn't. Apparently I was wrong. Apparently it's already as low. Okay, so
my gosh.
Look at it. So the arrow just got fired. That's half. That's a quarter of the cooldown. That's half. So maybe it's around 25 seconds. I don't know. I'm not counting the exact figures, but you can see for yourself how fast it is.
It's already half. He doesn't even need to make many impactful ults. He can just keep shooting it out and potentially, like, get something. The back of it.
Melly just into the pit to check out a bit. They have that gold card knocking up Viper, trying to blow him out, forcing the barrier. That puts his body in front. EXO secures the dragon. Now Y1 tries to go in for the kill. Straight towards the backline he goes. Genza with the first. The second goes down. That will be Chaz. Meliodas gets a Mortal Steel knock-up. Hyde will also fall. Genza with a double. A killing spree for the Tristana, and CES wins a huge skirmish.
Yeah, we talked about the Cerberus and their teamfight potential. We already saw it in action here. Should have been RQ maybe a little bit deeper in, but like already had the Crystal Arrow was down, already used, and Galio was such a threat, so much pressure. More arrows being shot there, not necessarily being steered into the Galio, I guess, but like so close. And the fact that it's already a quarter back up, almost half up already, and the team fight isn't even over at the turret. It's a bit insane as to how fast these are coming out. And
especially when you're fighting long fights, right? You definitely do not expect 2 arrows within a minute.
Yeah, within 30 seconds, within 40 seconds.
Helios was able to take out Y1, so RRQ defends that mid tier 2, and they get a kill in return. So decent value. Genza is ramping up faster than we anticipated, though. I think that could be a point of pressure that CS can press on RRQ.
Yeah.
Definitely slightly worrying, right? Because you have Meliodas, who is 2-0, 2 core items completed. Taku working towards that RC.
Yeah.
Things are not going to get any easier. Gold card in the mid lane. The arrow has counter engaged, but look at that. Fate Seal, max range, clipped onto Viper. Not enough to take him out.
Yeah, that's what we talked about, though. Like, really easy engages coming out from Yone. And the fact that your jungler is the second highest gold differential in like the team, especially on a Yone, that's worrying. That means Cerberus knows exactly what they're doing. They know what members of the team they want to funnel their gold into. And like Riven isn't the priority here. It seems to be Yone. Seems to be Genza on Tristana. 5 kills. A lot of pressure going to be coming out, and he's only going to scale more from here. But you know, Exosun has a lot of arrows to potentially put that away. And but like I think their spacing is going to be important here. If they have someone in front at all times, then at least they can spread the rest of their team, you know, the stun and the slow from the Enchanted Crystal Arrow.
I think something that definitely concerns CS for the rest of the game is the fact that no one really wants to block the arrow except for Duckby. He's the only one that can afford to put his body in front, take an arrow in the face, and for the team. Because everyone else, maybe barring Genza when QSS is up, generally doesn't want to get caught.
Yeah, yeah.
There are a lot of point of attacks for RRQ, but so far, they've only found one, and that one was on Taku a couple minutes ago in that bottom lane. Seems like they're looking for Helios. At least they found him. Meliodas straight with the ultimate, misses. It does give some space over to CES.
Yeah, just going to be freely taking their blue, making sure that Helios doesn't get it for his to get that energy problem. But that arrow seems to be using a lot more for recon than actually hitting anything at this point in terms of the steering. So not sure what the end game is here. Maybe to scout it, use it as a scouting tool right now instead of actually using it to do any initiation. But that's going to be a tier 2 turret from Cerberus there at the Baron lane, and potentially a lot of pressure down to the mid one. So close to getting it, just 300 HP, but they can always come back and take it later, you know, just a little bit of shopping.
And overall, it's good news for CES. Minor goal lead, 3,000 to be exact. But that mid-tier one is still standing.
Oh yeah.
Incredibly healthy.
Yeah.
And that's why it's kind of giving CES the liberty to walk around and start getting these objectives, right? At least start securing some space.
Yeah, but you see the RRQ, like this is the RRQ standard right here. They always seem to manage to grab like objectives right under your noses. Like we didn't even notice the tier 2 tower go down for Cerberus' Baron lane, and here the skirmish already started. There's so much damage coming up from Cerberus while they're in the lead, so they thought they might try to cheese it out. But like there's so much scouting potential from RRQ. There's the Ash Falcon. There's like Enchanted Crystal Arrow. There's like so much to work with, so it's going to be difficult for them to sneak away objectives.
And Exo completed his Imperial Mandate, so you get that sustain, you get that utility in these fights. But that's only if Exo stays alive, and we saw how CES can get on top of him. They have so many ways to do so. And when that rapid fire cannon is completed, if the Exo gets called out, that is an instant death. He does not have any defensive mechanism, and his team will not be able to save him.
Yep. Really strong like skirmishes and assassins on Cerberus are pretty much fed where they need to be fed. So like it could be a bad day for Exosun if he gets caught. But here we go. Destiny's going to spot all of them getting into the mid lane, going for a potential gank. Duckby is trying to push up here, maybe get some minion pressure, but it's just going to be separating them instead of actually doing anything about it right about now.
That's a lot of value, right? You see where RQ are. It kind of defeats the whole purpose of RQ, even trying to get control of the brush in the first place. They did have that vision ward, but that's pretty much it. CES now knows exactly where they are. And they have these scouting tools to at least keep RQ at bay. And even if RQ gets control of the Dragon Pit, CES can threaten the Baron. I feel like there's no win-win situation for RQ at this point of time, but they will try.
Scouting tool, it's over 9,000, and here we go. Gonna be another fight here. They want to get it in.
Straight into a taunt on the 4 members. And look at that, we talked about Exo disappearing, and he does execute it in the blink of an eye, but Helios is going mad. 3 dead on the CES. And RRQ, they have the damage. Helios is the hero. 4 for them. Chaz getting a double for himself. And Exo is the only sacrifice. RRQ, immaculate team fight. And they don't even need the Baron. They are looking straight at that mid lane rush.
Oh boy, what like the counter engage in full force here. Just Exosun high priority target, but like gets taken out early and not gonna be able. It still doesn't matter to the rest of the team.
Hyde has the riposte, should be able to block the explosive charge, but can Genza defend this though? 12 seconds. There's not much time. Helios wants to execute. He's just keeping Genza at bay. RRQ bomb rushing the Nexus. And the opening game of this best of 5 goes over to Rex Regum Keon. What a turnaround at the Dragon Pit.
My gosh. It's only RRQ that would do something like sneaking a Baron turret all the way to tier 2 and immediately having the minions already pushing towards that side and ending it on what is like a failed dragon fight towards Cerberus side. This is such an RRQ moment. Hashtag RRQ things.
Hashtag Viva RRQ.
Viva RRQ,
Yeah,
yeah.
long live the Kings of Kings. RRQ is, like you put it perfectly, right? One of the teams that, or probably the only team that in these kind of moments turn it around. And that was a fight that I think CS were fully prepared to take, but a bit of an underestimation of what RRQ could offer in return. They took out EXO from the get-go, but Helios and Chaz, just absolute monsters, melting through the health bars of CES.
Yeah, Genza couldn't even stay for long. You know, Genza was in the fight for a very brief period before the fight kind of devolved because like wanted to follow up with what Duckby was doing, getting into the middle of them. That was a 4-man taunt, brilliant. But like the spacing was way too close considering they still had all their movement abilities, had a lot of their flashes up, a lot of like their ultimates, and then that's it. Like the rest of their team is gonna be destroying you.
You can see the disbelief on Cerberus's face. Right, absolute disbelief. I mean, I would be shocked as well. Like, I do not know what happened in that game, and of course,
yeah,
maybe seeing a bit of tension between the teammates already. I mean, that was a game where, if you tell me that RQ was in the lead, I would tell you no. CES, they had control of majority of the game. They were getting good trades. They had that mid-tier, tier 1 up the entire game. It was all about setting objectives, threatening RQ, forcing perhaps a desperate move. And Genza, probably the best game as his Tristana debut, but suddenly a coin flip at the Dragon and RQ won it.
Yeah.
CS just left wondering what the hell happened.
And we've seen this many times before with RRQ. It's not just the one time. It's the fact that they can, you give them an inch, they take a mile, and it's something that happens so frequently as to be like a problem when it comes to RRQ fights. And like the fact that most of the team was still alive, with the exception of Exosun, was like one of the key contributors to being a problem for that. Like, when did the turret go away? We didn't even notice it. When did the tier 2 turret get away? When were the minions pushed? And like, how on earth did he manage to turn it around from like what was a go deficient for RRQ when CS was pretty much supposed to be in the lead here? They had all the tools, they had all the right moves, but just not the right follow-up.
You would not believe that final moment if you are looking at this highlight reel. Just CS on a tear. There were moments where RRQ, they are getting value, the defense, but this was that last fight, and it was Helios on the flank, right? RRQ, as much as you thought that CS pulled the trigger, I think RRQ were completely prepared for this collapse.
Yeah, just look at the positioning there. Kali was pretty much like zoning out the Genza away from the rest of his team. You saw they pushed him up towards their side of the jungle. He had to jump away. They decided to ignore it because it was no longer a problem because the rest of the team was already went down. And immediately took that chance to like immediately push towards the Baron side of the pit. Exosun here, 1-5. That's not exactly the stat you expect to see on a winning team, but that's what you're seeing, and that's what the winning team got. Exosun didn't even do that much damage as like the ADC because he pretty much all of it was in utility. Helios did all the rest of the cleanup with the Chaz disrupting down the middle lane, and like it's like you have a Twisted Fate. It's not gonna be any use in the duel. 5,000 in terms of damage. Melodias and Y1 are you supposed to be your follow-ups together with Genza. They're supposed to be doing all of the disruption while your Genza is dealing so much damage in the backline. Wasn't happening. Helios just like, goodbye.
Yeah, that one fight that you kind of need Genza to be there, he was, like you said, completely zoned out by Helios. Just the preparation of RQ, right? The foresight that Cerberus would want to look for something. You look at the total kill score in this game is, I think, 17 in total, and it all came down to one coin flip, and it's not even a major objective, right? It was just Cerberus trying to kind of accelerate the lead that they seemingly already have. But you look at that fight and you would think to yourself, maybe they never had a lead in the first place.
Oh yeah, you're just thinking, it's like, wait a minute, this is the team with the gold deficit. But like, apparently it doesn't matter to Akali with the core items because like, the positioning was only ever slightly off. Like, we saw the Cerberus like positioning closer towards the Dragon because they wanted to fight it out from Shyvana. But like, the reality is that the way you're supposed to funnel it, if your team is positioned closer towards their side of the jungle, closer towards that wall, they could have pushed in towards the Dragon for more pressure, and you wouldn't have been separated the way you were when Duck B kind of went in for the push there and killed the rest of your team in this sort of slicey fashion.
Yeah, it's just the blind spots, right? And that kind of happened less than a minute after RRQ cleared out all that vision. So with that, concludes game number 1 in this upper bracket finals. RRQ strikes first blood against Cerberus Esports, but we still have a long and interesting day ahead of us. We will go for a short break and we will return later with game 2 of the series.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming and Monster Energy.
Kêu là một đội tuyển mạnh.
I think they are still good, but I'm sure we will win our fight if we fight against them because we'll make sure we'll take our revenge to them.
Cũng không quá khó.
At that time, we lost to CES because we have some problems. I don't need to say that, but we have problems that time. That's why we lost to CES. I think we're gonna win against them because we're really hot streak right now, and we won't let our guard down.
Tất nhiên có.
Don't let your guard down, Cerberus.
Because we're gonna smash you.
Best duo.
Let's do.
Các bạn còn nhớ con JC của Meliodas không? Hiểu câu hỏi không?
We're back with more Wild Rift actions at the Snapdragon Pro Series Wild Rift Challenge Finals. It's happening live right now in Thailand. But if you're watching this broadcast from the venue, then you're a goddamn champion. My name is Husky. Alongside Pondo, we are getting ready for game number 2. This upper bracket grand finals between RRQ and Cerberus Esports.
So if you weren't with us for the first game, just now watching RRQ versus Cerberus, Cerberus had a pretty convincing lead in terms of like gold. Not that convincing, sorry. Just a bit of a minor differential, but definitely still in the lead. When RQ managed to win a fight the Dragon before sweeping it completely to take advantage of the fact that the Tier 2 tower was down and winning the game by about like pretty early on, I would say like 10 to 15 minutes?
15 minutes.
15 minutes?
Sounds appropriate, right? We did see a Baron on the board, but let's take a look at Viper, the new addition in the Dragon lane for RRQ, at least after since Icon's Global Championship. Of course, the numbers, they don't really speak volumes about his contributions in that game. He was playing that Nasus, but overall, he is the key player from that game number 1, and he's the key player that we were looking at when we came into the series, right, we were comparing him with Genza. We were looking at the numbers. How are these two going to fare up individually? And it's safe to say that Genza has put up his numbers as well. He has shown a lot of moments of brilliance, but when it came down to those team fights, RRQ just had the better edge.
RQ, yeah, they kind of shift their focus. They shift which champions are supposed to be doing all that damage, and like Viper didn't have high DPM there, but like it was no slouch. The amount of like harassment he was doing, the amount of utility he was putting out using his slows, his Wither, it's like it was such a huge factor in being able to get reverse kills, to get like a lot of like the damage he needed in team fights, and to create space for his team to do what they do best.
This time CS still remains on that blue side as RRQ will stick to their own half of the map as well. CS getting another chance at that first pick. We've seen generic bans so far, right? It's the Jace, it's the Karma, it's the Renekton, CS. They were the one that banned the Renekton, and I believe the Zed as well, because that is one of those champions that RRQ will not hesitate to first pick. But is that Ashe a point of concern for CS?
Could be a ban coming up from CS for Ashe, or it could be their opportunity to pick up Ashe instead, you know, like first pick maybe. But yeah, could be definitely going to be seeing that ban, seeing the ridiculousness of the crazy amount of arrows coming out every couple of seconds. So going to be a ban away for CES, potentially opening up the avenue for RQ to choose a different line of thought when it comes to comps right now. But yeah, remains to be seen, because I know RQ likes to go with the more skirmishy comps, the more fighter-heavy ones. So I want to see what they're picking out, because RQ respects Militias a lot. The fact that they're banning out the Yone and the Gwen means that they've seen what Militias could potentially do, and they're going to be respecting it a little bit more, you know?
Yeah. Of course, CS, they will trade the Karma, they will trade the Renekton for the Karma. And then it's kind of a pick a poison moment, right? If that Karma is such an important pick for CS that it really feels like you cannot let it go in any situation. So RRQ gets first dip on that Renekton and the Ziggs. And with this Gwen and Yone pick, it really forces CS to kind of go back to that standard gameplay. No more Yone Gwen shenanigans. No more jungle new champions. Meliodas brings out the classic. That's the Lee Sin, and that was the champion that completely demolished BRU yesterday.
Yeah. So definitely going to be feeling the high from that particular win. Maybe I want to bring it back and feel that high again if they manage to pull this away from RRQ instead of RRQ getting it away from them. But yeah, going to be pulling away the scissors, running together with the samurai. So like won't be within that pick range. But like I said, RQ likes the skirmishy picks, and already seeing proofs of that with the Renekton and the Riven here for their picks. Vara's going to be banned out, so they don't have any long-range snipers to deal with the Ziggs in any particular lane.
The craziest part about this pick sequence for RRQ is that you still don't really know where the Renekton and Riven are going, simply because that RRQ has flexed these champions in 3 rows. Mid, jungle, top. So you're looking at RRQ's draft right now and you're like, is Chaz going to play the Renekton, Riven, or maybe none? Or maybe neither of them.
Yeah.
Right.
There's flexibility there. Like there's ways you can do it around. Yeah, gonna be the Kazakhs banned away from their side. They could be potentially going with something a little bit squishier, but provides a bit more AoE clear. But they're going to be banning away the Shyvana and the Kazakhs, so there's not as much disruption. And it looks on the RRQ side, they want to kind of prioritize the champs which can deal with their confirm distance, as well as provide like lockdown on their Ziggs, like, which is why Camille, I assume, is going to get banned away. But Camille is a highly contested ban anyway. Going to be the Galio to sort of supplant, what's the word? Not supplant, to supplement their strong skirmishing ability. And that's a really scary comp if I've ever seen one.
It is. And you still don't know if Chaz's champion has been locked in. The Galio doesn't reveal anything other than the fact that EXO gets his favorite champion in the support role.
Yeah.
So CS, now you have to kind of roll the dice a bit, I suppose, with the Gragas being one of the options. But
yeah, I can see the Gragas being used there to sort of like separate the very strong lockdown comp that they do have on the enemy team. Potentially going to Garen there to sort of like mix in with the Karma, give them some breathing room in the front lines there, so that they can't go in too deep into the back lines. So yeah, Garen to sort of like supplement the Gragas, and Gragas will be able to like throw in his explosive cast as needed to keep them separated. But it looks like if they pick the Kassadin, then a lot of that strategy is going to go up in smoke, because Kassadin is the type who can just walk in.
Lock in the Irelia. You know you want it. Irelia. This is probably a Chaz Irelia. And if you don't know, Chaz, one of the most renowned, one of the most respected Irelia jungle in the Philippines, in the region, in fact. And I wonder if this would be the Irelia jungle, because he has pulled it out numerous times on the local and the regional level. If I remember correctly, it's 100% win rate. He has not probably lost a single game with the Irelia jungle.
Okay.
But CS are in for a rough ride this time.
Have we seen the Irelia though, like in towards a higher level of play? Because I don't think I've seen RRQ play a lot of Irelia.
So not in SPS for sure. I think this is the first Irelia pick for them. But overall, they have had a good track record with this pick.
Okay.
Kind of feels forgotten at one point, I think.
Kind of nostalgic, actually.
I mean, it's such a mechanically intensive champion, right? So
yeah,
if there's anyone to pull it off, it's RRQ Chaz.
And versus a Garen, Fiora, and a Lee Sin, the Irelia ulti is gonna be so ridiculously annoying for them to deal with. Like, just by draft alone, it looks like RRQ could be ahead here, because they have a lot of answers to a lot of Cerberus's like team comp and play styles right now, with the way that their comp is kind of made up of. So let's see what Cerberus has in store for RRQ, because RRQ seems to have the stronger draft right about now.
I have to agree with that. I think if you are CS right now, you brought up a good point, right? You look at CS's draft and you look at Irelia and you're just like, how are we going to deal with this?
Yeah.
Irelia by default destroys Shu, so it nullifies Genza, shreds tanks, so Garen is not a factor. Doesn't really care if she gets bursted because she has the Defiant Dance. How are you going to deal with this Irelia? Now, that is my question going into game number 2. If you're in CS's shoes right now, if you're playing a ranked game, if you have the CS draft, and you look at the Irelia last pick, what is the plan?
Honestly,
you can't just say roll over and die.
Well, I was tempted to say that, okay?
But that is not an option, right?
It's not an option. But it's like the fact that the ulti is already going to be restricting a lot of your movement, and a lot of Cerberus' champions are going to rely on good old-fashioned run up and hit you. Like, it's Lee Sin. If he dashes, he can't dash or reposition without necessarily knocking into the ulti. And Garen can't just run willy-nilly because of the ulti as well. It's going to be a huge pain in the butt. And saying roll over and die is not necessarily going to be too big of a stretch, IMO. But I do think Cerberus is not going to be losing too hard if they know about this weakness, so they're not potentially going all in, knowing that Irelia's abilities are all up. So I do think they have, they have the better mindset, so it shouldn't be that big of too big of an issue. But I do think that they might suffer in the late game team fights or any big team fights towards objectives later on.
We've seen this matchup numerous times yesterday in that mid-low lane. Riven versus Garen. Oh, it feels like the new El Clasico of the mid lane. Times have definitely changed.
Times have changed.
I mean, you do not see this back then.
Yeah. Whatever happened to my good old-fashioned like ADC in the bot lane, in the dragon lane, together with your top stays in top lane.
What happened to my Jarvan jungle, right?
Your Jarvan jungle. Lee Sin's back in the jungle, so we're not complaining that much.
He's always there. I feel like Lee Sin is one of those... if you realize, even when we look at League PC, Lee Sin is one of those champions that just never leaves the jungle.
Yeah.
He is always there.
It withstands the test of time.
He really does. He really does. Maybe that is the advantage of being a monk, right? You literally achieve...
Wait, what?
You literally achieve nirvana, right? Listen to me. You achieve nirvana, so you withstand the test of time. You withstand any changes that the world throws at you. I think Tranquility.
Tranquility.
Tranquility. That's the term. That's the word for it.
You are beyond the
You're
hubbub,
transcendent.
politics and the drama in real life.
Yeah, if
you're just gonna play your Nirvana game.
You are above everything.
Ah.
You're above everything. Nothing phases you.
Well, it's nice to see that some old school, champs have stuck around. I do think Cerberus likes to shut down Hyde quite a lot. Hyde hasn't had a lot of time to breathe in these 2 games right about now.
Good thing is that he is used to absorbing these kind of pressure, but he also is getting the appropriate help that he needs. Exo willing to put his body in front, gets kicked backwards into a flash, and Dugby actually was able to survive with literal fell. First blood for the Gragas.
That was a really good Dragon's Rage to push him out of range from potentially getting taunted on the turret and getting a lot of tower aggro. So that was really good. Props to Meliodas for that Dragon's Rage right about then. And with that, they walk away with a singular kill, more turret plates, and a lot of pressure towards the top lane. So yeah, props to Cerberus for the play.
Just good juggling of the tower aggro as well. I mean, Dugby playing it to the absolute limit. For a while, I honestly thought that maybe RRQ can get away with it, right? Sure, you had to burn a flash, but there's a lot of attention drawn from CES, but CES still walked away with something. I guess the silver lining in all of this situation, if you want to be that optimist, is that Dugby was the one who got the kill. It's not Meliodas, it's not Y1. The value doesn't really get inflated in their solo lanes.
Yeah.
So if you are RRQ, you are not as saddened by the fact that you gave away that extra goal. You're still getting benefits somewhere else.
Yeah. Though Dugby getting fed is also potentially a good part of the plan. Explosive cast doing a lot of damage will help their backline later on if it gets too scrappy or they need a bit more peels. So not completely like a win for RRQ. I still think a fed Dugby would be a pain in the behind for them. But gonna be 1 minute till objective spawn, so a lot more minion pressure gonna be pushed out from either side. Looks like they want to kind of rush things at the Dragon side, push it up towards the turret, and get some of their minions gone. Or they try to get that pressure up, and it looks like a lot more roaming is gonna be had towards the Baron side, and RRQ's Hides is not gonna have room to breathe just yet.
I do like kind of the displacement abilities of ZS, right? A lot of abilities to knock you away or into their team. Maybe that's one of the ways to kind of deal with those force engage from EXO or from Chaz. If they want to dive into you, you have tools to handle that. Objective spawning in 10 seconds, EXO getting rooted down, Vanguard's edge immediately thrown out by Chaz. Straight into the middle with EXO, heroic entrance, completely missed it. The Transcendence Embrace, vacuum 3 of them in, and CS disengages the fight, and that is the cast, the displacement that we talked about.
Yeah, that's some good Dragon's Rage, keeping things like far out, making sure that they're not too deep in, and the explosive cast to keep things.
That's 3-man taunt into a knockup, but the damage is not enough because Taco was able to find a kill for himself. Helios still alive, healing up with Conqueror a bit, but gets silenced by Taco. A double for the Garen. 2 for 2 trades so far. It kind of feels like the winner is RRQ. They still have Chaz alive. Getting burned down, Sonic Wave into Resonating Strike. The Defiance Dance holding him alive, but Taco is spinning the win. Flashes to safety, High and Viper, they both work together for the kill. But can Genza get something in return? Tapping with the spells. EXO late on the Justice Punch, misses the Winds of War. Still gets the taunt off, but has no damage to finish off Genza. CS looking for a turnaround. Meliodas is ready to return to the Dragon Pit.
Looks like Exorcism wanted to put the Winds of War a little bit farther behind Genza to try and stop his escape and prevent him from walking into it, but I think pushed it a bit too far, ran out before he could even get it onto Genza. Not much could be done.
Another kick, Chaz looking for the steal, and of course Chaz steals it. Why would you challenge him for an objective? He never misses. CS need to at least get some return. They only get EXO though. The cast splits the battle line of RRQ, allowing CS to get away, but man, RRQ again, just the thief in the night.
RRQ pretty much saying that, oh man, just I will say that Taku with his spins, his Beyblading it's terrifying. That has been doing so much, especially in the face of such scrappy comp from RRQ. So RRQ can't go full commit because there's a spinning Garen in between a lot of them. But they are going to be getting Dragon in return for the amount of trouble they've been putting out. And it looks like they haven't used the Rift Herald yet, and that plate's going to be going down for 7 minutes already. So that's going to be quite unfortunate for RRQ. They going to be missing out that golden, but I guess they realize that they don't have enough pressure or like any turrets down deep enough for them to be able to use the Rift Herald to take it out. Because like using it to get the turret plates is only going to be half as good as actually taking it down to give yourself a bit more space to roam around.
Taco having a good time. I mean, Genza as well, right? It's 2-0 on the Karma.
He's certainly having a better time than he should be because he should be suffering right about now. But
yeah,
not gonna deny him like the fun he's been having right about now.
Yeah. I mean, one of the cool things is that if you're on the edge of judgment, you just get hit by crit for every single instance. So that's it's something that gets overlooked very easily, right? And sometimes you look at Garen and you think to yourself, how are they winning lanes? How are they destroying creep wave minion wave so fast? Well, your answer is right there. Just hit them on the edge. It's a spinning decimate without the bleed.
Without the bleed, yeah. And like I like what RQ is doing here. They're just kind of like holding on to the Rift Herald since the time limit passed anyway. Kind of waited till a lot of Cerberus was moving towards the dragon side, the mid side, potentially going for a siege onto the dragon side, and put down the Rift Herald to draw away some of that pressure. So some of them were moving upwards just in case it's going to be a hard push to tier 2. RQ saw it coming. They backed away to make them waste a lot of their resources and potentially not get anything in return. That's just a very RQ thing to do.
Chaz and Hyde made an attempt onto Y1 but doesn't get it. CES gets to keep that solo lane presence. I feel like they will continue to draw attention from RRQ. Eventually, Hyde is probably going to get put at risk. You see Meliodas. He is around there. And RRQ, they're paying that area. Something is up. They do not see the Lee Sin. They do not see the Gragas. So there is the potential of threat just to take them to top tier 1. RRQ want to preserve the structure as best they can.
I think they wanted to draw away a lot of that pressure, potentially get them into either a turret dive or kind of reconvene to try and catch someone out in the jungle during the rotation. Potentially get attention away from Dragon Pit so Taku can sort of take down the turret with impunity, but RQ's already kind of whizzed into their methods, already know what's going to happen.
In top lane, the patience for RRQ paid off. Y1 punished for just staying in the lane.
Yeah, and that's the difference. That's the difference between being one step ahead and reacting to what's happening on the map. Because RQ, during their push, waited to see what was happening and then used the opportunity afforded them by the Rift Herald to get the turret. And then you see the siege coming up from Cerberus. They had the right plan in mind, they had the right positioning, but RQ was the one that was a step ahead because they knew that Cerberus would want to keep the pressure up in top so they could do the same thing that RQ did to them. So they kept 2 people in the brush waiting patiently for Y1. And that's it. He's gone.
And that was an attempt that didn't go well the first time, right? Y1 actually got away, but RQ still able to eventually pull through with it. And actually he has the flash. And CS recognizes that this is not a fight that they can take, not without the Fiora around. They can try to poke and prod at the Rift Herald pit, but the eventual result would be RRQ securing that objective.
Most likely going to be seeing a hard push towards the mid side. I don't think it's going to be happening just yet, but might be rotating down towards Dragon Lane, but the Dragon Rage is going to keep him away. Ziggs out to Super Mega Inferno Bomb to try and keep things off, but...
What a cast, and Viper accidental satchels over the wall into his death. Genza gladly claims that, and RRQ losing that Ziggs means that it is not going to be easy to defend this turret. Chaz flashes with the ultimate instantly blown up, doesn't even get to mitigate any damage. And RRQ, they know that this fight is done. EXO needs to protect his team. Good taunt, 5-man knockout from Helios, but where's the damage from RRQ? It is not present in that fight. And CES just brick walling this push, and they take down that mid tier 1.
Feels so bad for Viper. He managed to get away, managed to flash over, and then immediately seeing you riding on the wall. Duckme immediately explosives casts him back towards that little corner in the blue sentinel side, and it's just like, nope, you ain't getting away. The rest of the team kind of collapses on him and immediately makes their turn towards the mid-side turret, where the rest of RQ was kind of on rotation to try and save Viper, but gets caught up in the aftermath of what was left of Viper's you know, corpse.
Yeah. I mean, that was Chaz also willingly starting the fight, right? Flash into Vanguard's edge. Sadly, Cerberus was able to kind of deal with it swiftly without losing a single member. And I don't think this Drift Rider will get the charge in any way. A kick, a silence, an execute. The Demacian Justice is enough. Chaz absolutely punished by CES's draft.
My gosh, we talked about how it's going to be difficult for Lee Sin to maneuver around the Aurelia out, but it's them who's been doing the engagement, starting off the engagement. So Aurelia's like big strengths don't even get to come into play here for the rest of their team. So it seems like I haven't been in the wrong here with the analysis in terms of how Cerberus was able to deal with it. So I guess I have to eat my words for a lot of this early game, but RQ could still prove me right just yet in the later half of the team fights.
I guess the fair point to make is that you can't expect Chaz to always be the one to start a fight, right? With the Garen around, it is incredibly hard.
Yeah.
But not just the Garen, the fact that you have two ultimates and knock you out of position is a big threat itself.
Yeah. I mean, if we were talking about two teams meeting up to do a team fight, pretty much straight up, like with nothing in between, no particular terrain, like an ARAM maybe, then like by right, it should be RRQ with the engagements that would win them team fights. But the Cerberus has been playing a lot smarter. They've been initiating the team fights in ways that they would win. And like I said about the Doug B explosive cast being really good for disengagements, he's been doing absolutely splendidly with a lot of the separation and catching out people who shouldn't be there.
And Chaz will try again, this time with the help of Hyde and Exo from a mile away. They want to punish Taku for the earlier kill, and they will find it. Viper grabbing his 4th in the game.
Going to be Taku gets Hyde really low, so props to Taku, but rightfully seeing that there's no way he could have helped Taku in that occasion with the big stack coming up, so decides to give it up and give up pressure on the tier 2 Baron turret as well. Not something I would like recommend considering what happened in the last game, but I guess it is Cerberus' strategy to give or take.
But in the last game, they did get the bot tier 2 on RQ side. In this case, that is not really what happened.
Not sure about the redemption because of the changes. Can it still interrupt recalls? I thought it doesn't do damage anymore.
No, it doesn't.
Ah.
It only heals.
So
can't really cancel the recall from Chaz, but they should be able to get Hyde.
Guess it just should be for, vision. Should be for vision. To see if the recall gets cut off and whether or not they can chase onto Hyde. Hyde who gets mercilessly destroyed. But the minions are not pushed up. All the pressure was kind of pushed into their turret, so they won't be able to get this tier 1 turret away from RQ at this time.
It's going to take them a lot more. RQ will not defend this. But I think it's a affordable trade if you are RQ.
Is it affordable trade like a budget airline?
It is. It's a good deal.
It's a good deal.
It's a good deal.
Yeah, it's the best of deals.
Yes.
I don't know what the saying was. I think it was
we take those.
We take those.
Grand entrance, grand challenge. Heroic entrance is there. Of course, a follow-up immediately from Meliodas who goes golden. RQ instantly on the run. The redemption again. Just does top out the members of CES, but they couldn't really follow up and chase down the members of RQ. Yeah. And I say Helios living on a prayer, right? Having to blow his sums and get out of that.
Helios living on a prayer. Meliodas just full on glass cannon. You could see him almost getting chunked down by a super mega inferno bomb, just like one. And like it's been, I can see what it rightfully RQ has been terrified of Meliodas though. Have you seen the amount of the plays coming out from him as Lee Sin? With the kicks, with the repositioning, and like with the targeted harassment of particular members of RQ, it's terrifying what he's been up to and how much jumping he's been doing around the map. So props to Meliodas. Absolutely phenomenal gameplay right about now, but they will need to translate it because the pressure is not there. They don't have... They are losing pressure from Dragon Lane. They don't have pressure for the Baron lane. RQ's been doing all of that already for them. And they want to catch someone on rotation, so they want to make a play or potentially get something going because like RQ could get them on a slow burn and get them into a bad position with their team fighting, and that's not where Cerberus wants to be.
And you see Serpent Fang from Meliodas as well, so just a heap of damage from this Lee Sin. I would guess that the next item that Meliodas goes for is that GA. It's time to go for that transition where you want to be able to have a second chance and at least be that that launching pad, right? You start a fight, if you go down, you come back. Baron has been up for 4 minutes. Cerberus nor RQ have been actively contesting this. Maybe the third dragon would change that.
Maybe third dragon might change that, yep.
Yep.
It's a lot more stats for the Cerberus side, and they're also up in gold, so they could potentially get a good team fight off of this. But like I said, the team fight potential is actually way higher in RQ's favor if they did a straight-on team fight for both sides. So even the dragon stats might not guarantee Cerberus manages to stay out on top here.
Last time the dragon fight happened, RQ convincingly won the game off of that one coin flip, right? So CS have to keep that in the back of their minds. Just do not, there's no need to make anything rash. If Y1 gets this kill, then it would be splendid, but he was hugging the wall, so you can't proc the grand challenge. No healing for Y1.
It was just one more proc before he could get it off, and they get the healing and potentially get the turn turret, but that's already all down the drain.
And they've already lost Genza. An attempt to engage on the RQ at the Dragon Pit costed them to lose their karma. This dragon might go over to RQ. They did get a solo kill onto Hyde in the Baron lane, but Helios is keeping the members of CS at bay. Meliodas steals the dragon! What a champ!
Oh, he gets it. Oh, that changes things. I was just gonna say the RQ was really good at keeping objectives at bay and getting it, but like
outdone the master himself. Completely.
Is that a repulsor on Y1? It's a repulsor.
It's a repulsor. Yeah, it is.
He kept Riven away from him. Riven couldn't get the stun and the dash on him. That's, oh man, yeah, that's good. I like repulsor. I love seeing it play. So this is very, very nice for me.
Meliodas finally completing that GA. It did all that without the GA just now. I don't know how he got in, but RQ feeling a bit distracted with the skirmishes. Meliodas kind of giving CES the extra lifeline, just extending by a bit. This is by no means a CES game, but it certainly feels like it, at least for a while. The CES pulling off these individual plays.
Yeah, we already know better not to say that as a definite game win for any one team when it comes to RQ, because RQ always gives us the runaround on the fact that like they can be so behind but yet still pull things from under the rug. So we're gonna refrain on that judgment. We've got the PTSD as well, so we're not necessarily gonna say that. But it looks like Y1 is getting super far up ahead. He's been getting some nice solo kills onto Hyde, and Hyde has been struggling to keep things going by himself. Potentially want to be going for a Grand Champion gank and entrance onto Y1. So gonna keep Galio on the mid lane. Not necessarily gonna be pressuring around for Dragon just yet, but they can make the moves down there towards they want to. I think they anticipate that, gonna be keeping Y1 there because they know that they have to move down towards Dragons, so grand entrance won't be on the table if a gank ever happened at top. And there you go.
Collapse in Vanguard's edge, only hitting onto one. A kick into a Transcendence Embrace. And look at the layering of skill, CES. Forcing a disengage from RQ, and I don't think they can do this dragon. And look at the top lane, Y1. He's gonna try and solo kill High under the turret. The repulse goes wide. Actually, Helios was the one who gets the kill. So a solo kill for Helios instead of Hyde, who was with the team. CES not able to really complete the mission.
Y1 trying to get behind Helios on the Riven there to try and avoid the last proc of his ultimate, but on the Broken Blade, but it wasn't. He was just slightly off kilter there, got hit by the LT and lost that fight.
Can they do
now,
this?
A lot of pressure could have gone.
Meliodas goes right in, instantly blows up High. He did not stand a chance. Exo, the second to go down. And Meliodas, the Demon King of CES, about to pull off a miracle again. Sonic Wave goes wide. A good ultimate from Viper, chunking the members of CES down. But Meliodas, he still has a second life. Counter from the GA, goes golden. Taku once more. The fortified bulwark of CES. Chaz finds Meliodas, dashes with the Blaze Surge, but it's not enough. CES gains control of the Elder Drake. Viper has no mana, and CES have locked in this objective.
That could potentially be the end of it. A high Elder Dragon is the one thing that I always say is going to be a game ender for most teams. Is it going to be enough for CES though to make something out of this? That's going to be kill down onto Viper, and now that's a full ace. And yeah, they're pretty much barreling down. The timers are counting down, but I don't think RQ is going to be able to defend this with the Elder Dragon proc up.
Hyde and EXO, the last two bastion of the team. 4 versus 2. They have the help of the Nexus turret. Maybe they can buy some time, but all the spells from CES completely annihilates the health bars of the RQ members, and CES draws this series to a tie.
Being pulled around like the spaghetti on my meatball lunch yesterday, just kicking someone back into a Karma Mantra out. And, you know, just they're getting sent flying all over the map. Like, I didn't think the positioning would be so affected by Explosive Cast, plus a Karma, plus a Lee Sin Dragon's Rage, plus just a lot of factors coming in together for Cerberus to convincingly take that game versus RRQ.
Just a ragdoll effect, right? I mean,
Ragdoll.
CS is just tossing them around like a salad.
Like a salad, yeah,
just-
tossing a salad. Oh.
And of course, RRQ came into this definitely prepared, and that Irelia pick was kind of like the Chaz special at one time.
The Chaz special
But
was
did
a
lose a-
really
yeah,
nice
and-
salad, yeah.
Yeah, and lost on the main stage. So this is, I think RRQ didn't see this coming, right? And it's not really on RRQ itself, because I you know, credits to CES, they did the early game well. The draft, despite despite it feeling like that Chaz is gonna tear through everyone, we didn't really take into account how CES have the tools to stop that from happening, and all this displacement, it is so annoying. It feels like you're a baby running towards someone and they just have a longer arm, so they push you away and you come running back and they push you away again. That's how it felt like for RRQ. The first engage, kicked away. Second engage, knocked away by the Explosive Cast. The third engage, you get vacuumed back by Transcendence Embrace, and you're just like, what am I doing here?
I underestimated how big of a factor Taco would be in keeping a lot of the skirmishy champions from getting too comfortable with what they do best. And I also underestimated the fact that Milidas is an insane Lee Sin and should be getting all the awards, because look at the Dragon Rages and the Explosive Cast. The Explosive Cast to keep Viper away. Oh, and like you said, he gets the charge on, gets sent flying back into their arms. That was so unfortunate for Viper. And there's just so many ways that this should not have gone wrong for RQ with the way that they drafted, but like it goes to show you that team comps don't always win when it comes to pure skill and positioning and like getting your team into a favorable position.
And it's so hard for RRQ to follow up these fights, right? We saw Chaz, he uses his ultimate, goes straight to the back line, but RRQ couldn't join the fight. I mean, CS just kept them at bay. So many spells on low cooldowns at this point of the game, 20 minutes in. And when Chaz was the only one alive, it is so hard to move around. Even without the cast and the kick and the Karma out, there's still the tether to keep you locked down. There's still the body slam. You get crowd control to death. CES tying things up, giving us a very deserving upper bracket finals.
This is good. This is what we wanted to see. This is the skirmishes we wanted to see. We didn't want to see it be a completely one-sided turnout. So yeah, this is great to see. And like, this is a huge like case study of why you would go for the AP carry at Dragon Lane instead of going for the ADC anymore, because like that's the thing about having a support or maybe an AP heavy like sort of champion with a ridiculously like impactful ultis. Who would you prefer? Would you rather have a Caitlyn using her ulti to potentially get one kill off of the rest of the team and getting it blocked very easily? Or would you prefer to have a Karma who can stay at a really good distance away, still lobbing in mantra like skills, and also putting in the ulti where it's needed? It's like it's a no-brainer at
Yeah,
that
it's
point.
definitely the Karma, right? And, you know, CS giving RQ a run for their money, it would be a shame if this ends 3-0 either way. So I'd say that what we've established early on CS being more than ever ready for the series, it is paying off a bit. You know, they're giving RQ a bit of that sweat on the forehead. But this is still pretty early into the series. I mean, we still have a potential 3 more games to go if we go the distance.
Yeah, potentially going to be seeing a lot more out of Cerberus and RQ. Going to be seeing a lot more skirmishes, a lot more like draft mind games, and you know, potentially some crazy stuff coming out of Melidas, some crazy stuff coming out of like Hyde. It's a lot to take in, basically.
Yeah, and Cerberus supporters, Cerberus fans, especially those on ground, must be delighted to see this result. And of course, this series is by no means a kind of the determining factor of, you know, who is the better team, because there is the lower bracket run later on for the losers. But again, it could be one of the longest days that these players ever have to go to, right? If they drop right now and you go back to the grand finals, it's a potential 17 games in total, if you think about it. All of this, though, no matter how many games, it would not have been a reality without our friends over at Snapdragon Elite Gaming when winning matters. We're down to the top 3, and these top 3 get the luxury of being on stage in Thailand. Again, made possible by our partners over there. But we also gotta thank Monster Energy for allowing everyone to unleash the beast behind the scene, whether it's on the desk, whether it's players. So check them out at www.monsterenergy.com/gaming. And if you want the best deals when it comes to gaming, you want the great deals for game top-ups, look no further than www.kachishop.com for all your gaming needs. We're going to take a short breather, but we will come back for game number 3 for this upper bracket final series between RRQ and Cerberus Esports.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming and Monster Energy.
It's an even series right now between Cerberus Esports and RRQ in the upper bracket finals. The Snapdragon Pro Series Wild Rift Challenge finals. My name is Husky alongside Pondo to bring you guys an ecstatic game number 3. It's going to break this tie between these two juggernauts.
Yeah, we saw a really good first game from RRQ. Really decisive victory in what was pretty much an early point in the match with a very clean cut down towards like Baron lane to get the secure kill after winning a fight at the Dragon Pit. So we're going to be looking at the key highlights and some of the key stats here to see just what we saw, what was like cooking in that last game. So Taku here with a very convincing 6-2-8. a 73% kill participation. Kill participation with 1,000 damage per minute on the Garen. So I would say that he was super effective here. The go per minute almost hit beyond 800, which is what we call the upper ranges of the go per minute that you can reach in a Pro Series. And Taku was absolutely instrumental in being a huge thorn in the side of RRQ during the team fights, especially with how scrappy RRQ needed to be. But Taku was not allowing that to happen. He was just spinning, keeping their health down, and that would pretty much like sealed the deal for Cerberus to win the second game in a very convincing manner against RRQ.
And I think one thing that is worth pointing out going into Game 3 is that the first 2 games, even in the one that RRQ won, Cerberus Esports actually had the lead, right, leading up to that point. And it does beg a question. Is this going to be the case for the rest of the series? Is Cerberus, is RRQ going to be the one playing from behind the entire time? And looking for that potential coin flip moment, like how is it going to be like?
Well, yeah, that is a good question. And like to be quite honest, like you could always be ahead in terms of gold, you could always be ahead in terms of team fights, towers, and everything. But like it takes real skill to know when you have the resources and keeping enough resources to still be effective in team fights like RRQ does, and still finding opportunities to make use of the best tools you have in order to like best execute your strategies, which is what RRQ does. So they were behind slightly in the first game, but like the goal differential was not enough to overcome the way that their team comp worked, and like how strong they are in close range with the Akali, and like Helios on the Akali just assassinating Genza, keeping them off where they need to be, and not allowing them to use their gold to their full potential. What's the point of gold if you can't damage the team enough in order to win the team fight? That's where RRQ excels. The thing is, even when they're behind, they're never behind.
Yeah.
We never ever see them like a 10k differential, 20k differential, and that's the key. When you're that close, it's still pretty much a coin toss. You can still win a team fight. You still win a team fight if you wanted to. You can still lose the team fight if you wanted to. It kind of boils down to your team composition and the opportunities that you took, right? So like, yeah, that's what RRQ specializes in.
See how RRQ is gonna deal with this Game 3. I think that the Game 1 loss definitely came as a shock for CES, but you know the swift gain of composure for CES going into Game number 2 was definitely put on full display. You can kind of feel the tension. You can even see it on your screens by the end of Game 1, but very fast recovery. I mean, Genza definitely had a lot to say, especially when he was so far in the lead. But that aside, I think CES made a great recovery in Game 2. They kind of switched up the draft a little bit, fall back to the more traditional Karma, just play a simpler draft and allow the individual players to shine. I think Meliodas, again, just got the room to display his mechanics. And that is how Cerberus Esports have been winning games, even in the group stage, with just Meliodas making big plays and taking initiatives for the team.
Yeah, you can see how terrified they are of Meliodas as well. Like we saw those last few bans, Yone and Gwen, and like junglers. Like we always see like the first, maybe the first 3, the first 2 are going to be the default bans. You know, the Jace, and then maybe the Senna, like the usuals. But like it's telling just how much they respect Cerberus' Meliodas, because a lot of the time you see the last 2 bans seem to be relegated to jungle. So they just know how impactful Meliodas and how scary it can be in team fights. And I think it was on full display here when we saw him on the Lee Sin and just the amount of havoc he was wreaking.
Because RQ not really shaken yet, unshakable. Not even phased.
Yeah.
It's another game.
Damn.
And they've been in this situation many times, right? Like lower bracket runs and full series. It's a very RRQ thing. They are no strangers to having to play that long game.
Yeah, I think this is the equivalent of that meme. It's just like, for you, this was the most like high intensity match of your life. But for me, it was another Tuesday.
Yes.
Yeah, that's
we are not the same.
We are not the same. That's the RRQ mentality. The way they kind of smile, they sit back drinking, sipping their tea. It's just like they have the aura of a relaxed team.
Yeah, it's just we have fun, right? We have fun with the game.
We have fun with
just to take it one at a time. The experience definitely comes into play, you know, internationally. Just being great players overall, and some of them, you look back at the history, like, scooped from the public ladder, you know, maybe a year ago or more than a year ago, and here they are. But of course, you want to talk about the two biggest veterans is definitely EXO and Kaigu. More than a decade of experience. They've been on that world stage back in the PC era, and they were able to do it together again.
Yeah.
This year.
If anything, those two, like, this is something to do for breakfast. They could probably hash out like a world tournament for breakfast and still, you know, go to school, do college and whatever, and still be completely unfazed. That's just how much experience they have and just how much international like pressure they're used to. But like, you know, it's still interesting to see these teams come out of the woodwork because we see a lot of new teams, right? We see a lot of new faces, new players, and it's really cool to see them make their mark. And like, a lot of them do kind of succumb to the pressure a little bit, but it's always nice to see the fresh faces and then have them get used to it and become like the new face of competitive Wild Rift. It's always really good to see.
I think one thing that really separates RRQ from a lot of teams that we have seen is the fact that they are just incredibly fearless. We've seen so many moments where RRQ, they just go at you with the draft. It's very confident drafting as well. On top of the versatility of these players, they are willing to give, you know, their star players their most comfortable champions. You know, you give Helios his Zed or his Akali. We even see him pull out Diana in the Open Finals against NGX, and that was Game 7. That was a deciding game of who ends up being the first seed into the group stage, and RQ comes out and does something like that. And that really is telling of RQ as a team and how the players are as individuals. And RQ this time find themselves on that blue side. First pick for them, CS on red.
RQ is the epitome of like, you know, give me my favorite champion and I would destroy you, meta or not, which is really nice to see. And the fact that Zed is now a very commonplace ban against RQ just goes to show how much of a terror that the right person can be on that particular champion. And that's always going to be a testament to how good you are. And like, that's high praise to say about anything, anyone, including RRQ. Going to be the Gwen ban out here in the Karma, so knows that respecting the amount of chaos that Karma was causing. Obviously, disgusting damage coming up for Cerberus, so I'm completely unsurprised here at this point.
We have not seen RRQ play yesterday, so there is that looming question mark whether they have played that Gwen or Yone before. I think the default answer would most likely be yes. I feel like they would have that in their arsenal, but of course for CS, you don't want to risk it because I think for RQ, it's another flex pick, right? Any pick that can go into more than one row is a flex pick for RQ.
Well, to be fair, I don't think RQ is the type of team that really is too hung up on like, you don't necessarily see them need to play it, and as soon as I say it, they pick Yone. So
I think
they're laughing at me right now.
I mean, if it's there, then they take it.
Yeah.
But it's not a situation where it's like, we have to take it no matter what.
Yeah.
Like we'll take it if it's there, but if it's not there, then fine. We have plenty of other options.
Yeah.
But this sets CS up for this Ashe pick. So, and it has been a thing. I think yesterday Ashe was brought up, and afterwards it was almost perma-ban every single game. And it's definitely great to see it on CES's side. And this was a pick that CES fell to in Game 1, banned in Game 2, and now has the liberty of picking up in Game 3. They even follow it up with a Fiora. So it isn't really completely telling of where these two champions would go, but RQ gets a lot of power picks because of this.
Is this going to be just like a mirror of what happened in Game 1? Is the Galio going to be picked up by Cerberus now? Are we going to just be seeing a complete repeat, but in the mirrored side of the map? Would be
Definitely
interesting to see
like
that.
Yeah.
Be interesting.
I mean, RQ still has the Riven. You can look for the Ziggs as well. That's what they played in the previous game. And this puts CS in a bit of a weird spot. Do you want to ban the Galio? I feel like if you are looking at the Galio, you would take it, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, you would take it either at this juncture or in the second phase.
You either ban it, you take the Nasus, or you give Milidias something which terrifies your enemy, the Lee Sin. So
the Galio is definitely a big contested pick, but we've seen CES go on the Gragas before. This could still be a Genza Ashe at the end of the day.
Ashe, yeah.
Yeah, it can still be a Genza Ashe. So I think we're looking at kind of the Gragas, Galio. I feel like CES are not too bothered. In fact, now they get to challenge the jungle pool of RRQ. And they're like, you know what, we're going to ban 2 of the strongest early to mid-game junglers. I dare you to put Chaz in the jungle against our Lee Sin.
I do.
I dare to put Driven, not Chaz. Chaz is the jungler, but Driven on Chaz.
Well, like it wouldn't surprise me either way because like honestly, like RRQ as a wide champion pool is probably one of the widest champion pools that I've seen. If they want to swap things around, they probably would. I do like the Olaf ban to make sure that they can't just Ragnarok away the Ash arrows. And like you said, it's probably gonna be the Gragas for that anti to basically kind of separate them, which they know is a weak point of RRQ because RRQ enjoys being close together to skirmish things, and they like close range intimate champions and having the one AP champion to do damage from afar. So yeah, that might throw a wrench in their plans.
And you have a very easy to execute combo on the side of CES. Just Enchanted Crystal Arrow, if it hits onto you, you either get kicked or you get casted. You get yeah, it's hard. If you're casted, it's not the you get knocked back by the explosive cast.
Yeah.
You get
it's
blown
hard to say,
backwards.
Casketed. You get casketed.
Is it a word? Casketed.
No, it's not.
No, it's not. You get blown back.
Yeah,
backwards.
you get blown back. Yeah.
You get knocked back.
Gonna be Braum though, which I think is really interesting and really good. Like,
right, because you do get to block the Gragas ultimate if you get your shoe up in time.
You get to block the Gragas ultimate, you get to block a lot of crystal arrows.
Yes.
And that's going to be huge. You can use Braum as sort of a sacrificial usage here. And the thing is, if he's quick enough on his feet, dash, shield, that's a lot of mitigation. You're still going to get CC'd, but like a lot of mitigation. The ulti is going to be useful no matter what. And Kassadin, oh man, Kassadin. We already know the terror that is Kassadin, so that's a lot on the table there for RRQ.
Kassadin has only been picked once and lost yesterday, so I
really,
it has.
Well, he has taken a bit of a hit, to be fair, on a lot of his items, and a lot of the new items do work pretty well on like some of the other casters. So
I mean, it is kind of a delight that we are past the must pick or ban Yuumi or Kassadin era, right?
Yeah, those were not good days.
Those were not good days for red side.
For the red side.
Well, especially for the red side. But CES now they bring in BMM instead of Taku, and that's what I want to see, right? BMM Singe.
Okay.
Kind of the switcheroo.
Right. I didn't even notice the swap. So
yeah, I mean, BMM CES is playing on the fact that you have 2 mid laners that you can utilize, right? Based on the champion pools, based on what you want to go up, what you want to kind of formulate in the game itself. But so this Singe, I do like it. You know, it does prevent a lot of RRQ's maneuverability in the game.
It kind of it puts a lot of wrenches in the work of a lot of like the initiators that they do have. I do like Singe for his ability to make Initiator's days a lot worse. Yone, Kassadin, Riven, they have to take into account the fact that they could get thrown at any moment if the Singe is like strong enough to be able to flip you away or ground you. If he grounds the Kassadin, that's huge. I'm going to tell you now that if you ground a Kassadin, he's pretty much a sitting duck.
He pretty much is. I mean, we have seen a team shut down Kassadin yesterday. And who's to say that Cerberus can't do it again? But it's against RRQ, so you know the benefit of doubt is always there. I think RRQ coming into Game 3 definitely has a different look. It's hardcore late game champions. We'll see how CES deal with that. They bring in BMM on that Singe. It is something that we have seen a lot of times back on the regional level. It's kind of same as Team Flash when Coyote was still around. So game number 3 is going to be incredibly important. We had the icebreaker an hour ago, and now we have the tiebreaker between Cerberus Esports and RRQ. It's going to be a hell of a match to witness.
We had good love taps now, and now it's time for the full bonanza.
We have our appetizers, so this is the main course. This is
with the side dishes as well.
With the side dishes,
and then dessert for like the final round. But,
if we get to Game 5, that's dessert.
Yeah, we get to Game 5, that's dessert for sure.
Yeah.
But like maybe Genza is going to be a lot more because like despite the fact that I think it was Exosun right on Ashe. So despite the fact that Exosun was on Ashe, you know, even though a lot of crystal arrows were sent out, surprisingly, if you look at the overall amount of crystal arrows that actually landed, there wasn't actually a lot that landed. Like he missed like 3 shots for the early game, I think. So like maybe Genza would have a higher accuracy rate, but I do think that a lot of that boils into Exorcist using it as a scouting tool as opposed to an initiation tool, you know? It's just like, I want some vision over here and my Falcon's down. So I'm just gonna, was it a Falcon?
It's
But
a
like,
hawk.
It's a hawk, right? So my hawk's down, so I'm just gonna send down this arrow to see what they have
There we
ready to go.
Well, love taps from Doug B's body slam. This level 2 is just infinite, well, just significantly stronger if you are CES.
It's just very Genza things to do, though.
Just the early bullying from the jungler of CES. And look at this. And I just like how CES are utilizing this early game spike, right? You just cannot deal with them.
Wait, did he just run down the mid lane with
He did. He just
Helios not able to do anything about it? Okay.
I mean, you play Kassadin, that's kind of what you get before Riftwalk, right?
That's true, that's true.
You just get bullied. I mean, now Dunkey
It's
shows
a
up.
party.
It is a party. It's October, so
It's Oktoberfest.
it's Oktoberfest. We don't have Oktoberfest Gragas yet. That's a bummer.
I do think one of his skin lines do represent Oktoberfest, to be fair.
But I think, isn't it Oktoberfest Gragas? I could be wrong though. I know that it is not here yet.
It's like themed like Oktoberfest, but I don't think it's actually referencing Oktoberfest. It just looks like Oktoberfest, sounds like Oktoberfest, but they don't actually reference Oktoberfest because...
To be very fair, Gragas' voice line references Oktoberfest, right?
Really? Oh, okay.
No, as in like he's just someone who likes to take
if you're
a
buying,
sip.
I'm in. Okay, yeah.
Yeah, that. Now it starts making sense. He's always up for one or two barrels. Uh-oh, flash, fling. That should be first blood over to Y1. The early invade. Just constant aggression from CS. This is what you would want to expect from them, right? They have the incredible pressure. I mean, sure, Helios is level 5, but he cannot intervene in any way. Well, just get the blue buff, and yes, he does. At least secures it for, you know, and not get Meliodas.
That's a big pickup for a Kassadin, I'll tell you now. Yeah.
It is.
Very big pickup. Is he going Route of Ages? I think he's going Route of Ages. So
yeah.
The fact that he picked up the blue buff and he doesn't have Catalyst yet is huge for him.
And don't be getting stunned up by the concussive blows. Force the flash to even put the exhaust onto Y1 just to prevent any sort of help.
I do like the early aggression though, just realizing the fact that Yone is going to be completely useless, and the clear speed slows down significantly without that early gold and levels. So like, yeah. Ooh.
Oh, the kick to M1
no!
by a pixel, it misses. That could have been something else. That could have been 10 out of 10 style points into a kill.
Oh man, that was one of those like. That was so unfortunate. It would have been a beautiful play there.
Yeah, Doug B has the cast.
Oh!
And he's gonna throw it just to force a flash from Helios.
Nice.
Just continuous pressure in this middle lane, right? It doesn't really matter if Helios has the Riftlock or not.
Yeah, it does seem like...
Yeah, you want to continuously force that early recall, push him back.
It does seem like Cerberus is playing all the right moves right now. Like, they early aggress not once, but twice. And they're now putting, look, the Yone in position, he's not that far behind because, like, I guess they had to commit a lot of resources to getting that getting that Yone away from his buffs, but it's good. Keep him underfed, keep him underleveled, and potentially undergolded. Undergolded is not a word. I'm just making things
Keep
up.
him underfarm.
Underfarm, yeah.
Malnourished.
Yeah. I think you get to take resident like English speaking now.
Thank you.
What's the word? I will... See, I can't even say the word now.
What?
I will relinquish. Yes, I will relinquish this role to you.
Fun fact, I actually do not speak English back at home.
Oh.
Yeah, I grew up speaking Mandarin.
That's great. Honestly, my preference, because like all the when you go to like college and a lot of the people speak in Chinese and like you want to be friends. Yeah. Well, my college at least.
All right. It's different from mine. Mine is
Super
mostly
Englishy?
When I started speaking Mandarin, they all thought that I sounded weird. They all say I had a Western accent, which is kind of weird, right? Because I've been speaking Mandarin my whole life.
Okay, well that's fair.
And both teams' training objectives is in RQ getting that Inferno Drake.
Yeah,
which is great. I mean, you have 4 champions that love the scaling.
Yeah.
Yes, the percentage. Uh-oh.
Ooh,
Arrow
look at
connect.
that swing around.
Yeah, I mean, EXO was there, so you can't really get a cask off.
Yeah. But like, No, like I thought it would have like hit, so I thought he would have like immediately followed up with the cast. I guess like, oh right, it was down. It's kind of a cooldown, but I guess it doesn't really matter because
Oh yeah, he did throw it out at the Dragon Pit. Right.
Well, to be fair, like Genza's gonna be his ultimate's gonna be up twice by the time like Gragas's explosive cast is like back off cooldown.
You know that there is a your cooldown is incredibly low when your team just can't follow up. Like Genza, I'm not ready yet, but sure, you know.
You can send arrows down for fun. It doesn't even need to have any particular meaning to it. And I love waiting for the flasher before utilizing the flip.
And can Hai get out of this? That actually gets a kill on the BMM.
That was a huge miscalculation from Cerberus.
It's a trade. Arrow is missing by a bit. Wouldn't matter too much if it's on Chash, because he has the Soul Unbound to kind of tether his way backwards, but you love to see it. You know, just constant arrows, max range, Glacial Fissure, forcing the flash from Y1.
Okay, I love that. I absolutely think that was absolutely fantastic.
Y1's going to bait for this though. Grand Challenge with pause, buying some time. The kick is dead. They want to proc the Grand Challenge. They do it in time, but they did lose Y1, and Soul Unbound from Chaz. A bit of a footsie with Meliodas.
Yeah, I love that Helios is standing in front of Chaz to make sure that the Sonic Wave is not allowed to touch him, considering the amount of damage. Oh, no, not quite predicting it just right, just there. But like, there's a lot of times where CS looks like they were so confident they're going to be able to win that trade out, especially with that top lane versus Hyde. But like, they keep losing like 1 or 2 people, like, and they don't expect it.
Still a bit more go over to CS. If you look at the net worth. I mean, objectives overall, it's understandable because CES just got the bot tier 1. That's the extra go injection. This is going to be a recurring trend. You just look at Arrow, and of course we're going to check in with our performance meter. Yesterday our record was 103. We've gone up again, a new record, 113. I mean, these guys were great. Our partners have been amazing.
Honestly, I only get that kind of performance out of Snapdragon phones. Like I've used like a couple of other branded phones, but they haven't given me like the same amount of performance I'm getting. But look at this. Look at the amount of damage coming out. Look at that.
Yeah, BMN took 2 turret shots in the process.
Ridiculous.
And Dugby forced to flash away. Chaz throw his ultimate out, instantly exhausted. Still a cast available for Dugby.
Yeah, exhaust might not even have been necessary, considering the fact that he couldn't get close enough in range to be able to do anything meaningful there, but Hyde's dangerously close. You know, it is with Hyde, but they're going to be getting that blue buff away and just walking away with impunity.
Yeah, RQ had vision, but they couldn't get anything done. And you can see the importance of Exos's Braum, right? You constantly having to stick to your team, or at least the larger pack, to prevent any kind of isolation. But Y1 issues the Grand Challenge, and this time he has backup. 2 of them, in fact, and here comes the Arrow body slam setup.
Whoa.
And an easy kill. Meliodas just kicks him right in the face. Can Dugby get out of this though? 2 turret shots tank. Just need 1 more auto attack from downtown. He goes golden, but this is a pickup for RRQ.
Okay, I was saying that Cerberus's arrow with the follow-up was absolutely beautiful, but that follow-up was also really well done by
that one last auto attack. You know this.
Yeah, that's the thing about Braum passive. He just needs to auto attack, and that's a lot of stuns on the table for you, which is why I think he's severely underrated in the particular this pro scene, every other scene.
CES are very interested in contesting this. There are a couple of pokes. Y1 again showing up. He has the ultimate. Meliodas as well has the kick, and now face seal straight onto BMM. Has the passive on him. Completely rendered ineffective in this fight. But CES, they want to go for the chest. Meliodas just toying with the movements of RRQ. RRQ gets to retreat. All 4 of them recalling, but Dugby only able to stop 1. The cast actually used as well to buy a bit of time and to give CES space to shove out a couple of waves.
I like what Meliodas did there. Did a fake Sonic Wave into a dash away, because he knew that Helios was gonna dash away, so just kind of fakes it to bait it out. But like, it's not gonna lead to anything particularly meaningful. But Dragon is gonna be up. I think Cerberus could have done a little bit more to set up for this, maybe a bit more deeper wards after getting that win over there. It's gonna be a good pickup.
It's EXO. if you want him to stop blocking, you take out the shield itself, and Chaz was ready to provide a bit of help. CES not able to get a pick off, but again, that arrow is going to be back up soon.
A lot of respect for Chaz there, despite the fact that he's been kind of undergoated because of the shenanigans.
Another engage onto Exo, Glacial Fissure thrown out onto Tree. You can see the damage from RRQ. The numbers are actually there. The Dragon is low. Chaz wants to waltz in, but the Dragon resets. It's just the unfortunate timing. RRQ starts it up, but unfortunately, it's just not able to finish the job, and CES finally gets it. Exo instantly hit by the arrow once more, and Duck Beast willingly sacrifices his life for this, and Chaz! What in the world?
I
Just
mean,
steals the Dragon?
I get it, but it was so unnecessary. Like, sure, but now you're a flash down. You got Exosin, but you could have done a lot more, you know, making sure that the Dragon was going to get taken away. But then again, it's Chaz we're talking about. Could, for all we know, just could have stolen it no matter what odds were in that favor. Dragon Rage is already kind of on the table to make sure that he was going to be able to steal it, but it doesn't matter. He can dash in so easily. Look at this.
Wait, Chaz was even off screen and
yes,
rooted down by the Mega Adhesive, sidesteps it, steals it anyways.
Did he? Wait, he smited it mid-out. Wow. Okay. Yeah.
This is a game of objective stealing, right? Chaz steals one in game 1, Meliodas steals one in game 2, and Chaz is like, you know what? I'm gonna one-up you. I'll steal your Dragon again.
Yeah, but Chaz has been a lot more terrifying when it comes to these sort of things. Expecting the arrow time to jump back.
No engage just yet. In fact, Chaz catches Genza, and Hai will finish him off with the Wind Slash. RRQ finally getting a bit of opening. A lot of value with that mid-tier 1 down, especially when you're running that Ziggs comp. By the end of this series, I hope that we could look at the number of objectives stolen between Chaz and Meliodas in the series, because I think it is a worthy comparison.
Yeah, it would be good if we have like a stat coverage to see how many objectives you stolen.
Breaking news: Chaz steals. Chaz performs Grand Theft Auto in the Dragon Pit again, in all caps.
Like, you know, it's just like a news article. Chaz is like, Chaz is not only stealing objectives, but stealing hearts too. Runs to a wedding and steals the bride away from the expecting groom. Chaz out here stealing stuff from stores, and I don't know. I don't think that's something Chaz would do.
I mean, yeah,
he's such a heartbreaker here.
We take it one step further. Gotham would have to be real to stop Chaz. I mean, you would need, Batman. But yes, he has stolen every objective on the Rift. The thief of Summoner's Rift.
The thief of Summoner's Rift.
In a good way. In a good way.
Is there a good way to be a thief? I'm just the Robin Hood of Robin Hood of.
He's the Robin Hood of RRQ, you know. On the Rift, yes, that is a very acceptable form of theft, right? You're stealing objectives for the team. You're not harming people.
In this
physically, you're harming them mentally. You know,
in this scenario, the RRQ is the one who are rich, so.
Yes.
Yeah, he's not giving away to the poor. He's giving the money back to the rich. So. Okay, now we're just going down a rabbit hole of things
we're going way too deep into this. All things considered, RQ getting the second Dragon means that you have additional value, right? I mean, the longer this game goes, the scarier it becomes, just because the initial one was the Inferno Drake.
Yeah. I mean, the fact that you already have so many late scalers on the RQ side means that having a double Dragon is already going to be detrimental to your team fights later on. And like, RQ is not known for losing team fights when they are ahead. So this is going to be a lot sweatier for Cerberus. They're going to have to, you know, put up a lot more in terms of like deeper wards, get some pressure up. But RQ is always flawless with their pressure. Always flawless with like rotations. I don't think Y1's going to be able to do anything in terms of like solo laning. Cass can just come in and bleh, spit over the wave, and the wave is cleared.
3 items, right? The Cyrus Embrace, Rod of Ages, Rabadons. Ziggs is also building up his own arsenal.
Yeah.
I feel like we're past the timing where CES can do, arrow into Cass and just get a pick off. It is not that simple anymore.
Yeah. We're also kind of at the point where like Exosun is well, Exosun's always going to be in front, you know. He's always going to make sure that he's maintains the distance, and every arrow seems to have been hitting like existence thus far. We're going to be going to a pause for a bit, so do bear with us for a little bit as we try to resolve the issue. But yeah, just looking at the way, I love how Gragas is still pretty much representing
Dugby
right now.
Yeah, it's Gragas.
He does not look like Gragas in real life. Come on.
No,
people.
no, he does not.
No, he does not.
Absolutely
yeah.
not.
It's horrible.
Gragas is unique. We need. So we've gotten Star Guardian, Urgot on PC. We need Star Guardian Gragas. That's what we need.
I'm really afraid of the terrors will unleash into the general populace with the Star Guardian Urgot was enough. Okay, I draw the line. I'm drawing the line here. No,
you're drawing the line at Star Guardian Urgot.
Gragas.
No, we need Star. We need. You know what we need? We need. I'll come back with an idea. Okay,
right,
so you know the god of what do you call the god of, not the god of food, but
God of food.
no, not the god of food. I can't remember the term, but you know in Chinese mythology there's a god that is basically that guarantees a fertility in your soil and good harvest.
Chinese god like that. That's probably the one thing that I don't have much knowledge in. Actually,
I wish I remember the term. But those who understand would probably agree that we need a skin line for him, for Gragas, in that fake seal. This immense damage onto BMM. I don't think he's going to get out of this. The Glacier Fissure just missing by an inch. BMM lucky to walk away with his life. You should say the same for Meliodas. As his third dragon spawns, and RRQ knows that they will not be contested.
They won't be. Yeah, Cerberus will not be able to contest this. Well, seeing so much effort to go in on that, but Shaz already on the ball, already had a lot more damage coming out. But they're going to try and pick up the stragglers here as we go from strength to strength. It looks like Y1 was kind of on the ball there to try and get the tier 2 turret on the Baron side, but seeing that Hyde wasn't taken out by the Grand Challenge, going to be backing away, potentially making a play for Baron here, or maybe just trying to stonewall it, maybe bait them into trying to get it and trying to catch a few of them on the back foot here.
And RRQ are just sticking together like glue. And it does stop CES from getting that engage off, right? The dream engage. It just, you can't just run into RRQ. We've seen how effective the concussive blows have been from EXO. Stopping these snap engages from CES. Yes, you are not, Ziggs. You're not impatient at all. The passive is literally called short fuse, but sure, not impatient.
I've been playing a lot of the Hextech rhythm games, so I feel that. Oh no, just slightly off kilter there. Tokyo drift a little bit too far.
Yeah, Dugby will be the sacrificial lamb for sure.
You're not escaping from a Riven or a Kassadin, unfortunately.
We're seeing the horrors of RRQ slowly unfold in front of our eyes. 18 minutes in, the scaling, the late game scaling is kicking in. EXO is definitely not the target. Honestly, no one is the target at this point.
Yeah.
I feel like CES, they are slowly running out of time and ideas. Who do you go for?
They don't really have much to work with here at all. A lot of their options have been shut down with the Braum alone.
And Chaz instantly ultimates in, and Y1 didn't even get to respond. Again, escaping with Sliver of Health. Sliver of Health, but RRQ gets full control of the map.
It's only a 1k difference, but it feels like they're a 10k difference. The damage coming out is absolutely insane, and it really goes to show you that the scaling between a late game champion and an early game champion is not going to be the same from across like both sides. Now Lee Sin has fallen off with not much left to be able to like contribute to that game, whereas like the fact that they shut down Chaz early has not done enough for him to be not useful, because his ultis have been absolutely crazy. Fissure to separate the two of them.
They really want Genza. EXO throwing out everything, but that's one Mega Inferno Bomb, and Chaz, he misses his ultimate by an inch, but the Soul Unbound proc doesn't take out Genza. He goes golden. But the rest of RRQ is going to chase for it. Dugby is already dead, and Viper flashes forward with a bouncing bounce. Gets himself a killing spree, and BMM is next on the chopping block. Safe to say that this game is pretty much done for RRQ. The tiebreaker in this game number 3, heavily favoring RRQ, and they are going straight for the Nexus. Everyone on CS is dead, and Meliodas gets to watch his Nexus go down. RRQ takes back the lead in this series 2-1, and a series point for the Filipino squad.
Yeah, this is what you say when you're out with a whimper and not a bang, because CS slowly bled that. The goal differential was not huge. 3 dragons though, late scaling champions, and like the singular champion pick, which completely nullified half of your ability to be able to make good plays. Braum, and yeah, that's pretty much a wrap. It's not even like, it wasn't even a big bang. It was pretty much a whimper.
It was just that those kind of slow bleed game that it feels like you will eventually lose the game, and you're just waiting for that moment to come.
Yeah, BMM was looking for his opportunity, but flipping the Braum was doing more harm than good because of the fissure, because of the fact that he could just kind of mark the procs on you with his passive and jump back to safety. Like, there was not much they can do. There's so much on the line there, not enough ways they could tackle the problems that are being presented to them.
Honestly, you can kind of see a bit of difference on CES's side compared to yesterday, where when they lost the first game to BRU, it didn't really feel like much, right? They were not really phased, they were still in high spirits. And then they went on to win the next 3 games. They closed the series in a very convincing fashion, but now you truly see CES on the back foot, getting outclassed in the draft, in that late game, in these team fights. And the mounting pressure is pretty evident. If we're in the atmosphere as well for CES. And now they're 1 game away from being sent down to the lower bracket. And that is a very gruesome gauntlet for them to run.
Yeah, there's just so much on the line for Cerberus. Cerberus is the one that's got so much left on the line. So unfortunate that Dugby couldn't get out of there at that point. But look at the ultimate. Look at the amount of havoc being wreaked here. The fact that you still have a Shaz ulti to pretty much crisscross and get most of the team members out of the running together with a fissure. That's too much pressure. That's so much like game-changing ultimates. And Chaz dealing with the dragons like it's no one's business. At that point, you much call it a wrap. Look at the gold differential. It's only like 100, 700 gold. Losing that turret, losing some sort of stuff. It's slow bleed, and the scaling is just completely different across both sides. The utility is completely different. They managed to knock him away so that the ultimate wouldn't hit, but it's not enough. And the chase is going to result in a lot of dead bodies on the Cerberus side.
It's a game where the goal doesn't really matter too much.
Yeah, it's like whose line is it anyway? Like, the points don't matter.
Oh yeah?
Oh yeah.
And the points, they don't matter at all.
The points don't matter at all.
But 10 points to Rex Dragon Keon.
Yeah, 10 out of 10 for RRQ. That was a beautiful way to sort of deal with the issue of the highly aggressive maneuvers from Illidas. I do like what Cerberus had in mind. They knew that the early game was their time to shine, but unfortunately there wasn't enough done. And RRQ just completely effortlessly and stylishly dealing with whatever came their way, and it sort of kind of culminated in what we call a slow burn and a slow death with the 3 dragons and a lot of stats coming out from either side.
And RRQ now put themselves in a very powerful position, and this is kind of what we have talked about plenty of times since the start of this tournament, where RRQ have so many tricks up their sleeves. Now you see the Cassidy, maybe next game you will see the Akali, maybe next game you will see the Diana. There are so many points of attack that RRQ can pick for themselves. It's almost impossible to completely shut them down. Cerberus have done it in game number 2, right? They out-macro RRQ, they were able to win the skirmish, but a big part of it was that Garen pick on Taku. And this early to mid-game tempo draft from Cerberus Esports unfortunately kind of fell towards the wayside. And you can see when the late game arrived, there was no chance for CES to even stand up against RRQ.
Yeah, it's amazing how quickly that can all fall apart. It's like, we were looking at it, and then you were kind of thinking that like, the cards were on the table already. When they made the draft, they're just like, all right, here's what we're going to do. Here's our comp. And that was pretty much expressed it. And after that, it was kind of like RRQ was waiting for it. It's just like, oh, okay, I see it. I see the arrow. Braum comes out.
Yeah.
And that's just the one champion, but it was enough to pretty much destroy everything.
And yeah, I think the hidden MVP for the game is 100% EXO on the Braum. There's a lot of just the safety net for the rest of RRQ. Not to mention that as the game scales, RRQ just gets so much stronger, significantly stronger than Cerberus Esports overall. And you can see the difference in the disparity in strength when we hit that late game. It was It's not even close. For RRQ, they are closer to that grand final slot. And after game 3, it feels like RRQ are well on their way to qualifying. It's not over yet though. Cerberus has a chance to push this the distance. We will go for a break and we will come back for game number 4 of this best of 5.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming and Monster Energy.
Welcome back to the Snapdragon Pro Series Wild Rift Challenge Finals. The upper bracket finals is still underway, but RRQ right now are in the lead 2-1 over Cerberus Esports. One more game and they will secure the first grand final slots. My name is Husky alongside Pondo, and we've witnessed greatness thus far. RRQ are one game away from fully achieving that. Take a look at the key player. It is Viper again. Walk us through this.
Well, I don't know. I'm getting kind of fatigued from seeing Viper up here so often. But yeah, just looking at the stats, 60% kill participation. The stats themselves are not actually that crazy, but considering like the amount of what he was done for the team, like the stats don't speak for themselves. You have to kind of see in the greater context of like how ridiculously well he was placing in that team and how he was contributing so much to all these team fights and helping the team secure the win.
Yeah, and so far I think Viper has been doing a fantastic job, right? From the time we saw him in this roster up till now, barring the times that Marky did step in for a couple of games. I mean, Viper has been filling in the shoes just as fine. And I think a big part of it is also how the team enables him, or how he does the same for the team. Coach Kaigu in the helm is making sure that things move like clockwork. RRQ having this advantage over CES. I think this puts a lot of pressure, not because this is the upper bracket finals, but the fact that CS is the only remaining Vietnam representative in this tournament, the only non-Philippine team in this tournament.
Yeah, well, to be absolutely fair though, Cerberus has done a phenomenal job. Even if they get knocked out here, they can safely say that Vietnam has made a team that they can be proud of, and a team that's going to be a serious contender for whatever tournament that we see them in the next time, you know?
Yeah, there's still the lower bracket run later on, but it would be a war of fatigue and attrition.
Yeah.
From here on now, I think the loser of this series is gonna have to get ready for that, right? You have a very, 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 very long day ahead. CES now back on the blue side, Nash ban right off the bat. Really putting a lot of prioritization of making sure that this Ashe doesn't go over to RRQ.
Yeah, well, I guess they're more scared of the Ashe being on RQ than them using Ashe is for them, which is, I guess, makes sense because like the Ashe on RQ has absolutely destroyed them. The Ashe on their side has been pretty much shielded away by the one champion on Exosun. So like it's a complete flip in terms of like effectiveness, and it can't be nice to have that on your record or like to feel that way.
Cross RQ with the standard bans as well. That this opens up a lot more choices for CES. No Karma though this time, and they get that Renekton first pick.
Renekton, yeah. Well, versus the Hyde, I do like this disruptiveness they bring. Well, the Yone getting picked out onto the RQ though, that's a terrifying thought. It's something they've been using to like maximum effectiveness. I do think Cerberus needs to bring out some of their picks which are more favorites as opposed to something meta. Because, you know, RRQ is terrifying no matter what they play, so that's going to be an uphill climb for them either way, no matter what they decide to go for.
And I think for CES, I feel like the priorities definitely shifted a bit, right? They did first pick Yone I believe in game number 1 for Meliodas, and that didn't go well. So now they're going back to a more standard draft. You don't need to look at that Yone and you know, instantly grab it. Maybe there's that power shift as well for CES, how they prioritize the lane. They're getting that individual strong laners. You have the Ziggs, you have the Renektons, Riven is great. But they did hover the Kha'Zix a bit just now, so Meliodas' champion is still up in the air.
Yeah, still anything for him that he could pick to be, you know, more effective. And my word suddenly decided to go as absolutely unga bunga on me. Well, in terms of things to look forward to, it depends on what RQ decides to go for. As we said, they like the skirmishy compositions. They're always going to choose something that's a little on the deeper fighter end. So Garen could absolutely fit within that rhetoric. And well, right now it's on Cerberus to see what's going to be their last picks and whether or not they can pick up a good of enough like opposite pick versus RQ, and RQ's like dominance in terms of picks and bans.
And RQ adding that brick wall to the team as well, the neutralizer in the form of the Garen, and instantly we see the Kha'Zix ban coming out. I think CS also has the same idea, but they actually took out the Morgana, which I kind of feel like is a surprise because Morgana hasn't really been the priority for RQ in most of their games. In fact, I don't remember RQ ever looking at the Morgana and just picking it up instantly. The Lux ban as well. But I suppose because they have the Ziggs, so CS, they rather deal with a Varus compared to a Morgana or a Lux. Maybe that is the angle that CS are looking at. But RRQ's ban feel way more impactful with the Lee Sin and the Kha'Zix getting banned out. They picked the Viper, they picked the Corki for themselves.
I mean, we did see the Morgana Lux ban in the game 1. The reasoning was that because they were going for champions which they do not want it to get binded at long range, so kind of disengages the initiators on their side. So I can see why they would go for those champions to potentially like make sure that it's not an issue if they decide to go for a champ which relies on jumping in. So yeah, could be why, because they're going for a Shyvana, going for a Riven, going for a Renekton, and Rakan. So yeah, definitely don't want to get caught up by light bindings and dark bindings. So Yeah, it is what it is.
It is full steam ahead for CES.
Yeah.
Run straight into you. But RRQ, they always have a solution. I think the Garen is a good way to neutralize this, right? You have that silence, but on top of that, you have the package if it's available at the point of time. But Exo Galio, I mean, what else do we need to say?
Yeah, you have a lot of anti-engage here.
The Colossus, right, of RRQ.
You have the anti-engage in the form of Galio. You have consistent DPS coming out from a Corki. I did hear that Corki might be getting buffed in the next patch, but that's kind of rumors and hearsay. No, not official just yet.
Well,
but,
Varus is getting buffed.
Varus?
Yeah, he's getting
That's
buffed.
good.
Because he's not one-shotting people yet, so we need to buff him so that he actually one-shots you with his Blighted Quiver.
We need to get into a point where he absolutely deletes people upon full charge of full charge.
He full charge kill, he sends it, and your tank just disappears. That is the sweet spot for Varus.
Well, considering the meta and the way that's getting super heavy with the skirmishers, I guess they would have to move more power towards some ADCs. And Varus would be a good pick.
Yeah, you know, first item Serpent Fang, now you can't even build shoes.
Yeah, it gets erased immediately.
Yeah, he just deletes you. Game 4 draft, it seems like, you know, for CES, they are kind of defaulting back to the playstyle that they are very familiar with, just pure, raw, unadulterated aggression. Whereas if you are on RRQ's side, is a draft where it's like, if you want to run at us, then sure. But we can also do the same to you. We can force that engagement, and you might have to commit fully. So is CS looking for that early mid-game tempo again?
Well, the thing is, whenever CS has decided to go for an aggressive early game to try and mitigate some of the late game pressure they're going to be feeling from RRQ's like strong late game comps, they haven't been successful. RRQ's been so good at mitigating or like fighting back against all that early game aggression. Lee Sin trying to shut down the Chaz, but like they couldn't shut it down completely. They could never shut it down completely. They couldn't even shut down the Kassadin with the BMM going full on into the jungle and fighting at the Raptor Spirit with Milidas. So like it's been an uphill battle for Cerberus. Maybe they'll be able to do it this time, but I don't think they're as early game dependent as they was with the Lee Sin and you know, the Brahms. So we're gonna have to see what they decide to do for these particular skirmishes.
One thing is for sure is that Cerberus, they have very strong individual laners.
Oh yeah,
they can stand up to you know, to the players of RRQ. It's more of getting them ahead, and it's the same scenario we saw with Nigma Galaxy yesterday. I mean, Viper has 2,010 assists. Holy smokes, this guy is something else. This guy has so much assists.
That's the total, right? Wait, it can't be 3 kills, 1 death total, and 2,010.
No, he has 2,010 assists. Do not, you can't tell me otherwise. He has so much assists. He assisted the whole ladder.
For a second there, I thought we need to save the date, the 3rd of January in 2010. What's the significance of this date, Husky? What's going on?
It's the date that Faker became world champion. No, I'm just
Oh,
kidding.
whoa. You know, might not be too far-fetched.
I mean, 2010, I believe, was the day that League of Legends went beta, if I remember correctly. Not the day, but the year.
Close,
yeah.
right?
Yeah, I'm pretty
close. Very close. But
it's okay, Faker wasn't even playing League yet.
Who knows? Maybe Faker was there before the rest of us.
It definitely is.
Yeah.
You know who else was there? Ryu.
Ryu. Damn, China. But
I mean, to be very fair, you know, it's one of those immortalized moments, right? Like you live with it with it either with shame or in glory for the rest of your life. You just cannot run away from it. We do get a bit of lane swap though. Helios, I mean, the Baron lane to fight up against Y1 and hide against BMM down mid. Definitely a more favorable matchup if you are RRQ. And this is more bearable.
Yeah, it's a lot less hair pulling, nail biting.
You say that, but Y1 and Helios feels like they're gonna just bite each other anytime. Though I don't think RRQ is a fan of playing
Y1, this happens all the time. They love to do this. Please, you have to know that it's coming. It's happened every single game, and this is already The 4th game? Yeah, this is already the 4th game. At that point, alarm bells should be ringing. It's good that you managed to pull out, but like, yeah, gotta be careful of that because that is RRQ's favorite play to make.
Yeah. And RRQ at the same time also secured the Rift Scuttle, right? So there's actually no vision for them. And they got first blood onto Y1. Chaz gets away.
Ooh.
Meliodas should be able to get this kill unless Chaz can pull out some Houdini tricks. He has that footwork. He's waiting for Exo to protect him, but Meliodas is... The burnout was still there. It lingers for a bit long.
No matter how many times I see Yone waiting for death, it's always funny whenever he just stands there and he knows it's coming, but there's nothing he can do.
Yeah. Honestly, he had the right idea. You know, he had the Mortal Steel charged up. I think the burnout was linger around a bit longer than expected. BMM looking for his second kill, and Exo just gets gone on. 2 for BMM in the mid lane.
Good trades. Very nice knockups. Very nice juggling of... Ooh, what happened there? Oh, he got hit by a bomb, but like...
Genza just solo kill Viper bot, okay.
But look, the gold differential, yeah, it's about 400 gold, so that's the 1 kill, putting him ahead, and that's going to be huge for him.
I mean, you get that early Ludens, right? So this changes a lot because Viper is going for the Essence Reaver build. I think overall, if you are CES, incredibly satisfied with what has happened in the past minute.
Yeah, this is definitely a boon in CS's favor, because whenever RRQ comes out equal to CS in the early game, it's pretty much almost always been an RRQ game. So this is similar to game 2 where CS came out on top, where they were relatively far ahead, so this is good to see.
I mean, Viper just a bit late on that Valkyrie.
Nice prediction there. Knew he would flash it, threw the bomb out in that direction early, had no choice but to flash.
Exo, Hero's entrance, followed by the Fate Seal. Coming in from Chaz, actually dodged by Meliodas. CES looking to take this fight. Meliodas exhausted, drop low, but BMM just bites down, and can they at least get something? It's Meliodas that goes down. But BMM is a bit too strong. And Hai, he's waiting for an ambush. At least he will get something in return. The ultimate is there, is actually used. BMM tries to dash back, but gets stabbed by the rapier. Shut down for Hai.
Well, that seemed to happen to Cerberus several times now. They've always reaggressed, or at least kept themselves within an aggressive position, but RRQ always has someone there in the wings, and he wasn't even that far low. Like, maybe the passive healed him up just enough to make things like spicy.
And Exo really wants Y1, but not today.
That was a good follow-up. The quickness there to go with the dash, and yeah, that was pretty much a punish for such heavy aggression on the RRQ side. So it's coming from both sides now, not just the Cerberus side. It's also RRQ going a bit too aggressive at some points in the game. Ooh.
Hidden Heroes poking their heads in. There is information for CES, but how do they do this? Meliodas decides to turn. Chaz is about to come back. Ultimate, he's going to be up in a couple of seconds. Chaz wants to commit to the Rift Arrow and get it, but gets bursted. Executed at point blank.
Can't steal the objective if you're not alive. I guess Cerberus has come up with the most logical decision when it comes to making sure that Chaz is not able to stop their plans for world domination.
Yeah, I mean, who would have known by killing the enemy jungler they can't steal your objective?
Oh my! It was a mystery to me. I didn't even know till I hit diamond that you were supposed to make sure the jungler was not alive, so he can't outsmite you.
How to prevent an enemy smite? Well, just make sure that the person with smite isn't around.
Players just furiously typing into Google right now. How do I stop him from stealing my...
Now, how do I stop the enemy jungler from spiting me? I don't know, kill him.
Just kill him. I was like, oh my gosh, I didn't think of that.
Chaz only getting an ultimate onto Duck B, just goes for the quickness, charms him out, gets away. Chaz pulls himself back into the hands of BMM, into a big Mega Infernal Bomb, and Genza picks up an instant double kill. And this is the mid-game tempo that we want to see from CES. A triple kill from Genza and a Dragon going over to Meliodas.
Wow, this has been the most dominant CS has been by a lot of games. In fact, it's the most dominant any team has been so far. Even RQ hasn't managed to get this level of dominance because like they always like to play things close to their chest and keep things equal to Cerberus. So I guess that is very heavily in Cerberus's favor. I do think Hyde has been a bit one too many with the wrong targets on his ultimate. He kind of used the ultimate of a full health champion just now. But yeah, like things are going really well for Cerberus right now. RQ is not the type of team that's going to be out just yet. You can never count them out. But like, this is definitely you know, a step in the right direction for Cerberus as a whole.
Worst start for Chaz so far.
Oh yeah,
As a
this is
jungler, I
the
mean,
worst start for Chaz.
Not just on Yone, but overall in his role as jungler.
They haven't even needed to like fight him. They like you saw the way Renekton kind of waited for him to come back from his dash.
Yeah, I
and then-
mean, why fight him the real form when you can just wait for him to come back?
Oh, your food is coming back to
Yeah,
you.
just wait at the body, right? The fish is reeling itself in.
Yeah. Oh, I like this. RQ loves to do this. They,
Go.
Oh, well,
There's no way Y1 gets away from this.
this is like the 4th or 5th time this has happened to Y1, but
Can RQ get out? That is the question. EXO on fire. It's just a sponge that gets
dashing
away.
Oh,
Still burns down. Duckbeak sneaks that ignite in.
They ignite and the burn.
All things considered, RQ was able to get a Baron laner, so there is some an extra inherent value there. But I say that and CS just breaks this tower, this turret.
Yeah. I would have said RQ came out on top to get the pressure away from the mid lane so they could take it with the rotation, but they didn't have enough going for it. They didn't have enough minions pushing, and they don't want to risk just having one solo laner try to take it in the mid lane when everyone's already down, other timers are back up, and you know, a CS is going to be able to send a mid laner to try and deal with it. So it was supposed to be a point in RQ's favor. Like, this has happened 4 times by now, our Y1 getting sort of horrible surprise. But I'm not quite sure what just happened there when Meliodas let the Gromp reset.
Yeah, and
But yeah, so
I mean for CES, it's almost a 10k goal lead by, you know, before 10 minutes, right?
yeah.
There's this golden scripture that says that in Sun Tzu's Art of War, it says that if your goal deficit is 10k by 10 minutes, you lose the game.
Sun Tzu say 10k by 10 minutes, you game lose.
You game lose.
I hope I'm not connotating negative stereotypes, but yeah, that's gonna be 10 minutes. That's gonna be Rift Herald up, and objectives potentially spawning across the map from outer range. RQ is a bit low. They won't be able to go too ham on this, but if you know RQ, you know that nothing phases them, including like a 10k gold differential. So let's see what CS has in plan for this. Maybe 2-2 turret on the Baron side. Going to be going for aggressive pushes. They do have the gold for sure, so definitely something on the table. But seeing that 3 people already decided to go immediately respond to the aggression, wisely decide to back away because they want to lose that Rift Herald, yeah, as fast as it came up. Though I do think they could have forced it. They might have been able to summon the Rift Herald and then, you know, just attacked anyone who decided to deal with the Rift Herald. But like maybe that's too deep in.
I think it's also patience from CES. The fact that they have a Ziggs, right?
Yeah.
Rift Herald charge, Satchel, boom. That's it. That's Demolition Squad.
Yeah.
Interestingly for Genza, he didn't go for the Rabadon. Just look at him. He is so far ahead that he goes straight for Ludens into Infinity Orb and a Void Staff.
Yeah, just immediately bypassing all the upcoming magic resist that is about to be made on RQ side. I like
mean,
that.
he
like
like
that.
1 Mega Inferno Bomb and you get deleted, right? And that's the
No,
Satchel. There we
just
go.
1 bomb. Okay, that's
There we
enough.
go.
That's
There
enough.
we go.
But didn't think the bomb was going to be necessary. Like they could have just taken it with a single auto attack, but I guess they didn't have the leeway for that.
Here comes Mega Inferno Bomb. It's onto EXO. Let's have a bit of a resistance as a Galio. So, that being said, he still took quite a lot of damage. This was without Rabadons, right? So you still haven't seen the full force of Ziggs yet. This is a very clear indicator that CS, they know that they have to lead and they just want to push it as fast as they can. Chaz forced to use that ultimate to get away. CS, look at this there, just piling onto RRQ.
Just
devours Helios.
We rarely get to see this sort of gameplay from Cerberus because they rarely ever get to be this far ahead of RRQ. So it's nice to see that they know exactly how to make use of all the advantages that are afforded to them.
And Hai just, well, I guess gets eaten as well.
You rarely see Garen getting so thoroughly obliterated like that. But
maybe they can get Genza the Satchel over the wall into a flash.
The shutdown.
They do get it.
That's not good. That's not something you want on Chaz of all people, but Chaz.
It gets shut down also.
Oh, just going for the re-aggression, something completely not necessarily needed, but I guess they did want it to make sure that they could get some like leeway into getting the dragon. But with Chaz gone, that's pretty much a free dragon for Cerberus, and that's going to be 52k gold versus 39k gold on RQ side.
More than a 12k gold advantage. So you have an average of 1,000 gold advantage for CES every minute.
Every minute. The GPM meter after this is going to be completely insane.
Yeah, I mean, we need a new graph for that.
We need a new graph. We
It's
need
gonna-
something that stretches a little bit
So the
far.
y-axis is going to be like 5k, no, like 1k, 2k, and then just 10k all the way. Let's just
10k straight up. And we couldn't really show it here. It had to go past the screen, but I'm sure you get the idea. We're just gonna put a little note here, 10k. But
You put the bigger than sign, you know, the bigger than symbol. Baron is up now.
well,
It feels like the only way for RQ to kind of come back in this, or at least the most straightforward way, is to have CES coin flip Baron, but they've learned their lesson.
yeah, but even then they don't have enough pressure coming out for them to be able to utilize it correctly. Look at that.
Chaz caught again, and they're waiting for him, and he is gone.
That's a
BMM.
low Yone health pool, you know, coming in clutch here. We talked about how he's really squishy for what he is, and it's already being a detriment to Chaz. Every time he comes back, even the teammates trying to back him up, it's not going to be able to do anything to help him out because he's going to die in a couple of seconds and a couple of stuns from Renekton.
This is the kind of games where you just you just see the enemy Yone, and you're like, all right, yes,
Well,
come back, you know, just stop running.
well, you tried. Well, yeah. See, this is what I think. This is what Cerberus wanted for game 3.
Right.
They wanted Meliodas to sort of shut down Chaz, but they've shut down Chaz, just not, you know, on purpose. Like they got early game wins across the board, and that's how they shut down Chaz.
Yeah.
And Chaz is missing quite a lot of opportunities to be able to sort of like reaggress and finish things off.
I think credits to CES is also with the drafting for Game 4, right? They have a stronger solo laner that not only can just apply pressure, and sure, we see them walk down the lane in Game 3, but you're not actively threatening RQ enough. CES this time, we have BMM just getting kills all across the board, and look at this guy. He's diving under tier 2. And I mean, Hyde is gone, I guess.
He's not fast enough to be able to use the Dominus to get onto high. Oh, okay.
Yeah, he's 100% dead.
Yeah, I thought the Dominus would have killed him off, but he was just slightly faster, ever so slightly.
BMM had to work for it, but that mid turret is already gone. I mean, so this would not be an upper bracket final without a Game 5.
Yeah.
We are going there. Well, we're reaching there, and Chaz misses the ult, gets knocked back, and just dies. His soul doesn't even get to return to his body. Instantly removed. CES still has half a minute of Baron empowered minions. All 3 lanes crashing in. One last Mega Inferno Bomb as a celebratory gesture. And CES earns a game number 5. RRQ trapped in their fountain. We're going all the way, champ. We're going the distance.
Well, I don't think Chaz is too Chazed about that, but gonna be Game 5, like you said. I think we were kind of miffed about the fact that RQ has not lined up with our predictions again with the 3-1, which could have been what it is for the win. But you know, it's exciting games nonetheless, so I'll take it. I'll take the 2-2 for the very exciting Game 5 we're about to see. Whether Cerberus can pull that out of their hat again, or whether, you know, RQ will pull out some of the typical, you know, strength gameplay.
Definitely the strongest game for Cerberus so far. I mean, absolute demolishing RRQ, and that's not just from a macro sense, but it is a game where you look at those mech checks, those solo lane performance. I mean, Cerberus play out of their mind.
You rarely get, because we've seen a lot of games with 2 RQ, but like the thing is, we never really ever get to say that it's quite frequent that we see a game where RQ is that much far behind. A 10k goal difference versus RQ, you've just made history, fam, sorry. And then like the kind of thing that it's like Cerberus took advantage of that, and you rarely get to see a game where RQ is so far on the back foot, but like it's clear that they wanted to shut down Chaz in that earlier game. They finally managed to get it done in game 4, and yeah, happy for them.
This is a game where, you know, for a majority of it, Chaz is just doing that.
Yep, Chaz.
Forced to do that.
Chaz is forced to do that. And having a Renekton to wait for you is not a fun time because Renekton's solo damage is going to be very detrimental to anyone like Chaz because Chaz is going to get stunned down and killed before he can basically make his move. That's the regress. That's the one where like it's a bit too deep in because you don't know if Hyde's still around, and that's where they lost it. They lost, against Hyde.
This one is brutal. They even zoomed in just to make sure you see it clearly. Do not.
Caught in 4K.
Yeah, that is a caught in 4K moment.
That was unfortunate for Shaz even. Like this is one of the rare few times Shaz gets to use his ult and get a good catch out, but it was pretty much immediately regressed from Cerberus, who made sure that they weren't going to get away from it scot-free. Ignite ticking down on Galio ever so slowly, but the last tick enough to pretty much take him out. And Shaz trying to get away with the ult, but body blocked him, and of course it would hit them to sort of get back into it. That's how the ult works. And just murdering pretty much the rest of RRQs, and RRQ was never, ever in the advantage at any point here to begin with.
Yeah, this is a game where, Cerberus, they take the lead and they just ran away with it. We've witnessed 4 games in a row, and I think that, game 1, 2, and 4, Cerberus was in the lead. They lost game 1. Game 3, they were still kind of in the lead, right? Just that it wasn't as significant as the other games. I think it's fair to say that Cerberus really know how to get that cash rolling, and they kind of found that secret ingredient to catapult that lead into something. Yeah,
you can see Exorcist not having a good time here with his stats and like and Hyde 7,000 damage on a Garen. It's not something you do want to be seeing because it's how Garen actually here's a good trivia, something trivia about Garen. Garen is one of the few champions with the highest DPS potential in the game.
Right.
He has a combo which literally does so much DPS. It can pretty much insta-kill almost any target up to about 2,200 health.
So that's the silent spin and ult, right?
Silent spin into auto into like, yeah, so you can cancel, because usually you can't reactivate the spin to cancel it, right?
Yeah.
So, but if you immediately go into a Q against silence after you've procced it twice, the on hit, and immediately go for the silence again,
right? You
can get a lot of DPS on Garen. So like seeing Garen being the lowest DPS on any team is make you go like, oh no. That's how you know the team isn't winning.
I mean, Garen hasn't had a good time in his playoffs. He only won like 10 out of 100 games, so it's had a rough time so far. But RRQ are no longer comfortably in the lead. It is 2-2 in this best of 5. Coming up will be the deciding match, but we will give these two teams a breather and we will take one ourselves. And we will be back in a bit for the final game of this upper bracket finals.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming and Monster Energy.
down to the wire. Game number 5 in this upper bracket finals between RRQ and Cerberus Esports in the Snapdragon Pro Series Wild Rift Challenge finals. With me, Husky, and Pondo. We've seen both teams getting convincing wins. We've seen both teams putting out rabbit from the hat. But it all comes down to this, the rightful game number 5 to seal the deal for one of these teams in the grand finals later on.
Yeah, we've rarely seen games where like a team can consistently play in leads or like an advantage and still have it be be a turnout for 2-2 to game 5. So like props to Cerberus for getting advantages, but props to RQ to being able to convert it into wins so convincingly. And here we go, Genza. Really strong stats there, 715. Didn't really get to mention it too much, but like some stats up there in the upper class with a high GPM, high damage taken per minute. And like the go to participation is really high as well. So you can see Genza absolutely doing work there with the amount of damage he was proccing out. And like you said, early Void Staff made sure a lot of the Garen's like magic resist was mitigated. A lot of their team members couldn't do a lot about it as well.
And I think overall it's just see as kind of identifying the key pressure points of how to utilize that lead that they get early on and just magnify it. Right? I think RRQ just couldn't really do much because the jungler fell apart and their solo laners also couldn't stand out to not just their counterparts but also this Ziggs overall. And I do think that this Ziggs might be a priority for both teams to look at this point because both teams have one with the Ziggs.
Well, yeah, this is like what, 100% win rate?
So far, yeah.
Yeah. So it's like the damage out there being dished out here is insane, and like I can see why Ziggs is popular considering the fact that skirmish teams have been on the up and up, right? So like a lot of close range combat encounters, a lot of skirmishes that are really close and near and dear to your hearts. So they have to be up in your face, and what better way to deal with it than with the Ziggs raining bombs upon you from a distance away. So can see why Ziggs would be a hotly contested pick, especially with the way that Cerberus and RRQ play. But let's see what they decide to go for in terms of team composition this time around. Will it be another RRQ skirmishy pick? Will it be another like displacement type play with Lee Sin to Gragas? Or would they both go skirmishy? Because I feel like that's the strongest meta that we've seen. A lot of fighting types, bruiser type stouts champions, you know, with the skirmishing. Fioras, Shyvanas, a lot of those.
So far the bans are pretty standard, and of course CES banning out the Ziggs. I think we kind of saw this coming from a mile away, and RRQ also takes out the Renekton. And Gwen finally goes through, and of course CES grabs it. But you have Yone for RRQ if they want to, right? Of course you have to go for that Yone again.
Yeah, well, it depends on whether Shaz will be or not to be able to convert that into something that can provide meaningful value to his teammates, because like Cerberus has tried to deal with the Shaz's Yone twice now. They didn't succeed the first time because they did try to go for it, but it wasn't necessarily managed to make it work. But the second time around, they didn't even need to focus on him, and they managed to completely keep him from being effective at all. So like, gonna see which one is gonna be, whether it's the former or the latter this time.
And you can see that RRQ, they bring in Marky for this one final game. Big Boss Marky is here. So, CS won the 2 games, great, but can you overcome the OG Dragon Laner?
The OG Marky himself.
Yeah, Marky in the flesh.
Viper's got his good stats, but Marky is sort of a small legend here among the fans of RRQ. So can't wait to see what he's going to bring to the table. BMM is also going to be coming out instead of Taku for Cerberus. So it's going to be all hands on deck for both these teams, and let's see which team can come out on top with their roster changes and their their team comp synergy.
Yeah, we do see the Nami ban from RRQ is a very standard ban considering the fact that CS was able to grab that Lucian, but the Garen also banned out as well. CS opting for those utilities elimination. No Senna, no Morgana, just making sure that RRQ doesn't really get the luxury of having a layer of shields.
Yeah.
I mean, we say that Lux is on the board. I still think that CES can consider that, right? You give Y1 the Riven, you give BMM his favorite Lucian in the mid lane. There is still alternatives for CES to go for. I don't think the Lux is out of the equation just yet. There we go, CES.
I was gonna say that like it might not be that valuable to Cerberus as opposed to RRQ because like Yone, can you stop Yone's ulti with a light binding? That's my question because I don't think it's unstoppable. Is it unstoppable?
Yone's ultimate?
Yeah, Yone's ultimate.
Yeah, you complete the full animation.
Oh, so
think, yeah.
it is unstoppable. Yeah, so that means you don't really get that much value out of it, and then you have Fiora with riposte. So and most you can get onto Kha'Zix, but Kha'Zix is a jump, so it's a bit harder to land. And Gragas, okay, it'll be good against Gragas, but I don't think you want to be using it just for the Gragas. I do think it's going to be good to try and get initiations, catch them off guard potentially, and just light binding out from brush. But I do think it would have been better on RQ, but I suppose whoever gets it first gets to keep it. So going to be seeing a bit of a stronger long range engage from Cerberus' side, and a bit of a deeper engage from RQ. So the deeper they get, the bigger they, the stronger they become. And I think Orianna to Yone is going to be disgusting. I'm going to tell you now.
Yeah, it's ball delivery system, right?
Ball delivery system.
But
yeah.
I do like CES, right? We have always have this Lux in the back of our mind, and CES is one of those teams that is not afraid to flex this Lucian, either BMM or Y1. And in fact, I believe this is the first time I see Y1 play that Lucian Baron lane, and it's into a Fiora as well. So you can see the priority right there for CES. You want to shut down that solo laner, or at least put them behind as much as possible. And you have this Lux as a guarantee. Global presence is there. You have Lux, you have Galio. I think the team fight for CES can easily match up to what RRQ have to bring to the table.
It's gonna, well, it will rely on them a lot, shutting down Chaz. And I think if they don't manage to get Chaz out of the equation, it's gonna be a huge headache, especially with the Orianna ball delivery system, like you said. So there's a lot on the line here for Cerberus. Cerberus is gonna have to play a stronger early game. I don't think they can go in too heavy and try to shut him down as hard-handed as they did before, because that didn't seem to work. RRQ always seems to have answers for these. But yeah, a lot more on Cerberus' shoulders here, because RRQ usually tends to be a lot more level-headed about these kind of things.
You can feel the electricity in the arena. I mean, we are in the studio, but there is some tension. An important game. Cerberus Esports against Rex Dragom Keon. And by the end of this, we will find out our first ever grand finalist who will be playing on a later hour in the day. The loser will have to run the lower bracket gauntlet. And the team that awaits them down there, Nigma Galaxy, a team that has eliminated the first seed of Thailand, the first seed of Vietnam, both in a reverse sweep fashion. Any team watching that would start to believe a bit. And GX might be the one.
And GX certainly no slouch. I do think they've been going from strength to strength, so it's very nice to see their growth as a team. I can't wait to see if they manage to pull this out.
Yeah, it's a team that is 3-4 months in the making, and here they are, right? So, in fact, I think I saw their coach post something. Is that the team, Wild Rift team's world ranking, statistically, I think RRQ is still first. Nigma Galaxy, after yesterday's 2 consecutive victories, shot from 35th in the world to 11th.
Wow, okay, that's really cool.
Yeah, it's a huge jump.
We're talking global here. So
we're talking global, yeah.
Wow, okay.
RRQ is first globally, and Nigma Galaxy is 11th place. I don't remember where Cerberus is. I'll have to check in a bit.
I do remember people saying that SCA Wild Rift is some of the strongest in like all regions, but it's nice to see it, and it's nice to cast for it, because it's always interesting to see the metas from this side and to see like the sort of Wild Rift that we play in SCA. So I can't wait to see other regions also kind of join in the fun,
It's safe to say that SCA is the second best region in the world. The first one being WRL, the Chinese region. They are something else.
Yeah, it's like it's hard to glean. It's hard to like look into that. Into there and see what's on top, but like,
yeah, well, I mean, to be very fair to them, they play an average of the average games that they play competitively in their own league far surpasses the games that all of our teams play combined. So the team that won Icon Globals from WRL, Nova Esports, play a combined of almost 200 games, I think.
Oh.
In one single league. That's
Yeah.
more than all the games that all of our teams played cumulatively in our league.
That sounds very similar to the story we see on the PC side. You remember, like how Korea was pretty much undisputedly
Oh yeah,
the top region.
the
And,
LCK.
yeah, China came in the second strongest, but like now they've become like the other contender, like the only other region that puts up as strong a fight versus Korea. So like they came in second, pretty much like a definitive second. They played so many games on par with the Korean region to literally just wake up to be the next best region there.
Yeah, honestly, I think it's all about the strict regime. I actually read up on it a little bit. I remember when, we're sidetracking a bit, but just to kind of cap off the conversation. When Koma was still with T1,
Yeah.
back at SKT, right, the era, something like he has somewhat of a strict military regime. That's how the boys were honed into 3-time world champions,
Yeah.
Yeah, well, I mean, with that being said, taking nothing away from SCA, I still think that we are second best, sure, not the best yet, but it's been a long time coming.
Yeah.
been a
I think we have the potential. It's
We do. We have.
We're so strong in mobile games in general, as like with the way that people use their phones a lot more than certain other regions. I just think when we transition into the mentality and
Bit of a miscommunication there from EXO and Helios.
that's kind of the thing about having a displacement champion to sort of set up for your ultimates, which require precise positioning. It's kind of difficult to get going if you miss your ultis. But I think Chaz has been a little bit tilted on the Yone so far.
I mean, we see the lane swap, right? I think RQ had the read that maybe Y1 wants to fight high. That's why they put Helios there. But I don't think BMM really cares too much, right? Regardless of what matchup you get, as a Riven, you are going to be comfortable. You can see that BMM is racking up a very minor lead. And same as Y1. And this has been a recurring trend. We're looking at a 300 to 400 goal advantage. And sure, it is minor for CES. But that laning phase has kind of been the source of CES being able to extend the lead just because they got out of the laning phase well.
This is kind of the CS staple. They're always ahead, but they don't always win. Yeah, but I do think, whenever Yone starts missing his outs, that's kind of a sign that things might swing towards Cerberus' favor, because so much is riding on Yone being able to land those outs. He misses one, that's a lot of kill potential gone, and that's a lot of the what's it called? Your gang pretty much not gonna work out, I think.
That's Oriana as well, right? So we have a couple of big ultimates from RRQ that can turn the fight around. So CS can't be slouches. BMM just dives right into the Dragon Pit. Actually takes out Jazz for first blood. Does he get the Dragon though? I believe Hai was the one that secures it. At least RRQ walk away with something.
Did see it coming.
Helios forced to run away, but Meliodas with the needlework is on him. He needs help right now. EXO coming in to provide assistance. Reparo drop mid as well. They should be able to at least take down this turret. The riposte drop. The turret is still alive. And Duckby just escapes with his ultimate. Both CES and RRQ trade blows.
They didn't manage to get the tier 1 turret for that. They managed to make quite the play. It looks like, I think I was watching there, Meliodas didn't quite time his scissors there for the precise arrival of Helios back from his clone, so like it's a bit unfortunate. But yeah, that was pretty much equal trade across both sides, and that brings it closer up for both teams. Ooh.
Yeah, and BMM set ablaze by the Ignite. Help is coming in the form of Chaz and BMM. He also has Meliodas nearby. Hai really adamant in getting this kill. Meliodas goes down. Oh, I believe Meliodas couldn't provide help, and BMM goes down.
Okay, that was well deserved for Hai. That was a beautiful riposte onto the final proc of Riven's like skill dart. That was absolutely beautiful to mitigate so much damage away from Riven's combo.
RQ are having their attentions drawn. Gets hit by a shockwave. EXO, throws
Nice
up the cast, gets a flash off.
Good flash. Saw it coming from a mile away. But they need to get that tier 1 turret down sometime soon, potentially within the next 3 minutes or so as the objectives spawn again. Want that pressure. They want to be able to freely travel in between the mid lane area, and the mid lane tier 1 turret is the most important turret to take early. So
the good news is that as long as there's no cast and shockwave, you know, you do feel a bit more safe as that Lux on the map, and you can just do this right over and over again. But we get that replay between this 1 versus 1 of Hyde and BMM.
Look at the fight. Look at the way it's working out. After getting that last hit, maybe BMM could have won the fight if he decided to re-aggress like immediately. But he took 2 free attacks from Fiora on the dash.
Yeah, didn't have his cooldowns, right? So
yeah, that is fair. That is fair. But I think he did have some bonus damage stacks, so I do think it might have been maybe not winnable, but it might have made Fiora sweat a little bit more.
Yeah, the fact that he tried to go back for that third broken, I did think. Was expecting Meliodas to help him, but he was preoccupied with Chaz, I believe.
Yeah. Ooh, nice catch. Not going to be translating to anything so far. Still, Tier 1 Tart still alive.
It's an even game for both teams.
Yeah, it's just 1 minute 45 seconds on the clock for objectives to start spawning, so gonna have to be taking something soon.
And Meliodas, you gotta get away right now. The hollow miss actually saves him for a bit. And Helios just walks away with a sliver of health, and the needlework is going to town. EXO able to dodge the final spark and run away in time. CES threatens this structure. RQ bringing in more numbers, and Marky is going to be the next one to join. He has that shockwave, but CS, they really want this turret, and RQ, they're just going to walk forward and try to get something done. The shockwave only connecting onto one. Duckbeak gets a ton up onto Marky, and they go straight to the back line. EXO walking away with just a bit of HP, but Chaz has to reset, finds the isolation kills. Meliodas now is dropping low, and Helios will flash on top of Meliodas, but it's a Gwen. Gotta be careful though, the scissors, they hurt, and Helios couldn't get anything done. Chaz also barely escapes, and CES ends up with 2 kills of their own.
It's a self-fulfilling prophecy. I talked about how, like, if like a Yone misses his ulti, that's pretty much entire team fight turn on its head. And already seeing kind of the results of that, already seeing Helios miss 2 ults in a row, and that's not gonna be a good look for RQ because they need to be winning these team fights, and Yone's ult is such a huge part of that.
Genza just starts working on that Rift Herald first. Just get things going, and Doug B, I think a taunt Hyde can't be in the fight any longer, and they have the culling as well. And that's a big ultimate unleashed. CS just want the Herald. They even use the needlework, and Doug B a bit too far forward, gets brought back by the shockwave, and now Kidos lands his out only onto Doug B though, and doesn't even finish him off. CES walk away with the objective.
A bit of a miscommunication there. Doug B going to reaggress, but the rest of the team not quite on the same page for that, but getting away with his life, so no harm, no foul. That's going to be a free. Rift Herald potentially going to provide pressure for them while they start making their moves towards Dragon, but they have to recall. Everyone's low, knows that RQ also doesn't necessarily have the HP or the bodies to be able to contest for Dragon as it spawns, so they still have some leeway to be able to go back, but they're already barreling towards that Dragon, pretty much most members of RQ, so yeah, a little bit more on the ball there. Ooh.
EXO really wants Meliodas, but he has a hollow miss, so you can't target him. And now EXO is going to be brought back into the vacuum of a final spark. Hyde also forced away, and look at Y1, full of confidence in the face of Chaz. Both him and Hyde go down, and Marky also cannot stay. What a binding from Genza. Give it to Doug B. A double for the Galio, and CES, the cleanest Dragon take that we've seen all series.
Okay, I will tell you now, this is not what we were expecting in the last game versus RQ. RQ is none of the trademark like steadfastness we've come to expect from them. Cerberus absolutely wiping it. Not quite the same 10k differential we saw from the last game, but still very, very relevant to an advantage. And we know that Cerberus does big advantages all really well, really, really well.
Yeah, and it's kind of, for Cerberus fans, I believe the Cerberus supporters who are at the venue right now, very, very happy with what just transpired. It's not done just yet. I mean, RQ, that is not the end game scenario. It's not the be all end all. It's not, it's not CES.
It is a be all end all for my prediction streak. So
it's gonna be a be all end all for all our predictions.
I am torn. Yeah, we are torn.
We are absolutely torn, and Hidos is about to get snipped into ribbons.
The desire to want the underdogs to win, but at the same time not wanting to lose prediction streaks is difficult.
Well, we don't get prize money for getting predictions.
We
right?
don't get prize money, but it's about the what's the germ? No, it's about the bragging rights. Yeah, it's about bragging rights. Ooh, Duckby not quite landing things just yet. Yone's not doing any damage. He's so behind right now, and that's the trapping. That's the thing. Yone is very situational, and that situation being Yone has to be fed. Yone is not fed enough, and he is not useful. So it's quite sad to see.
It's just Yone things.
This Yone thing.
Just Yone things, yeah.
He's too squishy to be very helpful.
It's kind of like Yasuo, right? Like if you're not fed, then
well, they are brothers, so I guess it does make a lot of sense. Yeah.
they are brothers. One of them is a Darkin right now.
I think he's a demon. He's a half demon right now.
Yeah, he's a He's a half.
Yeah. Ooh, look at that clear. Just Gwen things, I suppose. I can see why they were so adamant about banning Gwen out so many times.
Yeah. Honestly, when Gwen was first released, I mean, even back in the PC era, I couldn't really wrap my head around how she actually works, right? It feels like, all right, I have a pair of scissors, what am I going to do with it? And then you start seeing people master him and master her, and you realize that, oh my god, Gwen is so strong. BMM gets picked off. That is some respite for RRQ. You buy time, you make sure that you know that CS can't really start objectives, they don't really want to fight right now.
Yeah.
Duckby also not in the best position, so has to take a blast score.
Duckby's been a little bit on the edge of a sweat here. You know, just monk ass with some of his crazy close encounters here and there. But nothing too serious, nothing too crazy. Grand entrance to try and get some reinforcements as they get the minion pressure pushing up towards that side as they prep up for the potential Baron fight.
That's interesting though, because it has one of the longest cooldowns in the game. So expanding that hero's entrance like that, it could present an opportunity for RRQ.
I guess they were overzealous on expecting the same sort of RRQ trickery with the brush into getting to Y1, so wanted to nip that in the bud. But not seeing the trademark RRQ like trolley moments like the brush stacks and brush hides. Ooh.
Yeah, finally Hideo just predicting the movement of BMM. Can I just say that Crystal Rose Yone is a very delicate skin?
Yeah, well, it kind of reflects how delicate Yone is in real life because he takes way too much damage.
He does. Absolutely does.
Well, if it's anything like the porcelain skin line that we see from League of Legends on like I think Azriel had that skin. It was like a Chinese New Year skin, Lunar New Year.
Oh yes, I remember that.
It was a skin where he had a magical porcelain bracelet, which I thought was very impractical because it seemed like it might break. But I like the idea. So Crystal Rose Yone is similar in that he's like a Crystal Rose. So if he takes too much damage, he dies.
He dies. He just shatters.
He just shatters.
Just fragile. Do not drop.
do not drop. Do not hurt feelings. You say Yone's ugly or some shit, then he cries and shatters.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, he is dead technically.
He's like he's half. Yeah, he's half. Yeah.
Yeah.
We don't even know if he's considered dead or he's like in between.
He's just possessed, I think.
Yeah, he's possessed. Yeah.
I feel like that is the term. I don't know, like that.
Yeah.
The whole Darkin realm is very interesting, right? Unless you are like super into it, unless you go down the rabbit hole.
Oh, I've read all the lore. I've read all the lore. So like.
Good lord.
Yeah, I love the lore. It's so good. But
it is.
It's not Darkin related. It's like it's another one of Ionia's like many, spiritual things. So they have a lot of localized things like spirits and demons, so it's a very interesting region to read about. And to show for Riot for a bit, their new book Ruination is out, which kind of talks a bit about the background of how the Rune King Viego came to be. So just gonna show that a bit because it's a really good book.
That was very interesting, honestly, when a whole realm created surrounding this fallen lord.
Yeah,
it's a lovely king though. He did it for his wife, to be very honest.
Yeah,
right.
Well, but the entire stick is that even though his public image was that he was a really good king and he was kind and he was like the perfect like Disney prince sort of thing. where he'd be like, oh, I'm going to rescue the princess. But like, he was doing it in a very selfish manner. It's just like, they told him, it's like, don't do it. You could screw up a lot of things.
And it's like, no, I'll do it.
But true love.
Yeah, in the name of love.
In the name of love.
That's how all plots begin, you know, like so just to conclude this, right? My takeaway for a long time, for the past few months, is that a lot of movies would not be movies, a lot of films would not be films without just this one bad decision made by one of the characters in game. Like if this guy didn't fall down the stairs and go into a coma, maybe we would not have anything.
Oh yeah.
Hyde wants the turret, and BMM, whoa, maneuvers. The style points, gets a bit of a revenge.
A great flash third proc on his skill. And
that's how crucial the riposte is, right? I mean, you get the read right, no riposte, instant. And I don't think Hyde was expecting that because he kept his flash.
Yeah, it's way harder to react to the flash version of that, but he did so well in the last fight.
Meliodas has the ghost. Helios' ultimate completely goes wide. Meliodas was able to buy time. Unfortunately, Duckby, he is way too far ahead. He gets booked back by the explosive cast. And CS were looking for an opening, but with the death of Duckby, we are back to square one. Another neutral state in this game.
Okay, whereas quickly moving away from the amount of gold required for Cerberus to completely dominate RRQ, back into RRQ can potentially pull this back territory because RRQ, like we said, if you're not above them by 10k in gold, you are probably losing to them. So we're back to a 5k gold differential, and I will admit that a lot of the dragons are over on Cerberus' side, but the most important dragon is on RRQ's side. And it's not big of enough of a goal difference to count RRQ out yet, and we're getting to the point where things are going to get scary for Cerberus. So.
We're going to reach a point where the goal doesn't matter, right? And I think that is the scary part for CES, because we are seeing them very adamant. The one thing they're doing a good job at is shoving these waves with the final spark. They're dealing the side lanes well. BMM is manhandling Hyde, who has the Hullbreaker, by the way. BMM is solo killing someone, a Fiora with a Hullbreaker, but aside from that, you can see CS really wants to make the move, and RRQ has been doing a very good job of denying them that luxury.
Yeah, it should have been Cerberus' game a lot of times before this, but RRQ has been playing out of their minds to bring it back. So very much props to RRQ. They're one of the few teams that you don't count out in any particular part of the game. So very nicely played. I do think it's nice that Helios is not quite fed, so that will give Cerberus a lot of breathing room, but I don't think it really matters because Oriana is at 15k gold. He just throws the ball. Ooh,
CS?
Stealthy Baron?
RRQ have no idea. They see the final spark, but this Baron is gone.
They had no idea.
And it's time for Elder Drake as well. Perfect timing for CES. This is the flip that we're looking for, Pondo. It could not have had a better possible ending, and look at this. The needlework is out. RRQ need to buy time for Hyde. He's pushing that top wave in. CS, if they want to recall their Baron and Power recall, Chaz is around. He can attempt to go for the steal, and look at that. Helios goes ready with the ultimate, instantly exhausted, but the shockwave, Marky lands it on top of himself. Can Chaz do it? And yes!
What the heck,
Chaz? Keeps the game within RRQ's grasp, but only if they get away. Y1 gives EXO a back massage and he is gone.
But the Baron buff though, Chaz is inhuman reactions.
But is this enough though? Chaz is the magician, but is this trick sufficient to keep RRQ afloat?
It will be enough for them to get the kills. They're going to have to go in deep, potentially get the Yone out to actually land this time. And then they will be able to turn things around with the proc from Elder Dragon. But the Baron buff is insane. They don't have the bodies they need. They don't have the positioning they need to potentially turn things around and make sure that Cerberus can't just siege onto their back lane, into their mid side. But Baron buff is not the type of thing which lasts long. Elder Dragon is going to be a huge thorn in their sides.
Good news for RRQ. Side lanes are pushed in, and they stole the Elder Drake. Bad news for RRQ, they've lost that mid-inhibitor turret. CES, I wouldn't say it's a commanding lead, but it definitely puts CES in a very powerful position.
Losing the mid lane inhibitor turret is huge, like you said. It frees up so many ways for them to pressure each lane, and they still have a bit of a Baron buff to push it out.
And Marky just got solo killed by Y1.
Ooh.
And Helios won't be able to get his revenge.
That is not good. That's not bueno. I don't know if
Baron buff is running out, so I mean,
running
RRQ
out.
can still kind of hold on to this, right? They at least will not have to worry about CES just one-upping them, just executing them with one spell rotation. But
the Outer Dragon has done so much to make sure that Cerberus doesn't go too crazy on them with the diving in the towers, but it's gonna slowly slip away.
It hits both of them. It sends Chaz into that stasis, but look at that needlework, almost pierces through Chaz. All CES want is the turret, and they've done it.
This might be it. That's 2 inhibitor turrets, both sides.
Helios has to do something. They were ready with the binding as well, and I mean, props to EXO for saving Helios.
They're looking desperate.
It's unlosable territory for sure, right?
Honestly, like this looks like it might be down to losers bracket for RQ, and then they might win against Sigma Galaxy because, like I said, Sigma Galaxy versus RQ. RQ has a slightly better like macro play. There could be another fight, Cerberus versus RQ in the grand finals.
There could be, or maybe the most unlikely one, which is Cerberus versus NGX, right?
That would be a story. That would be something to talk about. Yeah.
The 2 most unlikely team. I mean, NGX have already taken out 2 first seeds, right? Their biggest opponent, I feel like, is RRQ because they went 7 games in the Open Finals. It went to a full best of 7, and EXO, he was checking for vision. CS knew that from the beginning. Helios needs an ulti, but he misses it. Now goes Golden. Eats a laser in the face. The shockwave only buys time, but all CES have is time.
EXO is cut to the side like a slice of pizza in between 2 teams. Didn't know that they pushed up that far to get vision. Already had an inkling that he was there. All collapsed, and that's it. That's Baron number 2 and a pretty much impossible CH to overcome.
Chaz needs to do something. I mean,
this is Chaz.
This is, if Chaz wants to be the man, this is the moment. The most important moment. Look at how he took TP. CS. They're checking for info. They're looking for Chaz. Chaz dives in. They pull away from the Baron buff. They want Chaz dead. Procs the GA. Patience from CES. And Chaz could not do it when it mattered the most. He gets out. They lose Meliodas and BMM. But actually, wait. He stole the Baron?
Did he? What?
He actually stole the Baron?
Wait. What? What?
This is RQ's turnaround moment.
What? No way.
I honestly thought they didn't get a chance.
Never doubt Chaz.
Never doubt Chaz.
Never doubt Chaz. What is going on?
It's down to
There's
Y1 and
no
Dumpy.
way. There's absolutely no way this is happening right now.
This could be the greatest comeback we're witnessing right now. In the hands of Chaz.
How did Chaz do it? Can you smite while you're reviving from a GA? Yeah.
I have no idea.
This should not be a thing.
We are all equally confused. I honestly thought that CS got it.
Right before the GA proc. No way.
RQ now they're gonna get this dragon.
This is no way it is happening like this. Still getting piled upon the super minions from both mid lane and dragon lane, but there is no way RQ is going to turn this around right now. This can't be a thing.
You know that it is absolutely mind-boggling when in the moment that felt like it was impossible, and somehow I'm inclined to believe that it wasn't even Chaz that stole the Baron. It just somehow decided to go to RQ. It just decided that, you know what?
I've got to Google this. I got to Google this. Can you steal? Can you smite?
In GA.
Can you smite? Wow.
I need a moment because RQ might win this, Pondo. Let that sit in for a second.
There's no way.
There is yes way. You have to let this sit in for a second. They have Baron buff, they have Elder Dragon buff. The Rift is their oyster.
Only suppress can stop a smite. Is that real?
No way. He smited beyond the grave.
What?
Right, hold on. We need to get. We'll figure that mystery out in a bit because
I guess they should have waited for him to revive.
They should have killed him twice.
They should have killed him twice.
I mean, I am.
Oh my
I'm
gosh.
absolutely speechless.
That's not quite over just yet. They might be able to hold out completely until the Baron buff
This is the
gone.
second hold by RRQ, by the way.
What?
First one by stealing the Elder Drake. Second one by stealing both Baron and Elder Drake.
Yeah.
Longest game in the playoffs thus far. We are approaching 20. Well, we have approached 27 minutes, but
Yeah, I even remember reading the stats somewhere that like any team that loses more than one inhibitor turret is like, I remember it being within the ballpark, only a 10% chance of winning. That means RRQ might be able to bring this back from the break with a 10% chance. Oh my gosh, Exosen, what are you doing?
can they get Exo?
That is
though?
not it.
He needs to go, and he does.
That is not it.
What are you doing?
What are you doing?
What are you doing? They hit
Exosen,
TP in.
you can't have just changed.
This should
No
be
way.
it, right? Duck
Duck B.
They gotta secure this one.
Deep in.
Helios, go steal the shockwave for Marky.
Helios with the LT on a
He
complete
believes Genza.
wrap.
They might do this though. Helios,
But Gwen
can
is
he
still
go
alive.
huge? The mortal steel is there.
No.
GA pop.
No.
Melios gets away. BMN can
No
get
way.
something done. They
He's
sneak
still alive.
Helios
They
into smithereens.
That's 4 kills versus Marky, the only one still left alive.
that shockwave
Baron's
delivery.
back up again.
You said that you wanted to see the Helios Marky ball delivery, and they blew up both Genza and Dumpy in a blink of an eye, but this should be it, right?
That
There
was no way.
There is no way that this Baron gets stolen.
That
Unless this Baron decides to just die itself and go to
Look
RQ.
at this.
But look at this.
Look at that.
My goodness. It is complete chaos on the desk right now, but let me tell you, this is one of the best Wild Rift games I've ever seen.
This is absolutely crazy. Exosen going in with a completely not well received dash splash, getting caught out. The Grand Entrance getting like his other teammate killed as well.
That was 3v5, by the way.
That was 3v5.
RQ almost won a 3v5.
Yeah. And Duck B with the Grand Entrance with the follow-up, and then the rest of his team. I think it was Chaz who went in.
Meliodas, he popped his ghost.
Got his ghost up.
No target, though.
No target. That's the Baron. 20 seconds for another Elder Dragon. Could be 3 Elder Dragons, 3 Barons in a single game, and I can't believe
We're approaching the half-hour mark.
the
CS,
half-hour
if
mark.
they can get this top inhibitor turret, this should be 99%, right? I mean, we are racing against the odds
This
right
is
now.
99%. Elder Dragon should have been the great equalizer, but you don't come back from a 3 Baron game and pretty much your only inhibitor tower remaining.
Alright.
You don't.
Meliodas is on that Elder Dragon. You can see Chaz, he's moving there. Doug B is here to buy time with the rest of his team. Someone needs to get a good engage. Hino straight
this
towards the
not
backline.
what you're looking for. Is that going to be the shockwave?
No.
It's not quite the cleanup they needed. They
Meliodas
wanted
got
the
it.
setup for the Elder Dragon.
They should have gotten it. For sure this time it's not going to be Chaz.
Did
No.
Chaz get it? Did
No,
Chaz?
Nope, he
Okay.
did not. He did not. You see the bar on the health bar. They have
That's
done
gonna be it,
They
and
have
that's
done
gonna
it.
be the backline. That's gonna be the win for Cerberus versus RRQ. What a game, people! What an absolute unit of a game! What just happened, Husky?
Let me tell you, a year ago,
What just
CS
happened?
couldn't even beat Team Flash. They have lost every single game to the first seed of the Vietnam region. Every single finals. 0-4, 0-4, 0-4. Up to the group stage, they beat Team Flash. And now they beat RRQ.
RRQ absolutely tearing it up in the back lane.
To their
Would
credit,
expect the Helios with the shockwave to kill their entire back lane, to bring them back in and to bring them back out again with what is essentially a cascade of unbelievable what is this, what is that.
let me tell you, the last 5 minutes have been absolute chaos on the desk. If no one understood what was happening, don't worry, me neither. I just want to say, props to RRQ. That game should have ended 10 minutes ago.
That game should have been over.
I mean,
that game might even turn around with the
It
Baron
was
buff on the Chaz steal. With the Elder Dragon twice in a row for the RRQ. Wait, no, once for RRQ side with the turnaround. Desperately defending the base, but Chaz stealing objectives like no one's business. Almost turning it around, but cannot overcome the pain that is 2 inhibitor turrets down.
yeah, and CES, Cerberus Esports, the 2nd seed, the last torchbearer of the Vietnam region, your first grand finalist. the Snapdragon Pro Series Challenge Finals. It could not have gotten any better than this. No script would have prepared us for this moment.
What a Cinderella story out here.
We wanted to see a lot of Filipino audience wanted to see a PH versus PH finals. It was the RRQ bandwagon versus the NGX bandwagon, MGS hype train. But that finals will come a bit sooner in the lower bracket instead. It's elimination. Only one of them will earn the right to stand up against CES and perhaps defend the title as the best SEA team. They had history. They have met before. But now you have to wave goodbye to them in a bit. And this is the beginning of a very, very long journey for RRQ. There's a potential that
we might see the Phoenix rise from the ashes. Potentially another setup with another team. RRQ versus Cerberus again. And Cerberus going to have to pull this out of their butt again. We'll be going into an interview with them soon to see just what went through their minds as this happened. We're kind of speechless. I don't know if I have the brain power to summon good questions.
I gotta take a breather, so let's look at what they have to say.
ยังไงเรามาถามความรู้สึกเขากันสักเล็กน้อยนะคะรู้สึกยังไงบ้างคะกับเกมที่ผ่านมานี้
Em cảm thấy như thế nào? Ý là đánh vừa rồi á.
Cái trận đấu vừa rồi thì em cảm thấy khá hấp dẫn, thì tại game nó lâu quá, vì mục tiêu hơi căng thẳng nên hơi vui.
เขาบอกว่าก็รู้สึกการแข่งขันเมื่อสักครู่นี้รู้สึกตื่นเต้นแล้วก็ดีใจเพราะว่าเกมมันเครียดมาหลายเกมอะค่ะ
จริงด้วย
แล้วก็รู้สึกดีใจมากขึ้นเมื่อรู้ว่าตัวเองชนะ
อย่างนี้อีกคำถามหนึ่งแล้วกันค่ะแล้วคิดว่าต่อไปเกมถัดไปจะเป็นยังไงบ้างมั่นใจแค่ไหน
và trận đấu tiếp theo thì em có tự tin không sẽ thắng
em nghĩ là team RRQ ăn được trước team em, nhưng để gỡ lại thì vô chung kết gặp lại RRQ thì tất nhiên team em sẽ vô địch rồi.
เขาบอกว่าแมตช์ต่อไปอะค่ะเขามั่นใจว่าจะชนะเพราะว่าถ้าเจอ RQ ก็คือแบบชนะมาได้แล้วแน่นอนว่าต่อไปก็คือจะเป็นแชมป์แน่นอนค่ะ
เดี๋ยวให้ผู้ชมทางบ้านเขาบอกว่าhe's very excited after this match and he is very confident to winner this challenge
โอเคเอาละค่ะก็ประมาณนี้ละกันนะคะเดี๋ยวเราจะปล่อยให้นักกีฬานะคะไปพักหายใจหายคอสักครู่หนึ่งนะคะเราก็จะได้พร้อมแข่งในแมตช์ต่อไปนั่นเองนะคะยังไงตรงนี้ขอบคุณมากเลยนะคะ
congratulations
ขอบคุณค่ะ thank you congrats
โอเคได้
You gotta feel confident.
That was a really insightful interview. Like, I learned so much from that one.
Honestly, if you win a series like that, you're on cloud 9. You are ready to win the tournament. Of course, Cerberus Esports,
I don't think these guys are on cloud 9 just yet because they are an NA organization, but it would be nice if they were picked up at cloud 9.
I reserve my thoughts for that, but in all seriousness, Cerberus Esports now they get to breathe a bit, right, before the grand finals. But for RRQ, the journey has just begun. It's not gonna get any easier. You're fighting against your own comrades from the same region, but you look at this endgame score and no one could look at this and say and tell and describe how close it actually was.
Oh my god! You said they needed to catch their breath. I haven't been able to catch my breath with what is essentially it's insane. Marky getting off nearly 1 point off a 40k damage differential, and literally you could say almost all of that damage came down to what is a delivery shockwave on the side of Helios coming in with his ultimate to basically delete half of the backline. Like when Exorcism went in, and then Chaz got taken out, falling after Exorcism to try and salvage the situation, and they both died. That should have been like, oh, that's it, that's the game. But Helios coming in, basically deleting half the backline with the ulti and Marky's shockwave. This is not part of my bingo card for the semi-finals.
You know what's part of my bingo card is that Marky did 39,999 damage. It was just one off of 40,000.
Oh yeah, Marky doing work, like getting getting subbed in and doing absolute work. Like just the amount of damage being dished out. Like it's a delivery system overall. But
just Marquee Express, 5 out of 5. The only gripe is that didn't win the game.
No, I would give it to Chaz though.
I would give it to Chaz.
100% Marquee being on point with the damage, but like we give it to Chaz.
We got almost 10 extra minutes of the game because of Chaz.
Yeah.
And Chaz alone.
What was supposed to be the death knell. The death knell.
Which it's a yes. Yes.
No, if Hyde had managed to get that tier 2 turret and they didn't respond in time with the Baron Baron activated minions after sending Y1 home.
There's so many
game over
intricacies, right?
Intricacies.
So many intricacies in that game. I mean, it is totally fine if you don't fully understand what happened. I think this game definitely deserves a revisit at some point in time just to look at how crazy it was. But with that being said, these kind of craziness not possible without our partners,
Snapdragon.
without our partners and friends over at Snapdragon Elite Gaming when winning matters. I mean, good Lord bless my soul if I get to witness another game like that. And I'm ready. I am ready for the rest of the day. So it's all made possible by our partners there. Honor to work with them. Also, big shout out to our friends over at Monster Energy for allowing all of us to unleash the beast. Early on, we saw them with that Monster Energy drink on the table, and now you know why the games are so crazy. So
these are the only kind of plays you can make when you're hopped up on Monster Energy.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna say half of the fuel's there.
Yeah, check them out at www.monsterenergy.com/gaming. And if you guys want the best deals when it comes to games and top-ups, do go nowhere further than www.kachishop.com, because that's that's your one pit stop. Your one and all pit stop for your gaming needs.
Yeah, I love how the name is Kachi Shop, and it sounds like Cash eShop. You know, it's nice. It's nice. Nice.
Either I'm not thinking too much, or you're just.
Does it not sound cashy?
It sounds like
shop?
kaching. It sounds like money. Either way, for Cerberus Esports, they're one step closer to becoming the champions. And we will have RRQ against Nigma Galaxy down in the lower bracket. Only one Filipino region team will be able to earn the right and a date with Cerberus Esports in the grand finals for best of 7. We gotta take a breather because that was absolutely insane. We will come right back for the lower bracket finals. Do not go anywhere. This is only going to get more and more nuclear.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming and Monster Energy.
Pangalan daw?
Hello, my name is John Paulo Isidro Trillo.
Hello, my name is Sean Kirby Miranda Palisok, and my IGN is RQ Helios, and my team is Revolutionizing Kion.
Mình là Genya, đi vị trí đường rồng, đến từ team Severus, tụi mình đại diện cho Việt Nam.
Xin chào các bạn, mình là Nguyễn Quang Trường, My In Game, cùng mình là Taddy và mình đang chơi vị trí đường rồng cho team Fnatic tộc chiến.
Hi guys, I'm Justin Richitan and my AGN is Justchi. I'm from Nigma Galaxy.
I'm Aaron, mid laner of Nigma Galaxy.
Sâu.
There's sauce.
Này nó cũng hơi giống ở Việt Nam.
Mắm cua, vị nó giống như là bánh nướng vậy, nhưng mà như nó có đồ chấm.
Kiểu như là nó hơi ngọt ngọt.
It's crunchy and delicious.
Good, it's good.
Just like in Philippines, Oishi.
It's like peewee in the Philippines.
Tomato. Ano naman? Tomato.
Cái salad cà chua này thì khá giống một loại salad ở Việt Nam nhưng mà vị nó đậm hơn và ngon.
Tastes like
Tastes like tomato.
I think it's more delicious because it has
The flavor is
flavor.
Root beer. Jolly Cola, bro.
We have it in the Philippines.
I don't remember the name,
Yeah.
but I think we have the same in the Philippines.
Của anh có ngọt.
nó chua chua, nó là ăn khá là lạ mồm, cũng lạ, nhưng mà là nó bên Việt Nam không có nhiều. Hoặc là chan mà. Không có. Chan cái loại nào? Được.
Em thích. Dạ em thích. Thấy cái này anh khá cái thích vị giác. Cũng được.
It's good. It's good.
I feel like it's the worst one. But in chips, we like kayang the most.
Mine is this one. This one.
Welcome back to the Snapdragon Pro Series, brought to you by ESL, as we're watching some of the finest Wild Rift action in Southeast Asia. My name's Contra, and of course, this is going to be Pondo. You could be Husky for a little bit. I'm still going to be Aaron, though.
I could be Husky, yeah. With two
We're
errands
both
on the
Aarons.
desk, okay? There's only going to be one errand at the end of this. If you don't see,
Is it
if you
gonna
don't
be?
see one next to me after this, you know, you never know what happened. But supremacy.
I'm not too sure that's going to be the case. But then again, you know, we've got ourselves that trolling series between RQ as well as Cerberus Esports, while RQ, despite their level best to try to fend for the final game of the series, they've been knocked down into the lower brackets. And now we see two teams from the Philippines contend for that grand final spot, where we see the sole representative of Vietnam still prevailed in the upper brackets. So of course, we'll definitely fill you in on the update of the standings right now before we, of course, jump right into the action. You were casting that match. Tell me, how were you feeling through the past 5 games?
Well, it's been a
topsy-turvy, right?
It's been insane. I haven't felt this like contrasty and absolutely crazy. My emotions being dragged between two different points on a single map before, since the last time my ex kept telling me that she was okay and she's not okay.
And how many years ago was that?
Many years ago.
Many
so
years.
we're seeing the emotions go into
Flashbacks.
overdrive here. From what we're seeing in the last game, if you were lucky enough to watch it with us, the RRQ versus Cerberus match, where we predicted the RRQ win for 3-1. 3-1 being on the RRQ side, and then going up to a game 5, which is already kind of like, it was pretty much crazy in and of itself. But to have Cerberus get into like what was the weirdest late post game I have ever seen for 3 Barons, 3 Elder Dragons in a 30-minute game, for Cerberus to come out on top.
And of course, before we even get deeper into the discussion, let's of course thank our partners for bringing us a lot of energy and excitement. It's time to unleash the beast with Monster Energy. Visit their website, monsterenergy.com/gaming, to find out how you could basically pump yourself up for the grand finals that's about to come. But before we even get to the grand finals, we got ourselves that lower bracket run. Nigma Galaxy will have to go ahead to take down their nemesis back in their hometown of the Philippines, and it's going to be RRQ that have just gotten themselves out of that 5-game series, and there might just be another one here. Nigma Galaxy had that Cinderella story run from that lower bracket, and each match that they have played, they pushed it to game 5. Back in the first run, where they met up with Team Flash, everybody thought, oh, this is going to be so difficult that Team Flash is the #1 team of Vietnam. And they were basically getting so much stamina and the tenacity to be able to put that reverse sweep into the picture. And then they even took down the hometown favorites of Buriram United.
Yeah, well, Nigma Galaxy is the team that we've seen go from strength to strength. It's not a team that we necessarily put a lot of attention on, but yeah, we'll be seeing a lot of Thailand on screen, but just wanting to talk about it, though, you're just wanting to see it.
Exactly that. And of course, let's head over to our host for a little bit, as we absolutely love the cosplays that they do have in the Central Ramanai Mall. And back to us for more, as we are gonna give the players a little bit more time to prepare before they walk on stage again. And I can't even wait to get into predictions already. I know you were pumped up after that past series, and I was just watching from the side, and it really gave us the feel that we were actually there along with the players, because that sort of intensity, like you've mentioned, is out of this world.
Yeah, if we're already feeling it up here in the booth, with the seats, we already felt how crazy the intensity was. And like, a lot of people are going to say that it should be RQ's win. But, Rex Region Kion, what you're supposed to be favorites for the championship. They've suffered a little bit of a setback here versus Team Cerberus, but I'm sure they'd be able to somehow get back on top and potentially retain their title, but it's going to be a long journey for them up ahead. They still have to win another potential 5 rounds, 5 matches if NGX puts up a big of a fight. And they just came hot off the press from a devastating defeat versus Team Cerberus, so they might be a little bit fatigued, you know, they might be a little bit tired, but let's see if they can pull it back out of their hat to go back towards the grand finals to get that rematch against Cerberus.
It's just great to see hugs from both ends of the coaches as compared to a typical handshake. Kaigu as well as TG, the masters of the draft, and we've seen on both ends of the spectrum, on winning games, they look impeccable. Even on the games that they did not manage to clinch, it was always going to be a really close tie to the finish line. And now it seems like it was fated to be. And there can only be one Filipino team up in the grand final stage while we get ourselves ready for our very first draft. Chaz, the clutch master of RRQ, have been able to do crazy attempts of steals, even in the final game where we saw him snatching away that Elder Drake. And of course, let's also take a look at some of the key players from both teams as we start off with Chami being one of the strongest Baron laner that we've seen. If you give him champions like Fiora, Renekton, and even at times you see random Castins back in the group stages, he can play it all. But we have seen that Bruises have been the go-to over on the Baron lane that have been able to close out games. And Enigma Galaxy have him to thank for, and they have been able to go on double bruisers to enable a split push across the map to shut down Brewer United. So whether or not will that be the same strategy to take on RRQ remains to be the question. And I'm pretty sure that RRQ have watched some of the matches from yesterday's run. It was a hell of a long day, I must say. And that was like, what, 15 hours and perhaps even more, because these players have to travel from their hotel rooms into the mall and, of course, get themselves prepared. What a pep talk that you have before we even get the opening of the show. RQ, they got themselves that win much earlier. Well, I gotta say, actually, they got the bye run. And after that, Cerberus Esports managed to take them down. So it's still relatively an early start for RQ. But going back-to-back games here, we're going to start off with game 1. Draft is ready. RQ on blue side.
So we'll be seeing probably some of the more like standard bans here. Like probably going to be expecting the Jace ban early on. But like Yone, okay, going to be the Yone ban. I guess RQ realizes that if they can't necessarily utilize Yone to its fullest potential, they wouldn't want the enemy team to be getting their hands on it invariably. But it is generally the high, like you said, it's bruiser heavy, it's skirmisher heavy. It involves a lot of heavy fights. So Renekton's going to get banned out as well. Potentially going to be seeing either the Lucian ban, maybe the Jace ban. Usually it's Jace. Like Jace is always
most of the time, and you also have to consider that Lucian has been a powerhouse pick heading into the mid lane, where it will be hotly contested by both Helios, Aaron, and you can also mention the marksmen that are in the game as well. The matchup between Viper Exosin versus Demon Kite Draw will be quite exhilarating to watch out, as Gwen have remained to be quite a scary jungler, I must say. Not exactly the same case if you put her into the Baron lane with a lot of difficult matchups. And RQ have been able to lock in the Jace as the final ban. They'll start things off here with plenty of options for play. If they want to secure the Senna, they will be able to do so. And most likely than not, we have seen Sennas to be paired along with a Nasus typically. If you don't really get that, a Gragas could also be a good case for Exosin, who's played that in the final match.
Well, seeing the Senna with the Nasus would invariably create like some sort of PTSD for a lot of players. Fimble Winter, Nasus, but like we are seeing a lot of Nasus which go heavy on the AP for a lot of like chunking down on AP type supports. So like chunking down the Ziggs, chunking down the Karmas. But going to be seeing the Zed pick up to potentially peel it away from RQ because they know how terrifying RQ can be on the Zeds. So going to be pulling that away from Helios. And I do... well, NGX on Zed is something that has happened before, but not necessarily going to be the sort of... the must-pick pickup that you usually see on RQ side. So
I would say so as well, and I would also point out the fact that they are pairing it with an early Riven pickup. So you have we've seen a glimpse of what they have offered yesterday. High potential from the mid to late game to go on split pushes, whether if things go right or wrong. So that could basically stall out the game for a tad longer. And they have hovered that Ziggs, which is going to be a really solid starter. But if that's going to be the case, that Baron lane is going to, or mid lane itself, we'll have to see what kind of bans will come out. RQ wants to match that aggression here by picking up the Akali. Could still go on to the hands of High, but they do have that Garen, which is going to be a sort of counter matchup against the Zed, just to nullify a little bit more of that early game potential of a solo kill happening over mid. And NGX will appear with a Kha'Zix. Double assassin setup coming out from Enigma Galaxy. Will still stick to the game plan for NGX, with them looking for huge pickoffs. RQ, so long as they can basically pull strings into getting themselves a decent late game, I think things should be looking fine. And it goes down to the second phase of the draft. Since RQ has not picked up their Nasus yet, they intend to ban it, and Enigma Galaxy just want a smoother cruise down bot.
Going to be seeing sort of a similar sort of comp to what RQ had in the first game versus Cerberus. Going to be Helios on the Akali is going to be absolutely terrifying, and like it's the one thing that managed to damage the backline and keep... It was Genza. It kept Genza away from being able to do damage versus RQ. And that was pretty much the game-changing, defining moment. So having Helios back on the Akali is going to be still scary for NGX, depending on who they choose for their backline. I know that Aaron won't be... Sorry, I know that like... I think it's... yeah, I don't think the Kha'Zix will be able to get in untouched. So I think it's going to be a scary pickup. And they need some mitigation. They're going to need something to sort of work against it.
It's going to be a first hover on this Corki, which we haven't really seen in a while coming out from Enigma Galaxy in particular. But of course, that allows them to have a little bit more of a safety net. And we've got to keep in mind that when it comes down to team fights, Valkyrie with a package could definitely offer quite a discrepancy against RRQ. And they're basically hoping to lock down that bottom lane, further amplifying their potential with that Nautilus pick. Well, it's going to be a one final pick up there as they manage to switch that Nautilus over to Exison's favorite, the Galio. Now, I really do love this, that they managed to also get themselves that Fiora, so they would not necessarily need to worry about those sort of late game shoves all too much, where that Fiora will be able to match up, or if not, secure some turrets of her own. And we finally get to see Draw going on his Rakan, which back in the series against Brum United, multiple times, it was a respect ban towards Enigma Galaxy. And Draw, not even pulling a single game out this time around against RRQ, will be able to offer a lot on the table. And I think this is what exactly was necessarily needed. You see a lot of mobility coming in from Enigma Galaxy's side. Though, if things don't go right in the early game, they're going to have a really hard time if RRQ finds ways to snowball. Especially, they have to keep an eye out on Helios. With a couple of all these takedowns, he's going to be amplified. And you will expect that Exoson's going to be always following along to find those ganks. And Chaz is put onto this Fiora duty, meaning to say that Hyde is just trying to break wall Chammy up in the Baron lane. And this is quite the ideology that both ends of the spectrum actually has. RRQ, though, we've seen some of all these crazy executions of team fight against Cerberus Esports. Now, on those streak of games, they have to start off with a clean slate. Still the hot favorites of the Philippines. But Enigma Galaxy definitely won a whole lot of hearts from yesterday's run. I know predictions going to be very difficult for those of you guys back at home, but you guys will still have to drop it right in on the Twitch chat. You guys are there. Or anywhere else that you guys are watching the Snapdragon Pro Series, we still love you guys.
Yeah, please put in your predictions. If you think Enigma Galaxy can, maintain the streak that we've seen throughout these entire few days, then please, like Aaron here says, the other Aaron Contra here says,
it gets confusing.
Get a predictions down. There's like 3 Aarons in this entirety. We have an Aaron on the team as well. So, and there's 2 Aarons out here in the front desk. So it's a match of the Aarons. But in terms of my prediction, I have said it for RIQ. I do think that the drive is there, and I do think that they want to be going in for another upset versus Cerberus. I just think it's going to take a huge toll on them. That's already been 5 high-spec games towards Cerberus, and now they're going to potentially have to pay another 5. Enigma Galaxy can put up
I would say that
fight.
RQ has always managed to go the distance, despite how long you will really want to let them sit through multiple games. They have great ideas to play out, and usually with those sort of game plan being set by Kaigu, and also with the leadership of the team, they just have so much to offer that every single game, if you put them down, they're just going to come back with another, and of course, seal the deal if they could do so. Now, let's hit right into the Rift as we start game 1 between 2 Filipino teams that we have known and loved, RRQ versus Enigma Galaxy.
Oh boy, this is going to be a bit of a rough one, but let's see where it decides to go in either direction.
And what I really want to pay attention to is the Baron lane matchup, but we're already seeing a little bit more skirmish coming down for bomb side. Both marksmen already soaking a lot of damage. Love that skin on draw, by the way. And anyways, back to that Baron lane matchup. It's kind of like a sword and shield situation between Hyde as well as Chami. Of course, on that early game, there's going to be a lot of good exchanges coming out. And Chami needs that level 2 power spike while Helios already on an attempt managing to proc his passive onto Aaron. All these sort of leg skirmishes have been really dicey. Aaron's looking for the kill. He managed to burn him off with the Ignite, but it's not going to be enough with the barrier being popped.
Aaron just Helios wanting to get his proc off his passive to try and equalize the harassment getting out from Aaron, but Aaron's been so patient with this. Going to be the taunt coming out, so dangerous here, but not quite enough to keep things out of perspective, but they will need to go back. They've taken too much damage now, and going to give a lot more wave push for the both of team from RQ to potentially get some tower plates as well, which is going to be really nice in the long run for Exton and Viper.
Indeed. And Aaron managing to keep Helios in lane, and also having this heart shove. One more level and the death mark will be there. Chaz not allowing him to have much of a spacing, while Dra has been able to accompany to stop this gank from happening. A little while longer, we'll have to see where or not will they manage to get their hands on any form of kills, but just looking at the tread setup coming in from Aaron, they gotta keep in mind that some grand entrances can easily disrupt them in the midst of these fights with the presence of Dra moving across the map.
I think Viper wanted to go for kill on the stun, because if the minion dies when you stun, with the stun, it will immediately stun. So I think he wanted to go for something like that to get the last hit on the minion, to get the immediate stun of both Aaron and Draw at the turret, but it wasn't quite enough damage there.
Joshi over on the brush. They are looking for that first pickup. Flash coming out from Hyde, and he creates enough spacing to survive. It's a Garen after all. There's not too much to worry about, as he will be able to sustain for a little tad longer.
I do think it's pretty funny, because that's an RRQ special. We like to call it the RRQ special. They enjoy putting people in the brush to catch someone up pushing up too far.
And Hyde will be accompanied by Chaz, and we will shove this wave back. Does he have to back off? Well, there is Dawning Shadow. Shot right in. Chami holding the line. It's just you managed to get himself a little bit more of a clean escape, if you will. He's going to be able to stay for a while longer. Aaron's going to be moving up for a gank. He does have Death Mark available. Hyde trying to trade right back. The Master Justice with Ignite will draw first blood. They're still looking for more. Chaz very deep into the turret range because he's going to be able to keep himself alive, forcing another flash to come right in. Draw to stop Helios, but he's still on an attempt. Shuriken flip. It's not going to be able to get anywhere close to the low health allies of Enigma Galaxy.
A bit upended there for RQ. They got pushed into the turret, lost a lot of health, had to recall, couldn't defend the turret, get the turret plates out in time. A lot of turret plates out for NGX now. NGX is going to be picking up quite a bit of extra gold there for the top laner, who will scale uncontrollably, but it's still one extra kill for Hyde, who managed to get the pickup with a brilliant combo off his silence into the Master Justice. So nice, good work for Hyde there. Will say, however, that NGX is not slacking off whatsoever.
They're going for it again. The dive is deep, but there's only one backup coming in from Joshi. He will match a trade once again. Chaz underneath the turret will get a little bit more drawn aggro on top of him, but Chaz survives while the rest of RQ will get another pickup. Here comes Donnie Shadow to buy some time. Draw, trying to get himself a little bit more room, but it's a double kill coming in for Viper. And that early aggression with huge wave crashing in did not allow Enigma Galaxy to have any room under the turret.
Poor Jesse expected the isolation proc damage to be able to finish off Chaz, but just barely by a sliver, giving up his life for nothing, and converting it to some big advantages for RQ here on the dive here, getting the turret plating off. See, trying to jumping out here. Notices the riposte is down. Flashes in for the isolation proc, but it didn't come up. So he was using base damage there on his claws. Quite unfortunate here.
Yeah, and he doesn't have a red buff on top while we go back into another fight. Exosoxen just got clipped off as he's in between 4 members of Enigma Galaxy. This one's gonna go to the hands of NGX. RQ with a botch attempt. Oh, immediately initiate once again. Draw, trying to look for a pick. He's going to be burned up. He's going to be able to survive on skin his teeth. And oh my goodness, he just dodged that Dawning Shadow just by an inch. Enigma Galaxy on a roll, takes down the mid lane.
RQ here, just slight disadvantages throughout, but enough to convert something for Enigma Galaxy to pull something out of their hat. With the kill down onto Rift Herald, with the way to be able to get particular kills, to get just a slight advantage in terms of goal to be able to pull this off. But NGX still ahead here despite the kill differential towards RQ side. They still need to take a tower. They still have about 40 seconds to be able to get towers with the tower plating, potentially get some gold back in, but it's not going to be enough overall. It's going to be very difficult for them.
Very methodical map control coming in from both Enigma Galaxy as well as RQ. In exchange, they managed to still get their hands on the Ocean Drake while we have Exosin roaming around and got caught off. This is twice in a row that Enigma Galaxy has been able to punish the support of RRQ. Now setting up for the dive, no minutes whatsoever, but Hyde, he's in trouble. Well, Demon Kai will be able to slowly chip him off. Tammy now ignited, but it's not going to be enough to take out the Baron laner of Enigma Galaxy. Walks away with 2 pickups, but Viper has arrived rather too late.
Didn't even manage to get the Master Justice off to get any kills. A bit unfortunate for our friend Hyde there, and looks like they don't have enough pressure to be able to get the turrets on Dragon Lane or Baron Lane, either way. So NGX here on pretty much every front, having the mid lane turret gone, having the pressure to be able to roam around in their jungle to ward up where they need to go. It's RQ's gonna have a bit of an upward battle, but they've been in these situations before. They managed to get out of these situations.
And we've already seen that Joshi is willing to really trade bodies just to make ends meet. Well, RQ, they did manage to get a few pickups for Chaz as well as Viper, respectively. We want to really see how this one translates, though, because it definitely does take quite a while before the Fiora managed to get all the big items available. Already completed that Trinity Force for now. Helios got to tread lightly. It's just by the edge of it.
Just waiting there in the brush for Helios, but Helios is not buying it just yet. But How long people to wait? Here we go with the entrance. He's going to catch up, but he's got it out in nick of time using his twilight shot, but gets away with the ultimate, procs it right before he gets away, and there he goes. There's the proc. That's the takeout. NGX gets another kill. Helios gets pulled away from the game. Grand entrance wasn't enough to even deal with one of them.
We just got overwhelmed with all these numbers, and it's great that Aaron has kept his death mark for the security measure, while there's still Tammy lurking around, keeping Hyde company for most part. Well, Tammy is now slowly building into the Divine Thunder in order to be able to melt down the health bars of the Garen. We're going to be expecting to see RRQ to be a little bit more team fight heavy.
This is not happening. This is not going to be a mirror of what we just saw from NGX side. Is it going to be enough, though? Going to be the pickup. Grand Entrance gets procs, and they're going to get a free turret for their efforts within a 40-second potential spawn for the next Rift Herald.
Meanwhile, over the top side here, we see a 1 versus 1. That's not going to be all too much of a big deal between both Tammy as well as Hyde. And then understanding that he has already shoved pretty far across the lane, it's going to be the next Herald coming up.
Doesn't seem like it. It's, you know, it's been particularly coveted by other teams so far. They're all kind of late to the party. Wards haven't been pushed up on either way, but I guess it's because all their attention was on that singular tier 1 turret at the Dragon lane. So surprisingly, no one decided to sort of ward things up again while the pressure was being put on either side. Both sides did a rush ambush waiting for the other to arrive. Just to, if you can't do it, join them. That's going to be another Rift Herald takedown for NGX, and that's going to be on the table for them to get a tier 2 turret down the line.
While RQ will prepare for Drake instead, Helios wants the shuriken flip onto Aaron. Looking to see if he can basically land any sort of commitment, but he doesn't really want to risk it. Draw is going to be around as well. 6-5. Only 2,000 of gold difference for RQ to break it even. And they're still trying to find resources in order to have that power spike coming in for this Akali that hasn't been able to land a single killing blow onto any members of Enigma Galaxy just yet. Hyde will be able to find some chunks of the turret crashing downwards. Well, Enigma Galaxy won't have any form of response. We'll have to get this one away. But take a look at the rest of Enigma Galaxy. They're also trying to trail in from the river. Should be able to be spotting them out. RQ threats very likely, while we still see Helios trying to defend his turret against Aaron.
So we're seeing that a lot of the pressure is being pulled away from the Baron side. Hyde really wanted that turret, knew that a lot of them were going to be rotating and try to wishy-washy between like the Dragon area and the mid area. So decides to take advantage of the fact that the pressure is going to be pulled away because they might want to set up for Dragon. The Rift Scuttle was taken, so they will have that vision, which is in detriment to RQ. But, you know, now that the pressure is being pushed away and the minions have been pushed back into RQ's side, they're going to be the ones sweating now that the Dragon's going to start up because it's going to be crashing against the towers, so they're not too worried about that. But they don't have the setup. They don't necessarily have the wards that they want.
They do have a really great vision setup coming in from Enigma Galaxy now. Pressure is on. RQ need to find an angle to get right into the pit. But they're not really starting just yet. There is going to be a chase upon Hyde over the top side. But this is going to be a little bit of battle dance. Exosoon hoping to actually cut them off. They already got spotted out by the ward. RQ hoping to find an entry angle. Now they're in the pit. Stuck in a rock in a hard place, but they will commit to the fight. Dodge channel on top of the members of Enigma Galaxy as they're forced to retreat. The Dragon will go for the hands of Taz. And there's only so much that Enigma Galaxy can do. Just tries to hop out of the pit as he will be able to make his way out of this mess. But they will recommit on top of both Helios as well as Viper, dropping them out. And Dross looking for the final blow against Hyde. And it's just a clean takedown coming from Enigma Galaxy, and they got the Dragon.
Oh my, they did. No, the Dragon does go to Chaz because Chaz is the thief of the Rift, but that Scuttle's going to come in handling now. They saved it for so long. Now they have the opportunity to get that tier 2 turret down in mid lane, which opens up so much more avenues for them. Still no tier 1 turrets, still no tier 2 turrets down mid lane for RRQ still, no, well, props to them for taking both Dragon and Baron Lane tier 1s, which opens up the map, but the mid one is the most important. You lose so much pressure if you don't have the mid turret gone, you don't have the wards in. And Hyde was playing Ring Around the Rosie. They didn't manage to get a lot of those low health champions in that last team fight, so RRQ just kind of off the edge here, because now it's a 4K differential, which happened within the span of that one team fight, which was really good to start off, but didn't necessarily completely turn in RRQ's favor, despite the fact that they have the Dragon and they had more pressure towards the end.
Exactly. At the tick of a moment, I absolutely forgot that Enigma actually did manage to snatch that one, but it was relatively close when we saw what really went down inside of the pit.
Just so close here. Chaz always has his eye on the ball. How does this man multitask and like do a good team fight, getting a lot of kills, and still manage to keep his eye on the prize, which is the Dragon? This is some next level play. You can see they're all so low here, but Hyde was already too far from a lot of them. Didn't manage to take out Demon Kite when he was super low, despite being on him already, and the health was so low, but didn't manage to secure
Here comes
it.
another one. Valkyrie dropping into the middle of the pack. Helos flash into safety. Demon Kite still going for a chase, but none of the members of RQ have faltered in. Great sort of exchanges, despite utilizing a whole lot of resources coming up from both ends. They still keep many of their elements intact. Well, Hyde should be able to defend this to clear up the lane. They find themselves a pickup here. Chaz surrounding Demon Kite, but he still can Valkyrie into safety. Here comes recommitment coming in from Chaz. Well, actually, Joshi, this is draw. Hoping to see if he could basically jump right into the fray, but there's just going to be a little bit of tussle going on. This never-ending tug of war hasn't been able to benefit RRQ. That huge fight over on the Drake pit once again. We see RRQ huddle up. They basically cross over the wall, unable to find an exit. Here comes Chaz, looking for Aaron as he's going in for the shadows. Dawning shadows coming right in as well. Death mark onto Helos. Won't be able to do much. He just wants to get out of this messy situation.
It's, well, using the death mark to get away like that is Tails all his time.
Clean though.
It's like you don't have enough damage. If you've got one auto off, you might have potentially been able to kill Helios, using the riposte to get the slow away from him, but not, you know, get caught out when the rest of NGX is there on the back foot to potentially follow up. But it looks like that play might be good enough to get the pressure away, especially with Baron up. So keeping that pressure, keeping the will they, won't they sort of scenario for RRQ, you know, if you keep them on your toes, they have to keep guessing. And if they have to keep guessing whether Baron's going to be taken, then they're going to make a mistake because they're going to have to pass into Baron to make sure that's not being taken.
Exactly. And I love the adaptive build coming in from Joshi overall. You see the Executioner's calling to prevent overkilling coming in from Viper, and he also brought in Serpent Fang in case if that Dawning Shadow gives a little bit too much of a shield, so he could still be able to burst through some of all these sustain that RQ tries to set up. Speaking of which, that setup over the bottom side will be met with retaliation. RQ now through the jungle, hoping for a pick. Draw, moves right in. Dawning Shadows on top of most members of Enigma Galaxy, but that won't deter them. They get the snare on top of Joshi, still have Guardian Angel level, forces the flash away while they have Hero's entrance to move into the fray. There's still the chase going on into the river as Helos hoping to pick up something. A connection with a killing spree onto Joshi will take down 2 members of Enigma Galaxy.
How is Helios still alive? 1 HP, so close to getting destroyed, and there's absolutely no turnarounds for NGX because they needed to get that kill in order to make it equal, but it's not. That's going to be a tier 1 turret, and finally we're seeing some light at the end of the tunnel for RQ. Didn't manage to get any turrets. Tier 1, tier 2 at the mid lane, which is the most important one to take. But now Dragon is alive. NGX is missing 2 members, and versus a Chaz who can smite it away from you with no sweat. There's no way this Dragon's going to be given away to NGX.
I just love how RQ controls their the entire section of their own jungle, knowing for the fact that you have to guard off some of the exits, and Helos has been able to do that. Finding a kill onto Demon Kite as well. That's going to be relatively important. Now, it's going to be a lot harder for Enigma Galaxy to pull that 1-3-1 split setup. Well, with all these presence of RQ members who is also seeking out for pickoffs of their own as they try to death ball their way into many of all these objectives. And they manage to secure not one, not two, but all three of the dragons. Now we're just going to be waiting for Elder Drake to appear on the 20-minute mark. So it's all down to Joshi as well as Chaz to be able to pull through into the late game here. And RRQ is just regaining that tempo.
Yeah, we are about to have a technical pause in just a bit due to some issues, but we'll be back with you real soon. I'd like to talk a little bit more about the play that was being made by NGX there. So you kind of saw they immediately sent three champs down towards the dragon lane. The dragon was timed to come up, so they assumed that RQ would be sending someone to the dragon lane in order to clear out the wave that was pushing against the tower. So they assumed, okay, maybe one or two of them would be coming down, with the rest of them push towards the tier 1 turret in mid lane. But that's not what RQ did. RQ sent the entire battalion of people to go down to the bot lane. So when they appeared, NGX appeared at the turret, there was already 3 people there, and they immediately re-aggressed after they realized they managed to get CC onto a few of their members, and that was pretty much all she wrote. Dragon was given away, they managed to chase down and kill a few members, 2 members gone, and then it was a free dragon for RQ, and then NGX pretty much gave up a lot of the advantage which they had managed to build up to that point.
To add up to the point, it felt like maybe Enigma Galaxy was asking for a little bit too much, right? They wanted the turret, they wanted the Drake, and they went in for that deep invade into the jungle, but they didn't manage to achieve neither one of these objectives that they set themselves to gain. And of course, with the form of aggression that RQ showed, they just really have to give way where you just can't have both at the same time. While the Galaxy members, we are seeing them having, at the very least, a lot more rest from yesterday's run, and that was like, what, 15 hours of staying put back in day 1 of the competition where they had to play almost every single game. Through the low brackets itself, RQ, despite just finishing off their own best of 5 on a defeat on the very final game, they're still holding on to their strengths here, where they know that team fight is the name of the game, and thus far, Chaz never disappointed throughout all these sort of skirmishes. Though he may not land some of these steals a couple of times, he didn't really have to because they managed to trade out over a dragon, sometimes giving their life away. But most of the time, you still see this Fiora surviving the brunt of it. He managed to get himself 3 takedowns and no deaths through this course of the battle thus far.
Well, props to Chaz. He just came away from a 5-game trade out with Cerberus to ultimately lose, but still has not missed a single smite. 3 dragons for game 1. Very impressive. And like, I don't think anything's going to be stopping Chaz. I do feel kind of sorry for NGX. They twice now did they almost kill Helios. A death mark, 1% HP on the Akali, gets away scot-free, and then not pretty much a non-trade for NGX. And then these small little things, they build up. You have 1 kill, and eventually kind of tilts over to RQ, and RQ is like, okay, now we're ahead. What happened? You already had all the tier 1 turrets. You already had all the tier 2 turrets. Why are we ahead now? What just happened?
Yeah, and I think that Enigma Galaxy definitely has to rely on Chammy to be on board in some of all these team fights where we have seen him triumph with picks like the Riven for most part. While it definitely has been a little bit more of a rough time, he either have to pick between 2. Either you go in for split pushes, which in games against Team Flash as well as Burma United, he's been able to handle it absolutely fine. And if that's ever going to be the case, then Enigma Galaxy has to play team fights on a deficit of a member that may not be able to participate unless he buys a teleport to join the fray. Then it's definitely going to be a little bit harder for them to do. But we have seen some good trade outs coming in from the side of Enigma Galaxy, despite having Joshi putting himself into really uncomfortable situations, to say the very least. But I think like both sides still having a really great chance at this game, where it's going rather evenly. Though Enigma Galaxy have lost a couple of all these dragons, they have a lot better map spacing to work around with those early objectives that they managed to secure on those sort of attempts hitting to the dives over the top lane.
It's definitely hear your words there. It's just, it's sweating now. Or when you have the 3 dragons, if you're the more the minutes pass, we're talking about 15, 20.
And if you have the Elder, it amplifies.
It amplifies by 3. We're talking even worse. So the farther the game goes, having 3 dragons pretty much means that you are going to be on top of the stat check, because the only differential between you and the enemy team is the stats you have. And RQ has all the dragons, so that means every single stat now belongs to RQ in the late game team fights. And it's very easy to make up for goal deficit if you're not that far behind. And RQ is not a team known for being behind on the team
Looking
deficit.
for EXO. The jumps onto him will not work out with the flash being committed by the support of RRQ. As we go back into our game.
I do think EXO needs a bit of a mental reset after some of the plays from the last game. So I do think he's been feeling it a little bit. Getting caught out also in the earlier part of this game with NGX and almost giving his life away. Thankfully, it hasn't been too detrimental yet, despite the 0-4 on his name right now.
Well, he definitely does have a lot of tanky items on board so that he could basically outlast some of these jump scares.
Rod of Ages is non-negotiable, but yes, everything else is tank items, and it's for him to keep himself, you know, not too scraggy when he gets murdered. But he's got 12k gold.
Yeah.
And Joe only has 9k, so like, yeah, it hasn't been that bad.
Elder Drake is now live. And this is where the scores might just be settled.
Yep.
But keep an eye out for Chami. He does have teleport available this time around. Still going on that split push, but RQ have surrounded the Drake. Work cleared out. Now that forces Enigma Galaxy to go in blindly into the pit. Not knowing the HP bars here is going to be a little bit tad difficult. EXO leading the charge. Now they find the Valkyrie into the middle of it all. And RRQ still shoves them all aside. As they're still looking for the pickup, jumping onto Aaron as they burst him down. Zed will be able to contribute. Same goes to Demon Kite. They are going in for the lost cause. Joshi jumps all the way to the back, finds Helios. 1-for-2 trade, still not going to be getting all too much as RQ hoping to actually reset. And this time around, Joshi gets baited into a trap. He still has both Hourglass as well as Guardian Angels available. But look at Tammy! He's sliding in from the top lane, and he has secured game 1 for Enigma Galaxy with the split push.
Okay. Was this on your bingo card? It wasn't on my bingo card.
I would say that it was on my bingo card because I predicted for Enigma Galaxy.
It was not on our bingo cards. It was not on our bingo cards to say Chami going for the back lane push. And I was thinking here, our NGX would be absolutely destroyed with the weight of their sins once they realized that Elder Dragon had been taken away and Chami wasn't there to supplant them. But they managed to keep the team fight going for long enough. And I thought RAQ getting a recall, having someone there to protect it, would have been enough to protect the Nexus. It didn't. What the heck?
And they were just so distracted. They were hoping to land their hands on the Elder Drake. Heck, even we were distracted. We weren't even looking at that minimap. I did bring the point where Chami does have that teleport. We haven't seen him commit. And what was he up to? Well, a whole lot of business for sure, as he basically take down 2 turrets and the Nexus to go along with it. And of course, shockwaves are sent to the players of RRQ.
Twice.
As they're never going to let this slide again.
Twice in these finals, we have seen a win off at the back of a dragon, which has been completely unprecedented. I think Riot needs to sort of beef up that Baron inhibitor turret a little bit, because now it seems that a clear-cut tier 2. Let's look at the replays before I go on more about the backline. But here's the tower dive. Here's Joshi almost getting that kill down onto Chaz. Chaz gets away, the skin of his teeth. Dawning Shadow here going to try and get him off the rest of it. Going to be followed up with that Senna long-range attack. That will be the cleanup. And you see, this is that dragon fight. This is the one where RRQ is supposed to win this, definitively. Chaz got that smite, gets taken away. Everyone's so low on the NGX side, but no follow-up, no finish off. You can't just say almost getting something without actually getting something.
You really have to compliment Joshi on that, because all eyes were on him. He managed to not only leap away, but also still kept a little bit more of a move to be able to get into safety, but this is also where RRQ has managed to get not 1 but 2 catches, and they've just went in for a full chase. Chaz just basically gate kept the rest of the Galaxy members, managing to land the drop onto Joshi as well. But keep your eyes on Chami because he's got that free access while most of the members of RQ were busy occupied. And when they do notice, it was Chaz who left the pit, and there's basically no chance that RQ could even get that dragon.
Chaz was running home like a man possessed to try and stop this from happening. If it was anyone else, if maybe a Viper went back, Exorcist went back, or maybe even Hyde went back, I could have said, okay, it's going to be very difficult for them to stop Chami, but it's Chaz. Look, Chaz got taken down. He got J-procced. He got destroyed, and that was pretty much goners. Gone. Entire stacks of minions to help Chami out there with a beautiful minion wave push. And that was the end of the game. He couldn't even stop it, despite the fact that it was Chaz of all people who went back.
This is why we have highlighted that the Baron lane matchup is something to look out for. Chami still proving to be the top dog over on the island itself. While overall, I think like when we compared the two sides of the coin, RQ have gotten themselves into quite the pickle many times, but have been able to secure all these objectives altogether. But there's not much map pressure, and up till now, we haven't really seen great win ratios for the Garen. And it's been way past patches that he has been nerfed to the point where he's no longer that unkillable juggernaut, where currently Bruises definitely have received quite some significant buffs, where Fiora has also had a little bit more love coming into the recent patch. So it's hard for them to do, even if they were to send Hyde onto the Baron lane, it could only clear off maybe a couple of waves, but perhaps that might actually have done it. That itself, I felt like was negligence in total coming in from RRQ. Oh, put Chas aside, of course. Well, he knows, but he kind of tend to the Elder Drake. Basically, you're giving a win-win scenario for Enigma Galaxy.
Well, I don't know. Who can blame RRQ looking at that game? It's clear-cut. You were kind of looking at it. You want to get the Elder Dragon. You want to get those buffs up. But, you know, strike again of what we call the Tier 2 removal. Well, okay. I want to talk about this all day. I want to talk about it for hours on end because it's just going to drive me nuts. But we'll be going to break, so do catch us on the next round after we see RRQ against NGX again, and maybe RRQ be able to bounce back, or have they become mentally fatigued from their fight against Cerberus? Stay tuned.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming and Monster Energy.
Welcome on board once again to the Snapdragon Pro Series brought to you by ESL. We're in the midst of the series between RRQ versus Enigma Galaxy, where Enigma Galaxy have managed to clinch the point from the backdoor push, where Chami once again has been able to find his way by knocking down every single doors to their first victory.
It's been a tale as old as time. Having 2 backdoors like this today is enough to basically shatter my preconceptions and every single thing I thought I knew. But here's Jesse's stats. So looking here, the kill participation, 100%. That means they've been in every fight as a jungler. A jungler is supposed to be in the jungle and jungling. So like having 100% kill participation as a jungler, that's insane.
That's the kind of jungler you want in your solo queue games,
well,
right?
it's going to be a super underfed kind of jungler. So you don't know if you want him or like he's just too busy getting kills and participating, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, like, he's not just all about the KDAs. You saw many of all these instances where they were basically forcing dives, forcing a lot of entry points where they create so much spacing for the split pushes to happen. And sticking to their true strength here, once again, we see the split pushes have resulted into the first win for Enigma Galaxy. As that Cinderella story run here starts off on quite the strong note. I won't want to call it Cinderella story anymore because, you know, the day just started where it's far from the prom. But hey, I'm pretty sure that they will have quite the ball of a time throughout this series. However, from the side of RRQ, I think like they really have to address a few things into the draft where sure they were participating in majority of all these team fights, but they need something to match that split push coming into the second game, and we'll see what they will pull up this time with Enigma Galaxy going in with the advantage for the first pick. And I don't think that there's too much of a change necessary coming into the bans.
Probably going to be seeing, yeah, like you said, probably the usual suspects, like the ones that we're used to seeing, because knowing RRQ and NGX, that does seem to be the most, because they know each other's playbook, they know how they work, so they know that the same bands would be the best bands because they both have similar sort of gameplay styles. But it's RQ. I think RQ's still reeling from some of the fights that they had against Cerberus because this is the 6th game in a row they've had to suffer through something like this, and have that backdoor was something that they were wholly unprepared for, and it's not something that would be very RRQ-like of them. So
exactly.
The Teemo.
Nah.
No.
He's just showing that he is
no.
a demon in the Baron lane, but he doesn't really have to secure that. Aaron on DZ has been able to find quite significant pickoffs in the midst of this run, where he will continue to do so again. This time, RQ hoping to secure the Ziggs in order to, at the very least, attend to some of the waves that does crash in, if ever the case, and still be able to nuke down enemies from down on town. And RQ decides to go for the second run of the Fura. This time, it may not be Chaz that's going to be on the champion. Still a little bit more flexible, while Enigma Galaxy has secured, yet again, another Riven, most likely in the hands of Chami.
Oh. Well, Riven and Chami again seems to be the good luck charm because of how they won that last game. But you only have the picture, it's going to be a lot easier for them to be able to get in uninhibited onto the RQ lineup. So I do think that the Ziggs is a good pickup, though. I do like that pickup, and I think me and Husky talked about it, how Ziggs is currently 100% win rate for today. So maybe that's the good luck charm RQ needs to be able to get the second game of the best of 3 right now.
Exactly, and now that they have managed to secure themselves Kha'Zix on Enigma Galaxy's side, we'll expect this Gwen to be moving into the jungle instead of having it to fend off against the Riven. So it definitely will be quite crystal clear. So heading into the second phase of picks and bans, we'll expect a little bit more bans invested heading into the bomb lane roles. Overall, is Lux the first one to be axed away. We're seeing the power of what Lux have brought into play. RQ have suffered a loss against Cerberus Esports on the final game, and Genza basically giving them a little bit of a shocker with those final sparks. And every single snare that lands is a little bit more problematic over on the Dragon Lane itself.
Ooh,
I'm
set
gonna
ban.
have
Interesting.
this set for Exosin. We've seen him play that a lot back in the group stages, and also many times back in the WCS days. Now, one final ban will be locked in by both sides as they invest one onto Morgana. Though they might actually usually intends to put the Morgana into the jungle. They've already secured the Kha'Zix. We've seen Demo cut on that duty. They don't want him to have the safest of lanes. And they further dictate on what type of supports RQ gets to get in hand. Hey, we got ourselves a Lulu on screen.
Huh. The Camille.
She has to overgrowth. A
Well-
lot taller than what
Well-
she is in the game.
Well, well, the Camille, so very interesting, very lockdown heavy. I do like that. I do like the capabilities coming out from the Hexa Ultimatum and how much utility is going to be bringing against these very skirmish heavy type champions assassin on the Zed. Potentially lockdown on the Senna. There's not going to be much Senna can do about it. But the Senna Nasus combo, like we said, is dirty, dirty, dirty. But
Yeah.
Gwen and Rakan Exosin, that's another story. That's another disgusting composition. And I do see the value in RQ's like combo. And I don't know if a Senna Nasus is going to be enough to be able to overcome it.
Exactly the case, and I love that adaptation for RQ because they want team fights, and team fights. They also answered back on that split push now that they do a Camille, Fiora, and also Gwen on board. Should be able to hold the side lanes just about fine against Nick Magaxi. And what the idea is to put Healers on this scouting duty, and once he does get that ultimate on top of any squishy targets of Nick Magaxi, you expect that Mega Inferno Bomb to just easily melt them down. Not much that they could possibly do because EXO is so slippery on this Rakan. If they get caught out with his ultimate, it's going to be pretty difficult for NGX. Therefore, Nick Magaxi will really have to quickly pick up the pace here on that early game if they really want to get things going for themselves.
It's a mountain to climb. Either ways, I do think you're right. But I have a better feeling about the RQ's comp this time than I did before. So yeah, let's see if they can pull game 2 out of away from NGX, or whether or not they're gonna be melting their minds past this, because you know they do need to pick me up. I do think they need to pick me up.
Need they do, or RQ looking to find their way back into the game. One in favor of Nick Magaxi at the moment, and we've seen plenty of times Camille to play extremely efficiently, especially in the hands of Chaz. And they have a lot of grand ideas involved, or back in the days when they do get picks like the Camille, they tend to have heavy lockdowns with a whole lot of range offered by a Twisted Fate as well as a Jhin. Whereas with changes to the patches here, they try to play with what's the most efficient. Though we do see that there is a little bit of lack of crowd control coming from Nick Magaxi's side. They're just hoping to overwhelm RRQ with sheer firepower. And here we go into our second match between both of the squads from the Philippines. Let's see whether or not can Nick Magaxi push it into match point. And the RRQ looking to extend the series overall.
You know, this is making me nervous.
Why is that?
I don't know. Like, what's gonna be seeing another year to date on our kill assist ratio. But yeah, I do want to see RRQ be able to get some back, because you know, it can't end like this. It can't be the way that RRQ goes. RRQ, the team that dominated throughout the entire series, getting sent back after 2 games in a row, it's just that doesn't seem right. So
well, I gotta say that Joshi and the rest of Nick Magaxi has been pretty much on that role of momentum from yesterday up till today. And of course, they just woke up on the right side of the bed. And back then in the interviews, both sides of the coaches have said that it's really boiling down to who basically has the better plan at the end of the day. Despite that, Chaz have shown that he's not slacking off throughout the course of every series that he plays off. Though Joshi was the man of the match, we see Chaz not even taken out of any form of fight that he involves himself into. Exosin on this recon duty, though, will have a better time as compared to what he has to offer back on Galio. But that 1v1 doesn't look too fine for Chami. Oh my goodness! The minions have done the job! First blood over to Chami.
No, he tried to flash to get that proc onto that mark there on the other side, but he already knew what was coming. Flashed away. The minions were there to finish the job.
He needed one more auto. Just one more auto. And Chami still had the flash, by the way.
Oh yeah, still has everything, in fact. Like, just wanted to get to the other side. We thought that the flash would catch him off guard to get the mark, but he already had his eye on the prize here. I'm surprised that Camille is doing so much damage to Zed, but I guess the passive is enough. See that? Flash into dash.
Yeah,
was supposed to get the mark.
And
didn't get
the waves were also crashing in at the very same time. So any form of aggro would have actually drawn attention, and I think like 4 of the minutes.
At that point, it's just cascading problems upon the other. This is the sort of thing that
big brain calculations.
Team member, yeah, the calculate. This is when you did the meme with the lady with the calculations going on in her head, and then you had it so perfectly panned out, it just didn't pan out according to what you wanted to do.
Now it's going to be a lot of goal up ahead for Chami in this matchup. RQ Hyde just got to sit back and relax for the time being. When the pressure is on, Demon Kite already roaming out and about. Arando have suffered a little bit of a beating, but it's not going to be all too worrisome. Hugging about his heart. Keyless going to be looking for a pick.
I think it's a disaster for Hyde. The flash is still up on Chami's side, and Hyde already lost out on like a big chunk of that, like that. Now she's going to get a health gem together with a sword and a sheen. That's already game winning, lane winning. For her.
Exactly that. And though, despite bringing the grass of Undying, it's going to be a little bit hard to constantly proc this against Chami, which will be offering so much damage.
Ooh.
While, of course, he will have the flash available in moments' time. But we're already seeing Joshi laying a little bit more attempt on that Baron lane yet again. Chaz is going to be finding those angles, as the blades will not land onto Hyde to basically go for those finishing touches.
Nice
in
grand
retrospect,
challenge.
yeah, that's
just
also being expended.
Narrowly dodging the ultimate proc there.
Oh, here comes Helios locking one underneath the turret. Draw will have to give his life away for it. He still survives though. Aaron landing just about enough with Ignite to burn down the health bars of Helios, but will be eventually traded back. Viper not really having enough range to close it off against Aaron.
That was the biggest like this shouldn't have worked like thing I've ever seen. Like the fact that they managed to get away with it, managed to get the kill
multiple times now.
Multiple times. 3 people really low, no follow-up, no kills. And the fact that he flashed back in to get the kill because he thought he didn't manage to finish her off, but did manage to finish her off with someone else and still managing to get away despite that. There's something disgusting about that. The Dawning Shadow barely giving enough shields to protect from that one turret hit. This is beyond me. It's absolutely insane.
Chami has been a little bit overzealous, but he still has the discipline to create a little bit more spacing and not always treading on to Hyde. Here comes the high roll spawn up. RQ should be able to make a worthy trade while the rest of the Galaxy happy to start off with the Infernal Drake, where there's also a little bit more pressure on to RRQ now that they have a few members to disrupt them though, as they go in for a challenge to Dawning Shadow here, trying to secure it, but the smite will still come out from Chaz. Megaphone will dropped as they do have Chami running for his life. Draw will have the grand challenge on top of his name, but we'll still have Aaron coming in for a flank. Viper spotted out, but Exo's going to be pretty low. No angle for the death mark. Chaz having a burst of damage, and it will recommit right under the turret to find 2 for Chami as this goes uncontrollable. RRQ dropping down like flies. And what can Helios do in this tick of things? The match is still bring one more back. Demon Kite as well as Chami finally being shut off And he was still hoping to see whether he could get more.
Very uncharacteristic mistake there from RRQ to immediately swing towards Rift Herald, despite the fact that Chami's already seen you from the ward clearance, to go for the Rift despite that and have them sort of immediately like respond with 3 of their own members, including Chami, because they already have enough members taking the Dragon because it's uncontested. And to lose so many members just to get the Rift Herald and lose so many the plating off from Chami just nonchalantly clearing it because he knows you're doing Rift Herald, that is a huge triple whammy for RRQ, and that's going to be a massive gold lead in the favor of NGX now.
Yeah, and that's due to those perfect team fight executions coming in from NGX. Though RQ, I guess it wasn't exactly too huge of a mistake. They did secure the Herald, and they weren't just, they didn't expect overwhelming responses coming from Enigma Galaxy altogether, because we saw Joshi was securing the Dragon overall, and they just had a grand plan of their own just to see whether if they could find ways to cut off RRQ. Speaking of cutting it off, Chaz now trying to force Aaron to back away. Won't be able to do much, but Neil work has already expended. That's about 50% out of the turret, while Enigma Galaxy haven't been able to get a structure of their own.
Ooh, this is not the RRQ I remember in terms of like their macro positioning and the way that they're usually a step ahead. It looks like NGX has them in the playbook, has them sort of figured out right about now. They've got a lot more swinging to do, and like I'm still surprised by the fact that they decided to go for all objectives despite being caught out on wards. It's like you're an open book at that point. There, you should know that they know that you know what you're going to be doing.
And already executing the 1-3-1 split, we see the Zed over the top side here. Well, the only man that could basically match up to the tempo of what this Zed could do is Helios. But now with many of these members of Enigma Galaxy congregated over the top side, 1 minute to try to find a way out. He forces the flash away. Megaphone Bomb not enough to take anybody down out of Enigma Galaxy, as they will pick Helios off. Chaz not even anywhere near the scene. He's just going to see whether or not can they find a cutoff point. And RQ slowly bleeding out. It's just a master class of macro plays being set by NGX.
Absolutely love what NGX is doing here. Decided to go for that mid-siege, you know, to potentially create some pressure to push things away with the Rift Herald spawning again in about like a minute back when they were making that move. Going to be High getting caught up by Chami. Chami going to be chasing down a High, but the grand challenge there to try and dissuade him from going too far. But High's way too far behind in terms of go compared to Riven, who's already 2K gold up.
Yeah, he took the further flank angle to cut right in, but there was enough minions for him to still take down inner turret, so RQ will be able to slowly even things up. Second Herald has spawned. Enigma Galaxy now approaching this rather swiftly. The match also get the skull on hand. Helios trying to find a sort of way to lock down onto Joshi, but they are already having draw in the thick of things. And we see Exelson trying to land his hands onto Aaron, but the Herald will still be on the hands of Enigma Galaxy. Chaz gets his way out. After a lost cause, Helios will drop. Well, they will continue on to pin them down. Exo the next to fall. And Enigma Galaxy, they got the best of the trades 2-1.
One of the rare few moments Chaz doesn't manage to get a steal away because of the going to be giving that Rift Herald away to NGX, and now that's going to be a tier 1, potentially a tier 2 turret because no one on RQ is healthy enough to be able to deal with this and challenge it right about now.
Yeah, and High just can't find any avenues in these team fights. It's rather uncanny that you're picking a couple of these bruisers that couldn't seem to find that execution. And GX, they're just so slippery in some of these team fights. Aaron was constantly being chased by Exelson, but it didn't really result too much. Now Aaron has to deal with the rest of RQ. RQ should be able to get this one in the back with overwhelming numbers of damage to quickly take the Ocean Drake.
Unfortunate timing on the turnarounds with the respawns on NGX side. They had to go back. They were too low from that particular fight at mid, so RQ gets the Dragon for free. And that's going to be an Ocean exchange for a Inferno. I do think the Ocean is going to help them stay alive within the confines of picking up objectives later on because they can just kind of dance around, wait for their health to go back up. But, you know, the tier 1 turret's already down, tier 2 turrets are pretty about to die, tier 1 turret's going to take it from Baron's side. That's a lot of pressure being alleviated and already a pickup going to be given for Helios here.
He's lying late here, and this is the moment that he lands the jump. Flash being forced on Helios. He's going to force the ultimatum. Here comes Donnie Shadow. Won't be able to be getting himself out of the rut. NGX just got global response as well. Well, this would only mean that NGX will be able to just open up the map all wide. And mid lane's pretty much brittle. RQ forced to basically huddle up and defend. Well, they're still on split pushing duty. We're seeing 2 members of RQ taking down the Baron lane turret. Viper being shoved aside, still escorting some of these waves, while Chami always gets something in return.
Good response from RQ, pretty much the best thing they could have done in this situation. But the rotation coming from the mid lane, people who were pushing, was potentially very dangerous there for Chaz. But, you know, he does manage to get away and knows that the rest of his team could converge on him in the red side of their jungle. So not too worried about that. But we still have about a minute out, I believe, from Baron coming up. And then another Dragon potentially coming out 15 minutes. A lot of pressure needing to be like managed by both sides, but it's a tier 2 turret down on mid lane, so that's going to be very difficult for them to sort of push up. Not a lot of pressure, and now not a lot of gold for the key members, and that's NGX potentially going to be able to pick up or pressure them away from Baron or catch people out from Baron by pretending to do it.
They're just going to be keeping their eyes closely. No wards coming in from RRQ yet, though. Not much they can do with the vision setup not being available. It's all of it is seemingly being on a cooldown timer. And it's also pretty interesting that they rather use the default ward as compared to the sentinel ward to at least make a little bit of a difference. And here comes Helios. He's trying to look for Joshi. Joshi's kind of stuck. Won't be able to slide away.
No way!
So sneaky.
Using the ultimate to get out of that. That was not on my bingo card, but very well played by Jesse.
And it's just going to get a lot harder from here. Joshi have already finished off his Guardian Angel. And we're seeing him on this build, starting off with Serpent Fang into Black Cleaver, and then defensive setups with both the Hourglass and GA. So he's just going to be able to actually buy a lot of time and space for the rest of NGX if ever they were to commit into any form of team fights. RQ dragging this game out, but the longer they drag, the more Chami does on the side lanes, along with Aaron, who's been able to keep constant wave shove over onto both side lanes. Joshi hopping into deeper territories. RQ will have a little bit more room to actually cut him off. He's spying on top of them, still trying to look for a steal. It seems like he does get the smite down. And I guess that's a little bit of a cookie for him for some really risky plays.
He was potentially cut out there from the rest of his team in the crosscut, but like, doesn't seem like he cares. Jesse, the absolute
I think he absolutely knows
daredevil, maniac, walking up to your face, say, "Hey, hit me, hit me."
He knows that he's got a lot of safety net. Like, we talked about the Hourglass, we talked about the GA. So it's like, I dare you to make a move. Yep. And therefore, RQ forcing responses. He finds Draw. Kind of stuck in the middle of nowhere here. Dawning Shadow to provide a little bit more help.
Ooh.
Forces the flash away. Dragon spawning up real soon, though. And we'll see by then, could they actually go on the 5v5 skirmish, which we haven't really seen too much out of. Nick Magaxi still holding on to this 4K gold lead.
That's a good pickup. Getting the ult away from Draw and also getting the Dawning Shadow away from Demon Kite will ensure that it's not necessarily up, especially when Dragon could be up real soon. So yeah, those tools will not be available to them now, and the team fight's coming up. So RQ could potentially go off of that, but Jesse something else. So
do you really want to force the fight? Well, there is still a split push coming in from Chami, though. They have to attend to this while there is a flank coming in from Joshi. He's trying to get his way all the way through the back line. Helios will be jumping right into the fray, catching onto draw. Nasus can't do anything at all while Aaron in the middle of the pit finds that death mark onto Viper over to the back line, and Joshi will hop over to Exosin, making it look all too easy for Aaron to secure a double kill and the killing spree, and he chases Chaz all the way downtown. He doesn't need to smite. The team has got his back, and though Hyde was not participating, this split push is not working out for RRQ.
RRQ could take away every single ultimate from NGX. It's not going to matter because the goal differential makes it so you won't be able to win the fights anyway.
And the base is being rushed. They're just halting him from going into the base, and he will be executed even if he tries. As Nigma Galaxy finds their way into the match point. 2 back-to-back games against RRQ.
If there's one thing you've learned, it's not to leave your Nexus unattended while a Riven is dancing around it. If anyone could take it out in about a couple of seconds solo, it's a Riven dashing and using every single one of her bonus auto attack bonuses to get that Nexus gone before you can even scream no. So, yikes.
Nigma Galaxy looking for that perfect run through that lower bracket. And you can see the disappointment, frustration, and exhaustion in the face of RRQ. A really frustrating way to bow out in this best of 5. And we thought there's a lot of gas left in the tank for RRQ. They forced that fight through that Drake, which honestly was necessary. And once again, a few holes starts to appear through the cracks of the armor of RRQ. Another team huddle coming from NGX with great succession of back-to-back wins. And it seems like this formula has worked out. If they do get another win, they book themselves a date with Cerberus Esports in the grand finals itself. But let's take a glimpse at the replays once more.
You can already see this is when things started to fall apart already. The rotation getting out-rotated by NGX. That was supposed to be a push towards the mid lane. I was talking about how they were going to get that tier 1 turret, but they immediately saw the amount of low health people at that Baron lane tier 1 turret and decided to immediately rotate around to the top, to that lane. And you can see they lost some of these. Chaz wasn't close enough to be able to get it. He didn't have enough pressure. He wasn't even close enough to smite things out. One of the rare few times that Chaz wasn't able to pull things away from the using a smite, but that's pretty much what it boils down to. That's the fallout from NGX. That's when things start to fall apart in the way that you don't expect it to. RRQ was supposed to win this fight, but they couldn't win this fight either. Despite the fact there was no Dawning Shadow, it's just a matter of Jesse jumping in, killing things, Chami being so far ahead. What can you do? There's nothing that you can do.
It's just great target prioritization. They know that RRQ is looking for the all-out brawl to basically lock down the Galaxy into a spacing, but they refuse to let them ever to have the whole area of play to themselves. And you saw both Aaron as well as Joshi just aiming through the back line, just negating a lot more of these damage to be dealt. And I strongly feel for the fact that Hyde needs to create some higher impact in some of these matches where ever since he lost that duel 1v1, he's been held back ever so slightly. And the rest of Nigma Galaxy has been paying so much attention in order to put this Fury behind. And despite him trying to go in for some side lane shoves or so, he hasn't been able to exactly have a clean run on that. And even on these team fights, it didn't seem like he had anything to offer.
Yeah. The Hyde who went off to the battle to Cerberus didn't return the same. He's been hiding away. But like looking at the way that it is, like this is not characteristic of Hyde, all right? But we will be talking about that again because we want to talk more about the people who helped make this happen, which is the Snapdragon Elite Gaming. When you want to play the best of the best, you want to get the best things you can possibly get to play your game at the top maximum performance, you get Snapdragon Elite Gaming. It's just the way it is.
That's right. When winning matters, that's where Snapdragon is here for you, giving you great frames to win those games. And of course, you can unleash the beast with Monster Energy. Head over to www.monsterenergy.com/gaming to find out what you could possibly get. And of course, you can fuel yourself for every single match in Wild Rift. And when we do come back later on, make sure you guys check out Kachi Shop because they offer great deals and game top-ups because you probably want to get a lot of all these brand new skins that's newly introduced, while we, of course, give you a little bit more time to go ahead to claim that for yourself. So we'll come back right after the break to see whether or not can RQ this time around come up with their own reverse sweep.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming and Monster Energy.
We don't want to keep you guys waiting for far too long, so that was just a little bit of a break in between the series here where Nate McGaxley have found 2 successive win and need only 1 more game to finally book the final tickets here to the grand finals against Cerberus Esports. And now RQ is being set into the back foot in the series as we approach Game 3. This could actually be the first clean series that we have gotten through the playoffs itself. So we're currently seeing the players getting themselves ready in the Central Ramen 9 Mall in Bangkok. RQ gotta regain their pride. And of course, pick themselves up from really rough starts here.
Things not looking good already. He's already got his face on the table. Things are... It looks like they might be a little bit more tilted than expected. Hopefully they can come back from this because we have been here since the beginning for RQ. We've seen their dominance, and It would be a shame to see RQ go out the way this way to be a clean sweep. They're probably still suffering a little bit from that particular match against Cerberus, but we believe in them. We hope they'll come back ever stronger eventually.
That was Chaz there with his head down, but it doesn't seem like it was all over. But Marky, I always love the camera on him. So, of course, we know the boys of RQ to be rather cheeky, but we would definitely want to see will there ever be any sort of pop-off moments coming in from not only Chaz. We've seen healers coming in from with a lot of great attempts to find the assassination plays, but NGX have always been 2 steps ahead of them throughout both course of the battles that they were taking in both matches.
Yeah, it's weird. It's weird to see the positions flip like this, because I could have sworn that RIQ was the one in this position like a while back, and now we're seeing RIQ here on the back foot, and it's very quite frankly, it's been quite surprising.
And also, fact check me on this, fans from the Philippines. Nigma Galaxy have not won clean series ever against RRQ. So, RQ could still possibly have a chance to at least disrupt that clean sheet that Nigma Galaxy currently holds with 2-0 record.
Well,
Bans remain to be the same as we move right into draft.
Well, to be fair, I don't think anyone has clean swept RQ.
I would say so.
To be fair.
RQ have always been able to draw blood in most matches that they play. And we are seeing the Ash to be banned out. Of course, not wanting that Enchanted Crystal Arrow to give too much of a global presence of play. And that's one hyper carry that's still very much relevant as we take a look at the list of hyper carries that's still competitive in this current meta. Of course, the next being Illusion, which is most often used over mid lane. In most of the esports setting.
Well, to be fair, Lucian is more of a caster ADC.
Lucian's available this time.
Yeah, he is available. I do think that it's kind of sad because she is a hyper carry, but now she's been kind of relegated to an arrow producing machine. Yeah, it's pretty sad.
I would actually take that any day if she could basically keep herself safe while constantly slowing down targets. And all you need is a good support to back you up. Nigma Galaxy starts off here with the Karma, but that also allows room for RQ to secure Ziggs. But the question is, do they really want to pick up the Lucian? Because if you give Lucian as well as Karma, that's a lot of power for the Galaxy in the early to mid game.
I do think that Jussie wants to be taking that Kha'Zix early on because like Jussie on Kha'Zix has been kind of a terror so far. So I feel like they've decided to prioritize that over the Lucian, despite the amount of synergy you're going to be seeing out of a Lucian/Karma combo. But okay, going to be the Nasus. I can see that being.
Really do like this pickup. The last time they did matches show it in a certain format, they managed to have this Nasus go pretty much unkillable. Well, RQ, of course, snatched away the Riven from the hands of Chami. That has been menacing for the past 2 rounds. And now the question remains is that will Chaz be on this champion instead of Hyde? We do see this Lee Sin lock right in. And Chaz, among all these sort of champions that he has on the leaderboard in the client, he has been the #1 Lee Sin for quite some time, the #1 Kha'Zix for some time. Of course, you can fact check me on that because it's a brand new season after all. It's always going to be a race for, champion scores and who basically is the best of them all. But this looks to be a lot more stable for RQ. They do have a lot of mobility and a lot of nuclear firepower to expend. And that's also if this Lee Sin is going to build more on the damage spectrum. So we move our way into the second phase of the bans.
Gonna be the set pickups. Well, I guess it's to prevent because the set pickup is really strong against Nasus and he's got a lot of anti-engage, so I can see why they decided to go with it. Well, expecting something on the Dragon Lane because, yeah. Oh, okay, surprisingly not going to be the Dragon Lane. I guess Karma, they kind of expect Karma to be in the Dragon Lane, so decided that banning the Dragon Lane.
Smart options coming in from RRQ because the only thing they can match up to if you're at this point in time of the meta has got to be that Fiora. And now it will be pretty tough to find that sort of favorable matchup that can equate that exchange along with the Riven. So Enigma Galaxy opts to take out two of Exoson's favorite supports, but he still has a Rakan to work with. He did bring forward the Rakan in the past game. Hasn't been able to execute some early drops of a gank dive for RRQ, however. Hyde's going to be put on this duty with the Garen. I mean, it could still interchange with this sort of Riven to be able to switch around. But we have expected this Lucian to still be a hot favorite since it's not being banned away. We finally see Chami unleashing his Jax. We've seen it in the group stage before. And this is going to be pretty interesting if they do drag this game into the late phase. I think Galaxy would still have him to look out this match, but RQ has got some surprises now hovering on that Diana.
I like the Jax. I do like the Jax, especially against the comp that RQ is putting out. Rakan, okay, Rakan's going to be the more rational choice here. Diana would have been pretty interesting, especially with the way, because Diana provides a lot of ways to get into the backline in a way that not a lot of other champions
But Diana support is basically not what you really want, though.
Diana support, hey, Diana support is something that can work. You just have to believe. You have to believe.
Not.
You have to have faith.
This is critical for RQ. They're on the final point.
This is how Peter Pan flies. You know how Peter Pan needs pixie dust?
I'm not going to argue with you for this, though. Come on. Look, we know it's too much of a risk.
When I talked about people beating RQ, I said they needed something to puncture through their very strong armor. See, Cerberus did that. They had a few pocket picks, which they pulled out and managed to get into the heads of RQ. So RQ logically has to follow along the same line. They have to pull out a pocket pick which can puncture what we call.
We've never seen EXO on a Diana ever.
Yeah,
so,
have we not? Okay, EXO
never,
on the Diana.
Never.
But we've seen in the RQ side before, to be fair. So.
Well, of course, we already got ourselves a draft, and there's a lot of team fight potential coming in from Enigma Galaxy, especially now with them going on both huge picks of the meta, the Lucian as well as the Karma here to offer destructive team fighting powers. The question here remains is that can RQ find a way to get back into this series? 2 points of a deficit to chase up as they're trying to force their way into Game 5. They have to win 3 back-to-back games. And we've seen that to be rather difficult against Enigma Galaxy.
Yeah. Not just three back-to-back games if they want to get back to Grand Finals. If they make it back into Grand Finals, then that's another amount of games in order to win it back against Cerberus, who just knocked them out into losers. And that's not an enviable position for any team. And like RQ is going to be really hard pressed to be able to achieve such a thing.
Enigma Galaxy on match point. Let's see, will they be able to seal the deal here against RRQ? So to move right into the Rift. No shenanigans in the early game. We've seen that a couple of times coming in from Enigma Galaxy. Of course, they don't really have the strength of that early level 1 power play with the lack of crowd control to offer. They're going to be hoping to hit level 5. Oh my goodness, Hyde already being shoved all the way back to the turret range. Ignite being dropped. Aaron didn't really have to pursue any further. Now, Draw as well as Demon Kai hoping to go exchanging against Exoson. This is why Nasus, despite on, solo queues or low elo, you see a lot of it about on that Baron lane. Easily punishable, but when you pair it up with support absolutely unkillable, but you definitely need the right support to go along with it. So Draw brings along that barrier for safety's sake. And got to exhaust as well, as if that wither is not going to be enough to deter anyone that pursues the bottom lane. Once again, our eyes are set on the Baron lane matchup, Chami versus Helios. Early game's going to be a tad difficult for Chami until he manages to get a couple more levels and a few items in. And that's where he'll be able to match up to tempo against Helios.
Every single lane of RQ seems to be suffering right about now, maybe with the exception of Helios. Helios at the top lane.
He's got to be careful though. Joshi now on the approach.
Oh,
they're now
boy.
contending for the scuttle, but they should be able to give way to RRQ. Chaz isn't too phased on getting this one in the bag, as each side will be getting one apiece.
Hyde is not having a good time.
Not at all. There's
Not
not much
having
that
a
Scarron could actually do to get in range against Illusion.
Yeah, he has to what? He has to take a trade, has to go back to the tower, has to wait for his passive to heal him back up, which has been nerfed, by the way, and then has to go back in only to suffer again and like miss a lot of minions because of the fact that he can't get out harassed.
Exactly, and the very reason why RQ decides to lane swap altogether is due to the fact that if you're going to pick a losing lane, you at least want to find something in return. And Riven has a better potential to win the lane matchup against Ajax overall.
Yeah, that too. And also, you know, just funnel a bit more gold into the one that you would
Taz,
rather get fed.
He finds Aaron, gets the cake, and Exo's going to be in there waiting for him to basically cut things off. First blood goes over to Chaz. RQ starting on the right note, but here comes the jump! Chami survives, and NGX gets one in return. Both junglers here securing something for their own team. Of course, that allows Chami to start his own snowball, just he's still not being able to retreat back to the base. But Demonkai's going to be around. No commotion.
I was going to chastise Aaron for like going into the brush to check it when like, you know, 3 minutes is around the same mark where the jungler is pretty much done with most of his camps, right? So, like, it's dangerous. He does get caught out for it, but then the immediate turnaround at the Baron lane to immediately, like, keep Helios out of it and, like, kill him, that's bad. Helios is not supposed to die. Helios needs the money. He's kind of a poor boy. And he needs to get rich.
He needs no sympathy, though.
He needs no sympathy, but he does need those handouts if he wants to be able to beat he needs to carry the team on his back right now. And I'd say that a lot of it falls on him.
Exactly so, and Chaz, so proficient on his Lee Sins, Helios should be able to defend for now. I mean, it's just gonna hope to burn some of the resources that Helios has. Still has a little bit more to fight for by the river, as they manage to get a glimpse of Chami. Still managing to jump away, but here goes a little bit teeter as they do bring them back to the Transcendence Embrace. Chaz at the forefront gets the cake onto Chami, not enough to burst him down. Both sides landing a little bit of a draw, and they will settle for nothing.
What's the entire NGX here doing in the party? It's like
they have the same idea. Like they really want to fight for the Herald. If they do get a little bit more of a control on that section, then they'll be able to basically get some pickoffs across members of RQ. But Chaz, always ever ready though. Infernal Drake seems to be the team of the starting Drake in the low bracket finals overall. And Nick Legacy here jostling for control. Oh, here comes Chaz yet again, forces the flash out. Rather preemptively coming in from draw. He's going to return the exchange, and here comes Mega Infernal Bomb nuking down Karma. And that's all that they needed. Now they regain that control. Chami still trying to stop them, though. I don't think Chaz is all too worried or concerned. They're still going to be having a little bit of battle here. They're chasing onto Exosin. Keep in mind, Helios is ready to just jump right back in. But they have to give way.
Well, that's supposed to be RRQs, but they took quite a bit of damage there trying to pressure them away from the Rift Herald. And like the fact is that gank at top was supposed to be costly for NGX. They sacrificed so many of their team, like 4 of them, dead to top to potentially get the pressure away at the turret plates and like get a kill onto onto Helios, but it didn't pan out. There should have been a lot of pressure, should have been a lot of response from RQ, but uncharacteristically, didn't really see that sort of same like counter, what's it called, like counter play coming out to punish them for their mistake.
Speaking of counter play, they're going to be keeping their tabs on this Drake. Chaz at least secures the skull for now. Will be taking down the health bars of the Drake if they can, but Nick Magaxi's pushing it up over on mid. Helios has to back away. He's not going to be involved in this fight though. But then again, look at the split push coming from Tammy. Another Herald being dropped out. Dragon's still alive. Joshi hoping to actually leap right in to see if he can actually steal it against Chaz, who's been able to land majority of these spikes. Consecutive Brace comes in. He steals it away from RRQ. The kick lands onto Joshi as they hope to land the execution onto him. But there's going to be enough shields for days. Nick Magaxi survives, and they basically snuck it out.
Chaz losing the smite battle to the new challenger on the black, Robin Hood 2.0, Jesse. And not even
he's not giving to the poor.
He's not giving it to the poor. He's not. Now they are the poor ones. So Robin Hood's back in action, and like Jesse has decided to take the title away from Chaz. Chaz has been outsmited 3 games in a row now. 3 games, not 2. Not
I
one,
would say
3
all
games.
the time that he's outsmarted. Remember that game where RQ still managed to get all the Drakes in hand. But now there is trouble lying ahead of them. A Jax. A Kha'Zix.
Yeah.
Heading to the late game with an Infernal Drake. Oh, they just blow people up and hide. He's just got to stack on all of these armory. And I think that's going to be really concerning. Well, they did get a kill going on for Marky. And he's already working on his Rabadon Death Cap after finishing the Oblivion Orb. Still a little bit of dicey situation for Tammy. Oh, Chaz goes in. Lands the Dragon's Rage. Tammy forces his flash. Will be able to leap his way to the minion. We have to give a couple of all these plates over. RQ hoping to secure the turret, and they will do so. But they're recommitting on to Exosin. Not exactly the wisest move. They still have a little bit more to offer, but he doesn't have the quickness. Here comes the flank coming in from Nick Magaxi. Contender embrace onto Trito. Axel will be the first one to drop. Not much that Helios can do to keep himself alive much longer. Nick Magaxi on such a strong pursuit gets to.
You're not sure what Draw was trying to do there with the flash into the zone, but like here it is. Here comes the follow-up. Chaz is taking really low. Can't do anymore with the Sonic Wave down energy. Dragon's Rage being used just now to try and get that top lane gank, so not on the table. That kind of cost them the team fight as well in that early part of the Baron fight over there. And Jack's a lot more aggressive than expected though.
Yeah.
Right after botching that attempts to gank them underneath the tower, didn't necessarily go anywhere, but NGX chased them all the way up to their tower, made sure to go all the way into their jungle, already had the ward in there. RQ didn't have the wards there in response, so they naturally didn't see it coming and just died. And it's just...
Tammy with his pocket pick though. His Jax now has a couple of real weapons with Divine Sunder as well as Blithering King. Though he's still holding on to that lamppost for sure. Draw now in a sticky situation. There's going to be a little bit more of a control for Nick Magaxi on the Rift Herald. And then Joshi's going to be moving in from the back lines in order to find Marky. He's all isolated alone. He's going to be looking for that pick up there, but Exelson has been able to track his toes. And he do leapfrog their way underneath the turret. Exo protecting Chaz from falling through. Tabby will be nuked. Megalithal Bomb gets one back for Marky.
That is not quite, it's not exactly the zero-sum game we're looking at, but that was a good trade. It's just 1-for-1, but they're too low to contest the Rift Herald. That's just going to be in NGX's favor. Not exactly where RQ wants to be right about now, because that pressure is going to come up with the minions pushing onto the Baron lane, potentially the tier 1 tower going down for RQ, because there's not much they can do to protect it while protecting the rest of their lanes. And a lot of feed going down to a lot of champions who need it, like, who need it the most, like Jax right now. Holding a counter-strike.
And now they're on another chase. Chaz forced away the flash. He's gonna go isolated. Still trying to do the damage. He does land the Dragon's Rage. enough safety room for him to survive and almost giving a scare back onto Joshi as well. But you keep your tabs on Helios. He's not having a good time. 0-3 on this rhythm. Not being able to hard shift this wave because Chami is just got so much damage to offer. And of course, let's look at the performance meter as we're hitting over 105 FPS. Of course, Snapdragon Elite Gaming, when winning matters, and they are still looking for the wins here. Extremely important for Enigma Galaxy to close it out. RQ usually wins the stamina battle when it comes down to a best of 5. Now put on the back foot, they still managed to get themselves equal exchanges when they fight for these objectives, though it doesn't seem like it has worked all too well, but keep in mind, it's only 2,000 of gold difference. Now the Dragon is up online.
Tier 1 tower is still not on the table, not cleared for either team, but it's pretty much just a sliver away for RRQ, and when that goes down, the pressure is going to be completely lopsided towards the NGX side. Dragon's already up. I don't really think RRQ has what it takes to be able to contest it, just because of the goal differential and like the fact that Jax is going to be a tower. All he needs to do is hold the counter strike, jump into the middle of the Dragon, and that's really difficult. It is going to be a little bit easier for them, except for the fact that Rift Herald just came out and already bearing up for 30 seconds.
Culling coming out here, clears out the wave, and nobody gets to tend to the bottom side of the Herald crashing right in. Chami still having so much area of play. Hasn't upgraded his boots. We'll suspect that the teleport could be a favorable purchase for this Jax, who's not going to be having all too much of a hassle here. And here goes another fight break loose. Well, EXO gets back into safety net. Redemption being popped. Dragon now attempted by Chaz and the rest of RRQ. They're all clumped all together. Draw facing off against the rest of the room. The damage done towards the side of Chaz. He's slowly wilting down like butter, while the rest of the Galaxy have been able to cut off every sort of exit point, forcing the flashes away. Chami arrived to the scene here and still survives. Like an Inferno Bomb, not going to be all too much enough. It's a 1-for-1 trade. Draw goes down. But Enigma Galaxy kept going for these battles that have been able to win the battle of nutrition as they supplemented themselves with another drink in hand.
My gosh, the pressure was drawn away. Jax was at top. There was like 4 men at the Dragon, but Enigma Galaxy, there was even a Jussie pushing down using the Rift Herald at the Dragon lane. So like that was 2 members already separated away from the team, not with their full attention on Dragon. But still, RQ does not have the gold. They did not have the items. They did not have the amount of levels or like damage to be able to handle NGX, despite the fact that NGX was attacking in 2 other fronts. That's just how far behind RRQ is at the moment, despite the fact that the gold differential doesn't even seem that big at the moment. But that's the Dragon at work. That's the amount of levels. That's a late game scaling on a Jax who has been fed since day 1.
Not much mana on Joshi. He's just trying to find a room to escape, but they're forcing this fight inside of the jungle where Marky finds himself a killing spree, and they will be stuck in the middle of nowhere. A double coming out of Marky, and they're still looking to skill draw. He gets the blast gun to get back into safety. Helios in trouble. He still has enough shield to poke out, and RQ finds their way to secure the tier 2 up over the Baron lane. And Enigma Galaxy just got overwhelmed with this response. There is a potential for the Baron, but the members are low on health. Not enough for that takedown. Chami now hoping to clear off this wave. Enigma Galaxy trying to jump on top of him. He will be eventually dropped to the hands of Helios. And it's a double kill going in favor of RRQ along with the mid lane turret.
Okay, I absolutely love what they did. That was absolutely gorgeous. Like the way Shaz went to the back line, went far back enough to get the Dragon's Rage to kick them so far back that it knocked the rest of the team for a beautiful knockup on pretty much all 4 members, and then immediately being able to get that back into kill, disengaging, going back in with the Dragon's, going back in with the the Sonic Wave to be able to clear things out, and then eventually rotating back to mid where Chami thought he was safe because the rest of the team was low, but no, RRQ said nope, we're not done just yet. Goes in, gets the kill into Chami, and then gets a tier 1 turret to finally open up the pressure on mid lane. That is gorgeous. That is beautiful.
Speaking of pressure here, Taz wants to constantly remind Chami of his damage output, now building a Divine Thunder to deal with the Jax. Finally, Aaron picks himself up the Hourglass, and RQ regained control and now has the momentum despite constantly being on a 2,000 gold deficit. This sort of back and forth finally gives a little bit more wiggle room to RQ. While Chami will now be accompanied by Joshi, who's been waiting on the side of that pixel brush. And now you have passed Joshi, not even knowing that he's hunting there currently.
What?
But look who's here, Chaz.
What?
Also ever ready to go in for that sort of pickup. We'll see what will happen from here on, though.
No. Oh, okay.
Spotted out?
Okay.
Nothing's going to happen. I
No,
guess.
like there's enough bodies on the RQ side that Jesse won't be able to do anything, even if they did collapse onto Chami. But like potentially going to be horrible. Oh, it looks like it is going to be catch out on Hyde there.
They can't really commit. They're basically baiting them for Baron as well. Look at the rest of the members of RQ. Already by the mid brush.
Hyde being the portable ward.
That was a long wait.
Yeah, he's the portable ward. He was just watching Jesse, but didn't even decide to rejoin his team because he knew that they keep watch to make sure that they knew where Jesse was at all times. He's the one with the smite. He's the one they have to watch.
Here comes the jump!
catch.
Mega full bomb, enough to take down the Nasus, not even having response with a flash. And this should suffice for them to redemption being dropped, knowing that they're not attempting just about yet. Jesse now cutting the waves here while they are attempting a split push going on. A fight breaks loose over on the river as the rest of RQ depletes Aaron to the tick of his health left. Not much has been going well for this Lucian as Marky goes unstoppable. Nobody has been able to stop him but Chami. He's still on the lookout though, managing to take down the tier 2, but still will not survive. 2 members make it 3, dropping out of Nick McAxie. RQ just have so much burst damage to offer now. They're looking to cinch mid lane as well. Mountain Drake's about to spawn.
The Masters Justice, there's so much damage to him. Jax barely destroying him. Dragon is going to be up in 10 seconds, but they do have
Joshi's on the flank. He's going to look for that opportunity. But RQ all clump up together. Won't be able to get him that isolate damage that he's seeking out for. Elements available. They will just give way. They've got 2 dragons of their own. Draw won't be able to actually get any sort of opening. Now they do cut off Joshi from making any sort of drastic jumps. And they're trying to cut off the rest of RQ on this choke point. Transcendence Embrace pulls Hyde back as they're eyeing out for Exorcism. The Master Justice have been dropped. Mega Full Bomb won't be resulting to much at all. Flashes being burned from RQ. They get what they want, the Dragon.
Oh boy. Just one Super Mega Inferno Bomb from Marky made a statement. It's like they were ready to regress. They were ready to chase all the way to turret.
No.
It's just one Super Mega Inferno Bomb. Boosh! And then the rest of the NGX team were like, whoa, 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 whoa. What is that damage? And they decided to back away. That's terrifying. That's great.
And remember, Marky was also the one that stole away the Baron in that matchup in Cerberus Esports to give them a little bit more lifeline heading into the late game. Yeah. And now RQ just constantly having the control over the river, not allowing any form of access to Nick McAxie. Marky absolutely on the roll. That has provided a whole lot. Nick McAxie now pressing onto Elder Drake as they go ahead to drop that big for a bomb. Connection onto Joshi as he forces the Hourglass. Eldraw tries to trade right back in the middle of 3 members of RRQ. Knowing not to heavily commit, there are still healthy members of RRQ left. But Jesse's got to find his way here. If they lose the Elder Drake, this could cost them the game. Draw moving deeper in. 50% on that Drake. Not much time left, but they are chasing on. finding Helios to move over the wall, and Tammy leading the charge. He's got the GA, forcing the rest of the members of RQ to give way. Nick Magaxi regains that control over on the Elder Drake, but no heavy commitments whatsoever. The dance around the Drake still pretty much resulting to none. But Draw is drawing attention. Exosin hopping over back, Hyde be able to soak up the damage. Another Mega Inferno Bomb. Redemption to keep themselves healthy. Helios trying to look for that flag. Joshi gets the drop. He finds Exosin. This could be it. And now looking for Helios as well. And that's going to be the second kill onto members of RQ. The waves are crashing intermittently. And Hyde will fall. Only 2 more members to defend. And Nick Magaxi finds their way to that Elder. But they will keep RQ at arm's length.
That team fight was so long, I'm pretty sure that I would have been able to earn my bachelor's degree that entire time. The fights were going on from 20 different angles, still managed to secure nothing. The fact that Elder Dragon was dealing damage from consistent basis, still NGX had enough HP to be able to fight it out. And now that's an inhibitor turret down at mid lane. And RQ is in a horribly precarious spot. I don't know how they're going to be able to turn this around.
And the reason why that they weren't attempting that Elder Drake much early on is that they still have respect for Taz on his potential to land those steals this time. There'll be nothing to chance as Draw zones Taz away. And this is going to be a huge Mega Inferno Bomb. We'll be able to steal it off from Nick Magaxi. First win condition set. Eyes on the prize on this Baron Nashor. Could this be the game for Nick Magaxi? 3 back-to-back wins to shut off RQ to get their tickets to the Grand Finals.
If the Baron gets taken up here, RQ might be able to hold on just a little longer, but it looks kind of precarious. This is kind of similar to what we saw in that last game versus Cerberus. I'm pretty sure that RQ is getting some horrible war flashbacks right about now.
Indeed, and for most part, Nick Magaxi has been taking their sweet time on this Baron Nashor. We've seen Marky on his attempt, and he has so much damage output. He even completed the Oblivion Orb as the final item. So this is maximum stat that any mage can basically offer on the table. They're already taking down the health bars here, 1/4 off of the Baron. Jesse now seeking things out. Spots out the work. Not going to be able to clear it, though. Just
they've got
hoping to find ways to actually force a fight. They still have the Elder Drake buff online. Draw soaking a majority of the damage. Still keeping his health bars up. As this Baron goes back on a reset. Tammy being brought for a lot of room to play. 1v1 for Tila is not going to be all too much of a fair trade this time. Tammy has that teleport. And Taz has the teleport too.
Yeah, yep, teleport. They don't have Redemption, they don't have Meteor. They won't have any vision into the Baron Pit if they want to try stealing it. Things are not looking good. You got to fight for this. RQ has to fight for this. Nope, it's gone. It's over. It's
They're
done.
hopping in for the fight. Dusty's landing the mark onto Chaz. Hoping to pop that Guardian Angel, but Axis is running for his life. Nowhere he can run against Toronto. And Nick Magaxi will find that clean sweep if they can. Not much that RQ has to offer with only 2 members left as they're seeking for the Nexus. 3 clean games, and they are finally here on a perfect run through the lower bracket, defeating RRQ here on their first attempt on an international event, and now looking to strike down Cerberus Esports as well. Who would have thought that RQ would have no response at all in this series?
Oh, the fall of a Titan, the fall of one of the greats. The team that dominated the entire Snapdragon Pro Series has now been defeated in a very decisive queen sweep against NGX. NGX, the Cinderella story team. NGX, the team which no one expected to get this far to. NGX, the team with the clean sweep, and who no one can deny has grown the fastest among all teams in the SPSD.
The first seed of every single region has been defeated by Nick Magaxi. Just digest that for a very moment, took out Team Flash of Vietnam, the hometown favorites, Buram United Esports, and even RRQ, the champions of the Philippines, will have to pass the throne over to Enigma Galaxy here in the Snapdragon Pro Series.
Oh boy. I'm going to tell you now. I'm going to tell you now that me and Husky talked about it already. We said no one has clean sweep RRQ. And for good reason. RRQ is not used to the sense of defeat.
Not at all. And you see Marky was doing exceptionally well, hitting close to 50k in terms of damage to be offered up. I felt like he was constantly suppressed by Chammy. There's nothing much of a response that he could do. Constantly attending to all these sort of sideways where he couldn't safely go into some of these team fights. And Joshi had been playing the game of his life. Aaron on this illusion, sure, have been challenged multiple times by Chaz. And Chaz have pulled every single effort to try to make it work. But of course, this time, they will have to bow as the fight will continue on, this time with Enigma Galaxy hailing as the best team in this tournament from that lower bracket. I voted for them, and I thought that this prediction mine would go on a 3-2. You know, like, I believe in miracles, and if you guys believe in miracles too, this is Enigma Galaxy on their first ever run in the grand finals in Thailand. Their first ever LAN event overseas.
Whew, what a Cinderella story has been. We're going to the interview so you can take a look at what ran through their minds. Yeah, let's take a look.
กลับมาพบกันอีกครั้งนะครับผมคุณหน้าคุณตากันนะครับเราเคยคุยกับสองคนนี้ไปเรียบร้อยแล้วรอบหนึ่ง
ใช่ค่ะตอนนี้นะคะเราก็อยู่กับทีม
Enigma Galaxy นะครับผม
ต้องค่ะ
Are you excited?
Yes.
Really? Really?
Yes.
Okay. Last game it was difficult for you. It was difficult.
Yeah.
Yes.
Wow.
How?
We still made a lot of mistakes, so it's still difficult for us.
Yeah.
And RRQ is the top one in PH, and we're very proud that we beat them because they beat us 2 times in the group stage. So we're very happy.
โอเคเขาบอกว่าจริงๆเป็นเกมที่ยากมากเพราะจริงๆเขาก็มีการทำผิดพลาดไปหลายอย่างแต่สุดท้ายก็กอบกู้จนได้ผลลัพธ์ที่ดีกลับมา
ก็พยายามแก้เกมกลับมาได้นะคะซึ่งตรงนี้เนี่ยก็เรียกว่าอะไรก็สื่อสารกันเยอะนะ
สื่อสารกันเยอะ
มีการแก้ไขกันเยอะนะคะแต่ก็เรียกได้ว่าพลิกกลับมาได้อย่างปลอดภัย
พลิกไปพลิกมาอยู่หลายรอบมาก
ใช่เมื่อกี้อยู่ข้างหลังบ้านก็คือแบบลุ้นมากนะคะดีเลย์ด้วย เราโดนสปอย
ล่วงหน้าไปเรียบร้อยแล้วนะครับผม
ใช่ค่ะยังไงก็ขออนุญาต congratulations
Thank you so much
โอเคเดี๋ยวจะให้เรานักกีฬาของเรานะคะได้ไปพักผ่อนกันนะคะ
Great spirit from the boys of Enigma Galaxy. They managed to overcome the past, suffering defeats from RRQ in the past, and they've been able to triumph here in the present, putting the best foot forward and paving the way for what's about to come in the future. And that future here is this best of 7 series that we're going to be getting ourselves into right after this. Cerberus Esports, they got to prepare themselves because we're definitely in for a long series of a ride when they head into this face-off. And one interesting fact is that throughout this entire playoffs, both sides didn't manage to meet each other, though they've been keeping their eyes on those games. I wonder how well would both sides fare.
Well, we didn't do any analysis on this because, you know, it's entirely unprecedented.
And you know what? Like, it was such a grand story here that we have here in the Snapdragon Pro Series that even Cerberus Esports have not been able to get themselves into the grand finals in international waters. And this is their very first time. It's the very first time for Enigma Galaxy. We will be crowning ourselves a brand new champion here in the Snapdragon Pro Series Wild Rift. So it's the start of a new era, like we've said, throughout this journey.
Yeah, honestly, no matter which team wins, it's going to be a great story from start to finish. The narrative has been there. We've seen NGX rise from the rubble to be one of the more consistent teams throughout the entire league, never quite toppling RRQ until the last final moments that you saw just now, and that last game to completely dominate against RRQ. RRQ being, well, we're going to be looking at the MVP though, so you can see exactly what we mean in terms of the stats here. Aaron here with the 6.2. Let's go, Aaron, you and me, Aaron, you and him. This is the Aaron trifecta here with the damage per minute of 951, not the highest we've seen, but still very impressive considering the odds that he was up against. A win rate of about 790%. That's insane. Well,
so
I would say, yeah, it's go per minute.
So
yeah.
it takes 3 Aarons on board to get a 3-0 for RRQ.
Yeah.
Historic moment.
It's the trifecta. This is the Triforce. So going back to Aaron, this is us. Okay, so the 2 Aarons here to talk about how Aaron is the best. We love doing this. We love talking about Aaron is the best because, you know, Aaron is the best.
Exactly.
Hearts for days.
Yep. I still can't do a perfect finger heart though.
My fingers are asymmetrical, so
yeah.
you're not gonna see. But the idea there is just, you know, it's been a great journey, and the game was so great. And
indeed, of course, the ones that take us through this journey is Snapdragon Elite Gaming when winning matters, and there's a whole lot of wins and great epic tales to tell from Nigma Galaxy. You guys can get your hands on all these epic wins in your Wild Rift journey too when you do get your hands on smartphones with the Snapdragon chipset. So, of course, it's also time for you guys to unleash the beast. Crack open a can of Monster Energy drink before you get yourself ready for what's about to come for the best of 7. Head over to monsterenergy.com/gaming to find out how you basically prep yourself up for every single epic battle that you get yourselves into. And of course, if you're looking to top up some wild cores, why not head over to www.kachishop.com for great deals and game top-ups.
Yep. Well, if you did want to, you know, get good skins, there's some good skins coming up, and there's going to be...
What's your favorite skin?
That's a tough question. Well,
there's so many great skins out there.
well, I like the what was the name of that skin? It's the KDA series. But who doesn't like the KDA series?
I've got the KDA series of my own. I topped it up from Kachi Shop to give me a really great deal. But coming up next, we have Cerberus Esports versus Nigma Galaxy. A story written in the stars. Both teams will find their chance to finally get an international championship title by the end of that best of 7. We can't wait to see that one unfold. Of course, we'll be getting ourselves prepared for that, and we'll get a few minutes before we kick off our final series of the evening. So we'll catch you guys soon. And this is Snapdragon Pro Series, brought to you by ESL.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming and Monster Energy.
After 2 months of action, we are finally here for our final series of the Snapdragon Pro Series, Wild Rift. And of course, it's Conrad here alongside with Husky, though we of course will miss Pondo for a little bit.
Yeah,
and we're going to be getting ourselves ready for this particular BO7.
I would not miss him for now because you know we just spent some quality time together on the broadcast. But what I will miss is definitely Team RRQ fallen to the hands of NGX in a very swift 3-0 series, which I think is unprecedented because
nobody have seen it before.
No,
against RRQ a 3-0.
It's I mean Nigma Galaxy, safe to say, Kingslayers incarnate. Started with Team Flash, BRU, and now RQ. All the first seeds of major regions have been knocked out by Nigma Galaxy. And who would have thought the final hurdle is actually the second seed from the VN region?
Exactly, and of course the second seed arguably coming from Nigma Galaxy that has been able to have such an incredible run. But all in all, we will get ourselves a brand new champion here in the Rift.
Yeah.
And it's exciting times ahead here in the off seasons of, you know, the Wild Rift esports scene, where we've already seen so many of all the rise and fall of teams. But now, one of these teams here will walk away with the trophy. Let's take a glimpse of their journey thus far. Cerberus Esports starts off in the upper bracket round and a massive knockdown Buram United. But that was also quite the tussle on the 4-game series, and heading into the upper brackets on the final game, they managed to overwhelm RQ in the best of 5.
And for Nigma Galaxy, just hats off to these guys. They have definitely played more games in the playoffs, 13 games in total, with 2 of them being back-to-back yesterday. Two of the series, in fact. 10 games in total. Reverse sweep against Team Flash, reverse sweep against Buram United, and finally a clean slate against RRQ. But it was by no means an easy feat. There were so many moments. You look back at yesterday evening, you look at NGX and their games against either TF or BRU, you thought that it was going to be the end of the road, but here they are. And today they look sublime, clean, crisp. It really feels like maybe NGX will complete that fairy tale of becoming not just the best team in the region, but also taking over the torch from RRQ.
Exactly that, and we thought that, hey, it's definitely going to be a really challenging task up ahead for them to go up against RRQ. And with Cerberus Esports watching, they don't seem to actually have too many cracks being shown to the winners of the upper bracket. So this is where they really have to, once again, decipher how do you break this sort of lockdown when it comes down to the approach that Nigma Galaxy has, where they always come in with picks that allows those split push to happen. And Chami definitely does such a good job at that.
The absolute king of backdoor so far in this playoffs. Team Flash could not find a solution. BRU could not do it. And even RRQ felt lost against NGX. And all of this made possible by our partners over at Snapdragon Elite Gaming when winning matters. And they know they gave us this opportunity to be here and cast these amazing games, but they also provided the players the platform and the venue down live in Thailand right now to play in front of a crowd. And of course, it's a bit of a bittersweet day that, you know, there's no home team, but either way, we still get to see a new champion. And we got to take a look at our predictions, because after the trials and tribulations, it's safe to say that my heart and my faith has been restored, and I'm on the NGX hype train.
I am still on the hype train as well. Not that I actually love Cerberus Esports. I think if there's any team that has been able to execute the cleanest, Cerberus Esports have been able to do it. But Nigma Galaxy so far have been challenged many a times by all the #1 seeds.
Oh yes.
And they still remain here to go up in the grand finals, and with great determination and full confidence. Well, from our caster's desk, it seems like everyone wants to be on the side of the stars.
Yeah, well, I have believed in NGX for the longest time, since the beginning of the Open Finals. And, you know, there were times I remember our friends over at the Barca broadcast, you know, they laughed at me for supporting NGX, especially when they lost to RRQ in the Open Finals Best of 7. But here I am feeling a bit vindicated, and it's just one final push before NGX completes the whole prophecy. And honestly speaking, I kind of feel like it's probably the pizza party buff the NGX had yesterday. Right after the series of BRU, they threw a pizza party before they all went to bed.
I've heard
maybe
of pizza
that's why.
party stories. Some go pretty well, some don't go extremely well. But for Enigma Galaxy side, I think like that basically, of course, not only revitalized them after a really long day of work.
Yep.
And today, I think like they've already been able to figure out a lot of all these approaches to break out whatever form of aggression shown by RQ. But can they challenge Cerberus Esports? Because we've seen in the upper brackets, none of the first teams have been able to do it as well.
Yeah, I feel like if you just look at the results alone, it's a lot of people will be inclined to say that, hey, I think NGX have a really, really good chance of beating Cerberus just because it took Cerberus 5 games to beat RRQ, but it only took Enigma Galaxy 3, and it was very convincing 3 games as well. But I beg to differ. I think that Cerberus Esports has a lot more up their sleeves. They've been swapping around Taku and BMM in their middle lane throughout that best of 5 against RRQ, and both have yielded mixed results, and maybe that's one of the ways to throw NGX off their ballgame.
Exactly that, and I'm just hoping to see how they will be able to actually draft into the first couple of games here to address some of all their the strengths as well as the weaknesses of each respective team. Now, I think like what have been highlighted by Enigma Galaxy is that they are so proficient on those bruises. You give them a Riven and you give them a Fiora. It seems like they will just be able to carry out their duties in not only the split push, but also in the team fight. So I believe we're ready to introduce the teams once again.
The final contenders entering the ring for one last time. Enigma Galaxy and Cerberus Esports on your screens. And I think it is a good moment to bring out some fun trivia about Enigma Galaxy's jungler, Joshi. It's not just with NGX, he has experience playing with WRR teams, namely JDG, Jingdong Gaming. So this guy, if there's anything we have learned about him, is that jungle is his domain. One of the few who was able to challenge someone of the likes of Chaz in taking objectives, but he's up against someone, a player who is equally deadly in the jungle, and that's Meliodas.
Exactly that, and Meliodas so far has been impeccably proficient to start off with some high first blood ratios for the team, while we've been able to see how they've been able to navigate so many of all these team fights and come up on top against the first seeds, which we talked about, Ram United as well as RRQ. And that was definitely no easy task at all, where both teams have been able to triumph against those first seeders. Genza have always been the core carry of the team as well, with the wealth of experience he had throughout the course of the year since the inception of Wild Rift Esports.
And on top of that, for Cerberus Esports, they are also fielding BMM as the starting 5 in this best of 7, so you can really see how much emphasis is there for CS. But like you say, Contra, Genza is someone that we have to keep our eyes on as he takes on his counterpart in the Dragon Lane, Demon Kite, and both of them have very similar champion pools, right? They both play the Ziggs, they both play the Lux. Morgana probably is the one that is more exclusive towards Genza, but overall, he has been an absolute menace in and out of the game. In games that CES didn't get to beat RRQ just now in the best of 5, you can see how vocal Genza is in really emphasizing how to bring the team back into the series.
Exactly that, and we're looking into the approaches of both teams with such a spell-casting heavy bottom lane from either side. So they want to ensure that they do get priority in the draft. Of course, with a lot of similar picks coming in from both ends, let's compare Genza to Demon Cut because he's been looking great throughout all the low bracket runs of the series, and let's see how they fare.
Yeah, if you want to look at damage numbers, Genza definitely kind of topped the charts a little bit, right? Because of most of his picks is very actively joining his team fights. And a good example that we can draw is the Lux pick. For Genza, his Lux is all about getting that farm early on. He doesn't really pay too much attention to the side lane. But for Demon Kite, we've seen it 2 times yesterday, both in Game 5 against Team Flash and BRU respectively, that when the lanes go wrong, Demon Kite does not hesitate to leave his lane and play that utility role. And maybe that's why that damage numbers isn't as high. But the endgame result is the same. Demon Kite still will transition into that big damage dealer. And also the signature gummy bear for NGX on your screen right now. That is what powered them throughout the best of 5 yesterday night.
We want to see some bear hugs coming across the members of Enigma Galaxy after the entirety of the run, but they do have their frequent huddles. Yeah. So even TG has got himself a gummy bear. Okay.
You need a bit of that sugar rush, a sugar boost. Honestly, without maybe that's the key, right? They have their own way of keeping each other mentally sound in the game, and most importantly, energized. And that's the trophy on your screen as well. When these teams have a maximum of 7 games, maybe the final 3 hours on this stage before one of them lifts this trophy up in front of a crowd in Bangkok, Thailand. So
it might take more than 3 hours, though, depending on how this series goes.
It might. Honestly, it might. With the average game time that we've witnessed so far, I'm inclined to say that I think NGX probably will have a shorter average game time in the games that they win compared to CS. But both teams have demonstrated very different win conditions, right? NGX, very clear cut, all about that macro, 1-3-1, Chammy and Aaron, do your job on the side lanes and we win the game.
And we've also seen that Cerberus Esports have been able to outlast RQ on the longest battle that we've seen back in Game 5 of the 2 teams, and they have been able to best it RQ despite losing objectives like Baron and also the Elder Drake involved. But it managed to clinch it by the very end. Now, with the drafts all set, Cerberus opt to start on the blue side and Enigma Galaxy on red. So, last we saw the stats comparison of Genza as well as Demon Kite, we see, sure, most of them going on spellcasting bottom lane, dragon laners overall, but Demon Kite tends to go more on the DPS route more often than not with picks like the Senna, but that's immediately eliminated by Cerberus Esports.
And if you want to look for an X-Factor pick, I think CES also have some up the sleeves. Genza did play that Tristana in Game 1 against RRQ earlier on. So if we ever go that deep down the well of champion pools later into the series, maybe that's what's going to be taken out. I mean, Demon Kite was playing Vayne in the group stage. He had a Draven game as well. Plenty of options for both teams to go for. But one thing is for sure is that these 2 teams are big fans of mech checking in that solo lane. And finally, this is what I want to see from CES. Ban out the Riven, see what NGX has in store as an alternative, because a lot of teams have been letting the Riven through, and it has been a big source of NGX winning games.
The 2 answers that Chammy typically has is either the Fiora or, last we saw, a Jax that came in for that final game that has been able to close things against RRQ. Cerberus starts off with the Gwen that was left available. So let's see if Enigma Galaxy has been able to squeeze any of all these huge picks on their sleeves. And Enigma Galaxy, we've seen Joshi on successive runs of the Kazakhs. I think they really want to get a chance at that, but they finally get one of the best marksmen that's still very much viable. And we talked about DPS, Demon Kite's about to offer with this Ashe.
And there is a chance that draw goes on that Ashe, right? We've seen EXO play the support Ashe. You go into the Muramana, into Imperial Mandate, and just spam arrows for days. As long as you don't get dove, as long as you survive that early game, you provide so much utility for the team. So NGS can play a bit of that switcheroo. They have a bit of leeway to determine where this Ashe wants to go. And when you look at CES's Zed and Nautilus pick, it really feels like NGX will have an option to pivot towards the Morgana jungle once more, because that was what they picked into a Gwen jungle yesterday against BRU. But NGX, they choose to go a more active route with the Yone.
Yeah, I really do like what we're seeing here from Enigma Galaxy, but they still have to address this particular issue that might actually come up, where you have very immobile targets on that bottom lane, and you will expect that Cerberus will be hitting hard with a lot of high kill pressure points coming in from the Zed, as well as Duckby on that Nautilus. So we start off with the Ziggs ban to eliminate any sort of nukes that will come in the way of any form of skirmish. And Cerberus have respect to Kali.
Yeah, there we go. They ban out the Lux. I think it's very clear cut from NGX, right? You see the Nautilus, that Lux really feels like it is a direct option.
It should belong in the bottom lane.
Yeah. No, not with the Nautilus. That definitely so. So I think NGX got that read perfect. And the Morgana already hovered over. They know that CS probably are not thinking about the Morgana at all. Not when that Yone is shown. Maybe CS didn't really study this NGX pattern enough to know that this Yone doesn't necessarily have to be in the hands of Joshi. He is so much comfortable with the Morgana. And Chami was the one playing Yone yesterday in the lower bracket.
Yeah, and Enigma Galaxy, they have that form of flexibility. Now they are showing cards here. Cerberus Esports gets that pick on that Corki, still hovering to see whether or not would this be the best option on the table, but they have changed their plans, securing themselves a Camille. We've seen BMM on Camille before, and Enigma Galaxy has been very familiar with these sort of matchups, but I would still assume that Zed up in mid lane will still be probably the best in the hands of BMM. Now, final pick coming in, and that's going to be the Varus to offer a little bit more of a heavy crowd control in the midst of a team fight. Enigma Galaxy needs to find some answers of what they really want to put either on the mid lane or Baron lane.
Could be that Fiora, and I think that is probably the most default answer that NGX will go back to, right? Because there is no one to really support the Jax. They don't feel as comfortable picking the Jax with just the Morgana when there's the absence of a Karma, and definitely not into a draft that can easily crowd control the Jax. So this Fiora makes perfect sense. I think NGX came into this very well prepared. This is a standard NGX draft. Maybe the only oversight that I would say from CES is not putting a lot of emphasis on that Morgana. And we'll see if this bites them in the back, because from a mile away you can see NGX are looking at the Morgana once you see the Gwen from CES.
And it's going to be the first few times that we're seeing 1-1 playing on this Camille as well, where it has been quite the popular pick in competitive a couple of seasons ago. Going up against a Fiora, you really have to time it. So long as the riposte is available, they should be able to actually challenge, especially with that hook shot. I think that there is a lot of dive potential coming in from CES, especially when you could basically route it into a late game split push that can match the ideas of what Enigma Galaxy has been doing for the past couple of games on these lower bracket series.
And I think CES has a draft that can easily, like you said, mirror the movements of their solo laners, right? You have a Camille into a Fiora, no problem doing so. You have a Zed into a Yone, and I like to say that the Zed is so much better in that side lane compared to the Yone, so CES are kind of up 2-1 by default. But Enigma Galaxy, they have shown us that Chami is kind of the member that they do not mind drawing attention in order to get a lead somewhere. So this definitely just play into NGX's home ground as well.
Exactly that. And I just love how they managed to basically form up solutions to all the other things that other teams couldn't be able to cope with. So Cerberus Esports this is also one of the first few times that we've seen them on land. Of course, they played a lot of it back in their local region, but these two teams have been able to impress all of us and, of course, gain a whole lot of fans in the process. Some of the fans even flew in from Vietnam into Thailand just to witness this event happening in Bangkok.
And I'd say that Cerberus's growth is incredible because I think just shy of 2 months ago, there was a separate tournament that they also qualified for the grand finals and they went up against Team Flash. And at that point of time, they still got 0-4 by Team Flash. And now here they are, beating Team Flash in the challenge group stage, beating RRQ in the upper bracket finals, and now facing the second seed from the Philippines. In fact, both these teams are considered the second seeds, the lower priority of their region. And now one of them will be crowned king by the end of this evening. It is a crazy storyline if you think about it.
And I've always been waiting for moments like this. Oh, we're already getting initiations on the Demon Kite.
It's so hard to deal with these kind of initial pokes. I think that normally you would go for the hail of arrows at level 1 on this Varus, but this level 1 piercing arrow is providing so much pressure onto Demon Kite. Thankfully, they did get some trade back onto Genza, so not much was lost, but the sums from Demon Kite definitely expanded. So that level 2 is going to be in CES's favor.
And I'd love to see both of them on traditional marksmen as well, as we've seen plenty of mages to appear, and the only outlier to be Senna that has a really high pick ratio, as well as bans on top of it. And going back to the storyline, I don't think it could ever be ever scripted by anybody else. Like, if you're telling me that they would actually survive the brunt of all the #1 teams. And speaking of which, First Blood.
I believe it's a mid lane dive, so both of them give their life away. And BMM was the one who drew First Blood, so... Was it BMM? I think... What to check? Yeah, BMM I think drew First Blood.
Feels like it.
It kind of feels like it, right?
Yeah.
Either way, it's a very eco trade.
Yeah, the goal differences is not exactly too huge.
Aaron drew First Blood because he got that extra experience, so
right.
we can leave it at that because there's no goal differences, which is a bit surprising. We said that these two teams love to ego check each other, well, mech check each other in that solo lane.
And same goes to Y1 versus Chami, right?
Yeah.
Like, it's all about timing, how they would be able to fend off on a 1v1 setting. But question is, once the junglers are involved in this battle, what would be the outcome?
Yeah, there is the black shoe, so Delby will not able to get the dredge line connection, at least not get the pull off. We're seeing Demon Kai actually start with the relic shoe, so that's the good thing about Ashe, right? Not as resource intensive. It's all about the arrow and the spam, but most importantly to provide vision with the hawk shot. So NGX, again, very subtly pivot towards Chami and Aaron, and that's the game plan at the end of the day.
That's right, and I think Legaxi would still have a really strong...
Fake Seal. This could be a solo kill with a bit of help from Demon Kite. Aaron, incredibly happy with that downtown arrangement.
Wow, perfect timing coming out of the bottom lane. And that sets up Aaron so quickly with a Fate Seal to connect directly upon BMM. Maximum output of damage along with the solo unbound. That definitely was quite the convincing attempt, and this is the very reason why Ashe has been banned out in majority of the series, where it could just get you advantages from places that you don't suspect.
I think the saddest part is that CES actually had vision where Demon Kai shot his ultimate from, but probably there was a lack of communication because BMM was completely unaware. And that puts Aaron in a decent lead, right? Comes back with the first core item, Blade of the Ruined King, and automatically you just win your lane then and there.
Yeah, and on top of that, there's so much things that an Ashe could possibly provide. Huge vision control with the hawkshot whenever it's up online, and despite whether that was communicated true, I felt like you could always still curve the enchanted crystal arrow. So it's really down to BMM to really dodge it. He did have the flash.
Yeah.
So it was a little bit untimely. Another one will hit towards Genza.
It's such a simple setup. With Aaron, that's a killing spree. And you do not expect a Yone to be roaming because he doesn't really have the tools to do so. But guess who's enabling is Demon Kite. And it kind of comes full circle, right? Demon Kite going a non-resource intensive route with that Relic Shield. Whenever these arrows come back up, it's not like the version that we saw from CES where you need to arrow into an explosive cast into a Dragon Rage. This is not it. You have easy skills to land, and look at Aaron. He's gonna solo kill BMM, and in the span of 2 minutes, Aaron has gone from just 1-1 to 4-1.
Who would have expected a mid-lane Yone to be able to just ramp up ever so quickly? 5 minutes of play, we're already getting 5 takedowns across the map, and everything has been secured in the hands of Aaron. Sure, Cerberus Esports will be able to get themselves this Rift Herald, but they have bigger problems to address. But this form of early lane swap has been given a little bit more benefit to Aaron in particular.
Oh yeah.
And he's already got the silent pressure.
Look at that.
And yet again, another one bites the dust.
And that's BMM's third death in 3 minutes. That is not how you want your Z game to go.
And even if he actually did go in for that equal exchange early on,
it did not matter, right?
It didn't even matter.
It didn't have the experience advantage. He still has the same net worth. And Genza, he shows up in the bot lane. And by now, I think CS need to recognize that this lane is unsavable. You cannot salvage that turret anymore. You have to play around this top side where Chami wasn't really getting pressured, but they are taking structures, and Meliodas forced away. This is a 2 versus 1. There's no riposte for Chami, so at least Y1 picks up the kill. They get a couple more go injection with that Shelly charge. But the rest of the map is collapsing for CES.
Yeah, they're just trying to find whatever avenues that they could possibly get. At least closing off the gap. Now it's only 1,000 of a difference. And later on, if they do get to pick up against Aaron, it will be a huge shutdown goal to resource back into one of the members of Cerberus Esports if they ever get their hands on. But there's always going to be Joshi as well as Draw around. And Demon Cloud has been playing quite the perfect Ashe. You know, he's going to also build into an early Hourglass. So it's not going to be all too easy for BMM to catch him off guard.
Yeah, it's a support Ashe in essence. And this is CES willingly giving NGX their comfort picks. Right, this Joshi Morgana, it feels like it's telegraphed from the get-go. A point-blank arrow into just all the skills in the world, and Joshi lands the biting onto Genza. Genza just wanted to help, but you get a fade away from this Morgana, and Meliodas, he gets baited into a Joshi that he cannot kill, and the grand challenge goes off. This game has already fallen into complete chaos for CES.
And there's just absolutely no hole of a control where Enigma Galaxy, those solo kills happen across the map, and there's an attempt coming from BMM.
And he's immediately forced away. And look at Chami and Aaron, they're diving past the tier 1 turret. That charge sent out by a Duck B, but only as a spectacle. Under 8 minutes, we have this building lead for Enigma Galaxy. It's 3,000 net worth advantage, but that is about to increase because Chami, again, he's a guy that he will fight everyone. The arrow is coming. Chami, again, giving Y1 the false sense of security. And what can Duck B do? He watches his Baron laner die.
Even if he does have the ultimatum, it doesn't even resort all too much. Just a couple of finishing touches on that turret, and they will eventually have to leave, but they're still hoping to defend.
They did shut down Aaron, but there is a black shield for Joshi. And Meliodas, he can only force both of his enemies away, but
Even Kite's coming as well.
The arrow is almost back up. Remember,
cooldown's low.
And CS just so adamant in wanting to protect this lane. They cannot even get through draw. And Meliodas, he wants no part of this. And CES eventually surrenders the structure. But it took them so much time. BMM only got to shovel, I think, 2 waves in the top lane. They got to shut down onto Aaron mid. That's a consolation prize. But NGX still feels like the victors overall.
Indeed, and Cerberus Esports, they tried to pry open the Baron lane turret. But now with Aaron on the watch out, I don't think they're going to be able to lend their hands on that anytime soon. So it's really down to them to secure another Herald in order to create more space for themselves. They've been able to get the very first one at the very least. but I don't think they're up for any form of 5 versus 5. Demon Kite, we'll see whether or not can he send a good arrow as they're on the approach.
Draw, yeah, he just goes for a bit of scouting. NGX a bit late to the party as the arrow was not able to be bent the right angle. So CES is kind of gets away with the Rift Herald. But I just caught a glimpse of the net worth, and the relic shoe on Demon Kai is finally paying off because Draw's net worth is almost the same as Genza.
Yeah, and Genza honestly couldn't really do much about a lot of all these sort of setups that have come in from Joshi, and now being set behind, this Varus won't be able to offer enough damage, and they're chasing onto Meliodas.
Joshi just no hesitation with the flash, Soul Shackle. They want to lock Meliodas down, and Chammy, he wants to proc that Grand Challenge, doesn't get it. Snip at the last second. The Grand Challenge also expires. NGX overstepping a bit. Chain of Corruption used onto Draw. CES not able to follow up, but they will settle for that Chammy kill.
Big Boss Aaron is here though. They should be able to find a little bit more of an opening. BMM moves into the middle of the pit.
And Aaron just dashes in with the Mortal Steel, gets the knockout, goes right back with the Soul Unbound, immediately decimates BMM. And Aaron, he is still pretty much healthy, flashes over the wall, three-man knockup! And this is why this man, Aaron, is the MVP of the previous series. You got to believe it, the ultimate is back up, he gets the scissors in his face, but his blade is strong! Finally falls, but not without a triple kill and an ace for NGX.
My goodness, if it's going to be any sooner, it could have also been a pentakill for Aaron himself. But NGX, they look like they were basically losing out that team fight. Great repositioning coming in from Joshi and the rest of them to be able to find those angles. And Aaron saw that opportunity, went in for that flash forward, and managed to catch not one, not two, but 20 members all sent up in the air. Just positioning them deep into this bottleneck where Cerberus cannot even escape. Some of the flash were available in the past fight.
Yeah.
And Genza didn't have that opportunity to even get out of that mess.
And that was a 4 versus 5.
Right.
That was a fight, I believe, without Chammy. And Aaron single-handedly dismantled the ranks of CES. 8, 3, and 5 so far. 3 core items. Just 12 minutes in, the Solari Charge Blade being the third. I mean, you look at CES right now, you have to think to yourself, CES, they cannot be looking for fights. I don't think that there are any objectives that CES can forcefully contest.
But it's the Vietnamese region teams that we're talking about here that has always favored fights. Despite losing many of these battles, look at the goal gap. It's honestly not too far apart. Oh, Fate Seal.
Aaron trying to use it preemptively as the arrow was coming through. So BMM will be able to dodge it, but NGX, they are already showing up top. And CES, they do not have the numbers. And you can see on the side of the screen, BMM is already gone on. The members of NGX are just doing work. Draw picks up the kill. They do lose Demon Kai in the process. CS looking for a bit of response, but the best respect is Genza getting a double.
And we're talking about them not ever backing it out for a fight. Finally, they get to go in for a few pickups there. Both bomb laners out, shut down by Cerberus Esports. Well, of course, we wish to actually get a few glimpses of what really went down. But despite that, they find themselves in recovery. Another Herald in the hand of Cerberus Esports. Y1 will be so slippery. And Cerberus Esports hoping to find some form of resources from the side lanes from here on.
Yeah. All things considered, Cerberus Esports are by no means behind. Just a mere 2,000 gold disadvantage. And that is a very small gap to clear for Cerberus Esports. So I think that, so for NGX, respect definitely still needs to be shown. Genza is building up that item pool as well. So those arrows are going to start to hurt. I mean, NGX have been playing this very fast early to mid-tempo game, just arrow binding, arrow gank. But that window is going to get smaller and smaller as the game progresses. I mean, BMM gets gone on, but CS was able to respond.
Yeah, we saw a lot of time being bought by BMM is Enigma Galaxy spent a little too much time cutting into the turret range where they couldn't really get everybody out on board. Now, Enigma Galaxy needs to be a little bit more careful on the approaches for a pickoff. Genza now having a Super Fang as well as Moon has been able to stabilize at the very least. And finally landing their hands on Demon Kite that seemingly become invincible arrow misses, but they're still proning about them.
The needlework is doing so much. Across the piercing arrow, the blight procs, they do shred through tanks, so Draw needs to respect that output. And I think that in these situations, if the arrow somehow misses, NGX cannot proceed. Not when CS still has the spells, but they will try to get some revenge onto Genza, and Aaron just giving Genza no space at all, straight towards the backline for the kill, and the death charge is just way too late.
And he's already popped his flash, still couldn't get out of the grass. Arrow of the Fate Seal, been able to just burst him down. Already looking for his 4th item, another arrow sent down bot. Trying to catch off BMM.
Uh-oh, BMM, he only has one more shadow, and that's pretty much it. Goes golden to buy time. He will get assistance from Y1, but that is a lot of resources expended. CS, they have the intention to go for collapse, but they are just not in position.
Yeah, and this seems a lot harder to do when Enigma Galaxy were the ones to approach many of these games on split pushes. The ban onto the Riven has affected this, where Chami has to really pick those opportunities whenever he really wants to go for slant lane shoves or to commit in some of these battles. But Enigma Galaxy has been able to go in for very good trades, even on the 1-3-1. Especially when Demon Kite could always send arrows from all across the map. Next objective coming up when we see a 1v1 through the middle of all.
What an arrow from Demon Kite. It's perfectly telegraphed from NGX. Good news is the wave is shoved in, so Chami will take some time to grab that turret. But bad news is it's now a 4 versus 4, and NGX again arriving at the scene. Dugby using his body as a shield. Joshi will just soul shackle and walk right into the pit to try and get the dragon, and it's going to be Draw that steals it with the Spirit Fire. Aaron still stays alive. Meliodas goes down, and the damage output from CES has been severely reduced. Joshi will be the casualty, but the arrow gets sent up by Demon Kite. Dugby will use his body to buy space and time for the rest of his team, but it doesn't seem to be the case because Chami shows up out of nowhere, and NGX finds another big fight.
My goodness. Enigma Galaxy, they just get everything. We didn't expect Demon Kite to commit the arrow when the battle for that dragon was about to begin. And it hit perfectly. Got a lot more going on for Chami, and they still won that fight without needing to lose all too much. Though Joshi did get picked at the very end. They already got what they wanted. Here comes another arrow.
BMM has no shadow. Easy kill for NGX. Rinse and repeat. Just another day in the office for the team. And Y1 can't really stand up to this punishment. NGX triple dragons in the arsenal.
This time, the goal disparity is being built up. 6,000. Hex all the way them.
They won Aaron, but it is not a sound idea, Y1. Meliodas maybe can make a difference, but the dredge line misses, and Aaron, he is not afraid to go in for these fights. He has that lifesteal and sustain. And with that pickoff, NGX have this surge of confidence. They have the damage and the numbers. It's Baron time.
There's just absolutely no avenue for BMM throughout the course of this map play that he was trying to go for split pushes, trying to do everything he can. He could only delay the Baron ever so slightly, but Enigma Galaxy is on the charge.
And they're going to turn right onto Dugby. They have so much resources to juggle these objectives left, right, and center. Probably the worst game for BMM so far. 2 and 8, and Genza, why? I mean, he stayed around.
And they lost everything. Just even managed to take away that blue buff over the wall. And all that is left is for them to just push directly from the mid lane. And only 2 members of Silver's Esports could be able to hold on for now. BMM is coming through.
One last arrow onto Y1 and NGX. Eyes on the prize. BMM is no longer a threat. Meliodas not as well. NGX with a strong opening statement in this game number 1. A grand finals worthy of the Kingslayers, but my God, NGX showed up strong.
And they're looking to go unstoppable throughout the course of the series. They've beaten RQ 3-0, and they will carry forward to secure the first victory here in the best of 7. But the road is far from over. This is just their first step towards victory.
And you can see that CS completely lost completely lost after that game number 1. And it's kind of a product of NGX's macro, right? It felt like when they got the draft going, they never slowed down. And CS, they were struggling to pump the brakes, but there was no brakes for them. It was NGX in control. They were the conductor and they were the passenger. It was their domain the entire game 1.
And we can see that they were trying to match the tempo against Enigma Galaxy, where they're finding a lot of all these side lane pressure to try to cause a little bit more of that chaos and force fights to happen. But Demon Kite, he can always supplement the damage, or should I say, the stun, just to annihilate whatever pressure that Cerberus Esports wants to create. And we see successive dives coming in as early as 7 minutes of play.
Yeah.
And I don't think that Gwen was ever allowed to stay still in the course of the match.
And this was a game where NGX really just showed that, sure, we have been split pushing, we have been playing that macro game in the side lanes for the past 13 games so far in the playoffs. But we can also kind of turn it up. We can bring the fight to you. And we saw how ruthless NGX were in shutting down BMM. There was no room for this Zed to do anything.
This was the most monumental fight for Cerberus Esports, which they did have the opportunity to win out, but Aaron will have waited for the very moment to be able to land those perfect blows and score himself that triple kill and have aced out Cerberus Esports with Galaxy landing all of the Drakes. It became too tough to handle, and Cerberus Esports still tried to land those strikes where they were also trying to defend over on the top end. And BMM on the Zed, we've never seen him struggle like this ever before.
Yeah, a complete and utter shutdown. Gets mech check mid. It was unfair for a couple of these fights thanks to Demon Kite, but the team effort from NGX was just too much for CS to deal with. We talked about how these two teams love to go for that ego fight. I say NGX won hands down 2-0 so far in both that solo lanes.
And heading into the next game, I don't think that Cerberus Esports should ever allow this Ashe to go through ever again.
Yeah.
When you look at how well Demon Kite plays through this match, sure, it was Aaron scoring all the kills, but without the help of this Ashe, it won't be easily achieved overall. Enigma Galaxy, once again, close off games sub 20 minutes, and I don't think there's just any form of answer if Cerberus Esports were to go with the same form of draft with the presence of a few key targets that they really have to lock out. They have targeted the champion pool of Chami for a whole bunch of the time, as well as Joshi, but I think letting through the Ashe is not acceptable at all.
And also, on top of that, I think for Enigma Galaxy, their adaptation and understanding the priorities in the composition is incredibly good. You know, props to both the coaches on the team for identifying this, because the Relic Shield Ashe that allowed them to not to put this Ashe and Nasus as utility supports to supplement Aaron and get him a hit. I think it was a brilliant move that CS was clearly not prepared for.
Exactly that, and it's basically constant soft crowd control on that bottom lane where whenever you walk near that Nasus or Ashe, you can't get out of that mess. You can try to flash, they're still going to be affected by that slow, and if that arrow hits, well, good luck. BMM knows the taste of that for the most part. So if we look into the draft itself, I think there might just be a lot of changes necessary for Cerberus Esports, because if they ever were to play on these assassins, they really have to keep in mind that there's a few picks that Enigma Galaxy was absolutely comfortable with. So put aside the Ashe, there was the Morgana.
And hopefully Cerberus finds a solution quickly, because if not, then we might see them suffer the same fate as RRQ. Enigma Galaxy takes game number 1 in one of the most dominant opening fashion in this grand finals. We will go take a breather, and we will come back after this break for game number 2.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming and Monster Energy.
It's still the grand finals of the Snapdragon Pro Series Wild Rift Challenge Finals happening live in Bangkok, Thailand, with Nigma Galaxy taking on Cerberus Esports, both teams the second seed of their respective regions. But Nigma Galaxy are playing out of their mind, taking game number 1 in one of the most convincing fashion we have seen from the squad. My name is Husky, and alongside me, my trusty partner Contra, to bring you guys the rest of this grand finals.
Yeah, heading into game 2, I think there's a lot of changes into the draft that has to be made by Cerberus Esports. They should not ever give this form of leeway to Nigma Galaxy, and now these boys in blue are absolutely on a roll. Aaron has gotten that perfect game on Yone. We don't often see Yone put in the mid lane because there's still a lot of decent matchup, and it looked decent for BMM at the very least, but he suspected the early arrows to fly in. Not at all.
Oh, it quickly went down south, right? We started off with both mid laners trading kills, and that was it. The rest was just Aaron on the kill feed, killing BMM a couple more times, and just really spilling that lead into the side lanes. And I do like how the prioritization was in game 1 as well. We can see that not only did he give it back, he specifically gave it back to both Demon Kai and Draw. Champion was doing completely fine in that Baron lane, and this really poses a kind of a minor issue for Cerberus, right? Because you have 3 lanes that are losing to NGX. Going into game number 2, they still decide to stick with BMM, but something has to change in the draft.
Yeah, and in 5 minutes of play that Yone has been able to secure 5 takedowns overall, or should I say 4, going on that rampage. While Cerberus Esports, they've addressed those side lane shoves, especially banning on that Riven. They will have to do it again. Now, I wonder what else will Nigma Galaxy actually bring to the table now that they're swapping over on the blue side. Cerberus Esports may actually have a chance to either take a look at Leone if it wasn't first picked by Nigma Galaxy. Haven't really seen too much of a party ban from Nigma Galaxy when it comes down to having the dual wielding blades to be taken off of the list, and they're the ones who will eliminate that Ashe pick overall. So Cerberus Esports will need to think about the bans very heavily from here.
Yeah, the onus is also on CES to look at that Riven and kind of wait if it's a must ban or not, because NGX, they will snatch that Riven as the first pick if it goes through. And I do like the NGX banning out the strong laners that CS loves, especially that Lucian. We've seen it being played in 3 different roles. Y1, BMM, Genza. You can say the same for the Renekton as well, both in the mid and top lane. And CS once more defaults back to banning the Riven, deeming it too much of a risk to let go through to NGX. And guess what? Yone gets picked up again.
Yone take 2, and it's definitely action time, but BMM really wants to have it another go, especially now that Nigma Galaxy won't ever have that Ashe available. He shouldn't have too many issues, and it's also down to what Cerberus pick as their support, because we didn't really get to see all too much coming out of Duckby when he was on that Nautilus. Not really allowed to roam too far away, and with the Gwen, I think like he should be able to actually have a little form of a setup going in favor of them. Nigma Galaxy will also have great access to the Senna as well as Nasus, or it could be whichever Senna +1 that could be favorable.
They have done the Nasus +1 a lot, right? So the Nasus Morgana could be a thing. As though I don't remember NGX going for Nasus Morgana, so it could be a Nasus Lux that they are pivoting towards. But if that's the case, that Lux has to come through right now. So it feels like a weirder draft sequence for NGX. We'll see what the idea is. They have the Nasus Gragas that you can also consider for the team. The Senna seems to be the default, and I think it's also an easier play to work towards.
And for Cerberus Esports, now with only one more pick, it's either or the support or the Dragon Laner that they will really have to field out for moving into the second phase. And we'll expect Cerberus Esports to still need something to offer in turn to be able to withstand a little bit more of that bottom lane oppression. And they will default back to the Nautilus. hoping to eventually lend their hands on perhaps the Lux or even the Ziggs, where the Galaxy will still need to consider a little bit more priority on all these sort of mages that's still at stake.
NGX can just go for the same two bans, I think. Ban on the Ziggs, ban on the Lux. Maybe CS will go for that Varus afterwards. But if not, it's not like NGX can care too much about that Varus pick. You already have your Dragon Lane panned out. And CES are starting to target Chammy's champion pool again. But do remember, Yone has been played by Chammy yesterday in the Elimination Series. So whatever CES is doing, sure, it is thinning out the champion pool, but it doesn't eliminate the possibility of NGX looking at the drafts and saying like, you know what, we are going to move this Yone around and just pull off something out of the hat again.
I gotta say that the Galaxy's second draft is looking mighty fine, where Cerberus Esports have prioritized onto dwindling down the options on the Baron lane itself. It still lets the Fiora to come into the scene, unless if Cerberus Esports pick it up right now.
I think NGX might consider a Kha'Zix. That could be a good idea. You still leave this Yone open for both Chammy and Aaron. They will have to pick the last two champions either way, so they go for that Olaf. It's pretty indicative of maybe NGX are...
I think it's very viable, where they also want to see whether or not will Cerberus Esports try to take away the Morgana instead and have the Gwen to go into the lane, or it could be a setup for Genza, who opts to go for a Morgana down the bottom lane, which will still be a good substitute as compared to a Lux in particular. So of course, falling back to something that he's very familiar with, like you predicted, the Kha'Zix is available for Enigma Galaxy.
And I definitely feel like the Kha'Zix was picked because one of the reasons was because Morgana was snatched by CES, but you also caught it, right? Genza, we did see him play that Morgana. Definitely a lane that shoves pretty hard, but not as strong as your Lux Nautilus or your Senna Nasus. Morgana is relying a lot on herself to shove the lane, but if you get caught, then there's going to be a hail of crowd control to get laid on top of you. NGX going back for the Chammy Fiora, so there's very less variations from game number one, barring the Senna replacing the Ashe and the Kha'Zix replacing the Morgana. Everything else is the same.
Yeah, it's not too huge of a difference, but they will be expecting at least more results to be yielded with a stronger team fighting potential coming in from Cerberus Esports. And we saw, even on the back foot, Cerberus has been able to always look for trades very constantly. And this is where they hope to successfully allow themselves to have a chance at a better side lane shove, now that they only have to worry about that Fiora. But can Aaron pop off just like how he did back in game one, where you still have Joshi to offer huge bursts of damage that could overwhelm members of CES?
And this is shaping up to be almost identical in terms of the draft archetype, right? Both teams have a Dragon Lane that is primarily going to play the support role, the utility role for the rest of their members. And it's all about that top-heavy core, that top-side heavy core matchups. You have that Fiora into Camille, you have the jungle matchup, Kha'Zix Gwen, and finally a rematch between Yone and Zed in the middle lane.
And we're expecting Cerberus Esports to basically utilize all their spells just to look for those sort of picks, and you will have the Gwen to always accompany this Morgana on those team fights, as they will basically help each other find the victory. And I love the crowd. There's also one that's currently keeping his hands busy, trying to rank up, I assume. New season that just started.
Yeah.
And this is the new era of Wild Rift, as we're seeing both of the second seed of Vietnam and the Philippines vying for that championship title.
Yeah, get that grind going, brother. You are going to make it. Of course, we have almost a full house, and right in the front seat, of course, going to be Vansu, another one of the coaching staffs from NGX. One of the most insightful person I've ever spoken with. Just that guy is just brains all day, and is a huge reason why NGX are in the spot that they are in. We're going to take just a quick look at the trophy again. And this trophy is going to be long to one of these squads at the end of the day. In fact, I feel like today has gone by so much faster.
Yeah, and of course, behind every successful team, like you said, is backed by a great management behind them. And Cerberus Esports have been in the scene of esports for longs of time. Nick Magaxi made quite the splash of a debut. And this was only their very first year in Wild Rift Esports that we've been talking about. And they're already up here challenging the very best of it all. Nick Magaxi did have the opening game in his best of 7. Now let's see if Cerberus Esports bites back. The Hounds of Hell looking to secure a huge, successful victory.
In 3 days, it would be the 4th month of this roster coming together for NGX. So
Fourth month.
It will be the 4th month, yes.
Take me 4 months and I still couldn't get to Challenger O.
And it's already first blood. It's a trade. Once more for both teams, I believe the first blood goes over to Genza. So he's gonna come back with the Oblivion Orb, but BMM getting skill check again! How are you doing this?
Aaron! He won the 1 versus 1 2 times in a row. This time, despite the first blood going on the bottom lane, Nigma Galaxy has just gotten this Yone activated every single time. These skill checks not working out with BMM.
Nope.
One more auto attack was needed from BMM. But he kept finding those angles, finding those space. Aaron prevails.
The same scenario again. Chami winning the mech check in the Baron lane. I mean, this is disheartening if you are the solo lanes of CES because you are getting completely bodied in your respective roles.
And even in the past round, Nick Magaxi started off with almost all winning lanes. This time, sending both Duck B as well as Meliodas to keep his eyes closely on Aaron. Man, 1 versus 2, he might just actually get it though.
And Aaron, he is not worried at all. And this draws some attention from CES. And I suppose that they can afford to have Duck B rotate around the map, but that means that Genza needs to absorb some extra pressure. And it also relieves a lot of that burden from the rest of NGX, where Joshi doesn't have to worry about much contest. His laners have priority. He's not going to go top anytime soon. Definitely not mid. And bottom lane is fine taking some of these minor beatings from CES.
And with the adaptation of Genza going on this Morgana, it really allows Duck B to roam a lot more.
What? Aaron hits 5 and just dives tier 1 with the Ignite. And another solo kill in the middle lane.
He just completely outclassed BMM.
This is a complete masterclass. Aaron is not showing any mercy to BMM.
And honestly, I have never really seen Yone play like this before against Zeds in particular.
I've never seen BMM getting beaten 0-2 in the first 2 minutes.
And before that was like, what, 0-3?
Yeah.
Like,
he ended the first game 2-8 on the Zed, so
Cerberus is forced to lane swap.
Yeah, keep that in mind, that BMM has not won a direct 1v1 with Aaron, barring that first blood trade last game, right? That considers a draw, but aside from that, BMM has lost every single 1 versus 1 against Aaron.
Never in the upper brackets have they been challenged like this before.
Yes.
But draw, he's soaking a lot of damage, but here comes Joshi.
They have backup. The root onto Duck B, pretty durable, still has the flash. Forced to use it. CES wants to re-engage, but Duck B doesn't land the Dredge line.
It's just about good enough, as Cerberus Esports will be able to halt them all back. Meanwhile, we really want to take a look at the exchanges on that Baron lane. Only slight goal up ahead for Chami. They managed to find ways to get to level 6 very safely. And we're looking at Y1 bringing up the barrier in play. And they're still going to be taking a lot more time. As in this game itself, it seemed to be more of an island for both ends, where it's hard to actually set up dives against either Fiora or even necessarily Camille. You don't really want to dive a turret against her.
it's not easy to go on to Chami as well. He does have to ignite. And of course, Meliodas has shown his face, so NGX definitely read this. They even saw BMM place down that Vision Ward at their blue buff. So, and you can see BMM again just not allowed to have more than half his health. And now this is the lane swap. And this puts Genza in a very, very vulnerable spot because he is not in the condition to deal with Aaron. If he misses that binding, Aaron can just go on him.
And I guess like having Genza to deal with him is a much better ordeal. Like all you have to do, Black Shield, won't be able to get the knockups channeling through, but Fate Seal still gonna be hitting hard like a truck. 3-2-1. Only 1,000 gold up ahead. So Cerberus Esports is just waiting for potential 5v5s to happen. I think Magaxi should be able to get their hands on a Herald. There is vision being set by Cerberus Esports. They're hoping to get some answers here.
How are they going to do this though? Dugby has already missed the dredge line. Meliodas is nowhere near, so it's easy for Joshi to secure that Herald, forcing a flash out of Dugby, who gets rooted. Both teams straight objective, but the Dawning Shadow will make sure that Joshi stays alive, and he gets the reset on the wings as well. Genza should be chased down by Chami, but actually they let Demon Kai have the kill, just a max range last embrace. And the staff of NGX can feel it in their bones. 5 minutes and 40 seconds in, NGX looking to break that tier 1 and even dive beyond it.
What?
And exhaust onto Y1. They juggle the turret aggro and all of them get out. Nothing can be done from CES's side.
They're just playing at a very different pace here. Cerberus Esports could not even find ways to resist. And I think this could be too much of pressure amounting. They lost their mid lane turret in the span of 6 minutes of play. And nobody seems to be able to hold their lanes as Aaron is just making waves across the mid lane. I think Magaxi now does get a little bit more free access if they really want to further punish Aaron. Or maybe try to get their hands on Y1 instead. Chami did get that Ignite drop onto what went down onto Genza. We thought that Demon Kai will be able to get it. Now Joshi just gets stronger and stronger from here on. I feel like the upcoming games, Cerberus Esports might need to pivot away from this Gwen pickup in the jungle so that he gets to play a lot more of an active role in those early ganks.
And this is where we look back to the Lee Sin and the Vi for Meliodas, right? He has such a good performance on that champion, and oh no, BMM, not again. You have the shadows, but is it enough? The Dawning Shadow comes through from Demon Kite. And BMM needs to get the hell out of here.
Managing to utilize the Death Mark. This is dodge a couple of blows coming out of Aaron. And have been able to sustain. Moving aside from that Dawning Shadows. Cerberus Esports trying to close the gap as they manage to get a turret through the Baron lane. So it's still going to be a little bit more of an issue for Chami to deal with. Dugby now walking for it as he's trying to stop the dive.
And this dive is going to be successful because Dugby has the Serpent Fence debuff, so we can see that the Gargoyle and the Titan's Wrath is not doing much for him.
Not much that Nautilus is offering in the early game. And there's not even a single recipe that he's been able to complete into a full item for now. Other than, of course, the Relic Shield that has been able to stack up. While Y1's the only one that gets a lot more room to play with. Builds Divine Sunderer. Later on heading into Blade Ruin King. And Y1 has a lot of work to be done throughout the course of the battle here. But who do particularly want him to use the ultimatum on, because getting onto Aaron is not really the best case scenario.
And Joshi, he is so patient. Y1 thought he got a 1v1, but against NGX that will never be the case. And CS, they were trying to make an attempt onto Chami, but we've seen that Chami, if he's outnumbered, you can take the objective, sure. But we are going to get something else around the map. And CES, they will get this tier 2 for free, but it still doesn't solve the problem that NGX has that minor goal advantage. And this Genza Morgana is not paying off. not in the first 9 minutes.
At least they got their priority straight, that they're still keeping to their plans of securing as much objectives as possible. Now needing to fight for the Herald as they're trying to shove away members of Enigma Galaxy. Brawl forced to flash away where it wasn't going to be directed at him with the Dark Binding. Not going to be initiated here by Enigma Galaxy. The rest of Cerberus Esports might just be able to settle in for a treat. Aaron is going to be finding those angles to see if he can get this fate sealed against majority of CES. Yeah. He's going to be finding a little bit tickle on Shelly now. Ward spots them out.
Aaron almost gets the knockout, but that is going to bait out the death bar from BMM. Preemptively used. That's one ultimate down for CES. NGX now walks right into the Rift Herald pit. Y1 into the backline onto Joshi. Wanted to lock him down, but Joshi will secure the objective nonetheless. And all the damage piles in from NGX. Aaron is doing all the work for the team. Kenza forced out of the fight. Meliodas wants Aaron dead. Snips in into smithereens and is double kill for Meliodas. This Gwen finally gets the pop off, and Y1 also grabs 2. NGX loses the Rift Herald fight.
That is what Cerberus Esports have been looking for, and they managed to prolong the fight. Meliodas was the key playmaker of that scuffle. And now they do get that free access onto Infiltrate, and they can continue on with this split pushing plan with having Y1 over on the top side. Cerberus Esports come up ahead and manage to score some shutdown goal. So whatever goal lead that NGX had up in the early game has been nullified. A chance back in the game for Cerberus Esports.
And NGX have to start being aware of the fact that if you jump straight into CES, Soul Shackles, the Shadow Strikes, all these AoE skills from CES, they are going to obliterate your health bars. And NGX, they're not really built for that. They don't really have a durable member except for Draw, and even then, we saw how fast that he was melted. His health bar melted.
And he couldn't defend himself. He already forced the flash much early on, dodging it from Genza. And this is how vital this Morgana pick has been for Cerberus Esports in particular. We have seen that Duckby has also been able to sniff out key targets. Though Chami did manage to pick 1 kill a little early on. But Y1 has been able to find 2 more in the back. And you see priority over on the tier 2. Well, NGX working their way up mid. They're forcing the recalls. This is going to be hard. I don't think they can
defend. It's going to go down. NGX has made a wraparound and opened the base. The blink of an eye. CS, they want to force a fight. Meliodas, he is very far from home. The face steal doesn't connect thanks to the hollow miss, but the Darting Shadow will.
Joshi?
And Joshi's going to go golden. Can he get out though? They've already lost Chami. BMM doing a fantastic job of stopping that, and now Draw is going to be the 3rd victim. The root will only buy a bit of time, but the inevitable will still be there. Draw going down, and Aaron Demon Kai will not be able to do this. Duckby over the wall, gets the dredge line. Aaron in danger. Can CES at least get an ace? It seems like that would be the case. Meliodas is on the killing spree, and Y1 goes over the wall. The hookshot is there. The binding max range from Genza, and CES have been awoken. NGX loses 4.
They claw their ways back into the game, and the team fight potential that they've been eyeing out for, and there's also a wave to attend to. How much can Chami do? Now just she's back alive. They have to clear the wave.
And they should be able to do so. Just get the wave out of the way. It's going to be Zonya's used as well. As BMM, he did use the death mark, but Joshi ends up going down. CES, they want the turret, they will get it. Grand Challenge pop. Darting Shadow, just a millisecond too late. Chami would have been able to do so much more, but CES tie up the game state.
And you see that NGX is the master of split pushes. Cerberus Esports have their own responses to challenge that. And what a team fight that was, that chased all the way from their very own base, running it all the way down to the bottom side. Enigma Galaxy stayed a little tad too long. They get that inhibitor. Same goes to Cerberus after winning yet another clean team fight. Now on to the Baron.
Baron gets dragged back, and he brings Y1 with him. A bad spot for Y1 to be in. but NGX, they have no damage to finish off Y1. The CES now,
separated.
they are going to turn around, draw again, trying to buy a lot of time. The face steal and the bind, so darn good from NGX, but they have no damage. They need a bit more. Aaron has already gone down, but Chammy is there. Double for Chammy. He's going on the chase. Genza down low. Chammy with the lunge, the riposte to block the binding, and Chammy is the hero for the team. NGX, another team effort to try and bring down CES, but Demon Kite is no match for Meliodas. It's Joshi left alive. Meliodas is the healthy one. NGX stops this Baron attempt.
And only both the junglers are left remaining in the map. Nick McAxie tries to tie the knots. The overchase onto Meliodas. This is the huge problem when you're going up against a Gwen, as she hates into the late game, not being stopped at all. And my, oh my. We're definitely getting ourselves a great series up ahead with 2 kills per minute being offered in this match.
This is Meliodas 1v4 montage. For sure, they just could not kill him. Only made possible, I mean, NGX, that was the best attempt that they could have gotten, right? 4-man Dawning Shadow into a Fate Seal onto the entire backline. One misstep and that could have been game for NGX. So, all things considered, I think they still are hanging on to this game.
And we're already seeing Draw adapting to some of all these items. Now with the Visage online, hoping to at least survive through the onslaught of the damage coming in from Meliodas. Y1.
Can they get Y1 though? Force out the flash. Joshi on the chase. Have the meter enchant though. The Dawning Shadow is going to be there. CES running down the middle lane. They need Y1 dead as soon as possible. And they do 50 seconds on the clock. But NGX, they have something to deal with back home. And it is going to be the push from CES.
They're just racing against each other right here. And Nick McAxie, these sort of pickoffs aren't really paying off. Cerberus Esports now not only challenge them in many of all these team fights, they manage to regain a lead in goal. To be able to get this dragon in hand. As we are seeing Joshi all too occupied with the wave down under. Nick McAxie might have to force fights around this Baron.
Triple dragon for CES. And that was the same luxury that NGX enjoyed in game 1. Both teams did lose their Baron lane just now. With the exception that Chammy almost took BMM with him. But this is definitely a way better game for the Zed compared to game 1v1.
Yeah, he's been able to create a lot of pressure onto members of Nick McAxie. And when it comes down to those team fights, Genza have been all over the place. 15 out of 17 KDs he's all actively involved with. And look at that, Imperial Mandate has been up online. And we are seeing Meliodas completing his build with the orbital, well...
Infinity Orb.
Infinity Orb. And that Oblivion Orb will eventually turn into what we hope to be a Umbrella Nomicon.
Chammy against Y1 is going to be a bit more of a complicated fight, as Y1 definitely a hit right now. Just in terms of items, but also has the meter enchant and a big wave of super minions. So
he's got some Hellbreaker to go along with it.
Yeah.
So it's rather daunting. If he loses this battle...
They need a +1 to kill Y1, and even then it's not easy because CES are nearby. You can see the BMM kind of scouting the jungle, but he did have the shadow, so they caught a win of Aaron as well. CES, they make the call to go straight for Baron. This is going to be a 4 versus 4 affair.
Cerberus Esports now scanning through the jungle. Still challenging Nick McAxie to come really close. That 1v1 doesn't look all too good for Y1.
Another dive in the jungle. CS turns it around, looking for a couple of kills. Meliodas straight onto the members of NGX. Duckby pulling them back. Meliodas dropping low, tries to go for the shadow, but goes into stasis before the Dawning Shadow connects onto him. Joshi is still alive, leaps away into safety. Aaron tries to look for Genza, doesn't find it, dropping low. Genza kills him off with the Shadow Shurikens at the very end. And Meliodas, he will survive. CES tying up the series in this grand finals in a very, very scrappy fashion. And even though Chammy won that 1 versus 1, and he now has the full wrap of CS to handle, And CES, they want no part of this. It's all about the Nexus turrets. Meliodas tanking up some of those shots. They juggled it back and forth. And CES will tie up this best of 7 1-1.
A great win coming out of the Vietnamese representative here in the Grand Finals. And we'll be getting ourselves more games into this best of 7 as Meliodas comes up with a huge performance on this Gwen. And they have stuck through the roots of this draft, only needing Genza to switch over to that Morgana to be able to give them more of that team fighting prowess, where Enigma Galaxy have suffered the cause of it, despite having Aaron with a masterclass performance on that Yone on the second time coming. There's still pressure coming in from the coaches, telling them to not slack off in the upcoming matches, because they know NGX is about to prepare for a surprise in store for CES.
Yeah. By no means an easy game for CES. Had to claw their way from some sort of a deficit in that mid game, but like you said, Contra, Meliodas put off one of the best performances on this Gwen, and he was the glue that held Cerberus Esports together for majority of that late game. I think if it was anything else, if Meliodas wasn't on this Gwen, maybe the game would have ended. But you can see the activeness of CES to look for these fights and just utilizing the tools that they have. Banning out the Ashe was certainly a good idea.
Yeah, and so many force fights came in, not only from Cerberus Esports, but Enigma Galaxy, especially in that early game. But this fight on Rift Herald have seen Cerberus Esports getting a chance back in the game, where we last saw players like Aaron to be able to actually hold his own, but they've managed to find priority targets, with BMM having a lot more wiggle room through the back in order to make a little bit more of a drastic move, hitting back into the fight, picking off double and triple kills in favor of Meliodas.
Yeah, and afterwards, it just started spiraling out of control. This was kind of the comeback fight for NGX. And of course, the last boss that they could not deal with was Meliodas. This looks so darn good for NGX. They got one of the best combos in the game, but Meliodas is such a menace that even the combined efforts of 3 NGX members could not deal with him.
Yeah, and even if you have Joshi on board, he's only got 1 health bar left, which is why he opted to try to shove the wave. And this sort of invade into the jungle has gotten Enigma Galaxy all cornered up without much resources to expend, where they slowly whittled down the health bars. The DPS output coming from Melly, Y1 as well as Genza was a little bit too much, where BMM was only aiming out on Joshi just to keep him at bay so that he can't offer anything in return.
And of course, this last attempt by Chami, very valiant one, but unfortunately he just did not have much left in the tank, so CES was able to tie it up. A very scrappy series. We are not really seeing much of that split push macro coming on in from both teams, but when we talk about scrappy fights, it is right up CES's alley, so they definitely are very happy that Enigma Galaxy is constantly starting these fights, even though they have been beaten once.
Yeah, and you take a look at it, this interesting build coming in from Y1. He took the Meteor Enchant, where it definitely makes a whole lot of sense when you're playing as a Camille, where when you're having that ultimatum, you want to lock them in place. And I think like there's also that instance of that final team fight that we saw inside of the jungle for him to really hit onto multiple target, and it really is an item that could easily take, what, 2 to 3 health bars off of the enemy side. If it does channel through, it does take a while though.
Yeah, it does take a while. I think 2 seconds or 2.5 seconds, something like that.
Enough with the ultimatum.
Enough. Y1 definitely had a way better game. Same for BMM. Great recovery as compared to game number 1, where they just completely got egoed by both Chami and Aaron. And with that in mind, I think CES are starting to get the read onto NGX. And this was the team that was able to beat RRQ 3-0. So NGX are definitely coming in hot, but CES should have been able, should have kind of dampened their momentum a bit with this game 2 win.
Exactly that. Cerberus Esports now deciphering some of all these play styles of Enigma Galaxy has been looking great, and that's where winning matters. And you could basically thank Snapdragon Elite Gaming for all of that.
Yeah, Snapdragon Elite Gaming has been one of the partners that we work with to make this a reality. Whether it's us in the studios or the players down in Thailand right now playing for their tournament lives, it is all enabled by our friends over there. So we thank them very much. But at the same time, we also have to thank our partners from Monster Energy, allowing everyone behind the scenes to unleash the beast within them. So check them out at www.monsterenergy.com/gaming. Last but not least, if you guys are a big fan of any games and you guys want to look for the best platforms with great deals and game top-ups, look no further than www.kachishop.com. It has all the best deals for all your gaming needs. We will call for a short break and we will return for game number 3 of this best of 7 grand finals.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming and Monster Energy.
player on top, know it. Rooftop, penthouse suite. If you really want it, gotta own it. Fight through it, we was at the lowest. Blood, sweat, tears, the components. Riding all year, now's the moment. We are not friends, we are opponents. Yeah, I'm coming for mine. Yeah, I'm making a play, the game on the line. Yeah, I've been on the grind. Yeah, I jump in the spot, I made it my time. Yeah, look in the sky. Yeah, the stars align, no shade to shine. Can't stop it already, emotional work and devotion. We put in this time, look. You won't stop my stride. I'll just break your line. I don't tolerate wasted time. You take us down, keep fighting.
We are back with the Snapdragon Pro Series Wild Rift Challenge Finals. And this is the grand finals between Cerberus Esports and Nigma Galaxy, both team tied 1-1. In a long best of 7, Game 3 coming up. We are the commentators. I am Husky and alongside Contra, just in time to get into draft for Game 3 CES on the blue side and then GX on red.
And Cerberus Esports have finally found ways to deal with not only the split pushes, but the team fighting maneuvers against Enigma Galaxy, where we're seeing them even on their back foot to be able to answer back to what seemed to be an unstoppable Yone coming out from Aaron. So they could basically have it another go where Cerberus Esports, wanting to have a smooth start into Game 3 in particular, will opt to remove Lucian, as that would possibly be one of the toughest lane opponents to a Z up in the mid lane.
Let's see if there's going to be any changes on NGX in terms of how they approach the draft, because so far in Game 1 and Game 2, both teams are going for very similar ideas in how they want to approach the game with slight adjustments. But the core identity is still having those solo laners go for those big pop-up moments. CES probably would still stick to that Riven ban just to keep NGX's hands away, securing that for either Chami or Aaron. And I think that has definitely benefited CES to a certain degree.
Indeed it is, and finally they will invest in the ban on Meliodas' invincible Gwen back in Game 2. And Enigma Galaxy also would force a ban from Cerberus Esports. Would it be an Ashe, or could be also be a Morgana? Instead, they say, let's leave more options on the table so they could basically get some huge priority if they really want to lend themselves that first pick Morgana.
Riven goes through, but CES has the first pick, so there's a chance that they still go for the Yone, because NGX did ban the Gwen, but the Ashe is also an option. CES instantly locks it in, no hesitation. But this does open up some comfort picks for NGX. See what they are going to go for. They are hovering over the Xayah. I don't think that would be the choice though. The Riven is on the board.
Not at all.
There we go. The Yone for the 3rd time in a row. I honestly, I think even in the game that NGX lost, Aaron's Yone has been phenomenal.
I would say so myself, where now you have the Ashe on board. It honestly will be a little bit more difficult for Aaron, even with the solo bound. Locking him to the same space where he first started off could make him a sitting duck in some of all these areas of play. But they have to secure this Ziggs in order to have a smoother time. But it's always going to be the constant picks that will come up over mid lane. Our skill tag BMM, despite not having the best time back in lane, now he will basically offer what Enigma Galaxy had back in Game 1. Enchanted Crystal Arrow to make plays happen. And you have an ultra strong lane heading into the bottom end of the map. The question is, what will be the best support to deal with this aggression shown by CES?
There is the Morgana, and NGX, they will lock it in. It could be a Ziggs Gragas still. I think that NGX are keeping this Morgana option open for Joshi, as they always have. Now this second phase ban, looking at NGX to start targeting those jungle pool of Meliodas. They've already gotten rid of the Gwen, but the Lee Sin is still in the pool. Unless they really want to delegate this Morgana to the Dragon lane, maybe they will be looking at something like a Lee Sin, an Olaf, a Vi. The Kha'Zix actually will be the choice.
Pretty interesting take coming in from Enigma Galaxy. Cerberus Esports should be investing more bans on picks like the Riven that has been successful for Chami. And he hasn't shown the cards of Ajax, but not that they will be all too worried when they do have an Ashe around to constantly get the peeling done. And instead, they opt to remove a few supportive options. Shyvana is something that we don't get to see at all back in the playoffs, but Enigma Galaxy is leaving nothing to chance, where Cerberus Esports have shown that they have very high priority on Dragon takedowns, and Shyvana can only get much stronger from there. No Rakan for draw heading into this matchup. Demon Kite as well as draw, needing to find something sustainable. Might just be forced into different pickup. We still have Lux available for play. But not necessarily played out as a support most of the time. And that will also leave bottom lane very vulnerable for ganks if they ever to do so. There is Olaf available, but Enigma Galaxy have gotten their access to this Riven. There's won them multiple games back in the lower bracket. And on the hands of Aaron, it has been a 100% win rate.
Yep.
You could say about the same for Chammy.
This is what NGX are incredibly comfortable with. They also get the last pick, so there's a huge decision that they can make, right? This Morgana is still sort of an open pick, but we have CS taking that Jax and Lee Sin. And this is where Meliodas kind of turns it up a notch. You have very active junglers, but Joshi is also a Vi player. But that's only under the circumstances that they don't want to put this Morgana jungle. And knowing NGX, I don't think that will be the case. They are looking for support to complement Demon Kai, probably between the Galio and the Gragas at this point of time.
And they know for a fact that Cerberus Esports is looking for a front-to-back team fight. And that's where Draw will find himself on this really huge point where he really have to pull off clutch hero entrances into some of these team fights in order to find that clip against this Jax that's always going to be chasing after players like Demon Kai as well as Chammy. And it allows a little bit more of a breathing room for them to get some zoning done when they try to go in for objective siege. Enigma Galaxy completed their draft, but to find those early pickings here for Enigma Galaxy will prove to be a little bit more difficult. Instead of having Aaron on the Yone, this time they will switch it up. Aaron have shown that he has been able to deal with most of his matchup up in the mid lane fairly well, and the Zed shouldn't be a problem at all.
Very interesting that this is going to be the arrangement for NGX. I initially still think that Aaron would be on that Yone just because he has such a positive record against BMM in the lane. This is kind of NGX sending a very clear message that they are going to have this Riven play a very important role, but it's more of a team fighting style Riven because Aaron doesn't really go for the Hullbreaker early on, and depending on the state of the game, you're going to expect to see him being very active alongside Joshi to create that openings around the map.
Yeah, Draw definitely plays a really important role in this matchup as well, where he has to always show his presence, not over on the bottom lane. He has to roam over mid and also frequently over on the top side because this Yone is somewhat susceptible to ganks coming in from members of Cerberus Esports.
Yeah, and I think this is definitely going to be set the tone for NGX to a certain extent because we are seeing that mage dragon laner for Demon Kite, right? The Ziggs, which has had a very good win rate thus far, very good showing regardless of who uses it. When Genza did play one game in the upper bracket and he absolutely demolished RRQ with that pick. So this game number 3 kind of give us a better idea of where these teams want to head towards in terms of the draft for the series. We're going to head right in. Game number 3, kind of a tiebreaker, the first one in this best of 7 between NGX and CES.
Cerberus Esports clinching the win just moments ago. And now a minimum of, at the very least, another 3 games to play out. The series have been put into a draw. It's going to be a little bit more of a advancement coming in from draw. There's not been able to land the taunt over onto Duck B. It's got to be really careful, especially when Genza's just playing so offensively forward. All these auto attacks will eventually chime in, and Demon Kai brings in exhaust just to always keep them at bay. Extremely vital, but this 1v1.
Oh, Chammy. It does have the Mortal Steel up right now. Barrier expired for Y1, and Chammy also used one of his sums. Both of them used their barrier. Actually, first blood happening down bot. Draw ends up going down. They wanted Genza, but they will not get it.
Match will get it with the Ignite, where Genza has been able to poke and prod. Demon Kai not being allowed to flash away just in time. A little bit of overcommitment being displayed. Chammy will slowly miss the window for the opportunity to pick off this Jax, the more that time goes by, just hoping to find that solo kill. And here comes Draw. I think he's already been spotted out. The ward has been placed deeper over the top side of brush.
The backup is coming in as well. Meliodas is in the river, and BMM is tailing him. It's following him very closely behind. Chammy now gone on. Y1 does have the counter-strike flashes onto him. Chammy just dodges that with his Soul Unbound. And that's the flash out of Y1. Now NGX can go for the collapse. Y1, can he find a way out? Right into a taunt. And it's a perfectly orchestrated kill for Chammy.
Yeah, they managed to make the cut in time. Where you also see movements coming from Melodis as well as Genza. Flashes forward. Misses the window as they manage to pull that recall. A little bit hasty coming in from Genza. I think like it shouldn't be ever the case that that will have ever been a catch. Now let's look at this replay once more, what we've just missed out on.
Yeah, just an ignite that finish off draw. With the typical tussle in the bottom lane, and of course Y1 baited in. The binding misses, but there's a taunt and an easy knockup. Chammy receives assistance once more, and this time Draw gets the kill.
And that is how you handle Jax in the early game before he even gets to that moment to actually activate. And they're just piling on members just to secure a little bit more plating, but with Melody this round, that won't happen at all. Duck B just holding over the bottom side, just trading waves with Demon Kite. Well, I would say that is considered a win for Demon Kite, where he will need the most amount of gold here to work his magic. As time stands still, we have Y1 playing on the knife's edge to even get these waves to be stalled out.
If they killed him one more time, I think that's going to be a big problem, but Chammy misses his ult, and there was an arrow on the way from Genza, so that also stopped any sort of follow-up from the side of NGX. But they did take a long time trying to continuously make Y1's life miserable. Meliodas will now just take initiative and take away that blue buff in that bottom side. He also has a ward. Joshi might be in danger.
It's interesting to see that BMM starts off here with the Serpent's Fang. Relatively valuable option, I would say. Giving him a little bit more of burst of damage. Some cooldowns to work with as well. Most importantly, to cut some of all these shielding coming in from Aaron on this matchup, which usually you see Riven limp away with a few slither HP bars left. And that will easily help him out when he does channel through that death mark. So 5 seconds to the objectives. Draw. Having a little bit of that trade-off there. It's Chammy opting to find that pick against Genza.
Should be able to get this. This is so easy. Genza just flashed on by Draw. What a good pixel flash. NGX once more in the early game, just finding these kills on the core players of CES. Objectives can spawn right now. Good news is, once Genza comes back, he will have the Enchanted Crystal Arrow, and it's going to be a Shadow Flash right onto Joshi. Heroic Enter is going to help him exhaust, also mitigating some of that damage from the Zed. As Draw now gets the taunt off, as Meliodas goes right in, but still finishes off Joshi. A double kill for this Lee Sin.
He's got no mana.
Demon Kite doesn't have much to work with, but Chammy just comes right in. The big hero, forcing a flash right into the arrow. Genza predicts this perfectly. And BMM now gets the kill. Genza flashes forward, forcing Demon Kite to use his own flash. And CES, to blood, sweat, and tears, stop this Rift Herald from being taken away.
It's just so crazy how Cerberus Esports managed that fight. They know that this Galio won't be able to affect them without having that flash to make plays possible. And they just went in for that chase. Not even allowing Enigma Galaxy to fall through. And they just chip health bars after health bars to secure this Rift Herald. But it doesn't really stop Enigma Galaxy from getting this dragon though. It's like that. They are going to be having a really early release on that Rift Herald over mid lane.
Chammy just solo killed BMM. This Rift Herald is not going to get a charge off.
It does.
At the last second, it actually does.
And
just a bit more of damage, and CES would have wasted that Rift Herald.
BMM hasn't had the cleanest game record on the Zed throughout the series. Comes the arrow.
Joshi puts the Black Shield onto Aaron just in case. And he's willingly going to tank the turret shots. CES just couldn't really follow up with anything. And in game 1 and 2, we saw Aaron's Yone getting the lead, but this time it's Chammy's Yone who is having a good time.
Very premium, proper defense coming out of Cerberus Esports. Middle of that, this going really deep into the jungle.
Almost clipped by the taunt. Death Mark you as well. Chammy with the ultimate doesn't connect with Meliodas, and both CES players are just playing ring around the Rosie. But they will end up losing Meliodas, and Chammy finds himself in danger. I don't think W has the damage though. He does have the Spirit Fire nuke. Ignites onto Chammy, forcing the barrier out. Chammy escapes with literally 1 HP.
Oh, that was so dangerous. Just with the presence of this Nasus and the Spirit Fire, that was pretty much good enough. We did see a pick onto Y1 though. Oh, great Black Shield. Aaron survives.
Yeah, very crucial one as well. NGX not able to get any turret out of these moves, and that's something that CES will be very happy with, considering the fact that Demon Kite is on the Ziggs. You should be expecting NGX to get the siege going, but CES have been relentlessly shoving in these waves, making sure that even if NGX gets those picks, they not only have to work for it, but they might also have to consider recalling due to those low HP bars.
We'll expect Cerberus Esports to continue to have more priority on the Rift Herald, as they have seen, I think, Magaxi struggle to even get the siege happening, while they will pile a little bit more pressure onto the bottom lane. Looking for a turret of their own. The rest of Cerberus Esports will have to give way. But take a look at the top side though. BMM continues to shove. This can only be attended by Demon Kite by dropping a Mega Inferno Bomb, but he's all alone over the mid side. 2 turrets to defend. Cerberus Esports can get either or.
Cerberus Esports so far really just trying to open up the map a bit, but unfortunately, the D push, the wave clear from NGX is a bit too much at this point of time, so that mid turret will barely be holding on. Very minor goal lead for NGX, just 1,000.
It's just so interesting to see how Cerberus Esports actually built in many of all these instances of the game. And they have so much confidence that Genza should be able to survive, that he has built himself a Meteor Enchant. If he does get those Enchanted Crystal Arrow from a really long range. Keep in mind, Meteor Enchant does have quite the distance of coverage as well, where you could basically ensure that there's amplified damage on whoever he gets hit with the arrow. Something that we don't really see all too much of, as the performance meter of Snapdragon Gaming keeps on increasing throughout the playoffs.
I think I just saw Chammy purchase the QSS just for the Ash Arrow. He has been dancing with Death a couple of times. Okay, so it's just an normal boot side. I was wondering if he did go for it. And CES have been trying to make moves onto Chammy, but so far, to no avail. The next Rift Herald is going to be important, especially for NGX. And you can see that Chammy, he's already fishing for some sort of lead. As long as that Black Shield is online, it's going to be a bit hard for CES to stop them. They get the arrow onto draw, chunking him down to 50% health. But what does CES have left? It seems like there's not really much that they can do to contest this Rift Herald. BMM and Duckbeat, they're just gonna walk in the Meteor Enchant, chunking the health of Chammy just by a bit, but he has the double stack on the Mortal Steel. Going forward, looking for the Fate Seal, but it's just to zone out the members of CES as they secure the Herald.
It's more than good enough, but they have to attend to the tier 2 down bot, though this mid lane definitely will crumble up. And Chammy seemingly to be slightly late, but with a recall coming in from Y1, this will be a negated in due course. Cerberus Esports just wanting this Jax to get as much resource as possible. It doesn't really matter for Jax to go 1-4 so long as he hit his late game power spike, where they will be looking for those big team fights. And Chammy on his own has also gotten himself significant success, just like how Aaron did. Trying to get a little bit more control over on the Ocean Drake, but the rest of Cerberus Esports should be able to regain a little bit more of a vision control being set up. The B have so much free space to move around.
Yeah, so much zoning potential from CS as well. You can see that Draw is trying to force himself into these open space want to take control. But CES will immediately pivot away. Get those waves shoved in.
Such strong vision game coming out of Cerberus Esports, not allowing Liquid Galaxy to even find ways to actually get into the pit.
Arrow used in the mid lane, but there is a Black Shield again. As Joshi is so fast on the Black Shield finger. Aaron turns it around.
She's gonna
get a bit of a poke, and of course flashes in from the draw, and they get a taunt on the two members. Tier 1 mid goes down. Face Seal connects onto one. Chammy forcing all the flashes out. Stugby will also walk away with his life. And GX, they've gotten what they come for.
No casualties, but there is going to be a turret here to be expended by Liquid Galaxy just to get their hands onto this Ocean Drake. This is still not going to be in range, so Galaxy should be able to get this dealt with. But they can't afford to keep having Y1 to be left unattended, or else wherever Liquid Galaxy came up with those sort of backdoor plans of their own will be met with Cerberus' side upsetting them instead.
And Leotis shows up, and once Chammy instantly safeguards into a kick, Chammy will try to buy some space with the soul unbound. Left, right, and center, the footsie from Chammy, so well done. And they will punish Meliodas for being a bit too aggressive. And now BMM next on the chopping block, slowed down by the Rylai's, but was able to use the shadow to get away. NGX have a bit of a window to work with.
And now they're hoping to have the rest of Cerberus Esports member to be baited into the top side of the river. Jungler down from Cerberus Esports, and they're still chasing in. Looking for a flank coming from Aaron. Arrow does land.
Just
not enough damage to actually get much done here.
Aaron flashes into a stun. Gets the key burst. Heroic Enter is going to follow through. Aaron goes golden. Genza knocked up, clipped by the edge of that ultimate, and goes down. The relentless pursuit of Enigma Galaxy is just a bit too overwhelming. Meanwhile, on the side screen down there, Chammy, another solo kill into BMM.
They're going for it.
And NGX letting CS taste a bit of that poison that they delivered in Game 2, an administration that NGX will gladly give to CS. Meliodas, can he get something done? The golden trophy is waiting to be claimed, but none of them wants to go down. A binding onto Meliodas, he will get away. But Aaron, he's jostling for that position. He's tempting Meliodas to get a bit greedy. NGX, they're gonna get this turret.
Just look at the micro precisions coming in from both Meliodas as well as all the members of Enigma Galaxy. They just know the limit of their extension. Though Enigma Galaxy have gotten the upper hand here, Cerberus Esports still trailing very closely, close to 2,000 plus goal that they will have to catch up to. But with those sort of team fight prowess that we've been able to spot, I think the bane of the build that comes in from Cerberus Esports is still that Meteor Enchantment, which we saw. It could have been upgraded to something else to have this Ashe, to have a little bit more room for a safety net. But perhaps on the late game, he will be looking for a switch up. For a temporary measure, though, both side lanes have got Chammy as well as Y1 on the opposing end.
Aaron is 6-0-1 on this Riven. Sunderer, Black Cleaver, and Death Dance. Chammy also working towards this Infinity Edge as well. So these two solo laners from NGX are looking incredibly deadly at this point of time, with pretty much hit critical mass for NGX's cores. And even Demon Kite is deathless thus far.
Exactly that. And I think for the record of Aaron going on Riven, he has gotten a 100% win ratio. He brings Meliodas way too far forward.
And Meliodas took it like a fish being baited in by a fishing rod. Wants the gummy worm, and NG actually dangled it in front of him. A carrot on a stick that CES fell for. Median Chan used chunk the members of CES. No Meliodas for 35 seconds. Aaron finds the flank with that Blade of the Exile, and Draw joins in with a heroic entrance. Y1 needs to disengage. The binding misses from Joshi, but Aaron will follow up. And look at his Soul Shackle. Joshi keeping all of them in place. Duckby does not stand a chance. Joshi goes golden. BMM escapes with the shadows and outplays Joshi. Draw goes down. There's a lifeline for CES.
and the rest of Nigma Galaxy couldn't afford to follow up. Too much distance created. Not even Demon Kite can actually withstand that. Genza goes down!
And Jamie just kills 2 of them in a blink of an eye. That's the power of the Yone.
Wow. And just like that, Nigma Galaxy doubles the record of kills in comparison to Cerberus Esports. But all hope is not lost just yet. We're going deeper into the late game. One more Drake before we get ourselves the Elder. And that's where we've seen Cerberus Esports. They're really strong. They have the strong suit of having burst potential in a blink of an eye. And that was a fight without Meliodas. So on the pure 5v5 setting, there is a glimmer of hope left for the Vietnamese squad. Well, we see in this replay having Meliodas absolutely caught out, but the chase didn't really
caught him
take
again?
much. He flashes away. Great retreat coming in from Melly, but
very crucial that he lives right there.
Yeah, and now they're also calling him for Baron if they can.
I mean,
he forces a flash. He can't really close in.
Chami just finds the knockup. Dugby might not be able to survive the hit. He's burning to the ignite. The last tick actually was from Joshi. I think the Leandris was the one that killed him.
Seems to be the case where Aaron has also managed to snatch away the buff. It's not too much of a deal. Where Cerberus Esports just looking for that entry point. Calling in for Baron, but most of them are recommitting. They are all spotted up by Ward. Ra hoping to actually get the catch onto Y1, not the target that they should actually focus on towards.
The Scry Bloom also missed that ward, so bit of a reprieve for CES. But Nigma Galaxy, they have all 3 Drakes. Insane buffs right now. I mean, someone needs to be able to kill off Chami before anything major happens.
But it's so hard to do so.
Aaron,
he's just so slippery.
He's willing to take this fight for sure. Counter-Strike is there, but Y1 instantly flashes away. Wants no business. And with the arrow shot out, NGX now finds half a minute of just grace time to get things done.
Half a minute doesn't seem to be all too much time for Cerberus Esports, where they couldn't really make the Baron call in time. 5v5s aren't so clear-cut for Nigma Galaxy. Aaron has already gotten the Guardian Angel. He has a lot of wiggle room to play out with the rest of the front lines of Cerberus Esports. Now they're already working on that Baron. We see Y1 on the push.
Does CS know about this? They have that hawk shot. They have the arrow. It checks. And it actually lands onto Joshi. That is the jungler, forced to go golden in the blink of an eye. Joshi flashes away. The Baron is very low. CS, do they want to resume aggro? It seems like they cannot do this because they just lost BMM. Aaron and Chami finds the right target and also caught Melly. The taunt, right on the edge.
But the base
Melly goes right down. The base is in danger, and Y1, he wants to draw some attention, but if NGX wipes out the team of CS, maybe the distraction will not work. Chami is on the case. He's back in the base. There is the Hullbreaker, but Chami should be able to deal with this. An exhausted Aaron is still too big of a threat for Genza. And the only one left alive is Y1. And he cannot stand against Chami. Yone absolutely demolishing CES. And Nigma Galaxy have found that opening into CS space. No resistance at all. And the 2-1 score will favor Nigma Galaxy in this grand finals.
It took too long for Cerberus Esports to buy time for Y1. And time is not of the essence. Nigma Galaxy won the team fight. And they are another step ahead of Cerberus Esports. 2 more games for them to lift the trophy.
You want to play NGX's game? You got to think again. Lord Chami, he knows what you're up to.
And he was the one that has been up to all these shenanigans. He knows best of what to do.
Yeah, you play his best pick and try to do the backdoor. Such insolent attitude from CES, but a good attempt nonetheless. Cerberus Esports needed to find a way to draw NGX away, to draw the main force at least, away from those big objectives. But Chami just had such a big lead, and CS kind of slipped up a bit, getting caught out of position. Meliodas was isolated. BMM just killed off before the fight even started. And that was under the premise that they were able to force Joshi into such a precarious position, and still, because of the deficit early on, CES were not able to finalize any kills.
Yeah, but the early game was impressive for Cerberus Esports with great securance of not only the Rift Herald, but they were basically forcing the Galaxy into a chokehold of the fight, and they just kept on with the pressure. And I think like they start to lose the plot, especially with targets on the backs of Y1 to make things really difficult. Meliodas have made quite a number of mistakes in this game, and this is just one of it.
Yeah. And this was a mistake that was kind of plugged by the rest of the team. And it's not to say that NGX played perfect. They also had their moments. This one was kind of one of that overdive where NGX were just so confident that they could get things done, that they want to end it, maybe get that lead right here, right now. They completely forgot that BMM has set a shadow that really turned things around. But right after that, it was CES that kind of reaggressed and ended up getting caught. But this finalization of the game definitely came true when NGX needed it the most. They isolated key members of CES, and Y1 just couldn't do it fast enough.
Yeah, with this sort of isolation together, it will pick apart each member of Cerberus Esports, but there was a huge room to attend to over on a bomb end, and for some reason, Chami had the privilege to walk through all of that, and he had full trust of the rest of Nigma Galaxy to be able to win that battle after having a few takedowns. They got the Baron, they've been able to have this wave crashing through the top side, and hence how they've managed to also secure their second game back here on match 3.
Yeah, Nigma Galaxy assumes the lead again in the series, and when you look at Chami and Aaron, they both have a near perfect game. Aaron definitely has a perfect game. Chami 10-2 on this Baron lane Yone. And this kind of plays back to the win condition of Nigma Galaxy. You get these solo laners going, they just magically win the game for you. And on top of that, they have been winning all these mechanical checks over BMM and Y1 for majority of the series thus far. And that is still a concern that CS has not been able to solve.
Yeah, and overall, we see BMM put onto this Z duty. Sure, he has made a significant play in one of the particular team fights, but I want to see more active roles coming in for this mid laner, because he wasn't really allowed to roam around on that early game, and it doesn't really seem to be benefiting the entire team of Cerberus Esports, other than, you know, a couple of few pickups here and there. I just want to see him maybe go on that Lucian and ban that Zed instead, if they're all too concerned about Aaron's potential on the Zed.
And that kind of is a risk. It depends on what CS, which side CS will be on, right? We assume it will be on red side coming game number 4. Maybe then the owners of banning Lucian will unfortunately befall onto them. So there's a lot of things that CS needs to take into consideration. One of it was banning that Riven. The moment Riven goes through, Aaron just comes in with a perfect 6-0 game. Now CS have to go back to the drawing board and figure out whether that was the main problem.
Yeah, and I think they've already tried a couple of approaches where on those ban lists, they have targeted Chami's champion pool, Joshi as well in the jungle, and multiple times on the bottom lane, which you have a multitude of options available no matter what you try to take off from that list. So I think this might just be the case where you just have to look at Aaron.
It's a give or take scenario for Cerberus Esports, but Nigma Galaxy are one step closer to lifting the trophy in Thailand. We will go for a short break, and when we come back, game number 4 of this best of 7 will commence.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming and Monster Energy.
We are at the halfway point of this grand final, a majestic clash between Nigma Galaxy and Cerberus Esports in the Snapdragon Pro Series Wild Rift Challenge Finals. We are your commentators. I am Husky alongside Contra, and we are going to get ready for game number 4 to see if Cerberus Esports can once more tie it up.
And we already saw the way they've been able to handle team fights so well, but it's really down to how they handle some of the side lanes. As Y1 is now being compared to Chami, the stats may not actually do Y1 justice. It did exceptionally well on that Camille back in the previous few games. And Chami just showing that he could also play this Yone and
just as good. This is
could even say better with the 10 takedowns that he had.
This is what we call classic top gap in game 3. And it's hard to argue against that, right? Because we also saw Aaron go 6-0 on the Camille, so there's a mid gap as well. But I think for CES, you can just put that behind you and prepare for the next game. NGX, who would have thought that they would be the ones sitting on stage playing the grand finals? It probably the last team that we thought would have a chance. The first team they went up against yesterday was Team Flash. The team that has been bodying Cerberus Esports for more than a year. Look at where they are now. NGX on that red side once more. So CS has the liberty of the Lucian pick, just like you pointed out before the break. But that's only if NGX doesn't ban it.
And we all celebrate the improvements for both ends of these teams. Not only defying all the expectations, but just look at the growth from the group stages and how much they have basically gotten so much grasp of this brand new meta. It's just astounding. Like, we haven't really seen Nigma Galaxy play on most of these bruisers, but in this patch itself, like, all the ideas that they had is now starting to bear fruit. Cerberus Esports will once again lock out that Riven. That one game that they let it slide, it didn't work in favor of the team. At least we're already seeing a little bit of laughter as well as smiles as they're hoping to find a lot of room for this Lucian on this first draft.
And CES gets the best case scenario for their opening pick. The Renekton is also up though, so NGX is forcing CES to choose, and CES chooses Renekton for themselves. And I'm not going to complain about this because I think that the Renekton is also a good pick. Yes, I believe Cerberus Esports, when they play BRU, when they play BRU, or I believe RRQ early on, the Renekton was kind of what allows CES to completely dominate RRQ in the early game. Just a strong laner through and throughout, regardless whether he's in the mid or Baron lane. So I think CES putting priority on the Renekton is something that is understandable. But that means NGX gets their hands on the Lucian.
Exactly that, and it's basically challenging Cerberus Esports to go ahead to pick up that Zed if they dare to. And Renekton being the king of bruisers of it all, it's going to be holding a little bit more of a threat. Morgana is still left available if you really want to secure it on this phase of the picks itself. Cerberus Esports got themselves Ziggs. And even by these two picks, you know that the damage numbers by the end of this chart is going to be skyrocketing through the roof for Cerberus Esports. And we're looking at other form of supports that could still be brought into play. I'm thinking like Lux may not be the best companion to a Ziggs. What would you be?
I think a Gragas or Galio, right? That would probably make a bit more sense. Very early Galio pick. NGX, they still have a possibility to go for Senna, but the Lux will also look pretty good. The fact that they already have the Nasus locked in. This is very indicative of Aaron being the one that's going to play the Lucian in the middle lane later on. And sure enough, NGX, they will most likely go for the Lux.
And they're not really all too concerned about this Morgana in particular. Cerberus Esports can opt to list out other form of picks that Nigma Galaxy has on that Baron lane if they want to make this an easier time for 1-1. And the question that remains is that what does Cerberus Esports go for up in the mid lane? Not that they really have to ban out the Z, of course, but they leave nothing to chance. Even if this pulls off into the late game, you'll see this solution having a harder time to fend off against any form of assassins.
Yeah.
We haven't seen Akali in a while. Maybe that might just be a little bit of a chance that we do get that on board. Draw taken out.
Yeah, I'm thinking from NGX's perspective, right? That Morgana jungle doesn't feel as strong. I think the Kha'Zix, Vi, or Lee Sin would be the 3 choices for NGX. But when we look at Chammy's champion pool, the Kassadin is kind of that X factor that NGX can look at, right? Because they haven't revealed that Kassadin for a very long time.
Or fall back into the Jax, which he has been the best at. It's basically his pocket pick throughout the course of the group stages.
Banned out.
Oh, right.
CS just making that read early on. So now there's even more of an opportunity unless NGX wants to go for the Camille, which is a pick that we don't really see them playing as much.
And I don't really think that the Camille would be favoring in this matchup as well.
No, not at all. Yeah, the Kha'Zix was definitely feel like the pick that NGX would most likely go for in the jungle compared to the Lee Sin. And it is something that they're very, very comfortable with, right? Just strong individual laners. Now you have Demon Kite on this Lux. And the Lord forbids anything goes wrong in the solo lanes. Demon Kite can help out.
What if you put that Lucian against a Renekton?
There is a chance, honestly.
At least you can do a little bit more on that early game and then have the role swaps, lane swaps to come into effect.
Yeah.
That could be a solution to ban it. This current situation that Nigma Galaxy put themselves into. Olaf to run through all the crowd controls that the bottom laners of Nigma Galaxy had set. And they don't seem to have any form of bruisers from Nigma Galaxy. The best of the list have been out on the table, and they are also taking the Camille.
Yeah, just smart drafting from CES. This puts NGX in a very sticky situation. The castling doesn't feel good anymore.
I just feel like Cerberus have already won from the draft.
It does look like that, right? Because the castling right now, you just get run over, and most of the good picks have already been eliminated. Jax is a very iffy pick right now for NGX as well. The Singe, then NGX would be lacking damage. They are looking for a lot of elements in a single champion. Maybe the Garen is the best fallback plan, and it's not a pick that NGX generally would like to go for. So the Shen is going to be that final option. The Eye of Twilight. We haven't seen this champion for a very, very long time, but it does have the same properties as a Galio or a Twisted Fate. You have that global presence. And NGX banking a lot of that damage output onto Aaron's Lucian.
That also means that Nigma Galaxy had not too much choice but to play through the bottom lane as well. And it's not entirely easy when we're dealing with a Gragas as well as a Ziggs. BMM, he's got free reigns to roam around over the mid lane, but Aaron will try to basically suppress him pre-level 5 if they really want to stop any form of approaches coming in from Cerberus Esports. But a rather robust draft being shown from Cerberus Esports. Huge improvements from all around.
And Cerberus Esports just kind of winning that draft game by targeting Chammy. It's a minor litmus test to see where are the pressure points of NGX that they can really attack and expose the weaknesses of Nigma Galaxy. But Nigma Galaxy still has a couple of the comfort picks, the Kha'Zix, the Lucian, the Lux. They can shift that burden towards the center just because they have the Shen pick right now. So I think that NGX still stands a better chance, but just like you mentioned early on, CES's draft incredibly robust.
Just seeing the crowd here putting 101% of attention onto the screens. And I see Mr. Scotty there shouting out for Nigma Galaxy.
It is the coaches, both Vansu and TG, and Vansu is a dead focus. Camera's on him, but that's not the priority. The priority is to see Nigma Galaxy get another W off of Cerberus Esports. We're going into game number 4, the halfway point of this best of 7. And if NGX wins this, they put themselves literally one step away from crowning themselves the best team of Southeast Asia. Ooh, that title sounds sweet. The best team in the region when it's 3 days away from their 4th month series of this squad forming.
And if you tell me this a month ago, it will be a fairy tale story that couldn't happen.
I mean, this would be a super team, but you definitely wouldn't be looking at NGX's roster. It would be a super team that maybe Team Flash form, or maybe a combination of RQ and Team Flash, but definitely not NGX. Chami Shan has not been shown for a very, very long time, so these stats might be a bit outdated, but one thing is for sure, into Renekton, you are going to suffer a bit early on if Y1 decides to go aggressive. Cracker Slayer and Ignite, and Chami is already feeling the pain, and he also took Ignite for himself. And this is going to be a pressure point that CES will continuously attack.
He chose to stay in lane as well, bearing fruit to get a little bit more of the EXP. Not to lose any form of advantage, but whether the stats are outdated or not, we're seeing 100% ratios, like 100 KP, 21 assists, 4 kills, 2 deaths. Like, if there's any form of perfect Shen, this is the guy to look to.
That's just clean numbers. BMM against Aaron would be a very interesting lane though, but hookshot is up, does miss. Dugby has the flash, holding on to it, body slam forward, get onto Aaron. Joshi arrives on the scene, but Aaron is dropping very low. The flash from BMM, baited out. Aaron now re-engages, has the aggression, dodges a tactical sweep. Both teams disengage.
I just love how Aaron has held the flash for such a long time, just waiting for BMM to make a move. Here comes recommitments.
Demon Kai, flash, binding, Spirit Fire, first blood for NGX.
Demon Kai rotated perfectly in time, coming with light binding. And now that also buys more room for Joshi. At least get a little bit more vision down over Bob's side, securing this scuttle. Chami should be able to hold better from here onwards, though he is going to be at 1 level up. Here comes Melly.
But the ton off and instantly a reckless swing from Meliodas. Y1 just tanking the tower aggro. Melio just flashes out in time, but NGX, the backup, is already arriving. CES can only settle for 1 plating. They got the dominance though. They flash on the Demon Kai. Ragnarok pop as well, but I'm not really sure if you can get the kill on the Demon Kai in time. A very, very audacious dive. They get Demon Kai, but it's a trade for NGX, and they will happily take it.
Yeah, and you're talking about both the Baron Lane as well as the jungler here to be nullified for the temporary measure. I think Magaxi is happy to trade any given day if that's ever going to be the case. But now, BMM is about to reach level 5, and that's where Nick Magaxi have to be a little bit more careful to protect Aaron from being struck down. A little bit more of a crash course coming in from the bomb end. We see rotations coming out.
CES probably not taking into account that Demon Kai's Lux doesn't really stay in lane to farm up. He does rotate, right? Those early rotations, that early rotation to the mid lane is a big hint of what he does. And just look at his item. Same as game 1's as Ashe. Relic Shield opening. He is not looking to be the main star. He's looking to support the true superstars of his team. I just love NGX. So selfless, but Aaron's getting dove in the middle lane. Mega Inferno Bomb drop, but only taking away the barrier of Aaron. Chami also gone on, but it is a bait. Gets a ton off. Y1 will not survive this, and Chami grabs the kill.
And what a great assistance coming in from Joshi, and I'm really surprised for the fact that neither Y1 or even Melly has gone for a Divine Thunder build to kick things off with. Later on, they will have to deal with Chami. They will have to deal with Draw, and it's going to be a little bit late before they will be able to actually shred him off. Chami coming out with his first success attempt. As a match, he'll also use Stand United to be able to actually get a little bit more protection in. But it seems like everywhere this Olaf goes, he hasn't been able to have that clear-cut answer to getting a clean dive or a gank, where as compared to Joshi, he just have mobility for days to work with.
And the barrier that we saw on Aaron early on was from the Stand United. I mean, Chami just good presence of mind to protect that mid laner. So Aaron didn't even have to flash away from that dive. A pretty even game thus far, and Genza will be forced to flash Aaron once more gone on. This time Chami will not be able to support him. Ultimatum onto Aaron, Mega Inferno Bomb on top of him, and a body slam to confirm the kill.
a little bit of overkill with the flash body slam, though, I must say. But a kill's a kill. Ragnarok.
Fury of the Sands. Draw gets flashed on. A good bind. The prismatic barrier from Demon Kite protects his buddy.
The slow brought enough room just to get a draw to exit pretty much cleanly. They will exchange the Herald for a Drake. Cerberus Esports still not out of the game just yet. Both sides are drawn out. Joshua has to move out of the way. No more minutes intact. 500 damage will be able to secure then the first turret of the matchup. And we're seeing inner build onto Serpent Fang. Storm Razor to kick things off for Aaron up in the mid lane.
Yep.
And it's taking quite a while for BN to complete his first item. Speaking of which, he finally does get his hands onto Divine Sunderer. What's the approach here that we're looking at? Perhaps a little bit more of a focus of a split push later coming in from BMM. And Aaron on the side lanes doesn't seem like he could basically hold for much longer. So that also draws a little bit more attention from Chammy. Oh, random ignite.
Yeah, just to make sure that he delayed that recall. That opens up opportunity down mid. An easy kill onto Dugby. And Genza, he wants a bit more of that damage to keep the rest of NGX away. But with Aaron showing up, Genza knows that he can't stay for much longer. BMM hook shots in. Now gets another ultimatum onto Aaron. They want him dead. Stand United used, but it's actually onto Demon Kite. Might be a bit of a miscom from Chammy. Aaron ends up going down.
Honestly, as if you play Shen, you take a look at how you're supposed to channel that. All you gotta still scroll through. Sometimes you might fat finger onto the wrong units as well. Either ways, I think like it was still gonna be a lost cause where the damage was overwhelming. I don't think that Aaron will even survive if he has the stand unit upon him. Now, free turret for the taking, I hope, for Cerberus Esports, where Chammy knows that he can even stay underneath the turret safely. And Cerberus Esports establishing more control on the sides. 1-1 could easily give chase. Let's take a look at bottom lane.
Aaron, he's acting as a bait. The Ragnarok has been used by Meliodas, but Aaron has to be incredibly cautious, especially when he has used his flash. CES, they can re-aggress. They are bringing numbers down bot. There's no Mega Inferno bot from Genza though. Calling used very early on, thin on the wave. Get a bit of poke going. Genza spotted. Dugby also spotted. Joshi not in the best possible spot. He's gonna go invisible, gets clipped, pinned into the wall by the explosive cast, and BMM shows up with the ultimate again. Aaron, one small trap, and instantly assassinated by CES. All 5 members show up to the fight, and Draw is forced to retreat, but Dugby, he is still around. Demon Kai out in the open. Joshi not in the best spot to tank up any crowd control. Finally, Stand United gets channeled, but Draw is so low. Joshi couldn't get any kill. The Ragnarok used as well. Chammy trying to at least hold CES back, but he's getting cut right down. A trade between him and Meliodas, and CES winning that skirmish.
And it took a little long for him to actually get it done. He was hoping to actually secure the turret as he finally find those waves. And there we go, Mega Full Bomb to catch out Joshi. They still get more in the turret for Cerberus Esports. Not that this final spark will be able to get much more for Nick Magaxi. And that fight itself was a little bit of an overextension coming in from Joshi, and that kind of forced a little bit more of a knee-jerk response where Cerberus chase NGX, send trolling back. Herald coming up soon though. Still see Aaron attempting to BM him. And Cerberus Esports, they're going to be having a few more members of Nick Magaxi just to trade those turrets. Happily to give this one away to Cerberus Esports if they really want the Herald. And I think they can still regroup once more. Y1 playing exceptionally well. 1,000 up ahead against Chammy.
A good position for the Renekton to be in, and CES will grab their Rift Herald and attempt to steal from Demon Kite. Does not come true, and with Genza and Helm, CES should be able to start demolishing some of these structures fairly easily.
Got the Gargoyle and China coming in for Wild 1. We've seen many of all these instances of Renekton quickly rejoining the fight, where he could just Slice and dice. A little bit of litmus test of the Mega Inferno Bomb onto Demon Kite, but he does have the shield up available. So that would just not really matter all too much. As we're looking at a Rabadon Death Cap to be pulled into this matchup here between both mages of the bottom lane. And Drake up online. Chami approaching the tier 2. Let's see who he's going to be able to rescue or basically channel through. Probably Joshi because he needs to take a deep dive.
And he's already forced away, so CES get an easy dragon. Second one of the game. Chami will be dealing some damage to the structures. Y1 just completed his recall. Some time bought for the Baron laner of NGX. Final Spark Troll now to thin out the wave. But the Rift Harrow should take care of the mid lane tier 1. They have the smite though. They don't hit the eye at the back right as the charge is halfway through. So NGX continues to protect their structure.
And Aaron is doing a really good job to just thin out the wave, giving BMM a lot more of a harder time. He doesn't really have to go any further away from that turret range. That's just how Aaron has been able to just stall it out for Enigma Galaxy. Well, Cerberus Esports still trying to crack the code here. Got the Rift Herald for free. Unfortunately, couldn't take the mid lane turret just yet. They do win the trade out. They should be able to crush it down though. Cerberus Esports now piling on the pressure onto Aaron. This time, I don't think he will be able to escape.
He's 0-3 and they just want to keep punishing him.
Chami?
They force out Chami's Stand United. The clash actually goes wide, but he dashes straight into an Olaf. Backup is there though. It was all the rules and our NGX ready to mount a counter attack. They even protect the structure. The rest of CES, they back off, but Y1, he's playing that side lane. NGX, they gotta get things done as fast as possible because Y1 is dealing some significant damage to the structure. BMM back into the fray, exhausted, and now finally drops the ultimatum onto Demon Kai, who has no defensive utility other than the flash and still ends up escaping with his life. And throughout all of that chaos, CES, they were not able to get anything.
And they managed to just layer through all their utility just to make the cut! Whoa, okay. I was afraid that he would be able to blow somebody up. It's just a turret.
I was looking at the flash status of NGX. So actually 3 flashes have been used and Stand United. But this is kind of the important part of the game. Baron spawning. The mid tier 1 also not too healthy. If CS takes that down, then suddenly it opens up the map so much more for the team.
All eyes onto Y1. He's still on this mission against Chami. Though Chami did time it really well. Only letting Aaron survive in that pursuit of shutting down some of the turrets. Cerberus does get it by the very end of it. And coming down to the late game team fights, we see perhaps a little bit more of a tipping point of the scaling charts for Enigma Galaxy in total. And there's only Demon Kite as well as Joshi to be able to land huge bursts of the damage. And for the first time, I think he's finally considering to get a little bit more MR going for these Kha'Zix.
Yeah, especially when Genza is pretty fed. This is Rabadon's completed as well. NGX can kind of feel that choco from Cerberus. It's hard to push, hard to fight into. Especially when BMM is around, it is so obnoxious to deal with this ultimatum. Unless Joshi can get something done, but Genza is just so masterful with that spacing.
Genza knowing not to overextend as well. Chami now slowly building into a potential hull breaker. I don't think he's going to be moving into a Death Dance anytime soon. While members of Enigma Galaxy very much prepared for the shelves coming in from Cerberus Esports as they are currently focusing over on the mid lane. Wards set very deep into the jungle and Cerberus Esports still has Y1 here. falling on the pressure, and they're opting for a pick against Chabby.
Aaron is dealing absolutely no damage to Y1. CES are slowly choking NGX out of the map. Not a good spot for NGX to be in, especially when they are running this draft. You want to be active, you want to be able to get space and vision, but CES have effectively trapped NGX. Something needs to happen.
Something, but he would possibly wait for this very chance.
BMM hookshots in. Chammy is isolated from the team. He can't really channel that ultimate unless he finds some safe ground. Demon Kite will be the target, but he is losing so much health. The final spark doesn't get channeled in time. And CES has found a very straightforward fight. The bot tier 2 is getting dove on. A good explosive catch. Chammy flashes away. As Joshi goes golden, dodges a hookshot. Draw needs a bit more of the output. Aaron finally joins the fight, but he is also getting pelted with so much artillery from long range.
And the waves are not helping.
And Draw is gonna finally surrender his life. Double kill for Meliodas, and the bot tier 2 is also dead. NGX just could not find any avenues to take down CES. And now they will slowly bleed out in terms of structures. All 3 lanes being sieged by CES.
Just like that, you ask for something to happen. CES delivered by just going on a deep dive into the territories of the Galaxy's jungle. Just a little bit of consolation prize as they manage to get the shutdown onto Y1. Just in the time, while the rest of CES are still securing themselves the Drake. And in these couple of games that we have witnessed as compared to the previous game that have just been won by Enigma Galaxy, Cerberus have such high success rate on all the dragons. And now, with all the goals being stacked up, Meliodas comes back up online. Now, comes up with not only the Star Gauge, but also the Guardian Angel. So, I think like they really have a lot of things to worry about from Enigma Galaxy, where you have this Olaf just rampaging through some of these team fights, and nobody there to stop him, not even Chabby.
Honestly, don't know how NGX is going to stop this. I don't think the timing favors them anymore. And like you said, the members of CES are so strong, and Meliodas single-handedly forcing Joshi away. NGX needs to kind of find these pickoffs, buy a bit of time, but even with that, I am not certain if it will be sufficient.
I will be on the same page as well. Having this 4-1 split, and with such a bit of turret, they will eventually lose the inhibitor, but this time clearing out just in time. But Y1, he's gonna be invading in. They're just trying to crack open every single inhib after the same go if they do get their hands on it.
Yeah,
just Renekton is just a little bit too much.
When you have this Ziggs, it is so hard to protect yourselves from a siege. Joshi forced to get away again. NGX have both their side lanes completely demolished, and look at that, the Mega Inferno Bomb into a Ragnarok just to take that last inhibitor turret, get that ultimatum onto Draw, and he is dead. Nemesis battle won by Y1, the Calling unleashed by Aaron, but everyone from CES is healthy. There's no one is in risk of dying. CES have completely gained control of this game, and it is their game to lose. Flashes forward from Dugby. Aaron needs to go absolutely big, but he doesn't have much health to work with, and he needs assistance from his team. Unfortunately, all of his teammates, they all fall one by one. Y1 tries to look for the kill, and the rest of CES have completely dismantled NGX.
Cerberus Esports, after the long drawn fight, you can tell that they're very ready to take on the remaining members of the Galaxy. And all that is left is just the Nexus.
BMM dives in, and the Mega Inferno Bomb just destroys Aaron. I mean, there's nothing that NGX could do in Game 4. And CES showing a different side of dominance. You said it from the draft. CES had a very robust composition, and they delivered on all fronts.
And all it took was to get a winning lane for Y1 on this Renekton. And on the second phase of the draft, they just eliminate every form of potential retaliation that can come out of Chammy. forced to be put on a defensive duty on that Shen. 100% win rate now being depleted. But I don't think that Liquid Galaxy will give them more of that same sort of approach heading into the upcoming drafts. And now, this best of 7 has turned into a best of 3.
Yeah, we're back to basics. 2-2 is the score. 2-2 is the score so far. And this is the first time we see such a big crack in NGX's draft. And a lot of it came from CES's ban sequence, right? They completely shut down Chammy with their bans. Going into Game 5, I am now looking at NGX and thinking if that pick priority, will it kind of get pivoted towards Chammy a bit more just to prevent this from happening? Because you can see that the Shen, despite having that global ultimate, the global shield, it's not going to matter too much against CES's draft.
Yeah, and there's just great target priority coming in from Cerberus Esports. BMM, whoever he does lock on with the ultimated, will not be able to escape. And we see Tammy coming into this team fight rather too late, though he seeks out a certain opportunity, but Genza was still around, picks him up. And I think like mid-game onwards, this is the fight that has taken NGX aback, where Drown was way too far on the outskirts, though he did get a little bit of a safe refuge by the tier 2 down bot. Members of the side of Liquid Galaxy were just so squishy, they get outskilled.
Yeah.
And that's the power of having both the Renekton as well as the Olaf. And what can you do once they do get the GAs online?
With NGX's draft, almost close to nothing. Right? This is a CES highlight reel, and one of the biggest lead that they have attained for themselves in the series. It's good to know that NGX did beat them in a convincing manner in game number 2 and 3, but this response from CES does show you that they are not out of the running, not out of the series just yet, and in fact, probably one of the fastest and cleanest game from Cerberus Esports thus far in the playoffs.
Yeah, if there's any sort of MVP titles, I would rather give it to both either Meliodas or even Y1 overall. Sure, Genza has such a clean game. That's also due to the fact that you have 4 other frontliners that have always been able to guard you at all times. Aaron, this time, not so effective, even when given that Lucian to play against BMM. BMM had other ideas to say, sure, so long as I survive up till level 5, this shouldn't be a hassle at all. Joshi didn't manage to pry open any form of the pickups over on the top as well as the bottom side. And I guess back to the drawing board they go. It's not exactly about how the executions have been able to pick out. It's just that the draft itself is just too telling that Liquid Galaxy will run into many of these issues just heading into the mid game.
And when we look at the first phase bans, we thought to ourselves maybe CES will go for the Lucian, but that Renekton ban completely paid off, right? It helped them win lane, it gave them a flex, and it did force NGX to go for the Lucian, which if they don't, will be taken by CES either way. So it is a masterful outdraft from the side of Cerberus Esports in game number 4, and the rest was just the players playing that draft to the best of their abilities. And at its peak, I think that Cerberus' draft would win 10 times overs. And that kind of brings us to the state. You know, both teams tied 2-2 in this best of 7. Is, like you say, essentially back to a best of 3. We still got a long day ahead of us.
Yeah, and I think that's
games.
the only Renekton game that we're ever going to get in this long series itself. And now, down to technically a best of 3 left. Liquid Galaxy has been able to reply to many of all these instances and see what could they basically fall back to next. Because I think like we've already had so many pocket picks through that lower bracket runs that have been shown on the table already. This time, just giving a lot more of a harder room for Chammy to breathe, have given a great light to Cerberus' success.
Yeah, and Cerberus, if they can continue to bring out a robust draft like this, NGX will have to kind of buckle up and look at the papers that they have and see what they can come out as a countermeasure. We will go for a short break, and when we come right back, it will still be the grand finals, game number 5 between Nigma Galaxy, Cerberus Esports. Do not go anywhere.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming and Monster Energy.
Trong game kiểu như là vị trí đường mình đi. Ok. Nickname của mình là Genja, mình đi vị trí đường rồng. Team của mình là Cerberus Esports, tụi mình đến từ Việt Nam. Trước hết thì mình cảm thấy rất vui vì team mình đã đạt đến vòng này và tụi mình sẽ cố gắng hết sức để giành chức vô địch. Cũng đã lâu rồi cũng không có đánh giải trên sân khấu. Lần này mình đã đến được vòng playoff này. Đối với mình thì cũng có một chút áp lực mà là áp lực để vô địch.
Vô được đây thì cũng là lần đầu tiên em được đánh offline, cố gắng hết để giành được chiến thắng.
Trước khi bước đến vòng này thì tụi em đã có một khoảng thời gian rất dài để chuẩn bị, nên tụi em sẽ trình diễn cho mọi người thấy. Điểm mạnh của team mình là đoàn kết. Team mình có những người chơi kỹ năng rất là cao, còn điểm yếu thì đợi team bạn tìm ra. Mình nghĩ team mạnh nhất ở giải này là team mình và RRQ. Em nghĩ team hạng nhất đó là Cerberus, team hạng 2 là AAQ, team hạng 3 là Bruiam. Tiêu đến với giải này thì chắc chắn là chức vô địch.
Mấy bạn team khác nhớ thả Gion cho mình chơi chứ.
Các bạn ở team khác nhớ thả vị tướng Yone cho mình chơi.
Các bạn ở team khác nhớ thả vị tướng Yone cho mình chơi chứ.
Theo em thì đã đến với vòng này rồi thì team nào cũng có cái mạnh riêng. Riêng Buriram họ có một cái lối chơi rất là đoàn kết, nên đó là điểm mạnh của họ. Kết quả trận đấu sẽ là 3-0 cho Severus. Các bạn còn nhớ con JC của Meliodas không?
Hi, I'm Golden Heart, aka Demon Kite. I am the AD carry of Nigma Galaxy.
Hi, I'm Rainier Angara, aka Draw, support and team captain of Nigma Galaxy from Philippines.
We had a really great time before coming here, and I think it's a stepping stone to us in getting top 5. I think we are happy.
We're really happy to be here.
Most of the teams are very strong, and I think all of the team is candidate for champions. Yeah.
Since we made a lot of mistakes on playoffs, we did a little adjustment on our play style. I think that's when back on playoffs because we worked a lot on that recently. So we will try to overcome that weakness so we can do better on finals. All teams is candidate to be the best. Be champion. Top 1, NGX.
NGX. Of course.
Well, we have an advantage to them because they recently adjust their roster, so I think that's their weakness at the moment.
Of course, our main focus right now is the experience and Yeah, having a lot of experience and going to finals, of course.
We can promise that we will do our
Very
very
best.
best for you and look up for it.
NGX win! It's our first time competing in international tournaments, and we had a lot of we are lack of experience. That's our weakness.
We learned a lot from that match. Since we lost, we review a lot. We also focus on our communication, which is what are we lacking. Let's have a good match and we're looking forward for it.
Yeah.
We're gonna win!
Yes.
Sure, you're gonna win draw. You just need 2 more games to make that happen because right now, both teams are tied 2-2 in this best of 7 grand finals in the Snapdragon Pro Series Wild Rift Challenge Finals. I'm Husky alongside Contra. Game 5 coming right up.
You just gotta love these boys out there. Of course, whole lot of love to Genza and everyone else in Cerberus Esports as well. This being their first ever international trip into playoffs itself. Definitely will be one for the memory books for both sides of the team. And both are neck and neck, tied with 2 apiece, like you said. And Cerberus Esports have been able to craft the perfect draft in the previous game. Now remaining in this series is typically, just technically best of 3 like we said early on. And we have already witnessed a little bit more of a trouble heading to the champion pools when they basically cut off all these form of picks on the Baron lane.
This is the first time that NGX has been kind of forced into picks that is very deep down the well of champion pools in their respective roles, especially in that Baron lane. Of all the games that we watched them play so far, how many games they played? They played 13 games up to this grand finals. So this is the first time, the previous game was the first time in 17 games that we see NGS getting forced down that tier list, that hierarchy of champion pools. I wonder if CES would try to attack that pressure point again because it has been very effective in limiting what Chammy can do in that lane, in the Baron lane, and also what Aaron can accomplish.
I think this time around on the blue side, Nigma Galaxy does have at least a party given onto Chammy if they really want to. We have seen a few cards shown from both sides when they do open up the Ash. As the bans are set in, this time, a high party onto the Ziggs, targeted at Genza. I don't think that it's only a Ziggs problem that they will have to tend to. And
I feel like Ziggs would be kind of a constant ban from this point onwards because the teams that gotten Ziggs have won their game so far, and we saw how much pressure that a Ziggs can provide in this lane and in the Dragon lane. And that kind of has been the case for the past few months, right? The past few patches, it has always been, I pick Ziggs, I win lane, and suddenly your turrets are gone.
But there's still other factors to consider. We've seen Genza also winning with his Morgana.
Yeah.
And there's also the Lux that he has managed to get the game off against RRQ. So I don't think that targeting Genza is just the main concern for the Galaxy. now they've had 2 constant bans against them as well. As Nick actually have shown cards like the Karma, like the Riven, and Cerberus definitely ain't having any of that. This have ample of opportunities here to basically get more of all these picks, and now being denied that Yone. Nick Galaxy is trying something entirely different with the Gwen pickup.
There is still a chance that we see that Morgana getting picked for Joshi. Though I do think that the teams that we have seen so far, they do put this Gwen in the jungle because she just gets a safer environment to kind of start to get farm and skill. Compared to being in lane where she has so many bad matchups by default, it is incredibly easy to shut her down. But NGX will get that luxury of piloting the Lucian once more. And maybe they might think of keeping this open either for Aaron or Demon Kite, just to keep that options available.
Yeah, and there are a few instances where we did see Chami go on the Lucian duty. If, of course, there's not many of all these Baron lane pickups that could offer them those opportunities. I think actually goes in for the Morgana before they close off the first phase of the draft. Because we've seen Cerberus Esports already locking their bottom lane roster out there.
There we go. That's the Morgana I want to see. So this is probably a solo lane Gwen for sure. Bit early to reveal that card, but I think NGX didn't really have much choice if they want their Morgana pick, considering how CES can threaten to ban it out if they get the read. One of the interesting bans so far that I've seen has been CES targeting that Shyvana in the jungle, but we're not going to get that this game, at least.
Yeah, or they could also opt to pivot by having Demon Kai on the Morgana and pair it up with a Lux, or even the Nasus. It's still entirely doable. They're going to be having that battle for that Nasus if they don't get it banned on the second phase.
But knowing CES, I think that this Nasus would probably go through simply because they have that Galio.
Yeah.
It would be a surprise though if NGX somehow decides to go for that pivot and head for the Nasus, because then you put a lot of pressure back onto this mid lane Lucian again, which we have seen CES shut down. But with this Camille ban, I think it's an indicator that maybe they want to run it again.
Yeah, and BMM could easily opt to secure the Yone just to change things up a notch. And we still have Zed available for play. This time around, Cerberus have not really given that huge priority on that pickup just about yet. They really want to see what else is being offered here on the second phase. Olaf mid banned away. Pretty interesting though, as Nick Galaxy takes away the Kha'Zix. We haven't seen Milius on Kha'Zix all too much. He had been able to pick up things like a Lee Sin, and we still want to see, with this Gallo especially, could this be a Vi heading into the second draft?
It could be a Vi, it could be a Lee Sin as well. I think that is on the basis that Meliodas is not playing this Yone. But NGX would not know because CES have that last pick. This Garen doesn't really reveal much of the draft that they want to go for.
Yeah, they should still be able to do decently. And I think the last we saw BMM on a Garen was still in the past upper bracket matchups against a team like Buram United. And that was on the very first day itself. Cerberus Esports.
This could be a Lux angle.
Yeah, they could actually have the Lux to come into effect. And could this be really troublesome for Cerberus Esports to deal with when it comes down to team fights? Because that could easily lock out Ione from returning back to his original position of the solo bound.
Though I think if NGX decides to go for the Lux, then you would see a Lockout get picked up by CES. But it's a final pivot from NGX. It is the Z. BMM have shown it, I believe, 2-3 times. Didn't really work out as much, but it's NGX's turn to demonstrate how it's truly played. So Demon Kite will get the honor of playing this Lucian. If we get the Aaron Z, that's what I want to see. Has been targeted, I believe, in the lower bracket yesterday by both Team Flash and BRU, and snatched away by CES for the opening matches of the series. So Aaron now getting his chance to shine on this assassin. It's going to be a treat to watch.
I just love how the draft is just very responsive from both ends. Now it's definitely down to that 1-1 versus Chammy battle on the Baron lane. Another skill check coming up. Well, Melly will be able to seek avenues through this Yone pick. And it works essentially just like how he will play a Gwen in particular, except for the fact that he has a lot more mobility at stake this time around.
Yeah.
Now Duckby gets a little bit more chances to roam across the map. I want to see Demon Kai on how well he will be championing on this Lucian. So now we're ready to get back into the Rift with so little games to decide who will be crowned champions by the end of the evening.
Both teams just need 2 more games to make it cross the finishing line and call themselves best team in Southeast Asia by the end of this evening. I mean, it's what, 2 months in the making for these teams. It's even sweeter if it's Nigma Galaxy. I think both teams have their own fairy tales to finish, concluding today. For CES, this is probably the best result that they have gotten in a regional tournament. No longer living in the shadows of Team Flash, and they just need that trophy to kind of solidify the stand. But you can say the same for NGX. They were not really under the shadow by RRQ, but they certainly are a bunch of young bloods that have a lot to prove. And within this few months, they have proven more than enough. More than what a lot of people expected.
And they have so much drive in their blood. On top of that, who would have expected
Omo.
a team that was... Oh.
Wave, Omo.
Yo.
Wave.
Stop scratching your hair.
Hello.
He's just a little shy today.
Hey, sir. I see you. I'm going to send a photo to him later on.
Don't call him out like that. It's okay.
You look great.
Let him be anonymous as he wish. All right, of course, as we prepare ourselves for this game in particular, this grand finals between Cerberus Esports as well as Nigma Galaxy, I've seen them go on exchanges point for point, and this is where the difference will be set into place. Fighting for the match point. Let's hit into the Rift.
Game 5. We have basically hit the kind of near the ending of a fairy tale, at least for both of these teams, just depending on what ending that we get. And Cerberus Esports, promising young squad, incredible aggression. NGX, the creative bunch, the macro heavy team. And you see these 2 teams trading blows in the drafting phase. It's a very, very interesting sight to behold.
Yeah. Draw is an absolute matland. You see he just basically pushes that toggle all the way upwards, just looking for that auto attack. And Duckby's like, okay.
I'm inclined to believe that he has Nimbus Cloak. Like he ignites, gets the movement speed, and he just does a staggering blow. That's basically most Nautilus players at level 1.
Yeah. And especially with Demon Kai, to be able to proc his own passive to also land double auto attacks every single time, he's going to be able to find a lot of damage to be dished out. But remember this, the Genza as well as Duckby could easily turn it around.
Yeah.
Especially with a charge directly on top of draw. Now,
I mean, the Nautilus pick is kind of the soft answer to Duckby, right? They saw the Galio first, and afterwards NGX decided that the Nautilus would be a choice. The interesting part is actually seeing Cammy forcing Y1 to go for the early recall, because that shouldn't really be the case. On paper, the Gwen is going to find a bit of a problem dealing with those early level duels. Demon Kai certainly suffering very early on, and NGX completely evicted from this bottom lane.
And they've already identified that the Lucian will be so susceptible to an early game pressure dive, and they just have to give so much leeway. Arundel, dangerous.
Yeah, he's literally playing with fire. He still is keeping his ignite, but unfortunately will have to recall. And you can see why Y1 playing a very cautious game as well, that ward being dropped down, and seeing the movement of Joshi.
But then look at the platings.
I mean,
how much Champion has gotten out of that, and it's against Afura, which Afura is supposed to actually win some of all these trades.
Interestingly enough, we are only 2.5 minutes in, but I can already safely say that this is the the slowest start that we have had.
Without first bloods.
Yeah, in this best of 7.
Make it 3 minutes.
It's a gang mid, Deathmark, BMM, about to explode. And he has no way out. First blood for Aaron in under 3 minutes.
Still 2 minutes then, if that's the case.
Still 2 minutes longer. It's a fair point.
And even though with members of Nick Galaxy being shoved aside, they've been able to rotate and find that pick against BMM, who have already utilized everything in the back.
Yeah.
Including the flash, so they definitely took the best chance. Joshi, once he does complete the Luna's Echo, I think like he will be able to actually get a lot being done over on the Baron lane.
What worries me a bit is definitely how is NGX having so much crowd control. If Meliodas gets caught trying to dash in for a potential kill, you have so much follow-up from NGX to keep him in place. Really knock him down. Both teams baiting for a kill. Y1 is the one that eats it first. Dawning Shadow used very early on, and Chami still has that final proc of the needlework, I believe. But Y1 should be able to get out of this with the help of Genza.
Great successive hits, but here comes BNM and the rest of Cerberus Esports. They do get their scuttle as desired. Well, Nick Galaxy have put a little bit more effort onto catching Duckby. A little bit too slippery for Joshi, though. Easily just this punch away every single time. Well, CS with some collaborative effort onto Aaron. It's going to be hard to actually get much out of this. BMM a little too slow, as Aaron could easily just sidestep.
Yeah, that's the woes of being a Garen in these kind of situations when you're forced
Too much muscles.
Too much muscles is actually not good. Too much weight. I mean, we see...
I'll take muscle weight over fat any day.
That's kind of true, but you know, having it is one thing, but maintaining it is another. It's a tough task.
It's just restricted movements if you have too much muscles. I guess, like, I don't know.
Well, we get the Hullbreaker for first item for BMM. You know, that's... It's going to be sent into the side lanes very early on. I think that's what CS is banking on, just constant side lane pressures.
Exactly. We're... Nick Galaxy enters back into a lane swap. We still see Y1 is struggling in this matchup. So every single time they go, gets him away.
And the full culling. Oh, the maneuver is so close. Demon Kai almost getting a kill onto Duckby, but the fact that they force NGX, they force CS back is good enough because this mid tier 1 is going down and there's nothing that Cerberus Esports can do to defend. And that also opens up Dragon as well. BMM is trying to utilize that Hullbreaker, but Aaron will be there to stop it in that bottom lane.
Yeah, just perfect rotations being set by the rest of Nick Galaxy. And Cerberus Esports too late for a response. The only thing they can do is just to find a little bit more of the plates on the side lanes. We look at the itemization. We've already got first core items coming up.
And I want to say that Chami is doing a fantastic job in stopping, in really keeping Y1 in check, right? He has that gold lead. He has, you know, that quarter of an item lead. But most importantly, from the early game until this point, he is outlaning a Fiora. That's something that you don't really see often. Did receive some help from Draw, who is back in that Baron lane. But CES are also hovering a couple of members around.
Yeah, and that itself has denied some of the lane goal advantage without any help of the junglers coming in from Cerberus Esports. And it looks like we're going to have a little bit of a halt before you can pursue on through the rest of the course of the battle.
Yeah, I mean, CES not really losing too much. We are just looking at a minor 2,000 gold advantage for Enigma Galaxies. And that is just off of a First Blood and a mid-tier 1 turret. The good news for NGX is that they have incredibly good ways to secure the perimeter in front of an objective.
And I'm just foreseeing into the future for a little bit. If this trend carries on with this, if you're unable to actually get resources effectively, they're going to have a lot of lack of damage to offer in some of these team fights where you're heavily relying on Meliodas here to make plays happen. And the other members like Duck B is just hoping to actually entertain some crowd control going on, while how much can this Garen actually do? So this is definitely a cost concern where when you go into team fights there, they might not have enough damage to output if they don't basically focus fire onto a certain target that they desire. It's going to get a little bit hard for them to gain objectives if that's going to be the case.
Wonder if we can look at the statistics, or actually I'll try to look for it. The amount of times that Garen was picked in these 2 days, and
how many games have
he won? Right, I believe it was 2 or 3. It was very, very less.
It's still a really low number considering that all the top teams have been picking this Garen, planning him over the mid lane just to be a band-aid to a Zed over a mid lane.
Yeah. NGX has actually completely abandoned that Garen, right? They did pick him, I believe, 2-3 times, and they realized that it is not something that they are too concerned about. They've completely abandoned the Garen ship. Now in the hands of CES. And what I do fear is this Garen becoming that side laning, Hullbreaker wielding, push bot, and pretty much that.
Yeah.
And that is something that that Nigma Galaxy will be like, all right, you're in the side lane. Guess what? We take the fight to you. And you still end up being kind of an inefficient pick because there's so many better side laners.
And you still have Tammy that could easily just melt down those health bars because whatever prioritization on that item, it's mostly on armor instead of magic resist. Like, you're forcing him to go on builds like Spirit Visage or what, Malmortius that doesn't really benefit him that much.
Yeah, he probably Steris Gates, Force of Nature, but that is a long way.
Yeah, sounds better.
Sounds better, but it is a long way. You know, there's a lot of farm that he needs to get for himself. But judging by how NGX are putting CS around, I don't think BMM is going to get that much alone time in the side lanes, and he's always going to be contested by Aaron, and maybe by Chammy at a certain point. But so far, I think Aaron would do just fine. He's running the Conqueror. I think we had this conversation a couple months ago during Regionals where do not underestimate Zed. With the Conqueror, he shreds tanks.
Yeah. You just look at Tammy, how many unique champions he's already picked up over on Baron side, and despite that, the past game, seemingly not enough of an ocean of champion pool that he has.
That can place everything. I believe he even has played Olaf Baron lane. It's either him or...
I think we've seen that.
It's either him or UDG. I don't really remember. It also could be RRQ in the group stage. But you're right. The flexibility of the players on the side of NGX, especially the Baron and mid lane, is astounding.
Yeah.
I think the only one that can match up to it is probably RRQ.
And I just love the fact that Joshi has been able to learn so many champions in such a short time, where we see back in the group stages, he wasn't feeling rather all too confident on aggressive picks, like things like Kha'Zix all too often. He always defaults back to Morgana. And now he's seeing so many successful runs on champions like even Gwen in the jungle, Yone from time to time. But I think, like, well, more often than not, he still shines surprises when he does get his hands on the Morgana. Okay, TG.
Yeah, I see you, Vansu. I see you. All eyes are going to be on that, on Meliodas for sure. You know, we have a lovely crowd.
We definitely do have.
It's good to see. You know, it's just people who love the game. Just we kind of pointed out that BRU getting knocked out, the home crowd kind of losing that icon to support. But end of the day, I mean, they come together to see a champion getting crowned just for the love of the game, for the love of the teams. Cerberus has a fan club somewhere in the crowd as well.
And we've been seeing the flags waved up high back in day one. Pretty sure that they're somewhere around the mall as well.
Actually looking for that. In fact, if you guys are somehow watching this broadcast and are near the mall, there are activities you can. I believe they are cosplayers there. That's why you can take photos with. They are the, what do you call that? The backboard? No, the stand.
Backdrop?
The backdrop, yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's what the word is.
That's
and of course, a whole lot of cosplayers. They've been putting a lot of effort to dress up.
Also,
pretty and handsome.
Also, our interviewers as well, right? It's simultaneously our interviewers. after every game, they are the one that talks to the winners. So props to them. There we go.
Yeah.
Cerberus flag.
All the fans of Vietnam sure to show their strength in numbers, of course, attending this in Central Rama 9 Mall in Bangkok. If you happen to be in the city, I think there's still some time left to catch maybe the final game. Like the final few matches of the series overall. Well, of course, everybody else stays online for now. I think, we get ourselves pretty comfy with this. And
get comfy.
With the watch parties going on, with Alu still keeping his eyes peeled for more victories for Enigma Galaxy. I know there's a lot of fans out there.
That guy's a champ. That guy, we have our friends co-streaming as well. Just, get your pillow, get comfortable on your seat or your couch or your bed, wherever you are. Get some drinks, get some snacks, preferably Monster Energy. Just settle down. We are in for a long night. You know what? Cancel your plans tomorrow. We have Wild Rift. We have some scores to settle in Wild Rift.
Cancel plans for tomorrow?
Cancel if you have.
What do I even have tomorrow?
That's good. That's the answer I want to hear. If you have plans tonight, you have dinner plans tonight. Cancel that.
Okay.
Right. Your date isn't as important as finding out who is gonna win.
Bring your date over.
Bring your date over.
If he or she is not playing Wild Rift,
well, you know what? Cancel dinner. It's canceled. No movies, nothing. It's all about finding out. We are here. History will be made tonight. I don't think there will be a more significant evening than this one.
It definitely is a historic one.
It is.
Coming up for all the 10 players on stage. And even if any of them may not be able to celebrate with the trophy to return back to their hometown, just look at how far they go. This itself, sure, nobody really wants to settle for second, but it is just a new statement back to those back at home that they have been able to not only deliver the best of performance to get themselves into the grand finals, it has further solidified both Vietnam as well as the Philippines as the best teams of Southeast Asia.
Yeah,
we've already got that in the WCS finals previously.
We actually had that, and I mean in the regionals, back then, the PH regions was actually ranked third, right? And we had the Masters regions in second. But when you look at the world stage, I think that really tells a different story. We get to see PH just a lot more compared to Masters because they do have their own league and their own tournaments over there. Good to know that. In the off seasons, it does make it so much more special for these teams. And as we wait for an update of what is happening on ground, we just have to bear with us. Episode 4 of the Snapdragon Pro Series Wild Rift Challenge Finals podcast. I've answered some questions this morning in our third episode, which is why are they so much more APCs than ADCs? I've gotten a good answer. And now episode 4, here's the question. Here's our topic.
Okay.
I've asked this this morning, but I'll ask it again. Do you prefer having the burden of needing to constantly be the winner, or having the burden of being the loser and needing to win?
I think when you have a winning mindset, that's all that matters. And of course, thanks to our partners at Snapdragon Elite Gaming for giving the edge to all the players out there. So. Yeah. If you always have a winning mentality, even if you may not get good games, you know exactly what you need to do to achieve that success, rather than you go on a losing streak and then obviously in between you do get tilted up for a little bit. Not for these gentlemen on our stage, though. Enigma Galaxy did come up a hit with the first blood, if you guys did miss out on.
I mean, if there is
that pickup.
I mean, if there's one thing about NGX is that they are untiltable. I don't think you can tilt a team that plays 10 consecutive games and wins them. Well, not wins all games, but has to play 2 consecutive best of 5s and win both of them in a reverse sweep fashion. That is untiltable.
Yeah, and that, my friend, is the sweetest type of victory.
NGX attempting to siege this top wave, and Meliodas comes in, doesn't land the ultimate though. creates enough space to keep NGX at bay. And this is the problem we're seeing right now with BMM. He is not going to be able to hold Aaron for long. Aaron will match him, and then Aaron just has just extra mobility on the Z. And CS cannot spend too much time trying to protect this one structure. There is going to be disruption in the jungle. You can see Aaron has drawn 2 members away, and NGX will end up not only getting the turret, but also the dredge line and the kill onto Dugby.
He has pulled the Hourglass. That will basically go down the timer once again. Turner, but they're flashing forward for more. Y1, he did pop his grand challenge, but there's not enough minutes to do so. He will be able to trade it out as BMS was left unattended. CS going for chase.
They get the root. Meliodas flashes forward. They want Demon Kite dead, and of course they will find it. But Meliodas now returns to a safe spot. Joshi goes golden. Does NGX have the damage? Meliodas ultimate over the wall for a double kill. Dugby joins in as he respawns. The ultimate is there. Meliodas with the triple, still alive. And he has enough damage to get the quad for his team. Meliodas goes big. And CES finds the ace 9 minutes in.
My goodness, look at this. Gary is already working on the inhibitor in 9 minutes of play. I think this is going down the dumpsters already for Nick McGaxley. A fight that was not supposed to happen, and look at those structures all torn up. And what is there left on the tank? There's still the Rift Heralds up there. And my goodness gracious, Cerberus Esports just basically finding quite the ace. And now Nick McGaxley just trying to pull whatever strings possible. Now there is a huge gap where they really have to answer back. Even if you park Tammy on that bottom lane, it's going to take forever for him to get anything out of it. Cerberus can just basically drill into the jungle, get some catches, and we've already seen many times in that team fight, Genza landing huge snares, and that has kept NGX stuck inside of the jungle for quite some time. By the tribe, which we see Meliodas secure the first quarter kill of the grand finals.
Yeah, the first quarter kill, I believe, of the playoffs as well. And he is way too strong for anyone on the side of NGX to stop. And NGX have dealt with a fat Yoni before, but to this grand degree, it is not going to be easy. He's sending 2 members down bot. BMM is going to be the target. Aaron now pops the death mark, exhausted the BMM. Demon Kai following behind. They need BMM down as soon as possible. He gets the heal from Genza. Aaron set ablaze by the Ignite, but it's not enough to torch him. NGX needed that kill.
That was a little bit worrying, but there's still more members of Cerberus Esports that's hoping to land a lucky catch. He's not going to be hiding by that corner brush. Dragon now online, while the rest of Cerberus Esports have found those sort of picks now without the presence of BMM. NGX have one last thing to worry about, which was the split push. So this was set perfectly in time. Let's see what Jushi's got.
And Meliodas instantly engages, brought down low. Aaron looks for him, and Aaron will force him away from the fight. Meanwhile, Genza will be able to take out draw. Meliodas is already out of the fight, as Joshi has the Soul Shackle detached. Y1 now goes huge with the damage. Demon Kai trapped in the pit. Aaron finds a double kill, but BMM is already back in the fight. Dugby goes golden. Doesn't connect with the binding. Aaron now, it's his turn to get a triple. Dugby still alive in the backline. BMM tries to go for the execution, but doesn't have enough damage to finish off Joshi. And Aaron, he is fishing for Dugby. He has the Black Shield on him. Dugby turns around. Aaron turns around. Unofficial Quadra with a Shuriken. And of course, NGX finds the response that they were looking for.
It's the biggest reply coming in from the superstar mid laner of the Philippines. Aaron keeps their hopes and dreams alive. And just like that, whatever sort of advantage that Cerberus had on those team fight numbers, sure, it's now even up in terms of goal. But we're still lacking in terms of structure.
Yep. And Aaron is going for a Sheen item. Get ready to shred some tanks.
He came back with Cyrilda.
Uh-oh, Joshi not in the right spot. Death Charge does get a couple of knockout, but Droid is already gone from the fight. Demon Kai also not in the best spot. Can Aaron do it again? He's bringing the members of CES down low. He gets away with the shadow, turns around. He was Genza dead, but Demon Kai is dead to provide backup. The support system of NGX is a bit stronger. 4 kills for them, and this Dragon is in the bag.
He does not go down without a fight, and Aaron has dished more than 2,000 damage by those sort of rotational spell. They don't need the smites to get this one done. But it took 2 fights to secure this Drake, and both times, Enigma Galaxy came up on top. But Cerberus Esports, I think like they did manage to have some really good takes of their own. Chami now having the scissors to snip away much quicker. This Nasher 2 has already been up online. Next on board with a Rapidon's death cap, we will see Y1 struggling to even find answers back. Sure, they do have the Oblivion King on both Melly as well as Y1. That will only be effective towards some of the tanky units, of course, giving them a little bit more of the threat with the out attacks.
And Aaron should have enough to deal with BMM with that Sheen in hand. He's probably gonna go for that Triforce. So we do see the dagger as well. If he gets the Triforce, I don't think BMM can even stand up to him, even with that Hullbreaker. This Herald also has to be sacrificed.
We don't often see Zed go on Trinity Force builds. When you are stacked with so much money, might as well go ahead to use that to the advantage so you can basically team fight for a little bit longer. Cerberus found a little bit more room to secure themselves that tier 1 turret to be crushed. And Galaxy hoping to spot a catch as they move deeper into the jungle.
NGX are pushing back, slowly gaining ground in CES's part of the map. And this is crucial for them. They need to know where CES are, especially Meliodas. That is the main target they need to kill off. And we saw how fast the previous fight crumbled for CES. The moment they lost Meliodas, Demon Kite is acting as a fish bait. Aaron is in the wings. They have that ward over the wall. Aaron, he's going to show his face first. Chami going on the split push to get the death charge. Deathmark doesn't really connect. Duckbeak goes golden. Meliodas will also retreat with the Soul Unbound. They have the exhaust onto Aaron. Gets away with the shadows, but bottom lane getting pushed by Y1. NGX, they need to go for the recall right now, and Aaron will be the one that takes on the task. But
it might be too late though.
It will take some time. Y1 is going to get this turret. Middle lane,
what do you need?
The fight continues. Duckbeak needs to get away. Flash forward. And from Demon Kite, and he gets that kill. But now it's going to be Aaron against Y1. And Aaron gets an easy solo kill. But CES was able to break the turret, the inhib turret in the bot lane.
And yet again, Enigma Galaxy only walked away with 2 kills. But CES, they still managed to pull off a solid defense. Maybe not for long though. BMM is just gonna rush right in.
They will break this mid-tier 2 at least. They get a binding from the wayside, and BMM gets absolutely eviscerated. They might even end up losing Genza, but he goes golden. Meliodas cannot do it all on his own. And Chami finds the triple kill. And NGX will rejoice in the crowds. The lead is now gained once more for the 3rd time in this best of 7. NGX puts themselves 1 game away from calling themselves champions.
Enigma Galaxy about to wave the Filipino flag on stage, I do believe, if they do get 1 more win in the series. And it went down to that huge decision coming in from the rest of Cerberus Esports, sending Y1 down as they try to buy a little bit more attention, being drawn onto that mid lane. But Enigma Galaxy, they were relatively confident. They have most of these players to still attend to that. And a great read coming out of the ace mid laner yet again. Aaron saves the day. And he managed to not only solo kill, but also have the rest of Enigma Galaxy to still rally upon the mid lane. And down to micro decisions coming out of Cerberus Esports, perhaps the better decision is just to let through that tier 2 turret to be sieged out and then defend for the inhibitors instead.
I mean, we talk about mechanical skills. I mean, Aaron has demonstrated that the pinnacle of Zed gameplay, how fast he turned 2 consecutive dragon fights around on that Zed. I mean, if any of that went wrong, I think CS would have had so much more control in this game. And this was where it started to go wrong for NGX. Meliodas coming in absolutely massive, gets a quad kill, and instantly opens up the map with BMM pushing in that bot wave. They have this perfect setup. And within the next minute, we see how NGX run into the Dragon Pit and Aaron went straight to work.
Yeah, and when we take a look at this team fight, it was all about superior positioning as well. Just look at how swiftly Aaron chases on Meliodas. The moment that he's being shoved aside, Chami still offers a ton of damage in these team fights, and he comes back into the fray. Although Joshi was low, just look at how Aaron just go ahead with his target selection, picking on the ones that are super low on health, and even with one tick of HP, he still managed to make the cut to take down Duck B, and the fight just continues on. With him just getting into the thick of the fight, knowing that he has a lot of damage to offer, and he still managed to burn out the rest of Cerberus Esports.
And earlier on, during the draft, we did mention that, sure, Meliodas, he can go huge, he can be very strong, he can take the lead, and kind of give his team that leverage and be that hyper carry. But the biggest problem is if you dive in head first into NGX draft, and we saw what happened, 2 fights in a row, instantly locked down, could not retract his back into his body in time. The first time it happened, got chased down by Aaron. The second time, Aaron was just waiting for him at his mortal body. So there is still limitations for Yone. It's something that has been emphasized since yesterday. We've seen so many Yone games where this champion gets so far ahead but gets shut down because he is so vulnerable to crowd control and so squishy to all these late game damages.
And we'll take a look at Cerberus Esports. I think they really have to take their mindset off of this Garen just to answer back to this set. Sure, you have to ban out that Lucian, but they've already been able to actually get replies of their own in that first matchup by getting their hands on the Camille while the Camille was being banned away. What other picks could they actually go for? Because Aaron is just way too good on all these sort of assassins, and they couldn't afford to give Yone to his hands. We saw what Nigma Galaxy did. Even if they pass it over on Chabi, they just ripped them apart. Well, I think down to one final few moments here for Nigma Galaxy to basically run that hurdle, but then again, it requires Cerberus Esports to pull 2 games back-to-back.
Yeah. And it would be a story for Cerberus Esports to tell if they get this comeback in the grand finals, but if you're an NGX fan, you are just looking at that one last game, one final hurdle to get through CS and kind of bring that pride back to the region. You know, you have crowned yourself the Kingslayers. Falling to the second seed of the VN region would kind of be a disservice to the legacy that NGX has built this past 2 days. So very exciting Game 6 coming up. Cerberus will have to forget about what happened in Game 5, throw away the Garen draft, give BMM something that he can perform on. Maybe the Akali, that's what he is confident with. We just have to see if that will be the case. We will head for a short break and we will return just in a bit for Game 6 in this grand finals. Don't go anywhere.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming and Monster Energy.
And here we are moving into match 6 between Enigma Galaxy versus Cerberus Esports. Enigma Galaxy currently sitting on that match point, and it's all thanks to some impressive plays set by Aaron over the mid lane. And well, is this a call to action for Cerberus Esports to ban away that Zed in this match? Is the lifeline on the line of this whole tournament bracket?
I mean, it all comes down to this for Cerberus Esports. They at least force the game 7, right? Take Enigma Galaxy all the way until the very end. Put them in that spot that they were in 2 times yesterday. I think Enigma Galaxy so far just feeling incredibly comfortable.
Yeah, I think they're absolutely comfortable. Like, sure, let's put it all the stakes or whatever chips in the basket onto the table right now. But we do have a little bit of stats coming in. We have Y1 struggling for the past couple of rounds, except for the game that he managed to get his hands on the Renekton.
I'd say that
Chammy's just the best Baron laner we've got.
Yeah, I would say except for the Renekton game, Chammy has bested Y1 in every other game, even in the games that Cerberus Esports won. And that is a very telling sign of where NGX stands right now in that early to mid game. And this is why we're seeing NGX constantly having even the tiniest of goal advantage. It's all from these solo lanes, the mid lane as well. We've played through 5 games so far, and you are always seeing both Chammy and Aaron just running headfirst into their counterparts and beating them in that lane, whether it's a trade kill and whether it's just forcing them to blow the sums. It is always NGX who are the aggressors.
And there's just a whole lot of trade-off where they really have to factor in when they draft against Enigma Galaxy. Cerberus Esports really diving deep into the pool here. As many of the times, they will at least invest in the ban on the bottom lane at the very least. And how much more could you actually give as a leeway when you open up things like Karma or even a few other picks like the Lucian? It's just going to be really daunting here. Cerberus Esports will return to the blue side. This is their last stand, perhaps, against Enigma Galaxy. And it's only about perfect executions from here. Yep. And we haven't seen Akali. I mean, I don't think we want to see more of Akali.
Yeah.
Do we?
Well, if there's a chance, why not? I do think that NGX will be the one that that has that thought in the back of their head. Gwen, Karma, Riven, Ashe, pretty standard bans from both teams.
And also we have seen that BMM have stopped challenging Aaron on the skill checks. And I think like this is also boosting the confidence of Aaron overall. I feel like BMM has to bring something really strong on the table in order to make things work for Cerberus Esports.
Does that, like you called, has been banned out, same as the Renekton. Of course, CS get their hands on Yone one more time. It can be, it feels like it's most likely going over to Meliodas, right? We don't see BMM Y1 doing, using that Yone. It can be a bit of a shame because if you're NGX, there are so much options to send that Yone to, but that means that Ziggs is open once more. And NGX, they're looking to snatch it right off the bat.
There's also the Lucian available as well, since they have invested the bat onto this one. Cerberus Esports ball with choices here. Well, I'm still looking at a couple of things to address. Y1 not really getting the attention of Meliodas here to get those early gangs going on for him. Most often than not, they usually come in for a counter instead, but not really landing the mark. I think Galaxy does pick up the Morgana, and it's just a comfortable ride from here on, but we might have actually missed out something that have not been seen throughout the course of this best of 7. Cerberus Esports will attempt on this Jace. Perhaps BMM could actually offer a lot more on this, and they will also have the luck to amp up on that firepower, which could easily overwhelm Enigma Galaxy if they were not to be careful on their steps.
And you can already see what CES are trying to go for. Long range poke, just keeping NGX at more than an arm's length. Don't even let them get in. But thankfully NGX, they do have certain ways to circumvent that, right? They have the binding from the Morgana, they have the Tormented Shadows, and they have Demon Kai that's going to be throwing bombs from long ranges as well. So you have these poke battles going on. But NGX also are looking for someone that can force and engage, someone that can just go on top of this Lux and this Jace and get that fight going. And the Nautilus is a very good choice.
Yeah, and there's still the Nasus angle for Cerberus, which I don't think that Enigma Galaxy is all too concerned of, where they're just hoping to still get priority picks coming into the mid lane. And for now, I guess like against a Jace, there are a few things that you really have to keep in mind. You have to always have a little bit of distance. So now that they've already got that sort of Ziggs Nautilus bottom lane going for them, it will just be having only one investment of the ban with the Galio axed away. No Olaf, so that there's not much disruption for Jeshi to fully go ahead to channel the Soul Shackles, of course.
Probably looking at the Chami champion right now. Fiora, both Fiora and Riven has been banned out by CES. That means the commute is kind of left up in the open. CES can consider to go for that as well. We've seen how effective the commute is in the past games, but how can we forget about the Chami Jax? How can we forget about the signature pick? Poetic if NGX ends this game with a win.
If they do end it with a win, every single final game we will see Chami on his favorite champion, I would say.
Actually, yes, right? Like, at least, the one against RRQ, he was on the Jax, and CES, they whip out both the Nasus and the Kassadin. There's only one front line with just the Nasus. Everyone else, long-range pokes, huge AP bursts. NGX don't really have a way to properly deal with it. The Black Shield doesn't solve the problem entirely. Let's put a band-aid over it. This is one of those games where I would say that maybe the Locket can be considered, but NGX opting for the Garen, it is a pick that they don't really want to default back to, and we don't see it much on NGX because it limits what Aaron and Chami could do, but in this scenario, it will be Aaron on this Garen.
Exactly, and I think like this is just going to turn it into a typical Baron lane matchup where you just want that Hullbreaker to come into effect, but I really want to focus my attention onto a potential Y1 oh, okay, I guess I have to take that back. I thought that it was going to be a Kassadin against Jax, which, sure, you would just need to watch out pre-level 5, and then you still will have a lot more room to wiggle with. But instead, I prefer this adaptation, Y1, to be on the Jace instead, and going up against a Garen. Sure, it's just a little bit of trouble during the farming phase, right? Like, other than that, I think what Cerberus offers here is pure damage, straight to the back line, and it's just a lot of work for Jeshi to really get a chokehold onto this Kassadin. So if enough time is being bought, we're just taking a look at these two picks, the Jax and the Kassadin.
And I say we can also throw the Yone in the equation as well, right? One of the weaknesses, one of the chink in the armor of Cerberus Esports is that in a vacuum scenario without any Zhonya stasis enchantment, these champions on their side, barring the Nasus, are actually pretty vulnerable to that Garen ultimate. And there are ways to catch them, right? The Morgana is a very good example. The Nautilus as well. We've seen this in that previous game. Morgana and Nautilus, you try to jump in, or they get one of either crowd control onto you, and suddenly you are gone from the game. A part of me doesn't want to see the Hullbreaker Garen. I'm more inclined to seeing the Ysera Garen. They just go full-on damage and just Beyblade people to death. I believe we saw that yesterday in the lower bracket, and that was a spectacle. But Game 6 coming right up, Enigma Galaxy against Cerberus Esports. One team will walk away the champions tonight, but Enigma Galaxy are one step away from doing so.
Actually, when you mentioned that, I think the likelihood of that happening is relatively high, because when you're going up against a Kassadin, you naturally do bully him off of that lane at the first few levels. Sure, it may not turn out with those big items yet, but it just keep brick-walling him. He won't be able to go for split pushes. Just I gotta track him across the map. Tammy has 100% win ratio on many of all these champions.
Yeah.
Despite playing the most games out of all the teams that were involved in the Snapdragon Pro Series in the playoffs.
Yeah. If they didn't get to play that much games, we wouldn't have seen 2 Rammus attempts from NGX.
Still 0%.
Still 0%. You get to kind of use it as a scrim, you know, like we're gonna try a Rammus. I'd say it's a very interesting choice. You know, they had a decent chance in that second Rammus game. But it was also the game where they tried so hard to kill off an Orianna that ended up deathless anyways. NGX. I do have some certain concerns, like how are they gonna secure objectives? There's so much pokes from Cerberus. They can keep them at bay. And also the late game. This big threat of BMM is going to be kind of an issue that NGX would not have a definitive solution to.
Yeah, that's a game plan after all, where so long as you got the Wither onto the right unit of play, we just need Melee to hop right in, and one's just going to be able to just come in with some huge shock blasts. If Genza gets that light binding, even worse, that guy is just not going to be able to make the cut. And if all else will, you expect them to be able to show up. Well, they're already having a lot of effort being shown from CSI to secure the skull. There's still one more available, but we already see Y1 attending to it. Double scuttle, giving a really good sign of life to CES.
Yeah. Like the move from Cerberus so far, trying to get priority for BMM. So Aaron didn't just not get to bully BMM. This Cassin is having a pretty decent time as well.
Yeah.
One of the best laning phases that you could ask for.
Oh, I just see the whole river being light up in blue. And Spurs Esports know that there can only be a few things that can happen here. There's 3 players over the top side.
That binding was crucial in getting this gank off, but unfortunately she just couldn't land it when it mattered the most. Aaron is under immense pressure as well. Genza showing up. And this does give BMM kind of the dream laning phase.
Yeah, so much safety net. Kassadin, a pick that we have seen it being very popular in the group stages to be a core ban. And that is one of Chammy's signature over at Baron Lane. An early Mega Infernal Bomb just to also clear off the wave. Demon Kite caught out there, but not enough damage to supplement. Now we take a look at the items. We have Aaron now holding on to the BF sword. Another 10 from NGX.
Will Y1 take the bait? This is a very tense moment. There's no depth charge for draw just yet, and he's not in flash range to get any gank off. Y1 kind of sensing something in the wind.
Something's definitely amiss. I mean, they got a whole map lined up. We have not seen him go on the blue buff. It's very telling that there's not much that is going to be appearing over on bottom lane against Nasus, but they will still commit.
Flash depth charge into a dredge line. This should be first blood, but unless there's help from Genza, the binding will buy enough time to go for a trade. Now Genza needs to go to make this worthwhile. And NGS gets a double for Joshi.
And that's basically a buy one free one. They didn't really expect Genza to be able to find it underneath the turret. But once they managed to secure that, Shami still went down. At least a little bit more gold to fund the defined Sutter that he's looking for. Great vision control yet again from Cerberus Esports. They're just marking onto the rotation of Joshi, but he still managed to contribute in his very own ways. We have so much effort against Jace. You just have to tap out.
And Joshi getting pressure away from his own jungle. Draw though in the wrong place of town. Pretty tanky right now. There is a flank coming in from Aaron. The huge Mega Infernal Bomb into just a chop of the sword. 2 members of CES taken out of the fight.
And they took this really deep dive. There's no cause for concern. Why are they exactly in the middle of the jungle? Like, there's nothing to take there. They're just hoping to maybe take a little bit of chokehold, get members of NGX caught up, but they've already spotted the majority of them. NGX get this dragon for free. Well, they will have to quickly get their hands on the Herald. Tammy now forces a a little bit more of a shove back onto Y1.
Yeah.
Well, Baron Laner's pretty low, not being able to contest as well, but seems like NGX not going to be interested. But we see Joshi moving his way in.
Y1 has a hull breaker, so it's a bit hard for Champ to contest it. At least not for now. Rift Herald goes over to Meliodas. GX depth charge straight onto Y1, followed by an easy dredge line and a couple of bombs in the face. Y1 overstaying his welcome.
Just a full combo coming out, and they managed to just stop this Jace. And so far, even with some Jace pickups throughout the entire course of the playoffs, there wasn't any successive wins. Meliodas in trouble.
Get caught out. The ultimate doesn't kill him off. The dredge line is a bit out of range, so Meliodas escapes with his life and unfortunately not able to finish off that mid-tier 1. Aaron, yeah, he smells something in the brush. Meliodas also aware of that.
Just 1k of a deficit for Cerberus Esports. Even with that form of control, they're still trying to seek avenues to play. And there's also plan B to get BMM heading into the late game with the three-item power spike. That's where there will be a little bit more of a trouble for Enigma Galaxy to lock down this Kassadin. While they're at it, they manage to clinch themselves a turret for NGX.
CS should be able to get the mid-tier 1 as one of the core things that NGX is bringing into this game is how they need multiple members to stick together, especially with this Ziggs. You need the statue to break this turret, to break those structures, and that gives a lot of room for CS to maneuver around the map.
Meliodas has got the Solar Charge Blade. Still aiming to quickly get more damage output once he does have the Blade of the Roaring King. Joshi working on the Realized Crystal Scepter, where we haven't seen much upgrades of the boots coming out of Enigma Galaxy members. Typically say Duckby does have the stone plating up of enchantment.
See, NGX just cool, calm, and collected. Aaron also has his own hull breaker to kind of match that side lane, so primarily to keep BMM away from his towers. NGX, they need this mid-tier 1. It is very crucial for them to get their hands onto it, but CS posturing for a fight, and a good binding set up by Genza enables CS to start it, but they couldn't get any kills.
All of them flash away while there is that siege coming from Chami. Nobody's going to be able to attend to it.
That's the Jack special. You leave him alone for a bit and just watch the structures crumble. Y1 instantly beelines towards that Baron lane, but that mid lane also in danger. The dredge line used by Draw just to attract some attention. The hull breaker doesn't really empower any siege minions, unfortunately, so NGX doesn't get any structures.
And honestly, I don't think that Cerberus Esports can always have BMM going on the split pushes so early into the matchup. He would contribute more in those team fights as compared to the wave shells. As you can see, the speed isn't going to be enough where BMM could just, I mean, auto attacks don't really hurt those minions all too much, and he has to use the Rift Walk to be able to clear it fast enough. And I'm not really certain if it were to be met up with either Chami or even Aaron, he will be able to actually hold on for long. There goes another Herald coming up real soon though, and the longer it goes, Enigma Galaxy is just going to get a lot tankier. So it's all about sustain for NGX before they get themselves into some of all these battles. They're definitely hoping that she does get the Dark Binding. And if it's Meliodas that they have managed to bind, now I don't think that CS actually has much to offer.
They'll be caught by the binding. Aaron instantly goes into check. They have the depth charge as well. Genza will respawn in kind, locking Demon Kite in place, but NGX have got the control of the Herald Pit.
That's all that they needed.
Yep. Fury of the Sands used by Duckby. CS, they want to contest it. They're looking for a fight. They're itching for something. Binding and Final Spark thrown out by Genza, and that would buy some space for them, but Duckby is not in the best possible spot. Joshi is also fishing for something, and Chami is threatening to push that, to shove that wave in. CS can spread apart. Aaron gone on by Y1. It's a very split fight.
Keep your eyes on BMM though. How would he rejoin this fight? They're just dancing all around Meliodas.
Jumped on and forced backwards. Draw again, putting his bodies forward now. Buys a bit of time with that stasis. Joshi secures the Rift Arrow, and now NGX bring this assault. Soul Shackles locking Genza in place. He has no mana to work with. Even the final spark doesn't get to be channeled fully. Genza goes down. Draw is the only sacrifice, and NGX finds an opening.
There's just no way that they will be able to contest for the drink as well. I think Galaxy could also brute force their way over the mid lane. Now spawning this one up.
Mega Inferno Bomb forcing Duckbee to flash away, surrendering this mid turret. A bit of a missatchel, but not that it matters though. It will still be taken down by Demon Kite at the end of the day. Aaron comes in and just executes Y1, who was hiding behind his tier 1.
And I think in this game, probably he's gonna be in the back already. The more dragons you give to Nigma Galaxy, the worse it gets for Cerberus Esports. They're hoping to scale, but nothing seems to be working out. That team fight, they try to attempt it from multiple angles, but they're not supposed to be separated. Where we saw BMM unable to participate efficiently, still going on that split push duty. Does have a lot more goal as compared to Aaron, but it doesn't really matter. Like, you see him just stacking magic resistance as well.
Yeah,
once he gets found alive, I mean, force of nature, he's just gonna be hard to kill off.
BMM he needs so much more time. He's gonna hit critical mass where he just, 2 shots a tank like a Garen, but until then, CS needs to somehow hold on. And I say that they are doing a decent job. And that's why you see NGX looking for these openings. Bit of a desynchronization right there. It's gonna allow Y1 to live a bit longer, but NGX, they are looking to continue sieging. You wanna constrict the map and not let BMM have so much free room to reign and get that farm in.
Yeah, Chami needs to be addressed. And Kassadin definitely doesn't have any form of damage to offer for now. Only Raw Ages as well as Seraph's Embrace. But here goes the fight.
3-man Soul Shackle from Joshi. They were hiding in the brush. CS had no idea. The guerrilla warfare from NGX is so well done. Meliodas, he goes in his out, gets silence. Can he retract his body in time? Yes, he does. The soul returns. But the lane has been abandoned. Draw wants a bit more depth charge into a Riptide. And they spin Genza into oblivion. And look at Chami. He's in the base. He's on top of BMM, I believe. He's getting solo Q, and BMM couldn't withstand Chami's God Staff Jax. NGX withering down CES.
Nigma Galaxy just took them all out, leaving only the Kassadin behind. He can only try to keep himself alive. Couldn't withstand the damage offered by Chami. And he just gets those free turrets. Cerberus Esports couldn't really hold on to those team fights. They were forced to defend. Now the only way out is to try to steal this Baron, stall some time. And Y1, he has no impact in this match.
He can't even use the Hullbreaker. He is not able to sidelane at all. Can't deal with the Garen, can't deal with the Jax. It seems like they found another victim, and this is a big one. It's BMM. He's silenced. Executed on spot. 40 seconds without the Kassadin. And with Baron online, NGX are itching for something.
Managed to pick up the Brabladon, Death Cap. Finally some damage to offer here from the Kassadin, but he's not going to be in these fights.
The Black Shield is preventing any sort of engagement, and Meliodas himself is also not able to get in. And look at this 1-3-1 split. Just like you pointed out, NGX setting things into motion.
And there's also Aaron on the opposite end. Y1, wherever he tries to attend to, he couldn't stop the bleeding. Perhaps Meliodas will need to step right in to supplement what they've got here.
There's 2 members of CES just to stop one Garen. NGS getting so much room. Go back for the reset, get the items. Joshi, Liandry's Torment online. And Chami has the twist, and BMM will not be able to fight him.
Indeed. Liandry's Torment here would easily just melt them out there. And this form of split that we've always seen coming from Enigma Galaxy finally pulls true after many spends of the round where Cerberus Esports could easily take on many of all these forced attempts of team fights. Now, Cerberus Esports could not tie into the sideways, couldn't even team fight at all. There's not much that they could possibly hope for except for maybe small little pickoffs. It will arrive and he walks his way through draw.
They saw BMM. The Rift Frog is going to come back up. They just need to get a size onto him. Draw will follow up with his own flash. BMM sent on the run. Meliodas show up, but Aaron is in the wings. Gets the size now. TP is channel. Big bomb. That one lands on the Genza. He needs to get away, but no. Aaron just jumps on top of him and dunks him with the sword. NGX. Another pickoff to open up the map for them, and Baron is in sight.
5,000 goal lead, and they will extend it if they do get their hands on this Baron power play.
You can't check this, Duckby. Not like this. Absolutely tragedy. And you go on to draw, he's gonna lock you down. It's the staggering blow. Death Charge back up. Y1 on the run, but Aaron, he's just gonna Beyblade you to death. CS falling apart, and NGX finds 2 more picks.
They just have to give way. They just threw bodies at them in the hopes that they could basically have damage in return. But like we said, heading into the late game, they're just going to be way too beefy. They have no way to deal with Tammy, no way to deal with Aaron. Now, final attempt for a steal coming from Meliodas.
And he has to do this. Ultimate in, misses draw, rooted down, sent right back. Joshi secures the Baron. NGX walks away with the entire team intact. Baron power play for the next 2 minutes. BMM, you can't even damage Aaron. But BMM feels like he has to try. He's compelled to do something. But Chammy is on the way. BMM, you have to fall back. There is no avenues at all for him.
Just procking a little bit more shields. Seem to be looking like a Sterix Cage, but here comes...
No way Joshi steals this.
Joshi.
So close, but Meliodas, his body is nearby. Yeah, just gonna wait for him to come back. Meliodas trying to win this 1v1. Both of them go golden, but only one of them has friends nearby.
Look at Tammy though, still on the split push. As you see the crowd ready to cheer on Enigma Galaxy. 1 more minute on this Baron empowerment as they're already marching their way through the mid lane. Duckby holding it on. The Tammy is just gonna be a solo unit army.
What a Mega Inferno Bomb. Aaron is in. This could be the final fight. Enigma Galaxy, 4 months in the making, has led up to this very moment. And can you believe it, Contra? The faithful shall be rewarded. I have never doubted them. And they will be your champions for the Snapdragon Pro Series Challenge Finals. Enigma Galaxy had absolutely done it. Goddamn champions of the Southeast Asian region. Best team of SCA. Best team of the Philippines. Best team of all time.
And the first ever champions of the Snapdragon Pro Series on their first attempt in the regional stage on an offline setting. They have never had any setting like this before. And you're telling me that they started off less than half a year ago and already lifting their very first trophy. There's only brighter future ahead for this team hailing from the Philippines, as they are currently the #1 team here in Southeast Asia, taking down the #1 seed of all the other regions involved. And it started off against Team Flash, and then struck down Buriram United Esports, and the crosshairs were all shot.
I mean,
the perfect lower bracket run completed by Enigma Galaxy.
The fairy tale has reached its ending. The final chapter. What a poetic and happy conclusion to a journey that doesn't feel like it would even be a reality for Enigma Galaxy. It's Kingslayers incarnate.
Big congratulations for Enigma Galaxy!
Yay! โอเคเชิญเลยค่ะเอาล่ะค่ะในที่สุดแมตช์อันยาวนานนะคะของในซีรีส์นี้นะคะก็มาถึงครั้งสุดท้ายแล้วนะคะที่เราได้ผู้ชัยชนะแล้วนะคะที่คว้ารางวัลนี้ไป
เป็นทีมที่พรูฟตัวเองอย่างต่อเนื่องในการแข่งขันจากสายล่างขึ้นมานะครับผม
เราเมื่อกี้เมามันมากนะ
Okay.
Okay.
Nigma Galaxy, are you ready?
Are you ready?
Here we go,
Nigma,
the
are
moment
you ready?
of glory. They've waited this. Remember this date, October 16th, 2022. Nigma Galaxy, the best Wild Rift team in the entirety of Southeast Asia. 4 months together, and they've achieved such heights. Second event, first LAN appearance.
And this is merely just the beginning for Nigma Galaxy. The first of many accolades. And now, there's a new king on that throne.
And what better way to do it, not just through the lower bracket, but through the lower bracket and slaying every single kings along the way. The kings of the Vietnam region, Team Flash, fell 3-2. The kings of the home crowd, Buriram United Esports, also fell 3-2 on the same night. And finally, the kings of their own region, Philippines, RRQ, no longer the kings of kings in this tournament. The final two contenders, the squires, the torchbearers of their respective home ground. But it is Enigma Galaxy who is the victors.
No longer the underdog. And first, just like the Cinderella story that has been foretold, there is always the happy ending. But like I said, this is not even the end just yet.
This is just the beginning.
There's just so much more that this team has to offer. And let's see what they do have in start of 2023.
Oh yes, this is what a perfect way to cap off the year. It's one of the few off seasons. And instead of a glass shoe, they bring back the trophy, the coveted trophy of the Snapdragon Pro Series. What an amazing showing by this team. Could not have been any happier for them.
Hello guys.
Hello guys, nice to meet you. Okay.
We do have an interview with the winners. We're just going to pass it to our host to take the interview on.
Yeah.
One step, okay. On stand. On stand. You have. Okay. Your first question. Are you excited? Exciting?
Okay.
Okay.
How do you feel?
Super happy, bro.
Wow. Yeah, I'm so proud with you. and you? You feeling good?
I'm very happy.
Yeah.
Very happy. Wow.
Yeah,
I saw your fan.
congratulations.
I know.
Yeah.
Okay. First question. What would you like to say with Sabra team, the greatest enemy in final round?
เริ่มเกี่ยงกันเล่นกันเล็กน้อย
They
นะคะ
performed very well and we're glad to face them in the grand finals.
เขาก็ชมว่าทีมสตาร์เป็นทีมที่ดีมากและสมเป็นคู่แข่งในรอบไฟนอลของเขานะครับผม
ใช่ค่ะ แล้วเมื่อสักครู่นี้ลืมแปลต้องบอกว่าก็รู้สึกยังไงบ้างก็คือตอนนี้เนี่ยแฮปปี้มากๆนะคะรู้สึกว่าตื่นเต้นด้วยแล้วก็ภูมิใจมากๆที่ทำได้นะคะ
ดูก็รู้เลยว่าตื่นเต้นจริงๆครับผมตอนนี้
ค่ะ and what would you like to say to your fans
Your fan is watching you
and your family
I want to thank our friends on Philippines and our family, and especially our Enigma staff, and Boss Morad, and especially our coaches, Coach Ban and Coach Tiggs. They did very well. Thank you.
Thank you โอเค
โอเคก็เขาก็ขอบคุณแฟนๆ ทั้งครอบครัวแล้วก็สตาฟของทาง Nigma Galaxy ทุกคนเลยนะครับที่
แล้วก็ทีมงาน
ซัพพอร์ต
ด้วย
เขาทีมงานทุกๆคนเลยที่
นะคะ
มาร่วมงานในวันนี้
โอเค and you
Can you repeat it again?
and what would you
Message
like to
for-
say yeah to your fans
Thank you to all the fans that support Nigma Galaxy. And and to my families, shout out to you.
เย้เป็นคนอบอุ่น โอเคค่ะ ก็น่าจะประมาณนี้นะคะ ยังไงตรงนี้เนี่ยเราอยากจะให้เขาอิ่มเอมกับบรรยากาศนะคะ
รางวัลแห่งชัยชนะของเขา
ชัยชนะในครั้งนี้นะคะ ครั้งนี้และครั้งนั้นเนี่ยเราก็ค่อนข้างจะแฮปปี้มากๆเลยนะคะกับศึกในครั้งนี้นะคะ เรียกได้ว่าทำได้เต็มที่ทั้งคู่เลยจริงๆนะคะแล้วก็สมศักดิ์ศรีอย่างมากเลยจริงๆยังไงก็ขออนุญาตแสดงความยินดีอีกครั้งนะคะ Congratulations guys
Thank you very much champion ครับ
And there you have it, the champions of the Snapdragon Pro Series Wild Rift Challenge Finals finally crowned in front of the Thai home crowd in Bangkok, Thailand. It's been a wild 2-month journey for these guys. They came in an unknown team, not even ranked in the top 4 of the PH regions during that entrance. Finished top 2, brought RRQ to 7 games in the Open Finals, Grand Finals, and ended up becoming the Grand Champions a month later. What a storyline it has been. They do deserve a good pizza party and a couple more bags of gummy bear by the end of this.
Yeah, I think they can celebrate for as long as they want, because there will be maybe another tournament that will be around the corner. But for now, let's take another look at the series itself on the very final game, where Enigma Galaxy has the grand plan of allowing Chammy as well as Aaron to skill into the late game, and they will be able to just offer so much more in these team fights. They've been able to address some of all these problems. You have to shut down the Jace. You have to shut down the offense coming from Meliodas, and they've been able to do exactly just that.
It took them 19 games, but 19 games was enough. NGX
more than enough.
More than enough. Even in this final match, just the pure confidence of NGX identifying where the points of attacks, and you can see just the sheer panic in CES's draft. There's a couple of moments where it really felt like CES had no choice but to make something happen, and that was kind of their undoing. But it wasn't really their fault. It was just NGX forcing them to be in those spots, and this was kind of the beginning of the end of game number 6.
It's very uncharacteristic of Cerberus Esports in such a way that they already know for the fact that they really need a little bit more spacing for themselves to skill up, but they're basically just throwing every single bodies over on the field. It has resulted into this exact scenario where there's just too much that has been given over to Enigma Galaxy. And just take a look at the perfect results as Joshi have been able to secure a perfect game along with Aaron, and many times have been crowned as the MVP of the match.
And I wouldn't hesitate to crown him MVP for another time as the best performing player in this series. And I just want to quickly throw back to one of the interviews we had with Enigma Galaxy. And I remember we asked him, are you guys confident in calling yourself the best team? Do you think you can beat teams like RRQ, Team Flash? Enigma Galaxy has always placed themselves second or third, never the first. But they've earned it today. They've technically earned it yesterday when they took down BRU and Team Flash. But today was kind of that vindicating moment for the team.
And we hope to see them remain on top of any form of brackets from here on. Snapdragon Pro Series have seen them climb from the very bottom of the standings in the top 6 to defeat champions after champions after champions, and now they themselves will be able to snatch that crown from everybody else.
And just let this graphic sinking for a bit. NGX started from the bottom, now they're here. There's a lot of things to look back on, right? NGX just less than 12 hours ago, when they played that best of 5 against Team Flash, we really thought that maybe Team Flash was the team that was going to stop them. They are Team Flash after all. We had Enigma Galaxy running Remus for 2 games, but they came back 3 in a row, did the same to BRU. It was a heartbreaking one on home ground. And today they came in 3-0 RRQ. And I think at that point, a lot of us believed that they are going to win, and indeed they did. And my prediction was a 4-2. And I'm just glad that it finally hit the sweet spot to cap off the day. To cap off not just the day, but the entire journey. It's been a pleasure. It's been a great 2 months plus doing this entire tournament with everyone.
Exactly, and there are so many times that Enigma Galaxy have proved doubters, especially for those of us who have predicted other teams, wrong all the time. And finally, we did get it right.
I just remember something.
Started believing in this playoffs itself.
I just remembered something. I know you will not be watching this, I just want to say something. I want to send a very, very special message to our friends over at the BM broadcast. Not the ones casting today, but the ones that were casting before. Sir Cloud and Mikos, when I voted for NGX, you guys laughed at me. You guys asked Kaigu to flame me, smack talk me when RQ won. Well, guess who is the grand champions? It's none other than Nigma Galaxy. So, suck on it, Sir Cloud. I am the god of prediction. Well, with the lowest score, but I won the finals, right? That's all that matters.
Hey, I guess the Aarons here have the grand victory, though. I'll take second place, just -2 points.
Yeah, no,
I think I didn't vote it once.
Yeah, I'll take last place. I don't care. And NGX is the grand champions. That's all that matters. Production, save this graphic. I'm gonna post it on Sir Cloud's windshield so that he will remember this for the rest of his life.
You gotta find this card, though. It's probably not here.
It's probably not here. Next time.
All right.
I'll post it on his head because he has a lot of space there. Jokes aside, we gotta thank our friends and partners one last time for making this a reality. Snapdragon Elite Gaming, when winning matters. They have been with us for such a long time and allowed us to witness all these storylines being made and concluded. And today concludes a chapter for Nigma Galaxy and a beginning of another story for them. And also, alongside Snapdragon Elite Gaming, we have Monster Energy, allowing everyone to unleash the beast within them. So check them out at www.monsterenergy.com/gaming. And last but not least, if you guys are looking for the greatest deals, the best deals when it comes to game top-ups, look no further than www.kachishop.com. It has been an amazing 2 months working with you and everyone else on the broadcast. Our friends Pondo, Hound, Victor, everyone behind the scenes and productions. I'm speechless. I'm just happy I get to watch NGX win. I'm just happy I'm part of this.
And of course, not forgetting, thank all of you guys who have been sticking with us here, whether if you've been watching 1 or 2 of these streams or here at the very end of the playoffs itself. All the support means a whole lot, and we hope to see you guys yet again if there's going to be more Snapdragon Pro Series that will be happening for Wild Rift in particular. This is Contra as well as Husky. Any last words?
Yep. Thank you to our co-streamers. Thank you to those who just support this event. And to everyone who stayed with us yesterday, through thick or thin, through rain or shine, you guys, leave with this, our goddamn hero. My name is Husky, he's Contra. We'll see you guys in the next one. Goodbye, have a good night. Great Sunday.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming and Monster Energy.
Won't stop going till a player on top know it. Rooftop, penthouse suite. If you really want it, gotta own it. Fight through it, we was at the lowest. Blood, sweat, tears, the components. Riding all year, now's the moment. We are not afraid, we are opponents. Yeah, I'm coming for mine. Yeah, I'm making a play, the game on the line. Yeah, I've been on the grind. Yeah, I jump in the spot, I made it my time. Yeah, look in the sky. Yeah, the stars align, no shade to shine. Can't stop it already. Emotional, working devotion. We put in this time. Look.